Ancient One. The Hell Lords froze in alarm as the Sorcerer Supreme descended into the battlefield. Startled and furious, they unleashed their might, each tapping into their core demonic powers to fend off her devastating magic. Bert, watching the clash unfold, muttered, "Impressive. These demons are strong, but no one beats my master." The sky crackled with spells, yet Bert, limited to space magic, could only observe until something unexpected happened. A sultry voice interrupted his thoughts. "Little brother, care for a distraction?" A stunning succubus, clad in an outfit designed to provoke sin, approached with a slow, swaying gait. Her smile was laced with danger. "I'm the succubus lord of hell," she purred. Bert blinked. "Aren't you supposed to be fighting? I specialize in charm, darling. And the Ancient One's a woman. Not much I can do there. So, instead, you're here to mess with me?" Bert raised a brow. "Bad choice. I'm famously known across the multiverse as a righteous gentleman." The succubus giggled. "Funny, demons have files on you. Apparently, you really like women. You demons take notes?" Bert scoffed. "Get a hobby. Not many are worth remembering," she said, stepping closer. "How about a little test? You're just a projection. No risk, just pleasure." Too good to be true. Bert narrowed his eyes. "Why offer this?" "Because I want to," she whispered, leaning in. At that moment, she lunged, daggers flashing from her sleeves, aimed straight at his waist. But before the blades could dig deep, a shadow loomed behind her. A sword pierced through her spine and outer chest. With a scream, the succubus disintegrated into pink mist and fled. Bert, standing behind her, let his sword arm fade and said dryly, "Did you really think showing some skin would fool me? If I fell for that, I'd have died 800 times by now." The image she stabbed earlier flickered and vanished. It was only a phantom. "Impossible," she hissed from the distance, clutching the wound, now rapidly healing. "How weren't you charmed? Why didn't I notice it was a fake? I like women. I'm not ruled by them," Bert said coldly. Blue-red flames crackled across his body. "And just because you're a few thousand years old doesn't mean you get a free pass." The illusion had been cast by the Mento Intensifier ring, the lyre, one of the 10 rings. Even a demon lord couldn't see through it. "You dare call me an old ant?" she shrieked. "You're just a projection." "One projection is all I need," Bert replied, turning into crimson lightning and dashing at her. They clashed in a blur of motion, sparks and shadows dancing. Though considered the weakest among the Hell Lords, the succubus was still a true demon-class threat. Yet Bert's speed and precision overwhelmed her. "How are you this strong?" she gasped. "I'm the blood god." With a surge of blood magic, spikes erupted inside her body from the blood she'd absorbed during their skirmish. She screamed as Bert's twin sword arms plunged into her waist, followed by his searing flames. "You're not a projection," she realized in horror. "Nope, just felt like being here." As she burned away, the succubus gave him a bitter smile. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have attacked. I'd have really tested you." "I'm flattered," Bert said, unimpressed. "But lust doesn't rule me. It's a hobby, not a need." Her ashes vanished, leaving behind a shimmering pink crystal, pure demonic essence. Bert picked it up with satisfaction. "Now I've earned my seat at the table." From a distance, the other Hell Lords were stunned. The succubus lord slain? So fast. "No excuses," one muttered. "Even sneak attacks are strength." The Ancient One smiled faintly. "He's ready. Once he consumes the Space Stone, he'll be a true guardian. My time is nearly up." Bert now turned his eyes to the Demon Dragon Lord. Activating the Nightbringer ring, darkness enveloped the battlefield. Utter, suffocating, unrelenting. The dragon growled. "You think slaying a seductress makes you a threat to me? Only one way to find out." Bert's voice echoed from every direction. "By the way, is your projection edible? I've got recipes." "You want to eat me?" the dragon roared, amused and offended. "If I don't roast you alive, I'll eat grass the rest of my life." "Great. I've got premium pasture ready for you." Bert activated the lightning ring. Thunder crashed from above, but the dragon easily shielded itself in flame. As it scanned for Bert, Multiple illusions attacked from different angles, a spear stabbing its back while a phantom slashed its underbelly. Child's play, the dragon bellowed. We Hell Lords were forged in oceans of blood. But then space warped. Portals surrounded the dragon, distorting its senses, disorienting it. A spectral beam from a spectral ring punched a hole through its side. It screamed, retaliated with fire, but Bert vanished again, always one step ahead. Panicked, the dragon tried to escape, but the space was rigged. It circled in place, lost. I hate space magic. I hate Kamar Taj, the dragon roared. Take a breath, Bert mocked. You're being bested by a hairy boy. The dragon's fury boiled. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. The blood god dragged me into this? Did that idiot dragon lose already? The flame demon lord? The dragon was confused. Let's toast this brat together, the flame demon said. But as the dragon unleashed its flames, the ally suddenly turned and slammed condensed fire directly into its exposed flank. It screamed in pain. You're not the flame demon. Nope, Bert said, stabbing the dragon's back. But thanks for falling for it. He unleashed wave after wave of attacks, slicing off the dragon's tail with a space blade. That's dinner sorted. Stir-fried dragon tail, extra spicy. You little, the dragon howled, breath exploding from its maw, fire raining. Bert danced through it, relentless, grinning. Another voice cut in, this time the real flame demon lord. Did I just get used as bait? The dragon wheeled, dazed. Again, with a final teleport, Bert conjured a colossal vibranium spear and sliced the dragon clean in half. The creature tried to rejoin, but Bert sealed the halves apart with space magic and incinerated the pieces one by one. The flame demon was forcefully booted from the darkness, blinking in confusion. Did I just get tooled? 3 minutes later, the demon dragon died in fire and fury, screaming, Blood God, we're not finished. Bert waved cheerily. When you're back, remember, vegetarianism is good for the heart. The dragon's ashes fell, and the other Hell Lords could only watch in silence. Much more annoying than the Ancient one muttered. She's strong. But this guy? He's twisted. Bert grinned and looked at the next target. The Ancient One laughed quietly as she sensed the chaos unfolding in the dark dimension. Bert's rapid takedown of a Hell Lord's projection had even surprised her. For a moment, her stern expression softened with pride. This time, she declared coldly as she repelled another coordinated assault, none of you will escape. This was not about defense. The Ancient One wasn't just holding back the tide. She was purging it. Earth's peace, hard-won and long-held, had always stood on her ruthless resolve. The Hell Lords began to falter, grim expressions forming across their ethereal projections. She'll kill us one by one if this keeps up, one muttered. Thank the abyss we didn't use our real bodies, they thought collectively, inwardly shivering. The Ancient One was terrifying, and her successor, the Blood God, wasn't much better. Looking below, they saw that even their monstrous legions were being routed. Kamartaj defenders, now bolstered by a bizarre but effective army of cockroach familiars, had seized the momentum. Lucifer, a Hell Lord, barked, if you've got any cards left to play, now is the time. Lucifer frowned. Not yet. The timing isn't. There is no perfect timing. There's only now. Another interrupted. With a grimace, Lucifer relented. Fine, lend me your power. Without hesitation, the Hell Lords surrounded Lucifer, channeling their energies into him. His black wings expanded, shadows cascading outward as a rift in the void cracked open. From within it, an unspeakable eye emerged, one that radiated eternal darkness. Dormammu, the Ancient One, gasped. Lucifer, you've lost your mind. Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, was no ally. His ambition was universal annihilation, earth, hell, heaven, all of it. I made a deal, Lucifer said calmly. He'll strike only once. Dormammu's gaze flared with a dark rune. The moment it locked onto her, the Ancient One staggered. Blood spilled from her lips, and in a blink, all 12 of her astral clones vanished into mist. Bert caught her as she stumbled, stunned. How did that hit you so easily? Because, Dormammu said with a sneer, her time siphoning from my realm has come due. You'll regret this. The Ancient One hissed, regaining her balance. You wasted your one shot. One is enough. You won't survive this day. Lucifer closed the rift, but Dormammu left behind seeds of corruption, quietly slipping into the hearts of 3 vulnerable sorcerers. Inside their minds, his voice whispered, "Do you know why the Ancient One is immortal?" Doom crushed the thought without hesitation. "I already know. Spare me your gossip." Mordo dispelled the influence with righteous fury. "The Master does what's needed to protect the world." Only Caecilius paused. "Why should I trust you?" "I am Dormammu," the voice replied, "the Master of the Dark Dimension." Caecilius squinted. "The same Dormammu enslaved by the Dark Dimension? No breaks, no vacations?" "I am the ruler," Dormammu snapped. "Then why do you sound like a capitalist trapped in his own office?" Caecilius mused. "Do you even know what fun is?" Dormammu seethed. "Devouring universes is my fun." "Then you really are a puppet," Caecilius muttered, before asking, "Why can the Ancient One live forever?" "Because she steals from me," Dormammu spat. Caecilius went silent. Above, Lucifer summoned a holy weapon that made all Hell Lords recoil in agony. "God's spear," whispered the Ancient One. Bert's eyes narrowed. "What's that?" "A conceptual weapon," the Ancient One explained. "God forged them from the universe's origin. The spear of God always hits. In a game, that's overpowered. In real life, that's terrifying," Bert muttered. "I'll break us out with the space stone," he offered. "No need. It can't kill me," the Ancient One replied, steeling herself. "But I need space power. Transfer it to me." Bert nodded and channeled the energy. As the spear of God began its descent, Ancient One confronted Lucifer. "So heaven really did fall." "I didn't work with heaven," Lucifer smirked. "I stole it from Gabriel." Even the Hell Lord snorted. No one could just take a divine weapon. Heaven allowed it. Lucifer ignored their doubt and threw the spear. Ancient One instantly conjured a pocket dimension, where the spear struck repeatedly. Crack spread. She conjured a target. The spear turned and vaporized it instantly. Dracula, revived once more, blinked. "What the hell?" He died again, and again, and again. "Master, is that Dracula?" Bert asked. "Yes. God hates vampires. Hence silver, garlic, sunlight. The spear does too." The spear, obsessed, kept killing Dracula endlessly. Lucifer cursed and pulled out Gabriel's mark to redirect the spear. Annoyed, the spear split into 2. One continued hunting Dracula. The other resumed its mission. Ancient One smirked and summoned the Eye of Agamotto. The time stone glowed. With a flick, hundreds of Draculas were pulled from alternate timelines into the pocket space. Their expressions soured instantly. "You promised not to do this again," Dracula wailed. "And you promised to stop talking behind my back," she shot back. Bert's jaw dropped. "Hundreds of Draculas? That's savage." "Do you think I'm cruel?" she asked with a wry smile. "No," Bert said quickly. "I think you're efficient." The Hell Lords, witnessing this madness, went quiet. Even for them, this was dark. The spear splintered into hundreds of divine bolts and tore through every Dracula it could find. Lucifer, trying to assert control, pushed Gabriel's mark harder, but the spear shattered it. Lucifer screamed, coughing black blood. "The spear doesn't even respect Gabriel," Bert said, amused. "You think it'd listen to you?" Desperate, Lucifer turned to the Hell Lords. "Attack now." They hesitated. They were weakened projections. "You're just ghosts," he barked. "What's the worst that could happen?" They grumbled, but charged. Bert acted swiftly, trapping most in a spatial cage. Then he turned to Lucifer, vibranium spear in hand. He lunged straight into Lucifer's chest. "Just you," Lucifer sneered. "I'm still a fallen archangel." Black thunder erupted, but another Bert appeared behind him. Flames surged into a blade. Lucifer reacted quickly, redirecting thunder and shielding himself with fallen feathers. The false Bert was blasted apart, but the real one stabbed again and again. Lucifer gasped. "You're the real one?" "Yes. I fight with my real body." Bert said coldly. Unlike you, coward. Lucifer shrieked, flames consuming him. Ancient One, where is God? Bert blinked. He's not in heaven. Missing, Lucifer rasped. Over 10 years now. Last seen. On Earth. Ancient One's face was calm. I've told Gabriel. I don't know. We will find him, Lucifer vowed. Even if we must wipe out mankind. Then he burned to ash, leaving only a divine crystal behind. Bert pocketed it and turned toward the Hell Lords. Well then, he said with a sharp smile, let's rack up some kills.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Arrogance. Bert's words made the Hell Lords angry, and the Flame Demon Lord rushed towards Bert with a burst of flames, shouting, Blood God, die. Sensing the powerful energy emanating from the Flame Demon Lord, Bert sneered and raised his hand, causing a small space to appear around the Flame Demon Lord, trapping him inside. Bert then turned towards the Hell Lords, causing a large number of space portals to appear out of thin air, quickly closing in on the Hell Lords. The Hell Lords quickly tried to evade them. Bert flicked his finger and a space portal appeared in front of one of the Hell Lords. The one-eyed Lord couldn't escape and was sucked into the portal, appearing in the small space with the Flame Demon Lord. The Flame Demon Lord, who was attacking the small space, asked in amazement, What are you doing here? I was about to explode. The one-eyed Lord shouted, Do you think I wanted to come here? Quickly stop your explosion. You think this can be stopped just because you want it to? Flame Demon Lord chuckled and flew towards the one-eyed Lord, saying, You seem unhappy, let's die together. Don't come near me. The one-eyed Lord shouted in fear, backing away. The next second, the Flame Demon Lord exploded, taking the one-eyed Lord and the small space with him into oblivion, leaving behind only 2 crystals. 2 more achievements. Bert laughed and said, Please call me Lord Bert. The remaining Hell Lords roared in shock and anger. Boy, if it weren't for our strength being greatly reduced, you wouldn't be acting so arrogant. Bert appeared in front of one of the Hell Lords in an instant, attacking him while saying, Don't you devils only care about the outcome, not the process? Do we need you to teach us? The Hell Lords were furious and rushed to attack Bert. I'm sorry, but space magic is the last thing you should fear when it comes to a siege. Bert separated the space, separating the Hell Lords, and then gestured with his hand. Doom, Mordo, and Strange appeared in the same space, looking puzzled and wondering what was happening. Bert said, These Hell Lords have been weakened. You can practice your skills and gain experience so you can kill the real Hell Lords in the future. Lord of Hell? I've wanted to kill one for a long time. Doom was very excited upon hearing this and immediately rushed towards the Hell Lord. Lord of Hell, that is a great challenge. Mordo's eyes were a little dignified, but he was eager to try. Strange, on the other hand, had a look of horror on his face. What are you joking about? I just changed jobs and now I have to fight the final boss. This is a broken game. I want to retire. The Hell Lords roared repeatedly, Blood God, how dare you treat us like this and use us as training tools for your camartage? Can't I? Bert sneered and pierced a Hell Lord with his spear, sending him flying through the air. If you're not happy, let the real body come. I will fight you one-on-one. If I lose, I'll write my surname upside down. Blood God, we won't let you go. The Hell Lords were angry but didn't lose their minds. It turns out you're so cowardly. It's a shame I had high hopes for you before. Doom looked disdainful. Strange, seeing these Hell Lords being defeated by the Blood God, lost some of his fear. It seems that Hell Lords are not so scary after all. The Hell Lords became more and more frustrated, unable to change the situation. Their faces twisted in anger, they had underestimated the Blood God. This guy has become a threat to Hell, a major one in that. This bastard is even worse than Ancient One. Ancient One looked at Bert with satisfaction. To be the guardian of Earth, cruelty is a necessary condition because the opponent won't follow any rules. With the help of everyone, the Hell Lords fell one by one, and several of them chose to disperse themselves rather than be killed by Bert, denying him the achievement. Forcing the Lord of Hell to commit suicide, achievement complete. This achievement seems to be more powerful than the previous one. Bert said lightly, causing several Hell Lords to almost vomit blood in anger. After defeating the Hell Lords, Bert sent Doom and the others back to the battlefield below. He then walked to Ancient One and looked at the small space in front of him, asking, Master, when will this be over? Come on, the Spear of God is just a weapon after all, and its power will gradually run out. Ancient One replied. It could kill all the Draculas in a few seconds before, but now it takes a minute, and dozens of Draculas are still alive and kicking. Dracula was swearing in the small space. Ancient One looked at Dracula and said with a smile, This is really the last time. Even if I want to do it in the future, I can't do it. Dracula cursed, Do you think I still believe you? Ancient One, you deserve to be unmarried. Bert was speechless. Dracula really didn't know whether to live or die. He asked Ancient One, Master, have you been completely rejected by time? Yes, I won't be able to use the time stone in the future. Fortunately, it has found its next owner, said Ancient One. In addition, Dormammu's punishment caused me to suffer heavy losses, and my strength will be greatly reduced as a result. The strength is greatly reduced, and the time stone cannot be used. Isn't that Ancient One in the Doctor Strange movie? Bert was stunned. In Doctor Strange, Ancient One never used the time stone, and she was so weak that Caecilius was able to kill her with a sneak attack. Don't worry, it's just in appearance. My injury will recover in half a year. As for the time stone, if I try my best, I can still use it one last time, said Ancient One. Ancient One secretly sent a voice transmission to Bert. This time, I will leave it to Dormammu. Bert lowered his head and said solemnly, Master, I will help you protect the Earth. You already have the qualifications to do so. In the future, the Earth will be guarded by you, and I will be your advisor behind the scenes, said Ancient One. Bert, the dangers in this world are not only Thanos and Dormammu, Ancient One added. Bert raised his head and asked with a smile, Master, you won't tell me what the threat is, right? Ancient One smiled and said, You are just a trainee guardian now. When you become an official guardian, I will tell you everything. I knew it, laughed Bert. Dracula yelled from the small space, Do you two still have any humanity? I am so miserable, and you are joking around here. Bert and Ancient One ignored Dracula and watched the fight quietly. After more than an hour, the convergence officially ended and no new monsters appeared. At the same time, all the space channels disappeared, and the Earth was once again returned to normal. We won? We defended the planet. Governments of various countries announced this good news one after another, and the whole world was filled with joy. Humans had once again overcome difficulties and proved that they could protect the Earth. At the same time, the spear of God stopped in midair and the light on the spear was dimming, like a light bulb that could go out at any time. As soon as Ancient One saw that it was almost time, she raised her hand and all the future Draculas disappeared, leaving only the original one. Ancient One, said Dracula through gritted teeth. He wanted to curse, but suddenly disappeared and was summoned back by Ancient One. Poor cannon fodder, said Bert, shaking his head. Dracula had just died at least 1,000 times, it was too miserable. Then, Ancient One opened the small space, and the spear of God used its last bit of strength to stab at Ancient One. Ancient One didn't dodge, but rather stretched out her hand and let the spear of God pierce through it. The spear of God has the attribute of always hitting its target, and it cannot be avoided. It hit its target, and the light on the spear of God completely disappeared, falling to the ground with a loud bang. Its energy was exhausted, and it would take about a day to recover. The spear of God can restore its energy by itself. After all, it is a conceptual weapon. If it were a full set, its power would be even greater. Ancient One cast a spell to stop the bleeding, and at that moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded, Ancient One, the spear of God is a holy relic of our heaven. No more, Gabriel, said Ancient One coldly, and at the same time motioned for Bert to seal the spear of God with the space stone. Bert did as he was told, and the spear of God was trapped in the tesseract. Gabriel shouted, Ancient One, do you want to go to war with our heaven? So what? The contract I made with God hundreds of years ago has officially ended. From now on, Camartage will clean up all the humans with holy power, said Ancient One domineeringly. Heaven will be treated the same as hell, this is the price you will pay for helping Lucifer. If you have the ability, come and attack the Earth. Camartage is never afraid of challenges. Well, you can get out, said Ancient One. Gabriel was furious, but he had no choice but to leave. Master is mighty, said Bert with a laugh. Ancient One smiled and said, What does it matter if I say something cruel? Anyway, it's not me who will have to face Gabriel next. Not you, asked the apprentice Earth Guardian, blinking. Master, you're cheating your apprentice, Bert complained. In your place, what would you say? Asked Ancient One. How dare a group of bird people be so arrogant, sneered Bert. Ancient One shrugged and said, It doesn't make a difference, does it? Although there's no difference, I always feel like I've been tricked, said Bert. Ancient One smiled and teleported to the wall below with Bert. At that moment, the army of monsters had all disappeared, and the ground was full of blood and corpses. Doom didn't show any courtesy and controlled the army of cockroaches to eat the corpses to breed. After Wong bowed to Ancient One, he asked with a frown, Master, aren't there too many cockroaches? Ancient One knew what Wong was worried about and smiled, Don't worry, these cockroaches will have their place. I will throw them all into hell, said Doom lightly. Wong breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Master, said Mordo as he came to greet. He was in a good mood because his mirror space was full of voodoo corpses. Ancient One had a bit of a headache, this blackening was too thorough, right? Mordo said, Master, I worry about that school in Africa. I want to take a year off. Go, but you have to come back to Camartage once a month, and I want to have a good talk with you, said Ancient One. Yes, Master, said Mordo, nodding. At that time, Caecilius and Strange also stepped forward to greet him. Caecilius' eyes were a little complicated. Did Master really absorb the dark power? Caecilius, said Ancient One, sighing secretly but not saying much. She looked at the crowd and said, We won. Long live the Earth, long live the Sorcerer Supreme, cheered the mages loudly, as they guarded the Earth once again, as before. Convergence has come to an end completely, and the Earth side has won a great victory. On Sanctuary 2, Loki summoned the Ether and said to the aloof tyrant, Great Titan, allow me to dedicate the Reality Stone to you. It's only a half-reality stone, said Thanos, glancing at the Ether. Wait until you have it all before giving it to me. Yes, Lord Thanos, said Loki, putting away the ether. Thanos's reaction did not surprise her. What Thanos wants is all the Infinity Stones. 1 or 2 means nothing to him, otherwise, he wouldn't have lent the Mind Stone to Loki in the first place. Thanos asked, tell me about the whole process of this battle. Yes, said Loki, explaining the process in detail. Thanos said coldly, Ebony Maw died in battle, all the Chitauri were wiped out, and only you are safe and sound. You also got the ether. Frost giants, dark elves, Loki, you are smart. I haven't seen the battle between Ebony Maw and the Blood God, so I can't comment, but there's no doubt that he is a loser, said Loki. As for the Chitauri, they are a bunch of incompetent idiots, and they are not qualified to serve you, Lord Thanos. I will lead the Frost Giants and Dark Elves to gather the Infinity Stones for you. Thanos was non-committal and asked, is Odin really in eternal sleep? It should be true, otherwise, with his character, it would never be possible for Thor to be in power, said Loki. Thor is a piece of trash. There is only one person in Asgard who is eligible to inherit the throne, and that is me, Loki. Very well, Loki, I am pleased with your gift, said Thanos, nodding with satisfaction. He said with burning eyes, Odin sleeps forever, Ancient One is seriously injured, and it's not far from the time when I get all the Infinity Stones. Ancient One was injured, said Loki, shocked. No wonder Thanos never took the shot himself, it turned out that he was observing Odin and the Ancient One. Because of Dormammu, Ancient One won't live long, said Thanos. He didn't say much more, only saying, Loki, from now on, you are my son, daughter. Go back to your kingdom and recruit troops, and wait for my call. Yes, great Titan, said Loki. When I gather the offerings, I will restore the man with the reality stone. Also, be careful of the blood god, he's getting stronger, said Loki. Thanos said, he can't stop me. And more importantly, there are many people who want him dead. Loki didn't ask any more and turned around and left. Thanos looked at her back and sneered secretly. He knew that Loki was careful, but that didn't matter. The important thing was whether she could help him get the Infinity Stones. Everything is for the balance of the universe, for you New York. Odin, dressed in a vest and shorts, covered his nose and asked Bert in dissatisfaction, Blood God, are you sure you're not kidding me? How could little Hela possibly enjoy such a stinky food? What do you know? Stinky tofu may smell bad but it tastes great. Bert picked up a piece of stinky tofu with a toothpick and ate it. He added, why don't you consider changing your career? I won't force you. Does little Hela really like to eat this? Odin asked, gritting his teeth. Forget it, Odin said, I'll sell stinky tofu on Earth in the future. Frigga stood a few meters away, feeling uneasy about the future. She said, I think we should focus on space tourism instead. Let's wait for a bit, Thor has just taken over. We need to keep an eye on him for a while, Odin replied. Besides, it'll be me selling the stinky tofu, not you, Odin added. Frigga thought for a moment and suggested, why don't we open a flower shop next to it, for balance? A flower shop and a stinky tofu stand, the perfect match, Bert whispered. God King, you can't reveal your identity, you are our trump card now, Bert whispered. Is that what you're worried about? Odin asked. I'm just waiting for the chance to give Thanos a piece of my mind. Odin then turned to Bert and asked, by the way, when will little Hela be arriving? Do you think she'll hate me for doing this? Looking at Odin's unease, Bert couldn't help but shake his head. In this moment, Odin was just a father trying to make amends with his daughter. She should be here soon. This is the usual route they take after classes, Bert replied. Just as Bert finished speaking, the figures of Mindy, little Hela, and Lena appeared in the distance. Odin, time to go, Bert whispered before disappearing in an instant. Odin took a deep breath and tried to remain calm, but his fidgety hands betrayed his nerves. Frigg covered her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. She found Odin like this endearing, unlike the distant god king he used to be. What is that smell? It's terrible, Mindy exclaimed, covering her nose in disgust. But little Hela and Lena's eyes brightened as they recognized the smell of stinky tofu. They immediately followed their noses and ran towards the source, with Mindy following behind them reluctantly. Soon, they arrived at Odin's small shop. Little Hela was about to speak, but she was taken aback when she saw Odin. Odin, pretending to be a stinky tofu vendor, became increasingly nervous as his daughter little Hela and her friends approached his stand. Children, would you like some stinky tofu? Odin asked, trying to sound friendly. Little Hela scowled and said, I don't know why, but I find your presence really annoying. Odin realized that his disguise as a vendor might have caused the problem and he said with a smile, maybe it's because I look like Odin from the game Superhero. Have you been killed by Odin in that game? Yeah, I died to him every day. I couldn't even defeat him with Thor's hammer. He's so frustrating, little Hela complained. Mindy, one of little Hela's friends, examined Odin closely and said, wow, you really look like Odin from the game. You're almost like a cosplay of him. But you have a bigger belly and don't have the majesty of Odin in the game. While taking pictures of Odin, Mindy suggested, you should go to a cosplay event as Odin, everyone would love it. Little Hela said, I can't wait until Odin is defeated in the game. That old guy is too hateful. No matter how many times we kill him, he just keeps coming back. Odin chuckled and said, and he's so sloppy, he goes berserk when his health gets low. Frigga, Odin's wife, wanted to roll her eyes at his self-deprecating jokes. But if you beat him, he'll suddenly recover all his health and transform into his God King form, little Hella added, excitedly. As the group continued to talk about the game, little Hella seemed to have forgotten her initial disgust towards Odin, and said proudly, "You must not know this, only my team has fought Odin's God King form in the entire server." "Only your team? Are you? Death is the truth. How do you know? I'm Blood God is a bastard." "Ah, it's you, you're actually an old grandpa. I didn't expect you to be a child. Wait, this game seems to have an age limit, right?" Odin, Mindy, and little Hella revealed their in-game identities and found out that they are from rival teams. As they continued to talk about the game, little Hella's attitude towards Odin began to change. She no longer saw him as the stinky tofu vendor that had annoyed her earlier, but as an online friend who shared her passion for the game superhero. The group laughed and chatted happily together, and little Hella couldn't help but feel excited about the new friendship she had formed. Frigga observed the change in her daughter and was amazed. She had never seen little Hella so happy and carefree. "Odin, you've made a mistake," Frigga thought to herself. "In your quest for dominance in the 9 realms, you've turned our daughter into a ruthless killing machine. You've changed her so much that she's no longer the innocent and cheerful girl she used to be." As she watched little Hella interacting with her new friends, Frigga knew that she had come to Earth at the right time. She would do whatever it takes to help her daughter find balance and happiness in both her virtual and real life. "It's going well, the children are so easy to handle." Bert shook his head as he walked into the office, where Yvonne and Dr. Reed were waiting for him early in the morning. Yvonne said, "The spoils of the Dark Elves and the Chitauri have been distributed, the majority belongs to us and the remaining portion has been divided among the countries." "That's good," Bert nodded with satisfaction. He then said to Yvonne, "I want you to put extra effort into researching the concept of black hole grenades and stealth technology, both are important." Yvonne nodded, "No problem, I'm also very interested in researching black hole grenades." Bert turned to Dr. Reed and asked, "Dr. Reed, is the Bifrost Bridge project running smoothly?" Dr. Reed replied with a smile, "It's running very smoothly, the Bifrost Bridge project can be considered a success and we can now teleport within the solar system." "That's great, but our goal is to reach the Milky Way," Bert said. He then added, "Dr. Reed, you need to continue your research. Additionally, it's important for you to break away from relying on me, similar to how the Bifrost Bridge in Asgard operates." "Understood," Dr. Reed nodded. "I will continue to research the Bifrost Bridge, I am very interested in it." Bert thought of something, sat down, and said with a smile, "By the way, let me tell you a story by the way." Dr. Reed asked very puzzled, "What story?" Bert sat down and began to tell a story. "Let me tell you about a businessman I once knew. He started from scratch and built a successful company that generated billions in revenue. But despite his business acumen, he made a fateful mistake. He trusted a former college classmate with a critical experiment and as a result, not only did he lose his business but also suffered a personal tragedy." Bert looked at Dr. Reed and said with a smile, "The overbearing businessman was very disappointed. He went to the mountains to learn Taoism, no, learn magic. In the process, his college classmate took his fiancée away. Now, the businessman has returned from his studies and is going to have a good chat with this college classmate." Yvonne scowled disdainfully and asked, "Are there really people like that?" Dr. Reed was sweating profusely and said, "Is Doom coming back?" Bert replied, "Yes, he's graduated and plans on speaking with you in person." Yvonne looked at Dr. Reed in shock, "Are you one of those scumbags?" Dr. Reed swallowed hard and asked, "Is Doom strong now?" Bert replied, "Let's just say, he killed a projection of the Hell Lord." Dr. Reed was on the verge of tears. He pleaded, "Bert, please help me. Susan and I are truly in love." Yvonne sneered, "That's what people who sneak around say." Bert gave Yvonne a half smile and said, "I haven't been successful in sneaking around, so it doesn't count." Yvonne retorted, "Aren't you ashamed to mock others?" Bert scolded, "Dr. Reed, you're my friend, and Doom is also my friend. All I can do is help each other. I wish you the best of luck." "By the way," Bert added, "are you willing to donate your brain after death? It would be invaluable to humanity." "I do, huh? I don't want to die, why should I?" Dr. Reed said through gritted teeth. "I feel a little bad for Doom, but I'm not going to wait around to die." "Bert, don't talk, I'm going to go back and call for help." Dr. Reed then left quickly. Yvonne asked, "Are you afraid that Doom will actually kill Reed?" "Reed is very important and can't die." Bert smiled and said, "Don't worry, Doom would never hurt Susan's hair and Susan will do everything she can to protect Reed. Let them fight and we'll just watch the show. The Fantastic Four versus Dr. Doom." "I see," Yvonne understood. "Bert, I'm going back to study. My dad gave me a lot of technology and I want to master it all." "Hey, what's so great about Tony Stark? He's just a daddy's boy. My dad is much more powerful than his father. You two continue to love each other and fight, I won't get involved." Bert shrugged. Yvonne flipped his middle finger and left. With the small matters dealt with, Bert began to assess his gains from the situation and overall, it was quite substantial. The technology of the Dark Elves, the technology of the Chitauris, more than 10 magic crystals, half a reality stone, and an undercover agent placed beside Thanos, with the ability to recall the reality stone at any time, it's as good as having one of his own. Along with the above, there are 3 major gains from this endeavor: Eternal Fire, half, Surtur's Crown, and God's Spear. The power that Eternal Fire and Surtur's Crown can grant when used together is godlike. As for God's spear, Bert is confident that it will submit to him and become a powerful conceptual weapon, one that even the Ancient One would be surprised by. There's a lot of good stuff, but also a lot of loose ends. I need to find a way to control it all, Bert thought to himself when his secretary interrupted with a call. Mr. Wong, there's an old cowboy named Carter Slade looking for you. That old guy isn't dead yet. Bert exclaimed in surprise and immediately had someone bring Slade in. Slade, the old phantom rider, laughed and said, "Are you happy to see that I'm not dead?" Bert laughed in response, "I'm very happy. Speaking of which, why did you come to me? Did you run out of money?" "It's long gone," Slade said with a sullen expression. "I thought I was going to die soon, so I spent all my money recklessly. One night, I even gave $1 million to a stripper. But the money is spent and I'm still alive. For the past 2 years, I've been earning money by helping people raise horses. That's a real loser move," Bert laughed. "So, the question is, why have you lived so long? Is it because of an angel or a devil?" "It's that old lady Gabriel," Slade said as he sat down across from Bert. "I never understood why she let me live, but now I know. She needs me to be her messenger. Blood God, Gabriel sent me the next message. I don't agree with it, but I can't help it. I need to survive by her holy power." Bert asked, "What message did Gabriel send you to deliver?" "Gabriel asked me to give you a message," Slade said. "As long as you're willing to hand over the God's spear and surrender to heaven. When heaven comes, they will transform you and some vampires into noble angels and make you one of their own. If you don't agree, when heaven comes to earth, all vampires will be purified." "Nothing new," Bert said, tossing a cigar to Slade. "Tell Gabriel that if she's willing to kneel down and accept me as her lord, I may spare her when I conquer heaven." Slade was stunned. "Bert, are you joking or are you serious? Are you planning to attack heaven?" "It's not that I'm planning to attack heaven, but heaven will definitely attack earth. When that happens, I'll have no choice but to fight back," Bert said. "Slade, heaven is not holy. For their own purposes, they even colluded with the fallen angel, Lucifer. These gods and demons are all the same," Slade said with a snort. "I can't control these things. I'm just going to enjoy my day. Thank you for the cigar. I'll go back to my life." Bert silently dropped a drop of blood into Slade's body and then handed him a check. "Enjoy your last days," he said. Slade took the check and looked at it in amazement. $5 million? Bert, you can't just throw your money around like this, can you? "I'll just deliver the message. Camartage is about to start cleaning up humans with holy power," Bert said. "Camartage's operations have always involved slaughtering everyone, leaving no one alive." Slade was silent for a moment, put the check away, and said, "Let them come." "Bert, thank you for the check. I'm going to go back and buy that horse farm and then let the bastard owner feed me the horses." "Okay, if you need anything, call me anytime," Bert said. Slade nodded, turned, and left freely. Such a good piece, whether it's an angel or a devil, will never give up, Bert thought to himself. The story of Slade, the old cowboy, wasn't over yet. After thinking for a moment, Bert called in Lilith and asked, "How many people in the church can we control?" Bert donated a lot of money to the church every year. It wasn't because he had too much money, but to buy off the pastors of the church. "On the American side, we can control about 50% of the high-level clergy, and there are relatively few in other countries," Lilith replied. "However, there is a lot of grass among them. If the angels really come, 80% of them will abandon the darkness and turn to the light." "We are the light," Bert snorted. "Using all our power to push our people into high positions, and then let them provide information to eliminate the devout believers and saints in the church. I want to cleanse the entire church in a short period of time, and no devout believers of the angels can hold high positions. With our strength, it's not difficult to do these things, but doing so will cause too much movement and may cause human anxiety," Lilith said. "After all, we are vampires, they are angels." Bert replied, "Tell the major countries that angels are not good things. They are no different from hell lords, and they also want to destroy the earth. This is a very risky move, especially to the normal human population, by creating fear and possibly panic. Also, a lot of people would not believe it. This is not to mention the different governments and media might play a role in creating confusion and mistrust. President Ellis certainly believes in you, but other countries may not," Lilith said in response to Bert's plan. "The church has a great influence on earth, and there are countless believers. Because of this, we must solve them in advance, otherwise, when the angels come, things will become very troublesome," Bert added. "It doesn't matter whether those countries believe it or not, I only need them to stand by and tell them for me. This matter is related to the life and death of the earth, and I will not make any compromise. Don't blame me for being ruthless if someone dares to mix it up," Bert said firmly. "I know what to do," Lilith nodded, with a rare excitement in her voice. The idea of the vampires cleaning the church made her feel emotional. "Very good, I'll leave it to you," Bert said with satisfaction. He then had another thought, create a spin-off movie for Vampire Police Station. The content is that the angel wants to exterminate human beings and is stopped by the vampires. Other plots don't matter, but there must be a section where the angel calls the believers to besiege the Vampire Police Station. In addition, Gabriel is set as the behind-the-scenes boss, saying that she has an affair with Lucifer. Lilith gave Bert a speechless look and said, "I will take care of it, but the movie has little impact." "Just in case," Bert replied. "The power of the angels is too great, and I will do everything in my power to prevent them from coming to Earth." "I understand," Lilith nodded. At that moment, President Ellis' voice came through the television above. Many people say that I am the most unlucky president in the history of the United States because during my tenure, there have been multiple alien invasions. It is true, not just one, but several. Aliens do exist and they do not have good intentions towards us. They do not even give us the chance to surrender. To protect our planet, we must take action and become stronger. So, on behalf of the Earth Federation, I officially announce that Earth will accelerate into the interstellar age. All of our efforts will focus on advancing into this age. For example, we will make every effort to develop new energy sources, artificial intelligence, space technology, and genetic technology. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Earth is finally moving towards the interstellar age, and his efforts were not in vain. Universe, here we come. Xandar, the shooting base of the Titanic, interstellar version. Cut. Bert shouted in dissatisfaction at Lorelei on the spaceship. Expression, Lorelei, can you give me some expression? You should be enjoying this rare freedom now. Lorelei said a little aggrievedly, I have already given the expression, and I told you early on that I can't act. But you insisted that I be the heroine. How was I supposed to know you can't act? As the goddess of charm, shouldn't you be proficient in acting and deception? Bert shouted in dissatisfaction. Why should I act to deceive people? If I say a word, those men will obediently kneel under my war skirt, Lorelei retorted. Bert was speechless. He sighed and said, the crew is all suspended. Lorelei, you go to Xandar Film and Television Academy to study acting first. Bert had originally planned to show the original movie in Xandar, but it turned out that Xandar was not a popular place for theaters. People here like to watch movies on holographic projections in their homes. Bert knew the Earth classic movie had a good plot but other aspects were too backward. It can only be remade in the holographic version. In order to turn Lorelei into a big star in the universe, Bert designated her as the heroine for personal gain, but reality gave him a critical blow. Lorelei can't act at all. Hearing that there was no need to shoot anymore, Lorelei breathed a sigh of relief. She jumped out of the spaceship and asked Bert, Master, I don't have a diploma from Xandar, can I still enter the Film and Television Academy? Don't worry, I'll spend money to buy you a spot, Bert said angrily. After a few months, his wallet had become very full, and it would be no problem to buy a spot at the Xandar Academy. That's good, Lorelei smiled and said flatteringly, Master, since we came to Xandar, we haven't even gone out to go shopping and I don't even have any decent clothes. Can you give me your unlimited credit card? Unlimited? You are really greedy, Bert said, speechless. It seems that Lorelei's vanity and materialistic nature hasn't changed at all. After thinking it over, Bert transferred 1 million units to Lorelei's account. I will check your acting skills once a week. If you improve, you will be rewarded, otherwise, there will be nothing. Thank you, Master, Lorelei said, happily kissing Bert. Then she took Bert's arm and said, Master, will you go shopping with me? Bert was about to answer when he suddenly sensed something and said, I have some business, you can go by yourself. Lorelei was about to say something more but Bert had already disappeared. She could only stomp her feet in anger and go shopping to vent her dissatisfaction. The master is good at everything, strong, rich, and handsome. The only problem is that there are too many women around, and he doesn't have much time to spend with her. The reason why Bert left is very simple. The protagonist of Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord, has arrived on Xandar. He is preparing to sell the orb at Broker's shop. Bert, who was invisible, looked at the chatting Star-Lord and Broker, and smiled slightly. He stretched his hand forward, took out the orb from Star-Lord's bag, and replaced it with a fake one. Bert still found the plot useful and didn't want to change it. It's so easy to get the Power Stone, so easy that I'm embarrassed to take it, Bert thought, nodding with satisfaction. It was too easy, and it was a super treasure, so there was no reason not to take it. Star-Lord did not know that the orb had been replaced, and he said casually, speaking of which, who wants this orb? I'm dying to get rid of it. Broker shrugged and said, why don't we have Mr. Wong's ability to earn millions from one delivery? How much can you make from one delivery? Star-Lord asked, surprised. Don't think about it, it will be delivered across the planet within 10 seconds, Broker replied. In just a few months, that Mr. Wong has become the richest man on Xandar. I don't think I can earn as much as he does in a month in my whole lifetime. Star-Lord asked, delivery across planets in 10 seconds? Is he running a scam? Do you think we Xandarians are all fools? Broker said angrily. Don't talk nonsense, get the orb quickly. Got it, Star-Lord replied while holding the orb. Speaking of which, those people claim to be Ronan's subordinates. Who is Ronan? Ronan. Hearing this name, Broker was shocked. He immediately said to Star-Lord, I'm sorry, I don't do this business anymore. I won't do any business related to Ronan. Why? Star-Lord asked. But before he could say anything more, Broker pushed him out of the shop. Star-Lord looked stunned, and then slapped himself on the forehead. What's Ronan? Star-Lord was sighing when he suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw it was a beautiful green-skinned beauty. Star-Lord immediately launched his ancestral approaching skills but Bert couldn't help shaking his head. Star-Lord's taste is really good. Unlike him, he can only accept aliens similar to humans. This made Bert have less opportunity to interact with beauties. This green-skinned woman is naturally Gamera, and everything that happened next was the same as in the movie. Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket, and Groot fought in the Xandar, and then they were apprehended by the Nova Corps. The show is over. Bert was about to leave when the surrounded Rocket suddenly shouted, "You dare to arrest me? Do you know who my friend is?" A Nova Corps officer asked amusingly, "Little mouse, who is your friend? I'd like to hear it. If I tell you, it'll scare you to death." "My friend is the super rich man of Xandar, Bert Wong. If you dare to arrest me, he will never let it go," Rocket said arrogantly. "I have a lifelong friendship with him." Bert Wong, the officer was stunned for a moment, his face was a little ugly, he didn't like that guy at all. In fact, many people in the Nova Corps do not like Bert, which is normal. On one hand, they have worked all their lives and may not earn as much as Bert in a day. On the other hand, Bert, the jerk, had a relationship with Centurion Lindy. And Centurion Lindy is the goddess of many soldiers' dreams. However, dissatisfaction is one thing, and actually offending such a powerful man is another. The officer did not dare to offend Bert easily. He said, "You're under arrest. I'll send someone to notify Mr. Wong at Earth Express to bail you out." "Get me something nice to drink," Rocket said, becoming more and more arrogant. Groot wanted to cover his face, it was too embarrassing. Gamera rolled her eyes, she also knew Blood God, the problem was, she couldn't tell. Gamera thought of something and her eyes lit up. "If I can see the Blood God, then this matter will be easy to handle." "Earth Express," Star-Lord said, confused. "I'm from Earth and I also know Mr. Wong. What is it about you that looks like an Earthling?" Rocket said disdainfully. "Earthlings are super powerful, aren't they? The 5 Ravagers' main ships didn't last even 10 minutes in front of them." Star-Lord looked blank. "No way, I remember when I left, Earthlings were still in the moon landing stage." Rocket said contemptuously, "I said earlier that you're fake, and Earthling companies have already opened to Xandar." Star-Lord said angrily, "I am a 100% pure-blooded Earthling." "Shut up and take them back," the officer shouted in dissatisfaction. Several officers agreed in unison, pulling the 4 of them to the detention center. "What is this? Am I familiar with Rocket?" Bert thought, hesitating whether to save Rocket or not. With his status, it would be easy to get Rocket out of jail. However, the problem was that in that case, the Guardians of the Galaxy would not be complete. After thinking about it, Bert decided to ignore it. They would be fine anyway, and he needed this group of people to know about the realm of No here. "Poor Rocket, I hope you don't be too arrogant, otherwise you'll be repaired badly by Nova Corps," Bert said insincerely, then he teleported to the Earth Express headquarters, and opened a portal to return to Earth. "Odin, lend me the copycat Infinity Gauntlet," Bert shouted. Odin threw the Infinity Gauntlet to Bert and shouted, "Take it and get out of here, don't interfere with me, today we will be able to crush that dungeon and beat Odin, I mean the dungeon boss, to death. This is the first try and it will be announced on all servers." Little Hella is really excited about it. "Aren't you going to ask me why I want the Infinity Gauntlet?" Bert said, stunned. "And what's the matter with you crushing yourself?" Just as Odin was about to answer, Frigga shouted, "Odin, don't be distracted. Odin is going to become a god king. Who designed this Odin? It's so hard to beat." Odin shouted, "That's right, how can Odin be so powerful? He only destroyed a planet in his heyday." Looking at the 2 internet-addicted elderly people, Bert rolled his eyes speechlessly and disappeared in an instant. After a while, Little Hella's team finally defeated Odin, who was in his state as the King of Death. They were about to cheer when Odin suddenly appeared, wearing the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. Then, under the blood-red light, Odin quickly resurrected and turned back into a young state. "I, Odin, am immortal," the young Odin shouted arrogantly. "Fuck." Little Hella, Odin, and the others yelled at the same time, "How is this possible?" Odin even scolded the blood god without grace, it was definitely added by that guy secretly. On a barren planet, Bert took out the space stone and asked the Spear of God, which kept attacking the space barrier, one last time, "Are you willing to surrender to me?" It laughed at the suggestion. How could God's weapon surrender to a vampire? Then there's no way. Bert took out the orb, opened it, and tapped the power stone inside with his finger. A burst of purple energy rushed into his body through the finger, frantically destroying it. Bert immediately retracted his finger, then annihilated the purple energy with blue-red flame. There was no accident, the power stone was very resistant to Bert, wishing to destroy his resistance. "If that's the case, don't blame me." Bert snorted coldly, put on the Infinity Gauntlet and blood-red lightning flashed around him. Then, Bert sensed Loki's position and then quietly opened the portal to let the ether sense each other, so that the sacrifice does not have to be doubled. After doing this, Bert held up the Infinity Gauntlet and made a loud wish, "Ether, I sacrifice the energy in the Power Stone to change the ownership of the Spear of God and make it my property." The red light of the ether put in a great effort and at the same time, the purple light of the Power Stone disappeared quickly, representing that the ether accepted Bert's sacrifice and began to modify reality. Although the Spear of God is a conceptual weapon, it cannot stop the power of the Reality Stone and its ownership was quickly erased. "What's the matter? God, save me quickly." The Spear of God sensed the change in itself and shouted in horror. Unfortunately, God did not appear, and there was only the devil Bert beside it. After a while, the holy light on the Spear of God dimmed, and the Reality Stone sent a reminder to Bert, "Let it recognize with your soul." The soul recognizes the master? High-end goods. Bert smiled with satisfaction as he sent his soul breath into the Spear of God. The Spear of God shook violently, and the holy light made a great effort, flying non-stop in the space stone, like a puppy eager to find its owner. Bert sensed his connection with the Spear of God, raised his hand to release the blockade, and the Spear of God immediately flew into his hands. He held the Spear of God and laughed. What about God's arms? It must be very emotional to kill an angel with the Spear of God, Bert said, as he smiled and put the Spear of God into his soul. Then, he looked at the Power Stone and found that the light of the Power Stone was about half dim. Power Stone was very unwilling, but it couldn't fight against Bert, it was just a stone after all. Reality Stone was very fortunate. Fortunately, it was not him who was sacrificed. Fortunately, the guy promised not to devour himself. It's very powerful, half of it is done. Bert thought for a while and said, I will sacrifice the energy of the Power Stone in exchange for quickly absorbing the energy from the Eternal Flame and Space Stone. Ether flashed light and began to modify reality. Under its action, the energy of Eternal Flame and Space Stone was injected into Bert's body, sacrificing the Power Stone in exchange for the Reality Stone to help absorb the Space Stone. Good thing that Power Stone and Space Stone can't speak, otherwise they would surely recite poems with tears on their faces. An hour later, the wish was fulfilled, and the Power Stone was completely dimmed, like an ordinary stone. Of course, it wasn't broken. As long as it was given enough time to absorb the power of the universe, it would be restored to its original state. It would take 100 years to be fully recharged. Bert felt the surging power in his body and laughed out loud. He officially became God level, that is, the Lord of Hell, the level of a devil. Of course, it's just power. In essence, Bert is still a human being, not a demon. Bert said with a smile on his face, Demons, I will give you a big surprise when you come next time. Bert was happy, but Rocket was miserable. Upon hearing that the people from the Earth Federation said they didn't know this little raccoon, the Nova Corps immediately revoked his special privileges and sent him along with Star-Lord and others to a prison for felons set up in space, KYLN. Inside KYLN, Star-Lord, who had changed into a prison uniform, sneered at Rocket, Isn't there someone above you? Why were you locked up like me? The blood god just isn't there yet. When he comes back, he will definitely come to save me. I'm very familiar with him, Rocket replied confidently. Rocket snorted coldly, I'm not like you, a bastard who pretends to be an Earthling. I'm an Earthling, Star-Lord protested. Gamera said irritably, we must escape. Ronan is looking for the orb, and when he comes here, we will not survive. Instead of worrying about Ronan, you should worry about yourself first. Didn't you realize that all the prisoners here are watching you? Rocket sneered, the adopted daughter of Thanos, many people want to kill you. When you can survive tonight, come to me and tell me about the escape. Groot, let's go. I am Groot. Groot said, and Rocket sneered, help her? Have you lost your mind? We don't know her. Gamera glanced at Rocket and said coldly, someone paid 4 billion to buy the orb. If you help us escape, the four of us will split the money. 4 billion. Rocket and Star-Lord both exclaimed in surprise. Rocket immediately patted his chest and said, Gamera, don't worry, with the friendship between the two of us, I will never let these bastards hurt you. I am Groot. Groot covered his face, and Rocket kicked him so hard that he dared to say that he was shameless. 2 billion? Not even a fraction of what Groot will get in return for risking his life for this group. When I have money, I will become a rich man like Mr. Wong. Gamera gave Rocket the middle finger. Under the protection of Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot, Gamera managed to survive. Star-Lord also used his mouth cannon to win over Drax the Destroyer. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy are officially here. Rocket, a veteran of prison escaper, successfully escaped the next day. Afterwards, they all boarded their spaceship and set out for the realm of Nohir. However, not long after they left, Ronan arrived at KYLN prison with his ship, the Dark Aster. The prison guards were taken aback by his arrival. They contacted Xandar for support while they prepared to resist. A group of idiots, Ronan said disdainfully, if they had escaped immediately, they might have had a chance to live. Now, they will surely die. Ronan held the Cosmi Rod and his body was covered in a dark hue. He ordered Nebula, Thanos' adopted daughter whose body is covered in machinery, Nebula, lead the fleet to kill all the Xandarians. Nebula nodded. Under the strong attack of Nebula, KYLN prison suffered heavy losses, and the defense lines fell one after another. The warden roared on the public channel, Ronan, Xandar will not let you get away with this. I won't let them go, Ronan said coldly, I will definitely destroy Xandar. Only cowards make peace with the likes of you. You are all dead, he added, no one can save you, but you don't have to be sad, because Xandar will definitely follow in your footsteps. Not necessarily, the warden sneered. Earth Express can save us. Earth Express? At this time, you actually expect a courier to save you. Ronan sneered. It seems that death has put a lot of pressure on you, and you even started talking nonsense. You know nothing about express delivery. The warden said before Ronan could react. Suddenly, a space gate appeared outside the prison and it grew larger and larger. A large number of small combat spaceships flew out of the space gate and furiously attacked Ronan's fleet, catching them off guard and causing heavy losses. Ronan shouted in disbelief, this is impossible, how could Xandar have such teleportation technology? Finally come, the warden breathed a sigh of relief. It is apparent that Earth Express is reliable but the price seems to be expensive. Nova Corps headquarters, Nova Prime Irani Rail asked Bert, Mr. Wong, can you continue to open the portal? Of course, as long as you need it, Bert replied with a smile. Customers come first. Nova Prime said murderously, okay, please open the portal to connect to other bases. Ronan has thrown himself into the net, and we just need to kill him. No problem, Bert responded without hesitation and immediately opened the portal to connect to other bases. As he had delivered goods to these bases before, he knew their exact location. Destroy Ronan, Nova Prime ordered, as the Nova Corps spaceships transit through the main base and quickly joined the battlefield. With more and more spaceships becoming available, even the mighty Ronan started to become overwhelmed. Xandar can negotiate with the Kree Empire, and naturally has enough strength, otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the Kree Empire long ago. Damn, what the hell is going on? Whole army retreats, Ronan shouted furious and gritted his teeth as he announced his retreat. The Xandarians were chasing after him, trying to destroy this super enemy. But despite the Xandarians being very brave, the Dark Aster was able to escape using the tail-breaking tactics. Bert watched the scene with a cold eye and had no intention of taking action. On one hand, the Nova Corps didn't ask him to take action, and on the other hand, Ronan was still useful. Bert reminded, Nova Prime, Ronan will definitely not appear there for no reason. I think it's better for you to check the prison situation. Nova Prime nodded and said, thank you, Mr. Wong, we will investigate. Bert smiled and said, that's good. I don't want anything to happen to Xandar. I like Xandar very much. It's our pleasure, Nova Prime said with a smile, but she was secretly thinking, you like it so much, why don't you give us a discount? The space portal is indeed very convenient to use, but at this price, it was quite costly. In Dark Aster, Ronan's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that attacking a small KYLN prison would result in heavy losses and even an escape. Ronan roared, check it for me, what's going on with that Earth Express? Yes, Nebula responded, and immediately invaded Xandar's network. After a while, she said, Earth Express is opened by an Earthman who has the Space Stone. Space Stone. A flash of greed flickered in Ronan's eyes, and he sneered, having such a treasure and using it to open a courier service, what a waste. If it were me, I would have used it to rule the universe. Nebula reminded him, Ronan, don't underestimate this blood god, even Thanos regards him as a formidable enemy. Blood god. Ronan hesitated for a moment and chose to put the thought aside for now. Ronan thought of something else, frowned, and said, I hope this time I won't startle the snake. If the orb falls into Xandar's hands, it will be troublesome. Just as Nebula was about to say something, she suddenly came across some information and hurriedly said, Ronan, someone on the black market network is selling information on the whereabouts of the orb, and it's also indicated that the orb is no longer in KYLN prison. Ronan quickly said, what? Buy it now. I have no money, the other party wants 10 million. Nebula spread her hands, she used all her money to upgrade herself and she was broke. 10 million. Ronan's was in a bit of pain. It wouldn't be a big deal if it were in the past, but since he's a wanted criminal now, and he thought about it and said, buy it, I will have the people of the Kree Empire pay for it, and the Kree Empire still has a lot of people supporting me. Okay, Nebula agreed to the plan. After a while, she received the money and bought the information, and after reading it, she said, Star-Lord and others are taking the orb to the Nohir, where the Collector is offering 4 billion to buy the orb. 4 billion, Collector? It seems that this time there will be a big gain. We'll head to the Nohir, Ronan said coldly. When I get the Power Stone, it will be Xandar's end and the end of the Blood God. Nebula said coldly, Ronan, the Power Stone will be given to my father. It's not too late to give after I use it, Ronan said insincerely. Nebula's eyes flickered, but she didn't stop him, because she hates Thanos more than anyone else. A father that would replace his daughter's body little by little with machines would be unbearable for any child. Nebula gritted her teeth secretly, Thanos, and Gamera, I will definitely make you pay the price. Ronan is really rich, he knew it would be higher. Looking at the numbers in the account, Bert smiled slightly, he knew Ronan was a good client. Then, Bert clicked on the screen, and the price of 10 million instantly became 10,000 units, and it was specially stated that the orb is the Power Stone. Natasha, it's time to start, Bert instructed with cold eyes, referring to an undisclosed plan. Okay, Natasha nodded very shrewdly and competently, she was a little excited. After lurking for so long, it was finally about to start. On the Dark Aster, Nebula quickly noticed the price change, she hesitated, but told Ronan about it. Ronan's face darkened instantly, he didn't care about money, but he couldn't tolerate being played with. This matter will never end like this, Ronan gritted his teeth and ordered loudly, go ahead at full speed, don't let others get there before us. In a tavern in Nohir, a Ravager who came to settle there asked the others in a low voice, do you know the story of Bert, the richest man in Xandar? A red-skinned alien next to him sneered, stop showing off your ignorance. Who doesn't know about that earthling? We even know that he has an affair with the Nova Corps Centurion. There was a lot of laughter around. The life of that earthling is the dream of countless people, so his story spreads very quickly and far away, so does the gossip. Ignorance? How dare you say I'm ignorant? The Ravager was enraged, and he shouted, you are ignorant, and you don't even know that the Power Stone is about to reach Nohir. There was a sudden silence in the bar, and after a while, a blue-skinned alien came over and asked, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Power Stone. Being stared at by so many people, the Ravager was a little scared. He took a deep breath, and said stiffly, yes, the Power Stone, it will soon reach Nohir. As long as you can get it, you can become the second Bert. the second richest man in Xandar. Everyone's breathing became fast. Who doesn't want to be someone like Bert? Who doesn't want to take female stars out for shopping every day? And who doesn't want to date a centurion of Nova Corps? The blue-skinned alien asked. How did you know about this? The information bought on the black market is that the Power Stone is in the hands of a guy named Star-Lord. He is coming this way and intends to sell the Power Stone to Collector. Do you guys know how much the Collector offered? The Ravager said arrogantly. 4 billion, yes, not 400,000, but 4 billion. 4 billion. All exclaimed, this money is even enough to buy a planet. Kill Star-Lord and steal the Power Stone. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately made a decision. The blue-skinned alien gritted his teeth a bit. Quill, you idiot. Not only in this tavern, but also in many places in Nohir, people are talking about this matter. Soon, the entire Nohir is agitated, and the opportunity to become rich overnight and change their lives is just around the corner. We're approaching Nohir, a billion, a full billion, I don't know how to spend it, Star-Lord said as he beamed inside the Milano spaceship, looking like he wanted to stand up and sing and dance. Rocket laughed, it's easy, go to the casino and turn 1 billion into 2 billion, and then turn 2 billion into 4 billion. I am Groot, Groot said in his usual monotone. Rocket retorted, shut up, when have I ever lost? I just put the money with them temporarily, I'll get it back in the future. Drax the Destroyer interjected, I'm not interested in money, I just want to kill Ronan and avenge my family. Rocket scolded, I don't care what you do with the money, because it has nothing to do with me. Drax asked, why does your fart have anything to do with me? Your farts are yours, not mine. My farts can kill you, Drax said with a straight face. Star-Lord cursed, it's disgusting. God, Rocket sighed as they flew through the space. He found it hard to understand the big guy's stubbornness. Gamera shook her head helplessly. It wasn't that she couldn't help it, she just didn't want to mix with these weirdos. If only I had met the blood god before, everything would not be a problem, Gamera thought to herself. Thinking of the woman who they had fought dozens of times before and ultimately tied with, Gamera felt a ripple in her heart. She quickly shook her head, knowing that it was important to focus on the task at hand. Not long after, Star-Lord excitedly shouted, we're here. Nohir, Star-Lord announced as they approached the huge head of Celestial. Rocket and Groot, who were visiting for the first time, were both a little surprised, as was Star-Lord. But the more they drove in, the more uneasy Star-Lord felt. Why was everyone looking at their spaceship? Something may be wrong, everyone be careful, Star-Lord warned. Rocket scoffed, if you can't handle it, give me the spaceship. I'm the #1 pilot in the universe. Sorry, the #1 driver in the universe is me, not you, Star-Lord retorted coldly. He thought for a moment and found a place where they could park the spaceship without being seen. Then, the five got off the spaceship one after another and went to Collector's Collection Hall. Suddenly, a large number of people appeared in the originally empty surroundings. They rushed towards Star-Lord and his team. Sure enough, there is a problem, these people are definitely not my fans, hurry back to the spaceship. Star-Lord shouted urgently, but it was too late. A barrage of energy bullets shot violently from a distance, and the five of them quickly hid behind the Milano. Star-Lord was about to start the Milano's counterattack, but several energy blasts hit the ship and it was destroyed, leaving them in a dire situation. Milano, Star-Lord shouted in horror. He couldn't understand what was happening. Why were so many people attacking them? Rocket said angrily, Gamera, is this a trap you set up? Gamera roared back, shut up? Didn't you see them attacking me too? Get out of here quickly. She held the Godslayer's sword in her hand ready to fight. Rocket gritted his teeth and fired a heavy cannon at the front, forcibly blasting a gap with flames and explosions. Then, the five people escaped through the gap, but to their despair, there was still a dense crowd outside the gap, rushing towards them frantically. These people's eyes were filled with greed, the kind that wants to swallow people whole, bones and all. This time, they were afraid it would be worse than before. Fool, throw the orb away, or you'll die, a voice suddenly sounded. Star-Lord turned his head and saw that it was his former captain, Yondu. He had betrayed them before. Are they here for the orb? Star-Lord was stunned for a moment, then took out a fake orb from his bag and threw it at Yondu, shouting, Yondu, the orb is for you. No. Gamera quickly tried to retrieve the orb, but was shot back by an energy gun. Everyone rushed towards the orb, which was worth 4 billion. This little white-eyed wolf, I was kind enough to save him, but he actually plotted against me. Yondu gritted his teeth in anger. He whistled, and an arrow flew out, shooting the orb into the sky. The crowd immediately turned and chased after the orb. Soon, someone got their hands on it and shouted, I've done it, I'm about to become a god like Bert. But as soon as he picked it up, he was directly blasted into smithereens by an energy gun, and then, others rushed forward to grab the orb. As more and more people rushed over, the situation became increasingly chaotic, and a fight broke out. Star-Lord and his team were stunned and quickly escaped from the area. Gamera turned to Star-Lord and exclaimed very angrily, you bastard, why did you throw away the orb? That's right, bastard, you owe me 1 billion, Rocket added his own yell. Star-Lord said angrily, if I didn't throw it, we would have been dead, okay, don't talk nonsense, something is wrong here, let's run away. No, you must get the orb back, Gamera said as she turned and ran back. Rocket and Groot, and Drax followed closely. Rocket was reluctant to lose the money, Groot was a friend, and as for Drax, he would use the orb to lure Ronan. A bunch of idiots, Star-Lord thought to himself as he watched them run back. They would never have imagined that the orb was fake. This is good, I can keep the 4 billion for myself. Gamera and the others did not expect this, but Yondu did. He surrounded Star-Lord with a smile and said, "Boy, hand over the orb, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, I'll feed you to others." Star-Lord cursed, "Threaten me with this again? Yondu, you are an asshole." He took out the real orb and shouted loudly, "The real orb is with me, those who want it come and grab it." Star-Lord's voice quickly attracted a group of people. When they saw Yondu and other Ravagers, they immediately shot at them. Yondu yelled and hurriedly fought back. Star-Lord wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but was caught by Yondu who had expected it, and he sent someone to stop him. Damn, Star-Lord swore as he had to put away the orb and fight against the Ravagers. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted from a distance, "The orb is here." A group of people were immediately attracted towards that voice, and while Yondu fought, he asked in astonishment, "Idiot, where is the orb? Why should I tell you?" "Yondu, I'm no longer your subordinate," Star-Lord replied coldly. Yondu said angrily, "Boy, without me, you would have been eaten by those people long ago. Which normal person can eat people? You are all a bunch of bastards," Star-Lord yelled back. At that moment, someone shouted from another place, "The orb is here." The criminals who had already killed the guy rushed over immediately. Yondu and Star-Lord looked at each other. It was obvious that someone was playing tricks on them. It's true, someone was indeed doing something. That was Natasha, the Black Widow. Under her arrangement, it didn't take long for the entirety of Nohir to become chaotic, with everyone desperately trying to grab the orb. However, they didn't know that there were already dozens of fake orbs appearing now. Natasha laughed as she called to her men behind her, "Ready? Let's go rob Collector's warehouse." Yes, her subordinates agreed loudly. They had already surrendered to Black Widow, not to mention robbing Collector's warehouse. Even if they were asked to kill Collector, they wouldn't hesitate. In the Collector's warehouse, Tavan A.K. A Collector frowned while listening to the reports of his subordinates. With his wisdom, he could see that someone was playing tricks. "Is it because of the orb? It's really troublesome," Collector said, shaking his head. He looked at the two terrified red-skinned maids and scolded, "What are you afraid of? Even if they have 10,000 people, they wouldn't dare to provoke me. We can just watch the play quietly." "Yes, master," the two maids nodded respectfully. At that moment, the intelligent robot suddenly reported, "Warehouse number 13 has been breached, and a large amount of supplies and materials have been stolen." "What? Someone dares to rob me?" Collector was furious and immediately ordered, "Send combat robots to destroy all those daring guys." "Yes, master." The smart robot immediately followed suit, and soon, hundreds of combat robots rushed to warehouse number 13 in full armor. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," Natasha said as she saw the combat robots appear. Suddenly a battleship appeared in the sky and started shooting frantically towards the robots. The combat robots were caught off guard, and soon they were all destroyed and turned into wreckage. This battleship was obtained by Natasha herself. Black Widow's combat power is not strong, but she is a top agent. Given time and resources, she can easily overthrow an organization. Next step, Natasha coldly ordered. Collector had offended many people, and he had offended the Blood God, so he was doomed to be unlucky today. Someone took advantage of the chaos to rob Collector's warehouse. "Wow, Collector is very rich, and the items in the warehouse are worth at least 1 billion. People began to talk about the news. "Collector will definitely send robots to kill them," some said. Collector's robots were wiped out, others reported. "Wow, Collector was killed," some exclaimed. It's not clear if Collector was actually killed or not, but it is known that someone orchestrated the whole situation to rob Collector's warehouse, and it was successful. It was a small rumor at first, but it turned into an exaggerated one. The problem is that the criminals didn't know the truth. They heard that Collector was dead, and that Collector's warehouse and store were full of valuable things, so they turned around and attacked Collector's industry. Stealing the orb is one thing, stealing Collector's warehouse is another, but for them, it's all the same. Nohir was in complete chaos. "I'm not dead," Collector roared, but unfortunately, the signal in this area was blocked by someone, and his voice couldn't reach the outside at all. The two maids shouted in horror, "Master, what should we do? I am an elder of the universe, should I be afraid of a group of criminals? If I go out in person, they will definitely not dare to shoot again when they see me," Collector said, snorting coldly and striding out of the door. He saw a group of thugs burning his store and was about to say something, but when they saw him, they immediately shot at him in shock. "The store has been robbed, what's the point of turning back?" Collector thought as he fought back against the thugs. Collector waved his hand, and an energy barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking the attack of the thugs. The thugs were surprised, they didn't expect Collector to be so powerful. Collector snorted coldly and was about to kill the thugs when others found Collector and rushed over. Collector blocked the attack with an energy barrier once again. He looked at the head of the Celestial, which was full of flames and slaughter, and his heart sank. He thought, "No more Nohir. It's over. Those criminals no longer care about me. Unless I can kill everyone, otherwise, Nohir is really over." Unfortunately, Collector knew that he couldn't kill everyone. He had lived a long time and his strength was not strong. In fact, he was not good at fighting at all. In Collector's words, "I am a civilized man and I don't get involved in fighting and killing." Collector ordered the combat robots to guard the gate and fled back to his warehouse. Then, he shouted, "Take my collections and let's get out of here." The maid was stunned. "Master, are we going to escape? We are transferring, understand? Don't let me find the mastermind behind it, or I will definitely tear him to pieces." Collector gritted his teeth and shouted, "What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and move," he shouted as he ran towards the back of the estate, where a gorgeous spaceship was parked. This was the back road he had prepared for himself. "Quick, transfer everything up," Collector shouted as he jumped into the spaceship. Just then, a loud roar came from outside. "Collector is inside. Kill him? The treasures inside are worth hundreds of millions. Kill him, if he don't die. He will definitely take revenge on us," shouted countless people as the sound of gunfire and explosions filled the air. The combat robots quickly collapsed and could only be barely resisted by the defensive dome. "Quick, hurry up and transfer," Collector shouted frantically as the maids and robots moved the collectibles to the spaceship as quickly as possible. After a while, the two maids suddenly shouted, "Master, the pulleys for the space dog and Howard the duck are broken and can't be moved." "Damn it, fix it quickly," Collector yelled. At that moment, there was a clicking sound, and the defensive dome began to crack. Collector was shocked. Seeing that most of the collection had been transferred, he gritted his teeth and pressed the button. The ceiling above the collection hall quickly opened. Immediately afterwards, the spaceship's plasma engine spurted out flames, the spaceship slowly rose, and the two maids shouted in horror, "Master, wait for us." How could Collector pay attention to them? He opened the defensive dome, controlled the spaceship to soar into the sky, and flew towards the distance with extreme speed. The criminals attacking from outside attacked the spaceship, but they couldn't stop it at all. Seeing Collector leave, the two maids who were still terrified just now breathed a sigh of relief. One of them took out a small communicator from her arms and reported, "Master, Collector has escaped." "Very well, did that space dog stay?" Natasha asked about the space dog as it was mentioned by Blood God. In fact, Natasha was also very interested in it. After all, it was a space dog from the Earth, and it also carried that piece of history. The maid replied respectfully, "Yes." Natasha said, "Very well, I declare that from now on, you are free. As long as I am here, no one can treat you as slaves anymore." "Thank you, Master." The two maids wept with joy. The reason why they betrayed Collector was for freedom. That guy Collector is a scumbag. Countless maids died at his hands, and some of them were even treated as exhibits. After confirming that Collector escaped, Natasha instructed her subordinates, "Get rid of those criminals, the contents inside belong to us." "Yes." The subordinates agreed loudly, and aimed their guns at the former comrades. On the Dark Aster, Nebula said to Ronan, who had been black-faced, "Ronan, someone sent me a video about the Collector." "Release it," Ronan said coldly. Nebula nodded, and a holographic projection was projected in front of them, showing a picture of the Collector running away with the collection. The Collector escaped with the collection? Did he already get the Power Stone? Ronan asked, coming to this conclusion naturally. "Who sent this video to you?" Nebula hesitated for a moment before replying, "The one who sold us information before." Ronan's hand clenched tightly, and he said coldly, "It sounds like a trap." "Probably," Nebula nodded in agreement. "Ronan, what should we do?" Ronan hesitated before stating, "We'll divide the soldiers into two groups. I will go after the Collector. You go to Nohir and investigate. In any case, we must get the Power Stone." "Good," Nebula nodded in agreement. Soon, Ronan turned around to chase after the Collector, while Nebula took a small fleet to the Nohir. Half an hour later, Nebula arrived at Nohir and was stunned by the sight of fighting everywhere. "What's going on here? I got the orb and I'm about to make a fortune, just like that Earthman," a Ravager said as he grabbed the orb and fled towards the mining area. "Orb," Nebula's battleship scanned the orb and immediately chased after it with her crew. With a bang, the Ravager was shot dead by Rocket and the orb rolled to the side. "It's finally here," Rocket shouted as he ran towards the orb. At this moment, Gamera suddenly appeared and grabbed the orb. Rocket was furious and pointed his cannon at Gamera, shouting, "Gamera, hand over the orb, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Gamera was holding the orb and was about to say something when she suddenly sensed danger and hurriedly dodged. A row of energy bullets hit the ground behind her one after another, leaving small holes. Gamera turned her head and found that it was Nebula and her fleet. Her heart sank and she hurriedly shouted to Rocket, "Rocket, hurry up, it's Ronan's man." "Gamera, you can't escape," Nebula said as she prepared to attack again. Just then, a figure bigger than the head of the Celestial appeared in Nohir, looking at everyone coldly. Everyone was terrified and stopped fighting. Even Yondu and Star-Lord were intimidated. Who is this ruthless character? Blood God, Gamera, and Rocket exclaimed in shock. Rocket put down his gun reluctantly and said, "It seems the orb doesn't belong to us anymore." Gamera accepted this. It's not a bad thing that the orb falls into the hands of the Blood God. Blood God, Bert, was very satisfied with the end of the battle. He said, "From now on, everything on the head of Celestial is my property, including you." Everyone was in an uproar, and they all clenched their weapons and prepared to fight, refusing to surrender and become slaves. Who among them wasn't a wanted criminal who licked blood? Kill Gamera? Nebula also did not intend to surrender and led her people to continue shooting at Gamera. Bert snorted coldly and with a wave of his hand, all of Nebula's fleet was crushed and exploded. Everyone else died tragically, only Nebula barely survived on the ground. Nebula miserably crawled out of the wreckage, her face full of horror and disbelief. How could someone be so strong? The others who watched the scene from a distance were also stunned. This is too scary. The minds of everyone immediately changed from confrontation to escape. It can't be helped, they really couldn't beat Bert. Seeing that Nebula wasn't dead, Bert shot out a blood spear at Nebula. Gamera was shocked and rushed to Nebula at the first time. She opened her hands and shouted, "Blood God, don't." Nebula was shocked. She never thought that Gamera would protect her so desperately. The blood spear stopped in front of Gamera, and Bert asked coldly, "Give me a reason not to kill her." Nebula shouted, "I don't need your fake kindness to save me. Shut up, you are my sister, I won't let you die." Gamera turned back and shouted. Then, she raised the orb and said to Bert, "Blood God, I would like to give this power stone to you in exchange for Nebula's life." Nebula roared angrily, "Sister? When did you start treating me as a sister? Every time we competed, you always had to win, causing my body to be replaced by Thanos with mechanical parts one after another." Gamera was speechless. She finally understood why Nebula hated her so much. Bert suddenly said, "Why do people always want to die?" Gamera thought Bert was talking about Nebula and was shocked, and hurriedly shouted, "Blood God." At that moment, there was a shrill scream in the distance. She turned her head and saw a group of people exploding to death, blood spilling all over the ground and walls. That group of people had attempted to escape, but were discovered by Bert. "I repeat, from now on you are my property," Bert said coldly. "No one is allowed to leave without my permission, otherwise, they will die." Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to do anything more. Bert is truly terrifying. Bert commanded coldly, "Natasha, control everyone." "Yes, Blood God." Natasha took the lead, and led her subordinates to disarm everyone. A group of people were reluctant and contradicted, and their bodies exploded directly. Seeing this, everyone dared not oppose them anymore and surrendered honestly. Bert shrunk and appeared in front of Gamera and Nebula. He glanced at Nebula and said, "I see hatred in your eyes, and I will kill Thanos for you." Nebula struggled to get up, knelt down in front of Bert, and said, "If you can kill Thanos, I will always be loyal to you, but if you can't, I will kill you and use your corpse to regain Thanos' trust." "I like you a little bit," Bert laughed. He turned his head and said to Gamera, "Gamera, Thanos should know about your betrayal." Gamera handed the orb to Bert and said, "It's worth it, I didn't let him get the Power Stone." Bert didn't answer. With a wave of his hand, Star-Lord, who was sneakily trying to escape, appeared in front of everyone. Bert looked at Star-Lord and asked, "Is this orb real?" Gamera and the others looked at Star-Lord in astonishment. Star-Lord swallowed, squeezed out a smile and said flatteringly, "That is fake, I have the real one, great guy, I am willing to give it to you." After finishing speaking, Star-Lord took out an orb from his bag and presented it to Bert. Gamera and the others gritted their teeth. This bastard actually played them all. "Very good," Bert said as he made a move and the orb flew into his hand. He said, "For the sake of you being half-Terran, I'll let you go this time." "Thank you, Blood God." Wait, half-Terran?" Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief, then reacted immediately and asked in amazement, "Blood God, I am 100% Terran." "No, you are only half-Terran." Bert shook his head, and Rocket laughed, "So you are a bastard." Star-Lord said angrily, "Shut up, you experiment." "What did you say?" Rocket was furious. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Bert said, "You guys can argue later. Gamera, Rocket, you stay here as guests for a while, and when I settle the matter, I will let you go." Gamera thought of something, and hurriedly said, "Blood God, Ronan may be coming soon." "He won't come, he's going after the Collector," Nebula said. Someone posted a information. Nebula thought of something, and didn't continue talking. The person who sent her the video was most likely the Blood God. Bert gave Nebula a satisfied look, and said, "Don't worry, Ronan is nothing, you can stay here with peace of mind. Nebula, come with me." "Yes, Blood God." Nebula respectfully left with Bert. After a while, Drax rushed over with 2 swords and shouted loudly, "Ronan, where is Ronan? I want to kill him." Everyone looked at Drax speechlessly, and Rocket sneered, "Big man, you are lucky, if you came earlier, you would already be dead, if you came later, you would also die." "What do you mean? Why should I die?" Drax was puzzled and asked, "And, where is Ronan? Why didn't he show up? Did you lie to me?" Everyone became more speechless. At this time, Groot also came over. Rocket was relieved when he saw that it was all right. It said, "It's been a waste of time, what should we do in the future?" Star-Lord sighed and said, "It's not just a waste of time, I even had my spaceship blown up, and I met Yondo and the others." "Hey, wait, Yondo and the others are prisoners, and I'm a guest of the Blood God, haha, I'm going to go and trouble them." Afterwards, Star-Lord left happily, and Rocket complained from behind, "You are also a prisoner, okay? If you weren't half-Terran, you would have exploded like those unlucky bastards." Star-Lord backhanded Rocket with a middle finger, and Rocket snorted coldly. It thought about it and said, "Let's stay here for a few days, and when the matter is over, ask the Blood God for a spaceship to leave. He is so rich, he definitely wouldn't care." Gamera said worriedly, "I'm still a little worried about Ronan, he will definitely not give up. Ronan certainly won't let it go, he is chasing after Collector." Collector tried his best to escape from Ronan's hands. He sighed and shouted to Ronan through the public channel, "Ronan, why are you chasing after me?" Ronan said, "Hand over the power stone, I will let you live." "The power stone is not with me, it is in no here." Collector said angrily, "It's too late for you to go back now, otherwise, it will be taken away by others. Without the power stone, what are you running for?" Ronan naturally didn't believe it. He snorted coldly, "Whether you have it or not, let me check on the ship, otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your spaceship." Collector said angrily, "Ronan, do you really think you have the upper hand? Trying to make me anxious? The big deal is that we will perish together. I am a collector, and there are many treasures. If you have the ability, you can try it." Ronan said, "Collector, you are just a businessman, and I am a warrior. A warrior will never be intimidated by a businessman's threat, because a warrior is not afraid of death, and a businessman is afraid of death." Collector was speechless. He sighed and said, "Come and check, but don't go too far, or I'll die with you. Don't worry, all I want is the power stone." Ronan snorted and put Collector's spaceship into the Dark Aster. Then, he took a group of his men to carefully inspect and scan Collector's spaceship. After a while, Ronan, who got nothing, asked reluctantly, "Collector, you really don't have a power stone?" "Really not, if there is, I would have used it to kill you." Collector said, "The stone of power should be in the know here, but it may also be fake." Ronan frowned and asked, "It could also be fake? What do you mean?" "Someone is plotting against me." Collector sighed and briefly said what happened in the know here. "If I guessed correctly, you are also part of his conspiracy." "You mean, someone is using me to kill you?" Ronan's complexion was quite ugly. He, Ronan, has become someone else's pawn? "That's right, but he didn't expect that I was so wise to let you get in the spacecraft to investigate and resolve the misunderstanding." Collector said triumphantly, but everyone looked at him speechlessly. "Wise, aren't you just a coward?" Bert had done many calculations, but he never thought that Collector, the dignified elder of the universe, would surrender so easily. Bert wouldn't believe it. Ronan asked angrily, "Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? I want him to pay the price." Collector gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not sure, but Star-Lord has been to Xandar, and I suspect it's the Blood God. He had threatened me before." Ronan asked, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Collector responded, "I didn't have any grudges, but he occupied my Celestial's head." A servant suddenly came over and whispered something in Collector's ear. Collector yelled, "Sure enough, it's that bastard. He occupied my Celestial head." In order to find the culprit, Collector had left an antique mirror in the collection hall. Just then, the mirror sent the image of the Blood God. Ronan raised his hammer and said angrily, "Damn, let's go to know here. I want the Blood God to know what will happen if plots against me. You go back now, to die." Collector said, "You are not the opponent of the Blood God, don't look at me with that expression. I'm telling the truth, and don't forget, he has the Space Stone and can call for help at any time. Xandar." Ronan gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Is there no other way? Of course, I can't just let it go. If I don't get my revenge, what face do I have to be the elder of the universe?" Collector gritted his teeth and said, "Ronan, you only need to do one thing, and you can destroy Xandar and the Blood God." Ronan asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" Collector smiled proudly, "It's very simple. Publicly announce that you are going to attack Xandar. What's the use of this?" Ronan said unwillingly, "Also, I can't beat Xandar now. They have a space gate and can deploy troops at any time. Of course it is useful. As long as you announce this news, you will immediately get enough troops to destroy Xandar." Collector smiled confidently, "Many people want to kill Blood God to grab the Space Stone, they just lack an opportunity, and you can give them this opportunity." Ronan looked suspicious. This method was unreliable, but after hesitating for a while, he nodded in agreement because he had no other way to go. "It looks like the mirror was discovered by the Collector," Bert said as he examined the antique mirror in his hand. He snorted and then sealed it. Although something had gone wrong, Bert didn't take it too seriously. He knew that Collector would find out eventually. After all, if the other party didn't know, how could they learn from their mistake? Putting away the mirror, Bert turned to look at Cosmo the space dog. "Did Natasha tell you something?" he asked. "I didn't expect that in the end, capitalism of all evils would win." Cosmo's voice resounded in Bert's mind, through the psychic ability he possessed. Bert didn't say much, he simply said, "Come back to Earth with me and my apprentice, that duck over there. Do you want to come too?" He gestured towards Howard the duck, who walked upright like Donald Duck. The duck asked, "Won't you imprison me?" "I'm not Collector, I don't have the habit of exhibiting living things," Bert replied. "As long as you register with the SWORD, you can move freely on Earth." Howard breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me. I am willing to register with the S.W.O.R.D. "Cosmo, don't think too much, just walk around first," Bert said to Cosmo. Cosmo nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go back to Earth first. Thank you for saving me." "You're very welcome." Bert smiled and opened a portal to send Cosmo and Howard back to the SWORD. Natasha walked in and said with a smile, "It seems like you just enjoy doing good deeds. It's easy, why don't you do it too?" Bert joked. He then asked, "Is everything under control?" "All wanted criminals are locked up," Natasha replied, nodding. Then she asked, "Bert, you did all of this, not just because of anger, right?" Bert laughed and said, "What if I say yes? Natasha replied, "Congratulations, you will become the pettiest man in the universe." "That's not a bad name," Bert said, and added, "Anger is one of the reasons and another one is for the celestial head and wealth." "Celestial head? Isn't it already dead?" Natasha asked, confused. "As for wealth, are you still short of money? Don't you earn at least $1 million a day?" "In the hands of Collector, the celestial's head is indeed a dead thing, but in my hands, it's not," Bert said with a smile. He then quietly sent a trace of eternal flame into the head under his feet. Eternal flame can give life to the dead, but the celestial's head is incomplete, and in order to restore it, it must be repaired first. Of course, Bert didn't share this information with Natasha and continued, "No one has too much money. I want to buy a planet and rent it to Earth to inspire them to step into the interstellar age." Natasha was stunned. "Can you buy a planet? How proud are you?" "Of course, you can buy it. Resource planets, landscape planets, immigration planets, as long as you have money, you can buy anything, and even the 3 major empires can be protected for a certain period of time," Bert said. "Compared to the universe, the Earth is too small." "You are good," Natasha said, giving Bert a thumbs up. Some people were worried that Bert wanted to rule the Earth, but they didn't know that to him, a mere Earth was nothing at all. "Does it even need to be said?" Bert shrugged. He was about to speak when he suddenly received a communication from Doom. He raised his hand to open a portal and Doom the Iron Face came over. Doom scanned the surroundings and asked, "Is this the Celestial's head you said?" Bert nodded and said, "Yes, you help me repair it, and find out the function of the Celestial's head." Doom said, "No problem, I'm very interested in the Celestial's head. Now I'll study the dead one. In the future, I'll grab a live one and study it slowly." Nebula heard the words and looked at Doom as if he were a lunatic. Even the gods won't dare to think about Celestials, what a lunatic? Doom noticed Nebula's gaze, turned to look at her up and down, and said with great interest, "I'm very interested in your body." Natasha looked at Doom in astonishment. "Nebula is a robot." Nebula said with a murderous expression, "Why are there so many perverts in this world? Someone said this to me last time, do you know what happened to him? I chopped him up and fed it to the dog. I'm just interested in the machinery in your body," Doom said. "Let me study your body, and I will help you restore your flesh and blood." Nebula was stunned for a moment, then asked incredulously, "Can you help me change back to a person?" "It's not difficult, as long as you have tissue left," Doom said. "However, the quality is not guaranteed. I have never done experiments in this area before. If you want a perfect body, I suggest you go to the Blood God, whose cloning ability can help you." Nebula looked at Bert in surprise. Bert shrugged and said, "I originally planned to use this ability to buy people's hearts, Nebula. If you want to transfer to a cloned body, your soul must be very powerful. In other words, you have to practice the soul art first." Nebula asked impatiently, "How long does it take to transfer the body?" "Depending on the qualifications, the time is different. Generally speaking, it takes about 3 years, Bert said. He then glanced at Doom and added with some displeasure, "If you have Doom's talent, 3 months will be enough." "Actually, I only need 1 month, Doom said lightly. "Nebula, right? Your aptitude is very average. I suggest you become my experiment subject." Natasha couldn't help but complain, "Bert, where did you find this evil scientist?" "Doom is not an evil scientist, he is a king who is about to integrate Eastern European nations into the Earth Federation," Bert replied. "Besides, he is an infatuated man. Even if his fiancée runs away with another man, he is still reluctant to hurt him. In order to protect her, he would even be attacked by magic." Natasha and Nebula both looked at Doom in surprise. An infatuated king? He really couldn't be seen as such. Doom's face was a little dark behind the mask, and he asked, "Did you peek at the showdown between me and the Fantastic Four?" "No, it's fair and square. I even made a bet with Tony and the others that you would lose, and won a hotel and a casino," Bert said. "By the way, when you said that you wished them well, it sounded so lonely that Sky almost cried." Doom's old face couldn't hold back, and he blasted an electric current towards Bert. Bert laughed and ducked. He said, "Okay, you can start work. If you need anything, just tell me." Doom snorted and asked Nebula, "Which side are you choosing?" Nebula asked, "How long will it take for me to recover my flesh and blood after I follow you?" Doom replied, "The worse the quality, the faster the time. If you don't care about changing the body to a cockroach, you can do it now." Nebula gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, you can study my body." Both Natasha and Bert wanted to roll their eyes a little. What kind of words are these? Doom nodded and left with Nebula. Bert looked at their backs and couldn't help but touch his nose. The two seemed to be on the right track. Half a month later, on the Dark Aster, Collector walked up to Ronan, who frowned, and said, "The Ravager Alliance has sent a fleet to join us." Ronan didn't seem too happy, as there were too many people who came to him during this time, and some of them even want to save their heads and he was numb. Ronan asked slowly, "Did they also say that they are willing to join me in doing justice to eradicate the cosmic scum of Xandar?" "No, they are very frank and want to kill the Blood God for revenge," Collector said with a smile. "Ronan, those people outside are not here for you, but for the Space Stone. You just gave them an opportunity." "I know, the question is, isn't this too much?" Ronan looked at the dense fleet outside the window and said, "My army in the Kree Empire only has so many troops, and some of them have battleships that are even of the same rank as this regular army. They are the regular army. Collector pointed to the fleet in the area on the right and said, that's the fleet of your Kree Empire. In order to prevent you from finding out, they found a Ravager as the nominal leader and refitted the warship. The fleet of the Kree Empire? How is that possible? If it's the Kree Empire, why don't they come to me directly? Ronan asked in amazement. During this time, he had been greeting guests and handling logistics, and he had no time to learn the details of each fleet. Collector said with a smile, because you are a wanted criminal, and their identities cannot be leaked. Xandar has a good reputation, and it is not easy for the three major empires to attack directly, so they all pretend to act as Ravagers. All three empires are here. Ronan was shocked. The three major empires in the universe were the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire. Among them, both the Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire had contact with humans, and Captain Marvel also rescued a group of Skrulls who were unwilling to participate in the battle. Yes, the Skrull Empire is over there. They have shape-shifting abilities, so it's normal that you didn't find them, said Collector. The Shi'ar Empire has also sent someone, but there is only one, Collector added. Only one. Ronan's expression was slightly dignified. The fact that the Shi'ar Empire had only sent one person indicated that they had great confidence in that individual and believed that he could match a fleet by himself. Yes, there is only one. The Shi'ar Empire's Imperial Guard, Kallark. I've always wanted to acquire his body, so even if he was disguised, I still recognized him, said Collector. Collector nodded and said, if this person has enough self-confidence, he can even reach the level of gods. I've heard of Kallark. He is the peerless powerhouse of the Shi'ar Empire, Ronan said, nodding gloomily. He then asked, which other major forces have also sent people? There are quite a few, for example, the Sovereigns, Collector said with a smile. It's not accurate to say that they sent people. They only sent their Omnicrafts. The Omnicrafts of the Sovereigns are unique in the universe. Collector, with so many forces involved, how can we grab the Power Stone and Space Stone? Ronan asked, frowning deeply. The strength of these coalition forces far surpassed his own. I didn't tell them about the Power Stone, Collector said. As for the Space Stone, Ronan, I can't guarantee you that. You'll have to grab it yourself. Ronan was silent for a moment and said, then it's up to you. At least, this time Xandar will definitely be destroyed. I am very sure of that, Collector said, his eyes flickering. He had no plans to give up the Power Stone and Space Stone. For this battle, he had specially invited a champion-level powerhouse from Grandmaster. Blood God, since you don't want your face, don't blame me for being rude, Collector said coldly. Ronan, are you going to see that one sent by the Ravagers Alliance? He said he can help you with logistical issues. Really? Ronan asked, relieved when he heard the words. With so many people together, logistics would be very troublesome. Really, Collector said, smiling, and went out to bring someone in. It was a bald, one-eyed guy in a leather coat. When he saw Ronan, he said with a smile, the leader of the Ronan Alliance, I have long admired your name. Leader. Ronan did not reject the title. He asked, can you really handle the logistics of so many people? No problem, I also handle the logistics of the Ravager Alliance, the one-eyed guy said with a smile. However, you must give me enough money. It's not a small expense for so many people to gather together. Ronan looked at the one-eyed with some suspicion and said slowly, okay, I'll give you enough money, but you can't make any mistakes. The one-eyed said confidently, no problem, I'm notoriously reliable when I do things. Blood God, what are you doing? You have caused such a big trouble. Ronan is gathering an army to attack Xandar. Hill's angry voice came from the communicator, and Bert said, there are so many people, I'm so scared. You still have time to joke. Hill said angrily. With the current strength of the Ronan's army, Xandar may not be able to stop it. Once Xandar is breached, Earth will be next. Bert said lightly, they're just a group of chickens and dogs, you don't have to worry so much. Be careful that you don't lose too much hair and become like Fury. Chickens and dogs. Hill laughed in anger and said, Blood God, do you know that in Ronan's army, there are regular troops from 3 major empires? So what? Bert smiled and said, I told you before, except for the existence of god-level civilizations, I don't care about the others at all. Although the 3 empires are strong, they are not god-level civilizations. Hill asked in surprise, are you really so sure? 100% sure, Hill. To me, they're just a bunch of dicks, and I'm not even interested in dealing with them myself, Bert said confidently. With his current strength, the so-called coalition forces were not worth mentioning at all. In addition to his experience, Bert felt that he had enough qualifications to serve as the guardian of Earth. Hope so, Hill said, still dubious about Bert's words. She thought of something and advised, Blood God, I think you should keep a low profile in the future. You've been too high profile lately, you know? You've even become an idol, and people dream of being as rich and powerful as you. If I don't make a high profile, the goal of this coalition won't be Xandar, but Earth, Bert said with a smile. I'm not like Tony Stark, I don't wish to live in the spotlight. Hill was taken aback for a moment and asked, you mean, you're deliberately making yourself high profile? Yes, there are so many Infinity Stones on Earth. If we don't do something, sooner or later, they'll attract the attention of the intergalactic army. After all, there's a tyrant who knows us very well, Bert said with deep eyes. In this case, it's better to take the initiative to attract the enemy to attack. This has two advantages. One is to keep the battlefield away from Earth and the other is to show the strength of Earth. Earth is not weak at all, it's just that other people don't know it, Bert said. I see, Hill said, greatly admiring Bert's strategy. She said, Fury and I both underestimated you, and thought you had really become a nouveau riche. The one-eyed guy must have scolded me a lot, Bert said with a sneer. Hill, you and Fury focus on doing your job well. The Earth has me, and nothing will happen, Bert assured. Clear, Hill said, completely relieved. Fury has already infiltrated the forces, he will keep sending information to you. In addition, if possible, he hopes you'll help him kill a person. This person has been opposed within the Ravager Alliance. No problem, Bert agreed. He then ended the communication and called Doom, asking, Doom, when will the Celestial's head be usable? It can't be in a few months. On the one hand, the Collector has destroyed it too much, Doom said. On the other hand, this head is very powerful, and it is very difficult to repair. Bert, this time, you may have to bleed a lot. I'm short of everything except money, you continue to study, Bert said, putting down the phone in disappointment. It seemed that he would still have to rely on the reputation of the bloodship in battle. The bloodship wasn't bad, but it had no special features. It was just a dignified bloodship. How could he drive the same battleship as others? At that moment, Bert's phone rang and it was a call from Nova Prime herself. Nova Corps headquarters, Nova Prime asked Bert, Mr. Wong, have you heard the latest rumors? Bert asked, are you talking about the rumors that Ronan's army is preparing to attack Xandar? Nova Prime said worriedly, yes, this time Xandar is in danger. Bert smiled and said, Nova Prime, don't worry, Ronan is no big deal. The tone is really big, said a Centurion, dissatisfied. Bert, you caused this matter entirely. Many people also looked at Bert with dissatisfaction. The reason why Ronan was able to summon so many people this time was entirely because of Earth Express. Bert glanced at the Centurion and said with a sneer, yes, it was all caused by me. Without me, Ronan would never have come to attack Xandar. The Centurion was a little annoyed. Just as he was about to say something, Nova Prime shouted, don't talk nonsense, this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Wong. Ronan's main target is our Xandar. Centurion Lindy also said, yes, no matter what we do, Ronan will not let us go. Although everyone was unwilling, they also knew that Centurion Lindy was right. Nova Prime said to Bert, Mr. Wong, I'm sorry for what was said earlier. I hope you will continue to help us in this war as before. Bert said, no problem, I do have a bit of responsibility for this matter. This time, I will waive the cost of the portal. The faces of everyone looked a lot better. Only the Centurion Luke, who had spoken before, snorted coldly. He felt that Xandar was completely protecting Bert from disaster. Thank you, Mr. Wong, Nova Prime said gratefully. She then thought of something and asked, Mr. Wong, I wonder if I can invite you to join the fight. My appearance fee, you can't afford it, Bert said with a smile. However, if you need it, I can help you hire superheroes on Earth. Those Earth natives. Centurion Rook sneered. Bert glared at him, he flew out and slammed into the wall, and slid down. Mr. Wong, Nova Prime shouted angrily, and everyone else looked at Bert angrily. Bert said, you can say whatever you want about me, I don't care. But who gave you the courage to despise the Earth? Centurion Luke looked at Bert with gnashing teeth and reached for the energy gun at his waist. Nova Prime shouted, Centurion Luke, you go out first. Yes, Your Majesty, Centurion Rook said grudgingly. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to disobey Nova Prime's order and got up and walked towards the exit. Before he left, he gave Bert a resentful look, obviously hating Bert to the core. Bert tapped his finger, and a drop of blood silently entered Centurion Luke's body. Although these little people didn't need to be concerned, they should be guarded against. After Centurion Luke left, Nova Prime said firmly to Bert, Mr. Wong, although Centurion Luke is a bit excessive, he is the Centurion of Nova Corps after all, and it is not your place to teach him a lesson. I didn't shoot, I just looked, Bert shrugged and said. Of course, I was a little wrong just now, so let's donate 10 million to Nova Corps as an apology. Everyone was speechless, but they could no longer make things difficult for Bert. 10 million was not a small number. Local tyrants are local tyrants, someone muttered. Nova Prime took a deep breath and asked, Mr. Wong, I have heard the report from Centurion Lindy. She said that your Earth once repelled the attack of Ravagers. I want to know, how did you do it? Hearing is useless, seeing is believing, please enjoy, Bert said as he clicked on his smart bracelet. A holographic projection appeared in front of everyone and they all turned their heads to watch. They saw a man in black standing in front of the spaceship shouting loudly, and a Ravager main ship was being smashed to pieces. That is impossible, all the Centurions shouted in unison. Destroying a main ship with a loud roar seemed too outrageous. Lindy couldn't help but ask, Bert, is this your new movie? No, Bert replied, this is a documentary. He then showed them a few more pictures, including images of biochemical extremist clones, unmanned battle armors, and superheroes. Everyone was stunned. The Earth they thought was only indigenous was actually so powerful. Bert then started to play a video of the Hulk, and the Centurions were amazed. They wondered what kind of terrifying monster this was. Everyone, the Earth is not as weak as you think, Bert said. We have enough strength to help you fight against Ronan. Bert then proposed, hire us, we will never let you down. Nova Prime asked impatiently, what price can I hire you for? especially the man in black. 2 conditions. First, the establishment of diplomatic relations between Xandar and the Earth Federation, and second, a resource planet. As for the size, it will be determined by the military exploits of the Earth, Bert said. If the military exploits are less than a certain level, Xandar may not pay the remuneration. Nova Prime, a decisive woman, nodded without hesitation. Okay, I agree, Mr. Wang. I hope to see your reinforcements from Earth as soon as possible. Rest assured, they will be here soon, Nova Prime. You will never be disappointed, Bert said as he smiled and got up to leave. Centurion Lindy caught up to him and said, Don't blame Luke, he's just a playboy, and he chased me before. I'm not interested in blaming him, but if he shoots me, then I'll never let it go. This is a matter of principle, Bert replied. Principle? Isn't your principle to pick up girls every day? Lindy snorted coldly. They had dated before, but broke up soon. The reason was simple, Bert changed women faster than he changed clothes. Yes, I am immortal and need a woman to maintain my love for this universe, Bert said. Otherwise, a long life will make me lose my feelings. Lindy stared at Bert dumbfounded. After a while, she gave Bert a middle finger and turned to leave. This was the first time she had heard such a ridiculous reason. Why tell the truth? Well, I'm really bullshitting, Bert laughed. He was only in his early 20s and there was nothing wrong with liking women. These were all trivial matters. Bert turned around and left the Nova Corps headquarters and then opened a portal to return to SWORD. SWORD, Steve and Cowlson saw Bert coming over and said with a smile, It seems that something big has happened. There is indeed a big event, Bert said. Call Tony and the 5 representatives, I have something to say. Bert said. Cowlson nodded first, and then hesitantly said, Mr. Wang, I want to tell you about the Church of Angels, can I? Bert looked at Cowlson and asked with a smile, What do you want to say? Mr. Wang, aren't your methods too intense? Cowlson said. Several small countries have caused political changes and even the resignation of the president because they prevented you from cleaning up the Church of Angels. No, it's not intense at all, Bert replied. Compared to Camartage, I'm already very mild. You know the means of Camartage, Bert said. I know, Cowlson smiled bitterly. Just by looking at the original 3 demons, I know how cruel Camartage is. Coulson, you should know that Steve is a devout believer, and he even has a nickname, the Righteous Man of God, Bert said. The question is, has he stopped the matter of the Church of Angels? Cowlson looked at Steve in amazement. Steve shrugged, and said, I am pious to God, but I am not pious to angels. In fact, I agree with Bert's purge of the angelic church, it is necessary. The problem is that doing so will cause concern and dissatisfaction in other countries. Cowlson wanted to say something else, but Bert waved him off. Whoever is dissatisfied, let him come over and tell me in person. I promise to make him satisfied. Okay, let everyone know about the meeting. Okay, Mr. Wang, Cowlson said with a smile, but he thought to himself, who would dare to come over and tell you in person? Aren't they afraid of death? Soon, everyone arrived, and Bert briefly explained the matter. Everyone's eyes suddenly brightened. Tony couldn't help but ask, is the reward really a resource planet? Bert said, yes, don't make a fuss. The sale of resource planets is very common in the universe. I originally planned to buy a planet to rent to you, lest you be short-sighted. Buy a resource planet. Everyone was shocked. This blood god is really proud and can't be more proud. Several directors looked at each other and laughed at themselves, they were really short-sighted. The blood god purged the angelic church, not for any power grab, but to protect the earth. A super rich man who can even buy and sell planets, how could he play such a small trick? Tony asked greedily, if we wipe out the Ronin's army, what kind of resource planet can Xandar give us? Don't be so big, Bert smiled and said. Take a resource planet to practice, and in the future, we will have a large number of planets. Bert then said to Tony, Tony, save more money and buy a small landscape planet for retirement. Tony gave Bert a middle finger, thinking, you're amazing to be rich. It seems to be really amazing to be rich. On Earth, although Tony is not as rich as Bert, he can be compared anyway, but in the universe, he and Bert are completely incomparable, because he has no money. Tony Stark, the poor cosmic ghost. This can't be done, I also want to start an interstellar business. Tony gritted his teeth. He said, we immediately deploy our troops and head to Xandar. Such a great opportunity cannot be missed. Yes, transfer troops immediately. Everyone nodded, completely ignoring the possibility of failure. What a joke, how could they fail with the blood god? Okay, let's prepare. 3 days later, I will open the portal to take you there, Bert said as he nodded and everyone dispersed. Steve stopped Bert, who was leaving and said, Bert, do you have any clues about the scepter? Ever since he knew about the Infinity Stones, the governments of various countries and the SWORD have been looking for the scepter. Bert's eyes flashed and he asked, have you not found that Hydra for so long? Steve smiled bitterly, I didn't find it. That group of Hydras are hiding very deep. Bert, the Infinity Stones are too important, we can't let them continue to fall into the hands of the Hydras. I'll keep my people on notice, Bert said. Actually, he knew where the scepter is, there are some methods he used on the scepter. The reason why he didn't tell Steve about it is because he wanted Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch to be born, both of them are very powerful superheroes. I'll trouble you then, Steve said. In the interstellar era, there is no need for residues like Hydra. I like your words, Bert laughed. And when Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch were born, Hydra could close its doors and go out of business. On a certain planet in the galaxy, a group of space pirates were attacking a city. Despite the defenders' efforts, they were no match for the space pirates and were suffering heavy casualties. The pirates were very excited as they thought of the spoils they would acquire once the city was conquered, including the property and women within it. Afterwards, the pirates planned to hide in space, thinking they would be difficult to locate. At this moment, a dazzling figure flew towards them at a high speed. The defenders cheered loudly upon seeing this figure, but the pirates were filled with dread as they realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the majestic pirate battleships were smashed and exploded by a bright figure. The figure emerged from behind and with a simple hit, the battleship was destroyed. Once all the pirate battleships were destroyed, the dazzling light dissipated, revealing a blonde woman with a radiant square face. Captain Marvel, the defenders cheered in unison. Captain Marvel is a protector of weak planets and has defended many cities. Carol Danvers, also known as Captain Marvel, waved to the crowd before turning to leave. She is a busy woman, as the entire galaxy needs her protection. At this moment, Carol's communicator rang. Talos the Skrull General was on the other end, sounding anxious. Carol, it's terrible, he said. After hearing what Talos had to say, Carol couldn't help but scold. What is that blood god doing? Does he think the Earth is dying too slowly? And what is Fury doing? Why didn't he stop that idiot? Thinking further, Carol used her communicator to send a message to Nick Fury, who had a pager and could receive messages. Fury's message came quickly. I know about this, you don't have to worry, we can handle it. Carol scolded, damn it, you have no idea how powerful Ronin's forces are, and all three empires are involved. Frey replied, I know, in fact, I am in the Ronin coalition, and I am responsible for their logistics. What? Carol was stunned and couldn't help but ask, why did you join the Ronin coalition? I cannot explain further at the moment, Fury typed. Carol couldn't believe it, and she sneered, you have dementia. She then turned into a stream and flew towards Xandar. The idea of the Earth being able to stop the Ronin coalition was a joke. They couldn't even stop Ronin. If it wasn't for her, the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Fury's claim that Carol was not a match for the Blood God was also ridiculous. He was just a nouveau riche causing trouble for the planet. Carol was not arrogant, but she had been in the universe for many years and had never met an opponent. Carol was full of energy, and her mission was clear, to save the planet again and show that women were just as capable as men. Her flying speed was extremely fast, and she quickly arrived at Xandar. The people of Xandar knew Carol and pointed her to the location of the Earth Express. As she landed at the door of the Earth Express, Carol shouted loudly, call that idiot of the Blood God to come out and meet me. A woman in the shop, who identified herself as Crystal, was furious and with a finger, created an air cannonball that blasted towards Carol. Carol, surprised, easily destroyed the air cannonball and asked, who are you? I'm looking for the Blood God. I'm your aunt, Crystal responded. She controlled the four elements of earth, air, fire, and water at the same time, forming a torrent of elements that bombarded Carol. Carol stretched out her hands to resist the elemental torrent and was slammed back quickly, but the elemental torrent could not hurt her. As the battle erupted at the door of Earth Express, passers-by quickly avoided the area and someone called Nova Corps for help. In addition to calling the Nova Corps, many people were shooting videos and some were trying to post it online, while others were spies. Earth Express had never been short of spies. Interesting, Carol laughed. But it's far worse than me. Crystal looked at Carol in surprise and shouted back, there are enemies. A group of superheroes from Earth rushed out from the backyard of the store, including Tony Stark, Ivan Vanko, Dr. Banner, Black Bolt, and others. Ma'am, your look is so cool, but now, please hold your hands, Tony said as he flew up and pointed his palm at Carol. By the way, I actually agree with what you said about the Blood God. Where does all this nonsense come from? Ivan, who was wearing magic battle armor, snorted and swung his electric whip at Carol. Carol raised her hand to catch the electric whip and asked curiously, are you all from Earth? Tony asked in surprise, you're also from Earth? Hey, you speak English with a Southern American accent. Let me see how you guys have grown, Carol said as she pulled Ivan towards her and clenched her fist, intending to hit him hard. Ivan sneered, and the energy in the electric whip suddenly soared tenfold. Even Carol had to let go. Ivan took the opportunity to bombard Carol and blast her out. But Carol was still uninjured. She flew up and sneered, that's it. That guy is notoriously powerless, look at me, Tony said as he put his hands together, and a high-temperature beam of light slammed into Carol. Carol raised her right hand and blocked the high-temperature beam with a beam of energy. You are a guy who hides in the study every day, aren't you embarrassed to say that I am powerless? Ivan said disdainfully, and a massive pillar of lightning slammed towards Carol, who raised her left hand to block it firmly. Although it was a 1-2 match, Carol did not lose the slightest. She provoked loudly, that's it. At this moment, with a bang, Carol was slammed and flown out by a green figure, and the building opposite was instantly knocked down and a lot of dust was thrown up. It was Hulk who was wearing 2 arm guards and had Banner's expression on his face. He apologized, I'm sorry, you were too arrogant. Hulk and I both want to beat you. Everyone laughed dumbly. At this time, Hulk shouted excitedly, let Hulk come, move you 2 weak chickens, applaud me by the side. Tony and Yvonne pointed their middle fingers at Hulk at the same time. Hulk has recently entered a period of rebellion and has become more and more annoying. At that moment, a dazzling figure rushed out of the building opposite and slammed into Hulk. Hulk was sent flying and smashed into a flower bed. Enraged, Hulk got up and launched a violent attack on Carol. Carol was not afraid and pushed aside Hulk's huge arm and delivered a combination of punches to Hulk's face. Hulk was beaten repeatedly and sent flying back. Hulk roared, his body swelled in a circle, and then punched Carol. Even the air was blasted. Carol was a little surprised. She avoided Hulk's fist and punched him in the chin, sending him flying into the sky. At this time, the Nova Corps arrived and Crystal immediately went to negotiate. This is a matter of the Earth Federation. You don't have to participate. We will double compensation for all losses. Actually, we don't want to participate either. That's the famous Captain Marvel, the protector of the galaxy. The Nova Corps officer shrugged. He honestly didn't mind seeing Earth Express unlucky. Captain Marvel? I seem to have heard the Blood God say this name, Crystal said, stunned, and quickly contacted the Blood God who was working as a scout at the Film and Television Academy to discover the future female star. Hulk, who was knocked flying, was extremely angry. After falling from the sky with a bang, he immediately rushed towards Carol. Just as Carol was about to dodge, Hulk's right arm guard suddenly lit up and a gravitational force enveloped Carol, preventing her from moving. This was the gravitational bracer that Dr. Banner gave to Hulk, the technology of which came from the Dark Elf spaceship. Die. Hulk grinned fiercely and slammed his fists down like heavy hammers. Carol raised her radiant hands to resist, and with a bang, Carol was driven into the ground like a wooden stake, and the surrounding area was cracked. Hulk raised his hand and was about to give Carol another hit. Carol roared angrily and burst out with energy, sending Hulk flying out with a pile of gravel. Then, Carol flew up and provoked again. That's it. Everyone gritted their teeth. This person was really crazy, but in fact, Carol just wanted to see the strength of the Earthlings. Tony and the others were about to besiege Carol when Bert appeared out of thin air and shouted, "Stop." Carol turned her head and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "The Lord of Vampires who has lived for thousands of years, the God of Blood," Bert said lightly and touched the beads in his hand at the same time. An invisible wave flashed and all the surrounding cameras were damaged. Blood God is the Lord of Vampires. Carol was shocked and everyone next to her rolled their eyes. "You're a young man in his early 20s, why do you always like to pretend to be an old monster?" "Yes, there are vampires in this world," Bert smiled and said, "I know who you are. Do you think we should talk first and then fight, or first fight and then talk?" "Of course we'll fight first, you idiot. Do you know how much trouble you've caused the Earth?" Carol flew over and punched Bert in the chest. Bert didn't move and a faint light of blue lit up on his body. Carol's fist contained extremely strong energy, but when it hit the light in that space, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. Carol was stunned for a moment and then her fists attacked Bert one after another, but the result was the same as before. Bert asked, "Do you want to continue?" "Of course," Carol roared, and concentrated energy in both hands to bombard Bert. Bert remained motionless, and all the energy was absorbed by the space light. The people around were shocked. This blood god is too strong, right? In the face of such an attack, nothing happened? Tony scanned for a while and said, "Bert has diverted all the attacks away, and his control over the space stone has become more and more consummate. This is much more difficult than hitting that woman directly." Yvonne nodded and asked Bert, "Who is this crazy woman?" "Ely." Bert didn't answer directly. He turned his head and shouted at the inhuman Ely, and Ely immediately opened the protective dome to isolate all the outsiders. Then, Bert introduced, "This is Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. She is Nick Fury's trump card." She gave Fury that pager. "Is that Carol who resisted the Kree invasion?" Tony was stunned. He asked, "Isn't she from Earth? Why is she so young?" "Because of Space Stone." Bert laughed. "I once wanted Dr. Reed to mass produce her, but Dr. Reed researched for a few years and found nothing. I am still very disappointed." Tony looked at Carol and said, "What a pity. Let Dr. Reed send me the research materials, and I will study it too." Yvonne sneered, "You want to regain your youth, so as not to hide in the study again." Tony said angrily, "I said, I didn't hide in the study, I did it to avoid hurting Pepper. Have you said enough?" Carol shouted angrily. She stopped the energy bombardment and scolded Bert in annoyance. "Apart from standing there, what else would you do?" "I will do this." Bert raised his hand towards Carol, a beam of bright energy roared out, and Carol flew away. Tony looked up at the sky, and after a while asked in astonishment, "Did she crash into the satellite?" "Yes, this woman is too arrogant, and it is difficult to speak without being beaten first." Bert smiled and said, "That energy is all Carol's own, no need to use it for nothing." "Bert, you're getting more and more brutal." Everyone sighed, and Bert shrugged and said, "No way, the level has been doubled recently." "Double again? It's not scientific." Tony was speechless. "Didn't he say that the higher the level, the harder it is to rise? Why is this big devil doubled again?" "You have to work harder, the challenges facing the Earth will become more and more." Bert smiled and instantly appeared on the satellite. He then asked Carol, who had a doubtful expression on the ground, "Can we talk now? Why are you so strong?" Carol gritted her teeth and asked. Fury didn't lie, Blood God was indeed stronger than herself. "Having lived for thousands of years, it is normal to be strong," Bert shrugged and said. "I think you are quite pleasing to the eye. Do you want to be my apprentice? I can make you stronger. Apprentice. Carol was not angry. After all, the other party was thousands of years old. She asked, can you make me stronger? Bert smiled and said, yes, the energy in you comes from the space stone, and I can make those energies more pure and powerful. In a sense, Carol is very suitable to be Bert's apprentice. We'll talk about it later, let's talk about business first. Carol didn't want to be a student. She flew up and asked, dissatisfied, you have lived for thousands of years, why are you still so high profile? Now the whole universe knows about you. Let's discuss in the conference room. Bert teleported back to Earth with Carol and then explained the matter in detail. Thanos. Carol frowned. I've heard of him, the Mad Titan, who likes to kill half and keep half, but I didn't expect him to have a connection with Earth. The 3 Infinity Stones are all on Earth. There must be a fight between Earth and Thanos. Bert said, Carol, since you are here, come and fight with us, just to get a better resource planet for the Earth. Don't worry, Ronan's forces are nothing. I'm 100% sure to help Xandar defeat them. You don't have to worry. Carol frowned and said, the universe is dangerous, and it's too early for Earth to enter the interstellar age. It's getting late, aliens have invaded several times. Bert said, in addition, there are too many strong people on Earth. If they are not allowed to expand, they can only kill each other. Instead, it is better to go out with one heart. Anyway, I will watch over. Watching over. Carol glanced at Bert and asked, why are you, a vampire, so kind to help humans? Vampires are also a part of the Earth, Carol. You are in the universe anyway, don't be so narrow. Bert said, in fact, the Earth not only has vampires, but also demons, inhumans, and so on. To be honest, I'm a little doubtful that the Earth you're talking about is the Earth I know. Carol said, when this matter is over, I will go back to Earth. I wonder how many old people are still alive. You're welcome, Bert smiled. And at that moment, Nova Prime suddenly came to visit Carol. Nova Prime said incredulously, I didn't expect that, Captain Marvel. You are actually a person from Earth. I always thought you were a Kree. In order to avoid affecting the Earth, I have never revealed my true identity, Carol said with a smile. She is very fond of Nova Prime, because the other party is a strong woman. Captain Marvel, are you willing to help us? I can count your military exploits twice, you get 1, and the Earth 1. Nova Prime asked impatiently. Carol, is equivalent to a fleet. Carol agreed without hesitation, that's what I meant. Very good, Nova Prime was overjoyed. With Carol and the Black Bolt, this time Xandar may not lose. Nova Prime, are you really not considering my plan? Bert said, sneak attack on the Ronin coalition with Space Stone has a great chance of success. Carol's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and the Ronin's forces would never have imagined that they would take the initiative to attack. Mr. Wong, it's not that your method is bad, but it really doesn't work. Nova Prime smiled bitterly. There are not only 3 major empires in the Ronin coalition but also major forces. Before they launch an attack, we can't take action against them first, otherwise, we will give a pretext to the forces behind them. Bert said unceremoniously, Nova Prime, I think you are a bit pedantic. Caution is a must. Nova Prime shook her head and said, I won't disturb you, Captain Marvel. Welcome you again. Thanks. Carol sent Nova Prime away. Bert thought about it and went to Tony and the others. Seeing Bert coming over, Steve asked, Bert, is Captain Marvel okay? No problem, she will fight with us. Bert said, Tony, Yvonne, you two can't beat her together, you have to work hard. Tony and Yvonne both said in unison, that's because I'm not ready. You copying me? Tony and Yvonne glared at each other at the same time. Everyone laughed, and Electro asked, when will you two get married? The two of them pointed their middle fingers at Electro at the same time, and they immediately reacted, glaring at each other at the same time again, and everyone couldn't help but continue to laugh. Remember to invite me when you set the wine. Bert smiled, turned his head, and said to Hulk, Hulk, you did a good job today. I invite you to eat some dragon meat, which was just cultivated in the laboratory. Dr. Banner's face turned green, and Hulk said excitedly, great, I want to drink elixir wine. No drinking. Dr. Banner said, you go crazy when you drink. Betty said, you're not allowed to drink unless she allows it. Hulk said unhappily, if I don't drink it, then get me a bottle of Coke. Tony touched his nose and said, Banner, to be honest, you look so weird. I think it's not bad, I get along very well with the Hulk. Dr. Banner smiled and said, he is much more cheerful now than he was bitter and grieving a few years ago. Everyone shook their heads, it was a fart, it was like schizophrenia. Don't say this, the Ronin coalition should be coming soon, get ready. Bert laughed, and everyone said expectantly, we've been waiting for them for a long time. Ronin coalition base, Collector gathered a group of leaders, and then repeated the information he had just received. Captain Marvel. Ronin sucked in a breath of cold air, that was a terrifying existence comparable to a fleet of one person. Red and blue attire, Kallerk with a mohawk head said confidently, give her to me, and I will defeat her. Ronin said coldly, you have no idea how strong Carol is. Kallerk said disdainfully, you also don't know how strong I am, I have never lost. Collector touched his chin and said, with your strength as a gladiator, current alias, it's not a problem to deal with Carol, but if you deal with Carol, who will deal with the blood god? Would you like to deal with him? Kallerk said, you have the power stone, isn't it easy to deal with him? Collector was stunned. I have the power stone? Who said that? Why don't I know it myself? Collector, is it interesting to hide it from us at this time? Who doesn't know that you bought the power stone for 4 billion? A ravager sneered. If you don't have the power stone, how dare you provoke the blood god? That is. Everyone looked at Collector angrily, and Collector became more shocked. He hurriedly explained, the power stone is not in my hands, it was taken by the blood god. The power stone is in the hands of the blood god? If it's true, I think we can break up. Fury sneered, and everyone laughed, mocking indescribably. A disguised scroll said, Collector, you don't have to hide it anymore, we won't rob you of your power stone, but the blood god must be dealt with. That's right. Everyone nodded their heads one after another. If 2 tigers fought each other, one would definitely be hurt. Collector deliberately concealed the information about Power Stone before, and now no one will believe him if he says anything. Okay, I'll take charge of the blood god. Collector gritted his teeth and agreed. He said, in addition to the blood god, Carol, there are a lot of strong people on Earth, we have to be prepared. Some people expressed disdain. How many strong people can there be in a rural place like Earth? You can't say that. Fury shook his head and said, there are still a lot of strong people on Earth. The reason why our Ravager Alliance was defeated last time was because of their superheroes. You Ravagers are just a bunch of weak chickens, don't compare us to you? A commander of the Kree Empire said disdainfully, this is a space battle, not a land battle. Unless you are as strong as Captain Marvel, the so-called strong man is nothing to worry about. After a shot, everything will be solved. That's right. Many people nodded, they looked down on the Earth, and they looked down on Ravagers. Fury shrugged, I've reminded you anyway, it's none of my business if you don't listen. Collector hurriedly said, the superheroes of the Earth cannot be underestimated, some of them are even enough to fight Carol. Others didn't believe it at all, the Earthlings are just a group of indigenous people, how can they be strong? Collector, if you're really worried, let's compete with them. Kalurk said proudly, they have masters, and we also have them. Even if the others can't, I can kill them all. Someone sneered immediately, what age is it, declaring like this before the battle? Individual combat power far exceeds that of the group, what's the problem with the competition? Kalurk sneered, I declare in advance that my battle with Carol may accidentally injure your battleships. Your battleships are too fragile. What did you say? Everyone was very annoyed and quarreled with Kalurk. Ronan knocked on the table and shouted, there is no need to compete. Attack Xandar directly. Gladiator, you take Carol. Collector, you deal with the blood god. As for other superheroes, no worries. Yes, no need. Everyone nodded. Collector frowned, leaned over to Ronan, and said in a low voice, Ronan, those superheroes on Earth really can't be underestimated. I know. Ronan said, the problem is, they are here for the stone. If it becomes a competition, who will be interested in attacking Xandar? Collector glanced at Ronan and didn't speak again, everyone's interests were different. Ronan didn't want to waste much time, and shouted loudly, 10 days later, set off to attack Xandar. Okay. Everyone agreed, the military meeting was over, and when the others left, Fury leaned over to Ronan and said, Leader, the funds are not enough. Not enough. Ronan was stunned, didn't I just transfer 10 million to you 10 days ago? Fury said simple and honest, the battle is imminent, and morale must be encouraged. I went to a nearby planet to find a group of robot beauties, so the cost was a bit high. Robot beauty. Ronan almost yelled, but he said with a dark face, I will transfer another 10 million to you, save it, and there will be no more in the future. Okay. Fury left contentedly, and he got another 8 million, which is really good money. After Fury left, Ronan asked the Collector, what about the battle between you and the Blood God? You don't have the Power Stone at all. Collector replied, don't worry, the Blood God won't attack easily. Even if he does, I have a way to deal with him. Ronan asked suspiciously, Blood God has 2 Infinity Stones, can you really deal with him? Collector shook his head and said, Blood God can't use the Power Stone. In fact, he can only use the Space Stone. He can't use it, but others can, right? Ronan said, for example, Carol. She can't use it. Once someone on Earth uses the Power Stone, I can join other elders to punish them. Collector said, he would also not give the stone to the Xandarians, because it is too precious. Ronan looked at the Collector and said, this is the best, the Blood God is handed over to you. No problem, said the Collector with a smile. He then thought of something and handed Ronan a special item, saying, this is one of my collections. You decide whether to use it or not. I don't force it. After hearing the function of this collectible, Ronan frowned at first, then took the special item and said, thank you. You're welcome, replied Collector with a laugh. He added, Blood God will soon know how stupid it is to fight against me. I have lived for so long, and the treasures in my hand are far beyond his imagination. Collector not only gave the treasure to Ronan, but also to Kalurk and one to the champion. This time, he would fight hard. He will surely regret it, because he offended us at the same time, Ronan said while holding the almighty weapon. The Collector smiled and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the Collector leaving, a cold light flashed in Ronan's eyes. This time, Collector was his biggest opponent to obtain the Power Stone and Space Stone. After leaving the conference room, Collector found Nick Fury and handed him a special bottle of black potion. Add this to the food, he said. Fury looked at the black potion and asked in amazement, what is this? Collector replied, you don't need to worry about that, just do it, and I'll give you $1 million. Fury said righteously, who do you think I am? Do you think I will betray everyone for a mere 1 million? Collector glanced at Fury, 5 million, don't bargain with me, I'm not in the mood. Deal. Fury immediately took the potion bottle. Collector transferred the money to Fury, and said, don't cheat, I can sense it. Rest assured, I do things and never disappoint, replied Fury with a laugh. Collector nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. When there was no one around, Fury sighed. He really missed the life of the director. Not only could he embezzle at will, but he didn't have to play a clown all day. Fury shook his head, found a safe place, and told Hill what had happened before. After Hill heard it, she immediately contacted Bert. Hill was too lazy to pay attention to Bert's nonsense. She asked, Blood God, what is that potion? What is Fury going to do? Bert sensed it for a while and said, it's a demon potion. I didn't expect Collector to have something to do with demons. Let Fury do it. It's just a demon, it's nothing. You are professional in this area, Hill said. By the way, Fury asked me to tell you, don't bully Carol, she is a bit arrogant, but she is a real superhero. Bert said, how could I bully Carol? I plan to take her as an apprentice. Apprentice? Your hobby is really special, Hill said. She was relieved, since he want her as an apprentice, there must be no malicious intent. More than 10 days later, in the outer space of Xandar, the densely packed Xandar spaceships and Earth spaceships, along with the Ronin coalition forces that covered the sky, faced each other across the distance. Xandar had dispatched their fleet in advance to intercept the Ronin coalition, not wanting the war to happen on Xandar. Ronin shouted through the public channel, Xandar, today is your end. Nova Prime, who had gone to the front line in person, shouted back, Ronin, we Xandarians will never give in. Xandar, never give in, the Nova Corps roared in unison. Although they were outnumbered, they had faith and firmly believed they would not be defeated. A bunch of idiots, Ronin sneered. Nova Prime, cherish your last moments. Everyone, prepare to attack. Down with Xandar, the Ronin coalition shouted loudly, though it was not their true purpose, it did not prevent them from shouting slogans. Xandar, prepare for battle, Nova Prime shouted. The Xandarian fleet lined up one after another, waiting for the opponent's attack. When the war was about to start, Collector suddenly shouted on the public channel, Blood God, come out and answer for your actions. Bert snorted loudly, Collector, I have always respected you as an elder of the universe, but you brought the Ravagers to try and take my space stone. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Collector was furious and said, you actually dare accuse me? Blood God, you occupied my Celestial's head, and I have come to settle the account with you today. Joke, Bert retorted. When did I ever occupy your Celestial's head? When I arrived in the Nohir, you had already fled. Bert sneered, what I possess is simply land without an owner. Collector was so angry he could hardly speak. If it wasn't you, he exclaimed. Why would I have left Nohir? Hey, it doesn't sound familiar, Bert said with a sneer. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for slander. Bert sneered, it's obvious that you bought the Power Stone. I was afraid that someone who knew nothing about the realm would grab it from you, so I came here in a hurry. What does it have to do with me? Collector clenched his teeth for a moment, but could not refute Bert's argument. Everyone believed that the Power Stone was in his possession, and he had no proof of Bert's actions. Collector, Bert shouted. Since you want to grab my space stone, then I won't give you any more face. I will arrest you and suppress you for 10,000 years. Even if other elders of the universe come to the door, I will not back down, because you were the one who started it. Collector was on the brink of fury. He thought to himself and asked on a private channel, Blood God, is all of this part of your plan? First, you drive me away from Nohir, and then let Ronin hunt me down. If Ronin succeeds, or beats me seriously, then you will be relieved. But if Ronin fails, after I find out the truth, I will surely come after you with Ronin's help. And when that happens, you can take action against me without worrying about the revenge of other elders. Inside the blood ship, everyone looked at Bert in astonishment. How deep and intricate his scheming was. Bullshit, Bert retorted righteously. I'm upright and honest, how could I use such despicable means? Collector, don't make excuses for yourself, this time, I won't let you go. Collector slammed his fist on the table in anger. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Blood God, you've done so much, isn't it all just to let out a breath? Earth is a very special place in the universe, Bert said slowly after a moment of silence. It connects all the subsidiary dimensions of the universe. In simpler terms, if you want to enter the main universe, you must pass through Earth. Everyone was a little surprised. It was the first time they had heard of this. They were a little proud to know that their Earth was not ordinary at all. Collector asked, confused, Blood God, what do you mean by this? The Earth is so important, to protect the Earth is to protect the universe, Bert explained. In other words, the guardian of the Earth is actually the guardian of the universe. Collector asked impatiently, so what? So what? Bert shouted. The elders of the universe, do you old guys need to be taught by me how to do things? Without putting much effort into protecting the universe, you are swaying if you have more infinity stones. What kind of fuck do you think you are? Collector was stunned for a moment, then roared, Blood God. Shit, what have you done for this universe? Bert sneered, you guys have no right to point fingers at things on Earth. Do you think I'm teaching you a lesson? Wrong, I'm using you to kill chickens and warn the elders of the universe. Doom nodded. How many infinity stones we have on Earth, it's none of your business. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The most annoying thing is that this kind of person doesn't show up when they want to contribute and suddenly comes out one day, arrogantly forbidding you to do this, forbidding you to do that. It's annoying. Carol couldn't help but glance at Bert. This blood god seems to be a bit great. Collector gritted his teeth and said, Blood god, you will definitely die here today. Those who offend the elders of the universe will not end well. Bert sneered, you will definitely be sealed for 10,000 years today. If other universe elders dare to act like you, I will send them in to accompany you. Collector snorted and ended the communication. Doom asked, Bert, why don't you just kill this guy? Sealing him is just a lesson. If I kill the opponent directly, it is equivalent to declaring war on all the elders of the universe, Bert explained. I'm not afraid of them, but the earth can't handle their power. These old guys have lived for an unknown amount of time and they have a lot of energy. To live long and not die is a cheat, Doom snorted. His eyes were very cold. Elders of the universe, I, Doom, have my eyes on you. At that moment, a figure flew out from the dark aster. He held the communicator and shouted loudly, Captain Marvel, dare to fight. Looking at the figure in the red and blue tights and the red cape, Bert couldn't help but touch his nose. Apart from his looks and hair, what's the difference between this guy and Superman? Carol looked at Bert, and Bert said, if you're interested, go and play with him. I'll be back to support you soon. Carol nodded, turned, and flew out of the blood ship. Then she shouted at Kalurk, I don't know which empire you are from, but I promise, you will regret appearing here. Sorry, I never regret. Kalurk snorted and flew towards the abandoned planet in the distance, and Carol followed suit without fear. When they arrived at the abandoned planet, Kalurk didn't waste any time with words. His eyes lit up with red light, and two heat rays that melted everything fiercely shot at Carol. Carol dodged and flew towards Kalurk, punching him hard in the cheek. Kalurk didn't dodge and kicked Carol with one kick. The next moment, the two flew out at the same time like shooting stars. Carol, you didn't disappoint me. Unfortunately, you will lose today because I'm invincible. Kalurk laughed and stopped in the air, then quickly flew to Carol. Carol snorted coldly, recoiled, and the two collided fiercely in the air and then hit the ground from the sky. The energy flew around, even the ground was easily torn apart. Everyone couldn't help but secretly swallow their saliva. These two were truly terrifying. They were afraid that even the abandoned planet would be demolished by them. Gladiator will win without a doubt. Don't worry, Collector said confidently. With the treasure he gave Kalurk, there was no reason for Kalurk to lose. That's good, the leader of the Ravagers said as he looked at Collector. Collector, it's time for you to act. Everyone nodded. Collector snorted and said, why use a sledgehammer to kill a fly? Bill, go and deal with the blood god. Accompanied by Collector's voice, a horse-headed cyborg came out. It was called Beta Ray Bill, a champion of the arena, and his head even hung above the arena. Horse-faced Bill waved the hammer of gravity in his hand and said in a muffled voice, you said, after defeating the blood god, this hammer belongs to me. That's right, I said that. Go, Collector said with some distress. The hammer can control gravity, and it was a pretty good addition to his collection. Of course, it was just pretty good, not unique, so Collector was willing to give people something good, and he wouldn't give it up easily. Okay. Bill flew out excitedly and shouted at the blood god, come out and die. Where did this come from? Bert glanced at Beta Ray Bill and said to Dr. Banner, Hulk, come on. Leave it to me. Dr. Banner immediately transformed into Hulk, put on his helmet, and nodded to everyone before rushing out on a space capsule. Horse-faced monster, come here and die, Hulk shouted loudly while flying towards the abandoned planet where Carol was located. Beta Ray Bill was a little annoyed when he heard the words, and immediately chased after him. Upon arriving at the abandoned planet, the two of them didn't waste any time with words. They charged straight towards each other, and then the two huge fists slammed into each other. A thunderous sound echoed, and the two flew out at the same time, knocking down a hill behind them. The two of them were very excited, got up at the same time, and rushed towards each other, punching each other fiercely like two peerless beasts. These two monsters, both the enemy and the ally, were amazed. Each of the four people on the abandoned planet had the terrifying ability to dismantle battleships with their bare hands. On the Dark Aster, a Ravager shouted to Collector, Collector, you should do it yourself. Yes, you should do it yourself, everyone shouted. Collector snorted and said, no hurry, you fight first. Anyway, I will definitely hold the blood god. Everyone was a little dissatisfied, but they were very much looking forward to the drop of stones from Collector and the blood god. Don't worry about the battle over there, our target is Xandar. Ronan ordered, Pirate Group, you take the lead and break through the left side of the Xandar Coalition. The left side of the Xandar Coalition is in charge of the Earth Federation. The members of the Pirate Group looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Collector smiled and said, with the strength of the Pirate Group, there is no doubt that the first battle will win. Of course, the Pirate Group responded proudly, using the communicator to instruct, let's go. With the order, a large number of unmanned remote control drones that were dyed black flew quickly towards the left side, which everyone secretly despised. Do you think we don't know who the drones painted in black are? These unmanned remote control drones, Omnicrafts, undoubtedly belong to the Sovereign. At this moment, their golden high priestess Aisha is commanding the battle on Sovereign. In front of her are a large number of operators. Treasures like space stone, only our noble sovereigns are qualified to own, Aisha said proudly. calling themselves sovereign. One can imagine how narcissistic this group of people is. On the blood ship, Bert instructed, according to the information, these are the omnicrafts of sovereign. Shuri, I'll leave it to you and Wakanda to solve it. Okay, I thought I'd meet them. Phantom Legion, take off. In the Vengeance, Wakanda main ship, Shuri loudly ordered. The Wakanda warriors lying in the operation bay immediately activated the vibranium spacecraft and controlled their remote-controlled spacecraft to face Sovereign. Quantum remote control drone. Aisha discovered the true face of the Phantom Legion for the first time and smiled disdainfully. They dared to use a quantum remote control drone in front of their sovereign omnicrafts. They really did not know whether to live or die. A general sovereign immediately ordered, send a quantum jamming bomb and let their aircraft lose control. Someone immediately followed suit, and several quantum interference bombs exploded next to the Phantom Legion. The connection between the Phantom Legion and the Vengeance immediately became intermittent, and many spacecraft began to dance in space. As for Sovereign's own spaceship, it was completely unaffected. Their technology was mature and would not be easily disturbed by quantum interference. I guessed that you would use this trick, Shuri said, snorting as she immediately increased the quantum signal. All the Phantom ships quickly recovered and stabilized. Seeing this, Aisha became more and more disdainful. The main ship is actually nearby? It's idiotic. If the main ship is needed, what's the point of remote control? General said with a smile, it's really idiotic. They must be newbies in this area. Pilots, first destroy those spaceships, and then smash their main ships to let them understand how idiotic they are. Yes, a group of pilots agreed in unison. The familiar control spacecraft launched an attack, and the golden energy rays shot densely towards the Phantom Legion. This was the second actual combat of the Phantom Legion, and it was far inferior to Sovereign's pilots in terms of technology. Several spaceships were shot soon, but these spaceships did not explode. Instead, they counterattacked as if nothing had happened, causing explosions. This is impossible, a Sovereign pilot exclaimed, looking at the red light of the controller in front of him with disbelief. But nothing is impossible. The shells of this batch of Phantom spaceships were all made of vibranium, and those energy attacks couldn't break their defenses at all. Relying on vibranium, the Phantom Legion and the Sovereign spaceship fought back and forth, and they did not fall behind at all. Damn, what kind of metal are their battleships made of, so strong? General Sovereign scolded angrily. Whether it was technology or tactics, the Sovereigns were far stronger than the other party. The problem was that the defense of those damn ships was too strong, so strong that it directly ignored technology and tactics. It's a good thing. When we defeat Earth, we'll have this powerful metal, High Priestess Aisha said excitedly. Was it difficult to defeat Earth? Of course not, it was just a group of natives who were just starting out. That's true, General said and ordered, don't get entangled with these ships, concentrate on attacking their main ships. On the Vengeance, Shuri laughed proudly, haha, Sovereign is nothing but the same, and my Phantom Legion is stronger. Black Panther said helplessly, it's vibranium that is strong, not your Phantom Legion. Shuri, you used so much vibranium this time, the elders are quite dissatisfied. Do I have to care about them? Eric will support me anyway, Shuri said disdainfully. Those elders have lost their minds, so much vibranium would rather be hidden in the mine than used. Black Panther shouted dissatisfiedly, Shuri. Okay, let's just agree to disagree. Hey, they're actually coming towards us, idiots. Activate the black hole cannon. Seeing Sovereign's omnicrafts rushing towards the Vengeance, Shuri laughed and shouted loudly. Black hole cannon. Hearing Shuri's words, Black Panther asked in surprise, wait, didn't the research on the black hole cannon fail? It didn't work, but it's enough. Shuri pressed the launch button, and a pitch-black shell rumbled out from the muzzle, then exploded at the center of the spaceship, forming a small black hole. This black hole had no power and the suction was even weaker, but all the remote-controlled spaceships around it stopped in the air uncontrollably. The Phantom Legion behind took the opportunity to shoot frantically, and the Omnicrafts were blown up one after another. Black hole? That is impossible. All the Sovereigns made an incredible cry. How could an indigenous planet master an ultimate technology such as black holes? Even the three major empires are not good at it, right? They've only scratched the surface, someone said. The black hole has no actual attack power, but the black hole can block all signals, including our quantum signals, so our spacecraft was wiped out. Even if it's just fur, it's worth a lot, High Priestess Aisha said. Raising Earth to an important level, their metals and black hole technology are important to us. Yes, High Priestess, everyone nodded. The general asked, High Priestess, what should we do next? High Priestess Aisha said, do nothing and watch the show quietly. The strength of the Earthlings is far beyond our imagination. This time, the coalition may not be able to get the Space Stone. Sovereign's fleet is actually wiped out. Both the Ronin allied forces and the Xandars were shocked. The Earthlings had actually killed the Sovereign's Omnicrafts or had done it easily. This was too incredible. Was Earth really just an indigenous planet? It seems that this time the higher is right. Nova Prime was overjoyed. Her intuition told her that the Earthlings would give her more surprises next. A bunch of rubbish. Every day they say how noble they are, but they can't even beat a bunch of natives. On the Dark Aster, everyone yelled and cursed, and Collector was no exception. It was a shame, and he had praised them at his own expense. Ronan was a little annoyed that the outcome was unfavorable for him, and he ordered, "Green pirates, you lead some pirates to attack the left side of the Xandar, and the two-headed demon, you lead the raiders, attack the right of the coalition. The rest, get ready. As soon as there is a breakthrough on the left and right flanks, we will immediately attack Xandar from the front and destroy their fleet." The Green Pirates are the army of the Skrull Empire, and the troops assigned to them by Ronan are all regular troops of other forces. The two-headed demon is a battle commander sent by the Ravager Alliance, the same level as Nick Fury, and the team he leads are all real Ravagers. As for the rest, they are all the troops of the Kree Empire, and they are most interested in destroying Xandar. The pirate heads looked at each other and nodded. Okay. Then, the Skrull army and the Ravager army set off at the same time, and flew aggressively towards the left and right flanks of the Xandar army. With the strength of the Skrull and the Ravager army, we will achieve a great victory. Collector laughed and everyone nodded in agreement. In the main ship of Nova Corps, a Centurion frowned and asked, "Nova Prime, I believe there should be no problem on the left, but are the people on the right really reliable?" On the left was the Earth Coalition led by Bert, and on the right was an army of wanted criminals, from the Nohir. The Guardians of the Galaxy and Natasha, Bert's loyal servants, were also present. Mr. Wong said that he left a trump card over there, and the enemy will die as many as they come. Nova Prime smiled and reassured him, "You don't have to worry, even if something goes wrong, we have the Space Stone to reinforce them." That's true, the crowd nodded in agreement. They were all curious about the identity of this so-called killer of the Blood God. On the left side of Xandar, Bert said to Steve, "Director, it's time for you to command." "I've got this," Steve replied confidently. "Tony, lead the unmanned army to prepare to attack. Frank, you will command the biochemical extremist army. Black Panther, you will command the 6th Legion. This time, give them a ruthless attack, let them know that we Earthlings are not to be underestimated." Tony and the others nodded in agreement. Bert added, "If possible, capture a Skrull warship. The Skrulls can change into other people. After this battle, they will definitely send spies to Earth, so we must be prepared for a rainy day." Steve nodded and said, "Yes. After this battle, there will be no shortage of spies on Earth. This is the inevitable price of power." Tony shrugged. With that, he led the space version of the unmanned battle armors to rush out of the main ship, followed by Frank commanding the biochemical extremist army riding space capsules. As for the 6th Legion fleet, it was also ready under the command of the Black Panther. It's worth mentioning that superheroes such as Electro and Inhumans like Black Bolt did not participate in this battle as they had other missions. On the right, Natasha, the Black Widow, ordered loudly, "Prepare to fight. Whoever dares to escape or steal will be executed on the spot. After the battle is over, Blood God will grant you freedom, so that you will no longer be slaves. Long live the Blood God, destroy the enemies on the opposite side." The wanted criminals roared loudly. Although the Ravagers on the opposite side were powerful, they may not have the power to fight. In contrast, the Blood God was the truly terrifying one. In a main ship, Yondu shouted to Star-Lord, "Quill, you will take the spaceship in a while and you will be the first to rush up to make a good deal for us." Star-Lord replied angrily, "You're taking personal revenge." Yondu retorted, "What's wrong with taking personal revenge? I've been so kind to you and raised you from childhood to adulthood, but you've been taking advantage of me to mock me every day." Yondu continued, "Fortunately, God has eyes. Blood God knows my ability and has put me in command of this main ship. Quill, if you don't agree, you can try to escape. You're the best at that anyway." Star-Lord retorted, "I won't run away. Blood God is from my hometown, why should I run away?" Star-Lord's comment was met with boos from the crowd. He snorted coldly and turned to walk back. "This time it's over. The Blood God is really. Anyway, I'm also his fellow, half-fellow, why doesn't he take care of me?" Star-Lord sighs as he entered the cabin, then a voice suddenly sounded from the communicator. "Isn't that our Star-Lord? Why are you downcast? Weren't you very arrogant because of the status of the Blood God fellow a few days ago?" Star-Lord was surprised as he looked out and saw Rocket, Groot, Drax, and Gamera riding on the Milano, looking at him with a smile. "My Milano," Star-Lord shouted in surprise. Rocket responded, "It's mine, but I'm merciful and allowing you to come up as my co-pilot." "I'm right, hurry up and open the cabin," Star-Lord eagerly said. He couldn't wait to enter the Milano. He glanced left and right, and although it was decorated, it was still his Milano at its core. Star-Lord was overjoyed. "Blood God helped me fix it? Haha, I really deserve to be his hometown. Again, it's mine, hurry up and sit down, the battle will begin soon," Rocket said impatiently. Star-Lord gave him the middle finger, walked to the passenger seat, and sat down. He then asked in a low voice, "When are you going to escape? Didn't you call yourself from the same hometown before?" Rocket complained. Gamera and the others also rolled their eyes. Gamera said, "Sorry, we're not going to escape. We must prevent Ronan from getting the Space Stone and Power Stone." Drax shouted, "I'm going to kill Ronan." Rocket said, "Sit tight, let's go." Blood God said, "If the battle goes well, this spaceship will be mine, and I can be hired to work for him in the future. I will not miss such a good opportunity. Blood God is a golden thigh. Are you really going?" Star-Lord looked at the Ravager spaceship that was getting closer and closer and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. On the left side of the Xandarian coalition army, the unmanned armor army and the biochemical extremist army had already engaged with the Skrull army. Space capsules? Steel armors? What kind of backward war machines are these? Natives are natives, the Skrull commander sneered and ordered the Skrull battleships to fire in unison. Energy beams and energy cannons shot densely at the unmanned armored army and the biochemical extremist army. Raise your shield. Tony immediately controlled the unmanned armor to hold the vibranium shields in a vertical array in front. Then, all the vibranium shields were connected together and turned into a huge energy shield, blocking all energy attacks. Keep going, Tony ordered again. The unmanned battle armors at the back pushed the front with force, and the entire legion advanced in an orderly manner. What kind of metal is this, so strong? Keep firing. Charge the main gun and get ready to attack. The commander was a little surprised and immediately gave the order. The battleships continued to shoot, but they were completely unable to break through the defense of the shield formation. Not long after, the main gun of a main ship was fully charged and a huge beam of energy slammed into the shield array. Get out of the way. Tony roared before the main cannon fired. No one in the battle armor took back the vibranium shield and scattered to the side like a small bee, allowing the main cannon to blast empty. The Skrull commander frowned a little and was about to give another order, but the unmanned battle armors reformed the shield formation. Immediately afterwards, a gun muzzle stretched out in front of the shield formation and a huge energy ray roared out, slamming a Skrull battleship violently, causing it to explode directly. Damn, the Skrull commander was furious and immediately ordered all the warships of the major forces to fire together. The biochemical extremist army was not far from the Skrull battleship, and they all flew out from behind the unmanned battle armors and crashed into those battleships at the fastest speed. Don't let them get close, they should be the explosive legion mentioned by the raiders, shouted Commander Skrull loudly. Everyone did not dare to neglect, and sent fighter jets to shoot at the biochemical extremist army. Soon, a large number of biochemical extremist clones exploded in the air. What is the most important thing about cannon fodder? The most important thing is the quantity, Frank sneered. Although many clones were destroyed, the remaining clones were still numerous. They crashed into fighter planes and warships frantically, and then exploded. The Skrull coalition suffered heavy losses. The unmanned combat armor took the opportunity to rush over and launched powerful missiles at those warships. They were small and flexible, making it difficult for warships or fighter planes to evade them. With the efforts of the clones and unmanned armors, the situation gradually became chaotic. About there, Tony's eyes flashed, and he remotely controlled an invisible unmanned battle armor to quietly approach the Skrull's core main ship. Then, the armor turned on its weapon system and slammed into the defensive cover of the Skrull's main ship. The dim space suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light, and in the white light, the main ship of the Skrulls was annihilated. Is this a nuclear weapon? Both the enemy and ally were shocked, not by the power of nuclear weapons, but by the fact that the Skrulls were so stupid that they were approached by nuclear weapons. In fact, the Skrulls did not find nuclear weapons at all. The nuclear weapons were in the body of the unmanned battle armor, and the unmanned battle armor used the stealth technology of the Dark Elves. This was the crystallization of the joint efforts of Tony and Yvonne, the nuclear bomb stealth battle armor. Carol, who was fighting fiercely with Kallerk, was taken aback. You even used nuclear weapons. The Earth is talking about reunification recently, and the effect of nuclear weapons has been greatly reduced, so it is used against aliens to play with, Bert said. This is Mazzy's nuclear bomb, and its power is quite good. I will buy them next time. Anyway, they have a lot of stock. Huh. Carol was speechless. Isn't this a bit too brutal? I didn't expect the Earth to become so powerful in just over 20 years. Carol was amazed. With the current strength of the Earth, it is absolutely qualified to enter the interstellar age. Although the Skrulls have more than one main ship, the one that was just blown up was the command main ship, and the remaining fleet was headless, and immediately became chaotic. Steve ordered loudly, "Army attack." The Blood ship and the other fleet launched an attack together. At the same time, a flash of light flashed in the sky, and several Chidori main ships and a Harrow ship, Dark Elves, appeared at the same time, attacking frantically below. That's right, the Earthlings also ambushed their troops. The Skrull coalition was attacked from both sides and quickly defeated. Steve saw this and immediately commanded the warships to divide and annihilate these coalition forces. Tony brought a group of unmanned battle armors and scanned a Skrull main ship, ready to capture it. Left side, lost. Ronan's expression was extremely ugly. He had no idea that the Skrulls would be defeated so quickly and so miserably. The strength of Earthlings is much stronger than we imagined. Collector's face was a bit ugly. What a shame about the three big empires. Collector took a deep breath and said, there should be no problem with the Ravager army, and it's the same for us to break through from the right. This time, no one responded, and everyone looked at Collector blankly. You seem to have said the same last time? Collector was a little embarrassed. He said, this time, the army of Ravagers will definitely win. On the right side, the army of Ravagers and the army of wanted criminals have already started a full-scale war. Although the army of Ravagers is not as good as the regular army, it is still no problem to deal with the army of wanted criminals. In a short period of time, the army of wanted criminals has fallen into a disadvantage. A group of wanted criminals who want to fight us too? Hurry up and kill these guys, then break through the Xandar fleet from the right, shouted the battle commander, a two-headed demon. He looked at the empty left side with disdain. Nick Fury, a coward, didn't even dare to board the battleship. Is this the kind of person who's worthy of being a Ravager? Kill, shouted the Ravagers excitedly. Xandar's wealth was not something to be taken lightly. Why do you want to kill more enemies? Asked Rocket on the Milano. Star-Lord shouted back while controlling the spacecraft. I think we should escape. Gamera shouted, shut up. Blood God said he left a trump card here, don't worry. Star-Lord thought secretly, in that case, what's the point of the trump card? On the main ship, Black Widow Natasha looked at the full-scale war that had already begun and nodded with satisfaction. Natasha shouted into the communicator, cool brother, the army of Ravagers has fallen into the battlefield. You can start. Can you change the name? It feels weird, replied a dull voice. The person said nervously, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to drive a bike in space in my life. Natasha shrugged, I didn't expect that I would become the captain of a main ship. Blood God thinks I have good qualifications and plans to train me to be a commander. To be honest, this wasn't in my life plan at all. Everything is changing now, except for my salary. I don't know if they can raise it this time when I go back, at least I have experience in space, said the man. By the way, remember to take a few more pictures for me. My daughter wants them. Natasha smiled and said, don't worry, my photography skills have always been good. Please start, Ghost Rider. Then let's begin, replied Damon. Accompanied by this sound, a chariot shaped like a bike, modified Chitauri chariot, composed entirely of vibranium appeared in space, and then, the chariot burst into raging flames. Don't ask why there is fire in space, because it's not ordinary fire, it's hellfire. Space Ghost Rider, here we go, shouted Damon as he grinned and controlled the shuttle to rotate rapidly. Then, the shuttle rushed towards the main ship where the two-headed demon was located like a sharp arrow from the string. All the ships along the way were easily smashed and exploded by it. What is that? Shouted the army of Ravagers as they quickly found the lightning-fast shuttle chariot and immediately shot frantically at it, but most of the attacks were easily dodged by the chariot, and even if it hit, it was absorbed by the vibranium, causing no damage at all. I like this chariot, laughed Skull Damon as he crashed into a spaceship from the side, and then flew out from the opposite side. The huge spaceship rumbled and exploded behind. What the fuck is that? Exclaimed the army of Ravagers. Even Star-Lord and the others were taken aback. Rocket looked at the shuttle that was easy to devise and asked loudly, is this for sale? I will go bankrupt. I have to buy it even if I have to sell myself. You can't buy it even if you sell yourself. That thing is more expensive than a main ship, said Natasha angrily. The shuttle not only used a lot of vibranium but also added a rune magic circles and various precious materials, making it the perfect crystallization of technology and magic. In a short time, the shuttle was not far from the main ship where the two-headed demon was located. The two-headed demon was shocked and hurriedly shouted, kill it quickly, use the main gun, prepare to fire. A large number of warships shot at the shuttle chariot, and the main ship even blasted a super beam of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Damon smiled disdainfully. With a thought, all the energy absorbed before was turned into power, and the speed of the shuttle chariot soared twice, easily dodging most of the attacks. The shuttle chariot then penetrated the main ship like a bolt of electricity, showing Damon's figure on the opposite side. The next moment, the main ship rumbled and exploded, and there were steel fragments everywhere. It's too powerful? Long live the Blood God, shouted the army of wanted criminals excitedly. They cheered wildly and controlled the battleships to launch a counterattack, reversing the situation in an instant. What kind of shuttle is that? Isn't it too scary? Asked the Nova Corps, stunned. A Centurion couldn't help but ask Nova Prime, is this shuttle of the Earthlings for sale? It's amazing. It's really amazing. This killer is really shocking, said Nova Prime, nodding. After the war, she must ask the Blood God if this shuttle is for sale. On the Blood ship, Bert laughed, ha ha ha, isn't my 9 heavens and 10 earths demon shuttle powerful? Tony's voice came from the communicator, that's a fucking vibranium chariot. It's not some 9 days and 10 places to ward off the devil. You only came up with the idea. The vibranium chariot was made by me, that lunatic, and Banner. Bert said arrogantly, creativity is the most important thing, the 3 of you are just working for me. Fuck off, shouted Tony and Yvonne at the same time. Steve laughed next to them, this thing is really powerful, can it be mass-produced? No, the materials are too expensive, and only Ghost Rider can control this thing, said Bert, shaking his head. Without the demonization of hellfire, this thing is difficult to start, and without an immortal body, it will immediately kill the user after acceleration. Steve sighed, that would be a pity. It's a pity, but there seems to be a spirit of vengeance on Mephisto's side. I'll get some from him when I get a chance, said Bert. If there is a group of Ghost Riders, maybe they can demonize the main ship. Steve laughed, a demonized battleship? That must be interesting. In Dark Aster, the command room was deadly silent. Some of them stared at the vibranium chariot shuttle that kept flashing like electric light outside, while others looked blankly at Collector. Didn't you say that we will definitely win? Collector became more and more embarrassed. He was about to say something when Ronan raised his weapon and shouted loudly, I swore when I joined the army that I would destroy Xandar. Kree warriors, attack. Destroy Xandar, shouted the Kree fleet in unison, and followed the Dark Aster and charged aggressively towards the Xandar fleet. Collector was about to speak when Ronan looked over coldly and said, if you dare to say one more word, I will kill you. Other people in the command room also took up their weapons and looked at Collector with murderous intent. Collector made a gesture of shutting up and felt extremely aggrieved. I just wanted to inspire everyone. Everyone snorted coldly. You fucking crow mouth, letting you go on, and you're going to be a fart. Ronan is in a hurry. He knows that time is not on his side, Nova Prime shouted. Xandarians, our allies have taken care of the other armies for us. Now, only the Kree are left. Will we lose? Of course not, all the Xandarians shouted in unison. One-on-one, they are not afraid of the Kree. Otherwise, how could they have been forced to sign a contract? The old enemies, Xandar and Kree, are fighting in space once again. Black Bolt, it's time for you to play. Superheroes, Inhumans, you are ready to, Steve shouted. Left, right, we all won. Now, it's time to destroy the enemy's main ship. Yes, everyone agreed loudly. Black Bolt said on his mobile phone, Gordon, let's go. Okay, Gordon didn't talk nonsense. He teleported to the front of the Dark Aster with the Black Bolt. Before the Dark Aster could react, the Black Bolt made a sharp, super long, high-pitched sound from the middle position, and the sound waves continued to boom towards the Dark Aster. In just a split second, the Dark Aster's defensive cover was destroyed by the sound waves. Then, the sound waves bombarded the Dark Aster, and the alloy armor was torn apart and smashed. A large number of facilities inside exploded, and countless Krees died tragically. This is impossible. In the command room, everyone was swaying, their faces full of disbelief and horror. He destroyed the defense of the Dark Aster and destroyed half of the Dark Aster with a roar. How was this possible? The Ronin coalition did not know about Black Bolt, and Charlie and Nick Fury had concealed a lot of information about Earth. Kill him. Ronin held the handle next to him and roared loudly. A large number of energy beams immediately shot towards Black Bolt, and Gordon immediately teleported away with Black Bolt. Black Bolt did not continue to attack the Dark Aster. With Gordon's help, he smashed other battleships one after another. To be honest, he was in a pretty good mood. He never dared to speak before, not like this. Black Bolt is incredibly powerful, Nova Prime exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Encircle the Kree fleet and don't let them escape, she shouted to her troops. Nova Prime's use of the word escape reflects her confidence in their ability to win the battle. This confidence is not limited to her alone, but is shared by all members of the Allied Earth Force. As she thought to herself, it's time to establish diplomatic relations with Earth. The Nova Corps is obligated to guide Earth in becoming an orderly interstellar force. Although I have seen it before, it is still quite shocking. The Earthlings are truly strong, Nova Prime reflected. Rocket, who had been sighing repeatedly, turned to look at Star-Lord with a look of contempt. You're also a person from Earth, why are you so useless? Star-Lord responded, how do I know? By the way, are those really Earthlings? I'm starting to suspect that I don't even have half the Earth blood. Drax shouted excitedly, let's rush towards the Dark Aster. I want to kill Ronan. Rocket and Star-Lord exchanged glances before controlling their spacecraft and rushing towards the Dark Aster. Ronan may be valuable, but they were determined to take him down. Just before the Guardians of the Galaxy entered the Dark Aster, a group of superheroes and Inhumans teleported in. An Inhuman quickly sensed their presence and pointed to the right, saying, the command room is over there. Let's go, attack the command room, Doom ordered, leading the group towards the command room. The Kree guards quickly spotted them and called for backup, shooting frantically at the group. Doom quickly used his magic, creating a portal around the enemy. The portal rapidly shrank inwards, slicing through the Kree and battle robots alike. Magic works really well, Electro said enviously. Doom glanced at him and replied, this is the magic developed by your boss, and it's incredibly useful. Inhuman Joey melted the front hatch with his powers, and asked curiously, why not let Black Bolt continue to bombard the Dark Aster? With Gordon's help, he can destroy it alone. Electro explained, because the Blood God intends to send this Dark Aster to SWORD, so that they will have their own spaceship. I see, everyone realized. Doom said coldly, concentrate on fighting, the enemy is coming again. Good, everyone nodded in agreement. Under Doom's leadership, they quickly approached the command room while clearing out the enemy. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Doom took action this time is to seek benefits for the Eastern European Union, so that Eastern Europe will not be ignored by the 6 permanent members. In the command room, the panicked voice of a Kree guard came over the communicator, accuser, the opponents are too strong, we can't resist them at all, they are about to reach the command room. Ronan cursed bitterly, damn, where does Earth get so many strong people from? I said earlier that there are many superheroes on Earth, but you didn't believe me, Nick Fury said with sarcasm, and everyone glared at him angrily, but couldn't refute his words. You follow me to stop those so-called superheroes, Ronan said coldly. Collector, what cards do you have? Hurry up and use them, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance, he commanded. A Ravager sneered, maybe he can use his big mouth to say that Earth will win. Everyone laughed, but Collector's face was ashen. He said, you go block them. This time, we will not lose. Everyone rolled their eyes and followed Ronan to stop the invaders. After Joey melted another door, the superheroes confronted Ronan and his group. Doom looked at Ronan and said coldly, you are Ronan the Accuser. Who are you? Ronan asked. A person who wants your head, and I'll gladly accept it, Doom replied. Doom stomped his feet, and an invisible energy exploded under Ronan's feet. Although Ronan was able to avoid it in time, he was still disgraced. Die, Ronan shouted, raising his omnipotent weapon and shooting a beam of light towards Doom. Doom raised his hand to create a space door, and the beam of light rushed out from behind Ronan, hitting him and sending him flying. Doom put his hands together, and a huge electric current slammed into Ronan. Ronan let out a shrill scream, as if his whole body was being scorched. As everyone watched Ronan being easily defeated by Doom, they were shocked and rushed to the rescue. Your opponents are us, the superheroes and Inhumans rushed up immediately. Although the opponents were the elites of the three major empires and major forces, they were no match for the high-end force of Earth. The Earth's strength definitely ranks among the universe. This Earth is so weird, they can't even get out of the solar system, but their personal strength is terrifying, Collector said anxiously, thinking for a moment before shouting to Kallark and Bill over the communicator, deal with the opponent as soon as possible, Dark Aster needs your help. Kallark ignored Collector, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Carol, I really didn't expect you, a woman, to be so strong. Are you looking down on women? Carol asked, furious. An energy wave slammed into Kallark, but he avoided it at a super fast speed, then appeared in front of Carol as if he had teleported, and punched her fiercely. Carol grabbed his fist and smashed her head onto his forehead. Even though he had been fighting for a while, he was dizzy from the impact. This woman's head is so hard, he thought to himself, but Carol flew into the air and smashed her head down again, knocking Kallark directly into the ground. How dare you look down on women? Carol shouted coldly, and put her hands together, releasing energy blast towards Kallark frantically. Kallark was blasted, sinking into the ground and creating a large pit. This woman is so strong, even I am no match, Kallark thought to himself as he felt his strength drop sharply. The bones all over his body rattled, as if they would shatter at any time. Kallark came from a mysterious planet. His strength is closely tied to his self-confidence. The more confident he is, the stronger he will be, but if his confidence is shaken, his strength will decline drastically. Carol's powerful attack had shaken his confidence in fighting. Collector's voice appeared directly in Kallark's mind, Gladiator, put on the protagonist ring I gave you. With it, you will be invincible. Kallark hesitated. Relying on external force was like admitting that he was not as good as Carol. This hesitation made Kallark's strength drop again, and he almost vomited blood from the blast of energy. He sighed secretly, resisting Carol's energy while struggling to put the protagonist ring given by Collector on his finger. If he doesn't wear it, he will die. As soon as the ring was put on, Kallark's body trembled immediately, and he was full of self-confidence. He flew out against Carol's energy shock and said proudly to Carol, I didn't expect you, a supporting role, to be so strong. I underestimated you? Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Carol stopped and said coldly, do you think you are the protagonist? Of course, I am the protagonist, the invincible protagonist, Kallark said with his nostrils flaring. Captain Marvel, although your face is a little square, but considering your strength, I am willing to give you a chance to surrender. From now on, you will be my concubine, who will fight for me during the day and accompany me at night when I sleep. What? Carol was dumbfounded. Could this be something a human could say? For you, a supporting actress, the best destiny is to become the protagonist's woman, and I am the protagonist, the invincible protagonist, Kallark said arrogantly. Don't thank me quickly. Do you know how many women dream of this opportunity? Thank your ancestors, die for me, Carol shouted, furious. Her whole body glowed with light, and she punched like a stone. Even a battleship would tremble in front of such a fist. But it was firmly received by Kallark, who said arrogantly, I am invincible. After speaking, Kallark's left foot kicked Carol's abdomen with lightning speed, and Carol flew back, hitting the ground with a bang and creating a huge pit 10 meters wide. Immediately afterward, Kallark appeared above Carol as if he had teleported and said arrogantly, did you see it? This is my strength, the strength of the protagonist. Are you mentally ill? Carol got up and attacked Kallark with both legs, but they were all easily blocked by him. Then, Kallark grabbed Carol's calf and repeatedly smashed her to the ground. The whole earth shook as a result. Even Carol was smashed and vomited blood. When Kallark let go of her, she lay in the pit, her light dimming as if it would go out at any time. How is this possible? Carol thought to herself, wondering why Kallark had suddenly become so strong. Collector smiled proudly. The person who got the protagonist's ring would imagine himself as the protagonist in a novel, who is omnipotent and invincible. Invincible in the whole world, and surrounded by beautiful women. Kallark was like this now. His self-confidence had swelled to the extreme, and his strength was comparable to that of gods and demons. This is why Carol was defeated. Collector hurriedly shouted, Gladiator, get rid of her quickly and return to the Dark Aster to rescue. As the protagonist, why should I obey your orders? Kallark said disdainfully. Collector, give me the Power Stone, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you will definitely die by my hands. Collector was dumbfounded. Kallark's strength had indeed become stronger, but the problem was that he has become uncontrollable. The protagonist, of course, will not be controlled. I'll give you a little time to think about it, Collector. Don't let me down. People who let me down never end well, because I am the protagonist. Kallark left that sentence and focused his attention on Carol. He said, Carol, you will surrender to me sooner or later, so why resist? As the protagonist, there is nothing that can't be done. Carol raised her right hand and gave Kallark the middle finger. She made a decision in her heart. If she didn't die in this battle, she would worship the blood god as her teacher and improve her strength. Such a disgrace, Carol would not allow it to happen again. I like your stubbornness, Calurk smiled. His eyes lit up red at the same time. He said, however, you will definitely surrender to me, because I am the protagonist. Just as Calurk was about to fire a heat ray at Carol, a hammer smashed him hard, sending him flying like a meteor. It was Hulk who looked at the meteor in the sky and said with contempt, your words are disgusting. The dragon meat I ate a few days ago was going to spit out. The scarred horse-faced Bill nodded in approval. I totally agree. I have never heard such disgusting words in my life. Carol asked in surprise, are you finished? Hulk won. He lost, Hulk said proudly. At the same time, he threw a potion at Carol and said, Blood God Potion. Heal wounds. The Blood God Potion is a super self-healing potion developed by Dr. Connors with vampire blood, Hulk blood, and extraordinary dragon blood. After injection, the injury will recover quickly, but at the cost of losing some lifespan. In addition, this Blood God Potion is extremely expensive and cannot be mass-produced. Thank you, Carol said as she immediately picked up the potion and injected herself. No matter what, she would take revenge. Horse-faced Bill gave Carol an envious look. He was semi-mechanical, and such a potion could not be used on him. In the previous battle, Bill had lost. In terms of strength, skills, and equipment, Bill was no worse than the Hulk, but he had two things that were far inferior to the Hulk. One was self-healing. Hulk's self-healing ability was too terrifying. No matter how many injuries he sustained, he would recover in a few seconds. Bill was no match at all. The other was growth. The more angry Hulk was, the stronger his strength would be. When he reached his full potential, Bill couldn't suppress Hulk at all. In the end, Bill was defeated, but Hulk spared his life and only robbed him of the hammer of gravity and asked him to surrender. Bill chose to agree. At this time, Calurk had become the protagonist. The two felt disgusted when they heard his declarations, looked at each other, and decided to join forces to beat Calurk. If they didn't beat each other, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The effect of the Blood God Potion was indeed very good. Carol quickly recovered from her injuries. She flew into the air, clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and shouted, where is that guy? I'll kill him. Calurk flew back and shouted arrogantly, dare to fight against the protagonist, you are really courting death. Pull out his tongue, Hulk shouted to the other two, and Carol rushed up and shouted, normally, I wouldn't do such a disgusting thing, but this time, I'm willing to pull his tongue out. Horse-faced Bill also rushed over, me too. You guys, sneak attack, Hulk said, chasing after him dissatisfied. Calurk saw the three of them rushing towards him at the same time, without any fear, but said arrogantly, come on, you will soon know what despair is. Captain Marvel, after seeing my strength, you will kneel before me and beg for my forgiveness. Die. Carol shouted as she ran wild. Her body shone brightly and two arc-shaped traces were faintly behind her. Then, she pushed forward with both hands, and a huge beam of energy slammed into Calurk. Calurk's eyes lit up with red light and he used two heat rays to resist Carol's energy beam. Hulk and horse-faced Bill saw this and attacked Calurk from left and right at the same time. Calurk raised his hands to resist the attack of Hulk and horse-faced Bill. Bill snorted coldly and his mechanical fist suddenly became longer, smashing heavily on Calurk's face. Calurk's head tilted and the heat rays deviated from the direction. Carol's energy beam slammed into his head, blasting him out and sliding on the ground. Hulk, die, Calurk roared, as he flew towards Hulk with great force. Hulk jumped high and at the same time turned on the hammer of gravity in his hand. The whole person rumbled down like a meteor and slammed into Calurk, sinking directly into the ground for dozens of meters. Despite this heavy blow, Calurk was still undefeated. He roared angrily, then opened his mouth and spat out a cold breath at the rushing horse-faced Bill, freezing him. Immediately afterwards, Calurk flew up and fought with Carol in the air, like teleportation. Even with Carol's powers turned on, she couldn't take down the opponent and was gradually suppressed by him. Hulk saw this and smashed the hammer of gravity on the ice that trapped Bill. With a bang, the ice shattered. Bill caught the hammer of gravity and joined forces with Hulk to deal with Calurk. I am the protagonist, I am invincible, Calurk shouted as he fought. Although 1 against 3, he did not lose the slightest. The ability to fight, but unfortunately, not obedient, Collector said, as he watched the battle from a distance. He then turned his eyes back to the monitor and found that Ronan and the others were in a worse condition. Many elites had even died tragically at the hands of superheroes. In fact, if it wasn't for the constant arrival of reinforcements, Ronan and the others might have been defeated. The accuser? That's all, Doom said as he grabbed with a big hand, causing the air in front of Ronan to explode. Ronan screamed and flew upside down, vomiting blood on the ground. However, Ronan did not fall down. He struggled to get up and roared, I will not lose. I want to destroy Xandar. No one can stop me. A little bit of backbone, unfortunately, too weak. Doom smiled disdainfully and was about to attack again when suddenly 5 people rushed in from outside. It was the Guardians of the Galaxy. The battle isn't over yet. Great, I'm going to exchange your heads for the bounty, Rocket said as he fired one of his own cannons. Star-Lord's eyes lit up when he heard the word bounty and he shouted, fellow Earth folks, I'm here to help you. You're only half fellow countrymen, Gamera said as she shook her head and joined Groot to deal with the incoming reinforcements. Ronan, Destroyer Drax said as he saw Ronan. His eyes immediately turned red and without a word, he attacked with 2 daggers. Ronan hurriedly waved his Cosmirod hammer to resist. Doom frowned and didn't make another move. A mere Ronin, Doom was not going to join forces with others to deal with him. Drax roared with red eyes, "Ronin, I'm going to kill you and avenge my family." "Your family? I don't know," Ronin said disdainfully. This was the truth. He had killed so many people, it was impossible to remember everyone. What? Drax was completely furious and ignored his defense, attacking frantically. Ronin struggled to resist, feeling extremely aggrieved. If he wasn't injured, how could he, the accuser, be suppressed by such a barbarian? "I, Ronin, will not yield even if I die." Ronin gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "I sacrifice my life in exchange for your death." With Ronin's voice, a quaint eye statue in his arms lit up with a dazzling red light. Then, the statue turned into a shadow of an eyeball and shrouded Ronin's body. Ronin roared in pain and a red light burst out, blasting Drax out directly. Shemaggorath. Doom's eyes were a little dignified. This was not a good thing. He was even more terrifying than the Hell Lord. "I accept your sacrifice. Remember, the more power you ask, the faster you die," Shemaggorath's voice suddenly sounded. Then, the phantom of the Shemaggorath quickly shrank, turning into an incomparably evil eye and imprinting it on Ronin's forehead. Ronin's wounds healed quickly and at the same time, his whole person's power skyrocketed. "Very good," Collector said as he breathed a sigh of relief. In this state, even the blood god has to be vigilant, let alone other people. Although the situation is completely different from what I expected, it's not a big problem. In this war, only I will win, Collector said as he took out a kettle with many demon runes from his sleeve, looked at the black water that was about to fill it, and smiled proudly. Whether it is the space stone or the power stone, they will be his property, and that blood god, who said he will suppress me for 10,000 years, we'll see who is suppressing whom later. Fury glanced at Collector and didn't do much. Since the blood god said it was fine, he would leave it to him to deal with. Ronin, the blasted Drax climbed up and attacked Ronin again, but this time it was completely different from the last time. With just a few moves, Drax was beaten down by Ronin. Then, Ronin lifted Drax with one hand, turned his head, and shouted at Doom, "He's not worthy of being my opponent, but you are?" After finishing speaking, Ronin smashed Drax hard at Doom, having added some curses on Drax. Once Doom caught him, he would be paralyzed and unable to move. When the opportunity arrives, Ronin will take the chance to attack and kill this hateful enemy. It was beyond Ronin's expectations. When Doom saw Drax flying towards him, he didn't intend to catch him. Instead, he stepped sideways and avoided him. With a loud bang, Drax slammed into the steel wall and passed out on the spot. Ronin sneered, "It seems that you are also a ruthless person. Your tricks are just inferior. Even if you didn't do anything, I wouldn't have picked him up. I don't even know him." Doom smiled disdainfully, "Ronin, you are now qualified to be my opponent. I will play with you." With that, Doom put his hands together and placed Ronin in a mirror space. There was almost no difference between there and the outside, except for the 9 small satellites in the sky. Ronin looked around in surprise and then sneered, "I don't know where this place is, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill you and I'll naturally be able to go out. I'm sorry, you can't do it. Please remember that the one who killed you was Doom, supreme leader for the kingdom of Latveria." Doom held his hands together and a space portal appeared out of thin air. A large number of explosive cockroaches flew out of it and rushed towards Ronin. "What the hell is this?" Ronin was taken aback and pointed his Cosmirod warhammer at the exploding cockroaches, releasing a huge energy wave. Doom, unfazed, continued to release cockroaches and pointed to the sky. The 9 small satellites turned their direction at the same time and then, 9 thick high-temperature laser rays blasted down at Ronin in unison. These were magic satellites created by Doom. Ronin was startled and quickly raised his warhammer to form a defensive shield to protect himself. The 9 high-temperature rays slammed into Ronin's defense dome, causing it to vibrate as if it would shatter at any moment. Damn it. Ronin cursed inwardly and tried his best to maintain the shield. At that moment, hundreds of explosive cockroaches slammed into the shield and exploded, shattering it on the spot. Doom said lightly, "If you're just like this, then I'll be very disappointed. I'm not even using 30% of my strength now. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Ronin was furious and sacrificed his life to gain strength. With the help of the destroyer, Shemaggorath, his aura skyrocketed wildly. He swung his warhammer vigorously, and a huge shockwave slammed into Doom. "Why are you angry? I'm just telling the truth." Doom opened a portal to transfer the shockwave behind Ronin. Ronin quickly avoided it. He was about to attack again, but a large number of explosive cockroaches surrounded him from all directions, densely packed, making his scalp tingle. At the same time, the 9 small satellites activated their second attack mode, and one by one, explosive fireballs fell from the sky and slammed into Ronin like missiles. Doom's combat strategy has always been simple: attack, keep attacking, explode, and keep blasting. The other party either blocks or dies. This guy, I'm afraid he's not weaker than Carol. Ronin's heart was extremely solemn, he clenched his war hammer, and his eyes were full of determination. Today, even if he sacrificed all his life, he would also destroy Doom and Xandar. Ronin can die, but his mission cannot end. Seeing Ronin desperately trying, Doom smiled slightly. It seems that a lot of battle data can be collected today. The previous nuclear explosion was pretty good. Maybe I can combine technology and magic to create a clean nuclear explosion without pollution. Doom thought to himself. Blood God said that as a guardian, you must have a trump card. I think the clean nuclear explosion is very armorable for me. Meanwhile, Dark Aster was pinned down and unable to participate in the war. Nova Prime took the opportunity to lead the Nova Corps to destroy the remaining Kree fleet. The strength of the Nova Corps is not weak. In addition, Black Bolt has been singing next to them, making the Kree fleet no match for them at all. Today will be a super victory. Nova Prime was excited. Ronan, the accuser of Kree who had been causing trouble for decades, will meet his demise today. And all of this was thanks to Earth's allies. Earthlings are really strong. Not only was the Nova Corps progressing smoothly, but their left and right wings were also one-sided, completely crushing the opposition. On the left, under the siege of the Earth Federation army, the Skrull coalition was already in jeopardy, and Tony even led an unmanned battle armor to attack a Skrull main ship. He wanted to capture this main ship. The Skrulls saw Tony's intentions and were furious. They led a group of combat robots to fight back. These native wants to capture them, which was ridiculous. It's a pity that I didn't bring high-end weapons, otherwise these natives wouldn't be so arrogant. Captain Skuru of Skrull scolded bitterly. After all, it is a disguised identity, and it is impossible to bring the unique high technology of their empire. The strength of the three major empires is still very strong. Although the current batch is a regular army, there is still a lot of gap between it and the real army. Deal with these steel armors as quickly as possible, then, we retreat. Captain Skuru shouted loudly, I declare in advance that this time, we cannot be prisoners. If something happens, I will control the main ship and will perish together with the enemy. Just these battle armors are not qualified to let us perish together, we will destroy them immediately. The Skrull soldiers roared loudly, led the battle robots, and fought desperately with the unmanned armors in the aisle. With various energy attacks flashing, the unmanned armors and robots exploded one after another. This battle was not only related to the life and death of the Skrulls, but also to their glory. Damn it. Tony gritted his teeth. He found that he was a little too greedy. The resistance of the main ship far exceeded his expectations. As one of the three major empires, the Skrulls were still very powerful. Should I give up the main ship and capture an ordinary warship? Tony hesitated, and at that moment, a group of huge unmanned battle armors rushed in from the outside and suppressed those robots. Tony was overjoyed at first, then scolded, lunatic, what are you doing? I can handle it here. You've made a fool of yourself, and you actually want to capture the main ship. Is there a hole in your head? Don't say you can't beat it. Even if you can really beat it, how can you stop the main ship from self-destruction? Yvonne flew in wearing magic armor and scolded, you stay here, I'll take down the power room and the energy room. That's right, this group of people won't surrender. Tony reacted, but refused to admit defeat. Do you think I didn't think about it? I have prepared a perfect plan to prevent them from self-destruction. Hopefully your perfect plan wasn't to find a few beauties to scare them into hiding in the study. Yvonne smiled disdainfully and said to the empty air behind him, I have already found the location of the command room, you are good to go. Okay. Two voices sounded at the same time. They were Absorbing Man and Wind Demon. Wind Demon's ability has evolved, and it can turn into wind that others can't see. Over the years, everyone has been working hard. After all, the Earth has never been safe. After sending Absorbing Man and Wind Demon to the command room, Yvonne didn't waste time and went to the power room with some unmanned battle armors. Tony cursed angrily. This time, he was indeed a little impulsive. Tony Stark's biggest problem is that he easily gets carried away. At the same time, on the right, the army of Ravagers has been defeated, and they were running wildly to the back. That's right, escape, Ravagers, after all, they're just Ravagers, they can only fight against the odds. You can't escape. Ghost Rider Damon grinned, and controlled the vibranium chariot to keep attacking. Wherever he passed, the spacecraft would explode and shatter. The Ravagers were terrified and fled wildly. The chariot was so terrifying, they couldn't deal with it at all. The army of wanted criminals was overjoyed and chased after them. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash, weren't you arrogant just now? What are you running for now? Surrender to avoid death. You will become the slaves of the Blood God and work for him, but not forever. Wait for the next war and you will be free, Natasha shouted on the public channel. If you don't surrender, we will kill without mercy. The wanted criminals laughed. They would love to see others as unlucky as they were, especially since they were about to go ashore. Surrender, we surrender, many of the Ravagers said, under the powerful threat of the vibranium chariot. It was better to be a slave than to die. However, some Ravagers still chose to flee. How do you know you can't escape until the last moment? Damon laughed menacingly and started hunting them again. Overall, Xandar now had the upper hand and was only one step away from victory. On Dark Aster, after Ronan was brought into the mirror space, the remaining elites could no longer stop the attack of the superheroes and were quickly defeated. Some superheroes took the opportunity to rush towards the command room. With a bang, the door of the command room was blown open by Human Torch. He glanced around, and his eyes quickly locked on a leather-clad, one-eyed guy. This one-eyed guy, I knew at a glance that he wasn't a good thing, so I'll deal with him, said Human Torch as he rushed towards Fury excitedly, followed by several superheroes from SHIELD. They wanted to beat Fury, the bastard. The Inhumans had no grudge against Fury. They rushed towards Collector under the leadership of Sky. These bastards, Fury gritted his teeth, angry. He snorted and did not avoid the small fireball that was shot, but just showed his middle finger to everyone. The next moment, Fury's figure disappeared, and everyone sighed in disappointment. It was actually a holographic projection. This one-eyed dragon is really cunning. Damn, Earth superheroes are too powerful. Collector thought, as he faced the attacking Sky and others. He once again held up his defensive dome. Among all his abilities, this is the most proficient trick. After all, life-saving comes first. I'm gonna break the defensive dome. You guys keep an eye on him. Don't let him attack me, said Sky as she smiled, put her hand on the shield, and it started vibrating violently. After a while, the shield shattered like glass, and Collector was stunned. This woman's shockwave was too strong. You're not dead. Great, my control has improved, said Sky happily. Collector's face darkened, so if she didn't control this power, he would die? I think it would be better if he died, said Laser Eyes Inhuman as he took off his glasses, and 2 laser beams shot towards Collector. Collector turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared instantly. The telepathic Inhuman shouted, I locked him, he is above the main ship. Above the ship. Everyone was stunned, all looked upwards, and then naturally saw the ceiling. I said this before, this battle, I will win. I am the Collector, not someone who is open-minded, Collector said as he floated in space. He then took the kettle out of his arms and shouted, Evil Lord of Hell, I summon you to the main universe with a large number of souls. Accompanied by Collector's voice, the demon runes on the kettle lit up one after another, and then these runes floated up and turned into a small demon altar in the air. Finally, the altar exploded, a spatial vortex emerged, and the evil breath of hell poured out from it. What's the situation? The movement made by Collector made everyone look at the vortex of space. Bert narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering who was coming. Of course, it doesn't matter who, he has to loosen the muscles and bones anyway. The breath of the soul, the breath of the main universe, I like it, said a black light as it flew out of the vortex, quickly grew larger, and turned into a hideous demon with a height of hundreds of meters and a severed horn on its head. He asked excitedly, where is my sacrifice? The sacrifice is here. Collector sent the kettle to the broken horn demon. The water in the kettle are souls, the souls of the dead in the battle of the Ronin coalition. This is Collector's trump card, summoning the Lord of Hell. Very good, said the demon as he held the souls and was overjoyed. Recently, he was chased by a son who pits his father, and he was in need of soul replenishment. The souls of the main universe is a great supplement. What? Pretending to be a ghost. A Zendarian didn't believe in ghosts and gods. When a Centurion saw this, he immediately directed the battleship to shoot at the horned demon one after another. Die! The demon snorted coldly, grabbed it from the air, and a large amount of black gas appeared around the battleship, pushing it to fly quickly in the direction of the demon. What's the matter? Hurry up and turn around. The Centurion was startled and hurriedly shouted, but unfortunately, the power of the spaceship couldn't match the demon's magic energy. Soon, the spaceship came to the demon. It raised its claws and swung it down. The demon sucked in a big mouth, and all the souls of the crew flew into his mouth. The enjoyment on his face, the soul of the main universe, was as delicious as ever. Nova Prime was furious and shouted, Damn, Xandar fleet gathers to destroy this monster together. Xandar's fleet was about to take command, and at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, Mephisto, you still have the courage to come to the main universe. Accompanied by this voice, a blood-colored figure hundreds of meters high appeared in space. It was the Blood God. Blood God. Seeing Bert appear, the demon, that is, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed horribly. Blood God, you black-hearted bastard, I can finally take revenge. Mephisto was miserable because of Bert, and the half-truncated horn on his head has not recovered yet. Revenge? Are you sure? Bert sneered, you are in my hands, not the other way around. Seeing the Blood God himself taking action, Nova Prime asked Xandar's fleet to suspend the action. Judging from Blood God's momentum, he should not be afraid of the demon on the opposite side. It was because my projection's strength was too weak, and you have Ancient One protecting you, said Mephisto as he grinned and continued, but this time is different. This projection has 30% of the strength of my main body, and Ancient One is seriously injured and can no longer protect you. Blood God, this time, you are doomed. Yes, Blood God, you are dead, Collector also shouted excitedly. Mephisto, kill him, I will get you a lot of souls. Don't worry, I'll kill him without you telling me, Mephisto shouted. God of blood, it's time to pay for what you've done to me, just because of your stupidity. Bert smiled disdainfully and said, Mephisto, with your current situation, if this projection is destroyed again, how long can you last? It can last for a long time, because my projection will not be destroyed. Blood God, die. Mephisto roared, and a huge beam of demonic fire roared out of his mouth, slamming into Bert. Bert opened the portal, and the beam of light blasted towards from behind Mephisto. The battle between Bert and Mephisto was loud, and everyone turned their attention, including Kalerk. Looking at the fight between Bert and Mephisto, Kalerk felt a bit of a drum in his heart, and he didn't seem to be the opponent of these two. No, I am the protagonist, I am the strongest, said Kalerk. Under the influence of the protagonist's ring, his confidence in fighting quickly recovered, but after all, this was just false confidence, and he didn't dare to join the battle between Bert and Mephisto at all. It turns out that the Blood God is so powerful, said Carol, amazed. In their battle, Blood God didn't do his best at all, and it could even be said that he was teasing her. Mephisto and Kamartaj had dealt with each other many times, and he was already prepared. The beam of light was directly divided into two, and continued to blast towards Bert from both sides of his body. At the same time, Mephisto's body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Bert. His claws were densely shrouded, and even the space was disturbed. Mephisto, I just practiced a move, please have a taste of it, said Bert with a smile, as his body suddenly turned into thousands of blood-colored spears. Then, these blood-colored spears shot densely at Mephisto from all directions. Fuck off, shouted Mephisto, as the demonic energy on his body suddenly erupted, turning into a billowing demonic fire and attacking the 1,000 blood-colored spears. At this moment, thousands of blood-colored spears suddenly teleported to the inner circle of the magic fire at the same time, and continued to shoot at Mephisto. Seeing this, Mephisto was ready to teleport, but found that the surrounding void was completely blocked. Bert's disdainful voice came from the spear, playing with teleportation in front of me, who gave you the courage? Space Stone, gritted Mephisto through his teeth. He transformed into a being with 16 arms with magical energy, then condensed the fire into a sword, and quickly swung it, knocking all the blood-colored spears into the air. The thousands of blood-colored spears that were blown away flashed in the air, reappeared beside Mephisto, and then stabbed Mephisto fiercely from every angle. Damn, exclaimed Mephisto, as he tried his best to stop the attack, but the spear was too fast and too elusive. After a while, a spear stabbed into his shoulder. Without waiting for Mephisto to do anything, the spear suddenly turned into a holy light and penetrated into his body. Mephisto was shocked and hurriedly resisted the blood-colored spear with magic fire. At this moment, all the blood-colored spears fused to the spear in Mephisto's body. Immediately afterwards, the spear turned into a blood ball and exploded like a hedgehog. Mephisto's left half of the body was instantly riddled with holes, and he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Mephisto is also a ruthless man. Seeing the bloody light spreading rapidly towards his right body, he turned over his sword and split himself from the middle. Then, Mephisto's right body quickly fled to the side, and at the same time, his left body lit up with dazzling light, which was ready to explode and give Bert damage. Bert snorted coldly, his body turned into a space vortex and swallowed Mephisto's remnant body. Then, he returned to human form and pulled his hands back. Mephisto, who was running away, was pulled along with the space back to him. Mephisto swung his sword at Bert with a backhand, and at the same time roared, "Damn, how did you become so powerful?" "You are too weak," replied Bert with a grin on his face, as his body suddenly disappeared, leaving only the remains of the demon body that was about to explode. Mephisto's face changed dramatically, but he didn't have time to escape and was seriously injured by himself. A few spaceships that were too close were affected by the explosion and annihilated on the spot, and everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "This is too scary, isn't it?" "Bert, this guy is becoming less and less human," said Tony with a sigh, as he realized that Bert's strength was not like that of a human. With half of the body, the tattered Mephisto shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible, why did my body explode until now?" "Space and time are never absolute," Bert replied with a smile. "The principle of this trick fighting and shifting is not complicated, just find a dimension where time is almost stagnant to store it." Bert, who owns the Space Stone, has no difficulty finding such a dimension. "Mephisto, you really let me down. I didn't even show 10% of my strength. You are already defeated," Bert said with a look of contempt as he put his hands behind his back. "Shut up, how dare you humiliate a Hell Lord? Don't think you won," Mephisto roared, full of demonic energy, and then, a huge figure rose up from behind him, which was the power transmitted from his body. Just as everyone was holding their breaths and waiting for Mephisto to make a big move, he suddenly turned into a black light and quickly fled towards the position of the space vortex that he came through. "That's right, Mephisto escaped." "What?" Everyone couldn't help but yell, "That's all." Collector's eyeballs almost fell, and Mephisto was beaten by the blood god to the point of fleeing. "This is too ridiculous, right?" Collector began to regret it. Was it too hasty to settle the account with the blood god? "Mephisto, your escape skills are truly lacking," Bert said with a disdainful smile as he condensed a chain with the power of space and flung it forward. The chain broke through the fabric of space and instantly wrapped around Mephisto's feet. Despite Mephisto's attempts to flee, he remained in the same spot and couldn't move forward. He soon realized this and stopped, his face contorting in anger. "Space magic is truly annoying," he thought to himself. "Blood god, do you truly wish to fight me forever?" Mephisto shouted sternly. "I have thousands of souls, and the power of my body. If we were to truly fight, I would not lose to you. Is this what you mean?" Bert asked with a smile as he raised a kettle, that contained souls of the dead, in his hand. Mephisto looked down at his waist and noticed that the kettle was no longer there. He shouted in horror and anger, "Blood god, when did you take it?" "I didn't take it, I acquired it," Bert replied calmly. "Mephisto, let me ask you again, with your current situation, if this projection is destroyed once more, how long would you be able to survive?" Mephisto's complexion was extremely ugly. With his current situation, if this projection was extinguished once more, he would essentially be ready to die. His son, Blackheart, will never let him go. "I knew I shouldn't have come. I would die," Mephisto said, annoyed. He shouted at Bert, "Blood god, since you haven't killed me yet, you must have a plan for me. Tell me, what do you want?" "It's simple," Bert said straightforwardly. "I want all the spirits of vengeance in your possession. Give them to me and I will let your projection return. Otherwise, I will not only destroy your projection, but also send a wave of assistance to Blackheart based on your projection and sense of the body." You, Mephisto gritted his teeth, but knew that Bert would definitely do as he said. He said, I only have half of my body left, and I will give you half of the spirits of vengeance. Everyone was speechless. The Hell Lord was truly shameless. All of them, Bert said. In addition, you have to hand over the method of creating Ghost Rider. He gestured to Damon. He is here and will tell the truth of what you say. Damon couldn't help but shout at Bert, Bert, just get rid of him. This guy is a scourge to keep. If we get rid of him, Blackheart will become the next Mephisto. I will keep him and fight Blackheart, Bert explained. Damon suddenly understood and said, I still think it is too dangerous to keep Mephisto. Bert smiled and said, he is not dangerous now. If he starts to recover his intelligence, I will destroy him as soon as possible. With that, Bert had locked Mephisto's position. Mephisto hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, okay, I will give you the spirits of vengeance and the method, but you must promise to let me go back to hell, and let me return safely. I can do that, Bert said as he nodded. With so many people here, I won't go back on my word. Good, Mephisto said as he thought of something. 9 streams of light suddenly flew out of a vortex in space and shot towards Bert. These were the spirits of vengeance that Mephisto possessed, a total of 9. It wasn't that there were only 9 spirits of vengeance, but Mephisto only possessed these 9. Bert caught the 9 streams of light, sensed them, and nodded with satisfaction. They were indeed the spirits of vengeance, and they also included the method of creating the Ghost Rider. It's worth mentioning that not everyone can become a Ghost Rider, they must be qualified. At that moment, the spear of God within Bert's body suddenly vibrated violently. It was asking Bert for the 9 spirits of vengeance. Bert thought for a moment and sent the spirits of vengeance into the spear of God. The spear of God exerted great effort, and while purifying these spirits of vengeance, it transformed them into its own servants. The process was one of purification, not destruction. Under the illumination of the holy light, the black light on the spirits of vengeance quickly dissipated, and the wings on their bodies gradually returned to white. It appears that the God's spear is more powerful than I thought, Bert said with satisfaction as he liked surprises. The transaction was successful and Bert untied the space chain on Mephisto, who immediately fled towards the space vortex. At that moment, Collector, who had been silent for a while, suddenly transformed into a ray of light and quickly flew into the space vortex in an attempt to escape. He wanted to avoid being suppressed for 10,000 years. Why do you always think you can run away from me? Does the space stone lose face? Bert asked with a disdainful smile as he summoned the space chain, locking Collector's feet firmly in place. At the same time, the space vortex disappeared, and Mephisto's efforts were in vain. He suffered heavy losses and kept roaring in hell, Blood God, we are not finished. Collector took out a pitch-black sphere and shouted loudly, God of blood, let me go, or I will perish with you. Come on, I want to see, do you have the courage to die with me? Bert sneered. Collector stared at Bert, his eyes almost bulging, but Bert was not afraid and looked like he was waiting to watch the fireworks. After a while, Collector smiled bitterly and put down the treasure. If Bert caught him, it was only sealed for 10,000 years. He didn't lack time, so why bother? Collector sighed and said, Blood God, I failed this time, but the Infinity Stones really cannot be gathered, otherwise there will be a catastrophe at the level of the destruction of the universe. If you had talked like this before, then nothing would have happened between us, Bert sneered. You people are cheap, and you will be obedient after a beating. Collector gritted his teeth in anger and was about to say something when Bert flicked the chains, trapping him in a special space to deal with later. Long live the Blood God, the onlookers cheered, and Centurion Lindy was even more amazed. She knew that the Blood God was very strong, but she did not expect him to be so powerful. No wonder he dared to be so high profile, with such strength. How could he not be high profile? Carol can fight against a fleet alone and the Blood God can fight against an empire alone? The Ronin coalition was completely desperate, and someone asked incredulously, why doesn't that guy Collector use the Power Stone all the time? Maybe he forgot. Let's run away. Ronin has been in for so long, I guess it's bad luck, a Kree commander said, and everyone nodded and started to flee. Nova Prime and the forces on the left and right immediately surrounded them. They couldn't let them escape. On the abandoned planet, the 4 of them were still fighting fiercely. Hulk rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted, you said you were invincible, then do you dare to challenge the Blood God? Challenge the Blood God? Kalurk hesitated for a moment and shouted, when I defeat you, I will naturally challenge him. Hulk shouted, go now, you win, that square-faced lady will become your woman. Carol gave Hulk a hard middle finger, but she knew Hulk's intentions and didn't stop him. That's right, I'll be your servant, horse-faced Bill said. Don't you dare? Didn't you say that you are the protagonist? Hulk sneered, don't dare, weak chicken. Kalurk was angered and shouted, who said I dare not? Prepare to become my servant and my woman. With that, Kalurk turned and flew towards Bert. Bert sensed his movement and turned his head to look at him coldly. When Bert looked at him, Kalurk was horrified and everything around him disappeared, leaving only Bert's growing figure. In just a moment, Bert's figure filled the whole world and in comparison, Kalurk felt as weak as an ant. I can't possibly be his opponent at all, he thought. Incomparable fear emerged in Kalurk's heart and his confidence quickly disappeared. The protagonist's ring lit up, trying to motivate Kalurk, but to no avail. I'm an incompetent piece of shit. Kalurk knelt on the ground with a thud, trembling and no longer arrogant. His confidence had collapsed. The 3 of them who were fighting Kalurk were stunned. Such a powerful gladiator was actually frightened into a waste by Bert's look. This is too exaggerated, right? A shame. Carol flew over to solve Gladiator. Bert shouted, it's okay to beat him, but don't kill him. I'm very interested in his ability. Good. Carol nodded, restrained her power, went up and punched Calurk in the face. You are the protagonist? You want to marry me? What did you say about my face? Hulk and horse-faced Bill looked at each other and went up to join the fight. It wasn't that they were despicable, but that guy was just too disgusting and hateful. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Calurk, whose confidence collapsed, did not dare to fight back, holding his head and wailing. The three of them became more and more speechless. This is completely different from the previous one, right? After finishing the gladiator, Bert turned his eyes back to the Dark Aster. At that moment, Doom walked out with Ronan, who had been turned into a mummy and was tattered. Don't bother, I have already done with him, Doom said. I didn't intend to help you, Bert smiled. A mere Ronan, how could Doom not be able to deal with him? Doom threw Ronan's body down and held the Cosmirod war hammer. This hammer is good, I'll keep it. Up to you, Bert said indifferently. However, the Dark Aster should be reserved for the SWORD. Hopefully they have the money to fix it. Doom smiled and said, okay, the task is completed. I will go back and continue to repair the Celestials' heads. The technology it contains is very powerful. Bert helped Doom open the portal, then said, go ahead, I'll let Steve help you fight for Eastern Europe. Doom nodded and walked into the portal with the hammer. He couldn't open the portal across the galaxy. No one wants Ronan's body. Rocket and Star-Lord's eyes lit up, and they rushed towards Ronan's body at the same time. When they found out that someone was arguing with them, they immediately fought with each other, completely ignoring that they were comrades before. Gamera and Groot rolled their eyes at the same time. These two guys are so embarrassing, they thought. As for Drax, he was still in a coma, unaware that his enemy had been killed by Doom. At this time, Electro shouted, Mr. Wong, the command room is under our control. Bert nodded with satisfaction and said, very good, get rid of all the rest and completely control the Dark Aster. Yes, Electro responded and took Sky and the others to clean up the entire Dark Aster. Bert turned his head to look at the fleeing Kree fleet, and asked Nova Prime, do you need help? Thank you, Mr. Wong, for your kindness. We can handle these defeated troops, Nova Prime said. There was obviously a hint of respect in her voice. The strong are respected, and this is the same everywhere. Good, Bert didn't say much and turned his head to look left and right. On the right, under the threat of death, the army of Ravagers surrendered one after another. The few who did not surrender were all destroyed by the Vibranium chariot. On the left, the Skrull coalition was running away, and Steve and everyone were chasing after them. The Skrull main ship that Tony and the others were eyeing had changed hands. Captain Skuro, who was firmly bound by the strong wind, roared angrily, you destroyed the Skrull Empire's flagship and captured us. The Skrull Empire will not let you go. Don't worry, no one will know about this. We will announce that all the enemies on the main ship have been killed by us, Tony said lightly. It's just a main ship, and the Skrull Empire will not make a big deal about it. After all, they don't care. The Skrull Empire will definitely destroy your Earth, Captain roared. You natives, you don't know how strong the Skrull Empire is. You don't even have the weapons to destroy a star. Tony snorted coldly and said, we haven't seen a star-killing weapon? Odin's spear and Bert's space stone can easily destroy a star. Blood God can actually destroy a star. Captain Skrull was stunned for a moment. Tony continued, with the Blood God, no one can destroy our Earth, and he can push back you no matter how much you attack. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you could, would you dare? With the Blood God's elusive ability, once he takes revenge, how long can your Skrull Empire resist? Captain Skuro was speechless. Even the three major empires could not bear the wrath of the Blood God. Our Skrull Empire, how come we keep encountering such superpowers? Captain Skuro couldn't help sighing. Hundreds of years ago, their main star was targeted by Planet Devourer. Even if they tried their best, they could not repel the other. In the end, they could only obediently give up the main star to the Devourer. This is the most shameful thing about the Skrull Empire. In this universe, the strength of the individual is stronger than that of the group. In any case, the three major empires and Ronan's forces were completely defeated this time, and the war was coming to an end. Bert nodded with satisfaction and took Collector through space to the dimension of Hell. Collector was stunned. Are you going to seal me in Hell? Yes, you have too many friends in the main universe, and it is easy to get into trouble, Bert said. Hell is full of chaos, your friends can't find you. Collector, I will seal you for 10,000 years, can you accept it? Collector snorted coldly, I don't agree, but does it help? It's useless to disagree, but suicide is useful. If you die, the other elders of the universe will definitely not give up, Bert smiled and said. In this way, you can take revenge on me, and you don't need to be imprisoned by me again, killing two birds with one stone. Collector said angrily, Blood God, you humiliated me, so you are not afraid that I will really commit suicide? Bert didn't answer, just looked at the other party with disdain. This guy didn't dare to die, let alone commit suicide. The longer one lives, the more afraid of death, he thought. Collector flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly, I won't be fooled by you. Bert said with a look of contempt, it's boring. I still think that after you commit suicide, you will be resurrected with the time stone, and your expression will be very beautiful. Collector looked at Bert in astonishment, are you the devil? Don't talk about it, Collector, it's useless to refuse, but money is useful, Bert said with a smile on his face. You can use your treasures and money to commute your sentence. I don't have to ban you for 10,000 years. You actually want my treasure and money. Collector laughed angrily. Blood God, aren't you too greedy? Don't worry, if you don't want to, I won't force you, I'm a civilized person, Bert said. In addition, I want your money mainly to repair the Celestials' heads. Your money is basically earned by selling the resources of the heads. This is called cause and effect. You are called a civilized person. Collector snorted. He thought for a while, and said, I will never give you a unique treasure. It is my life, but money and ordinary treasures, I can give you, but you have to shorten the sealing period to 1,000 years. Bert didn't hesitate, nodded, and agreed. Okay. This is an ordinary treasure that I have collected over the years. Although it does not have the ability to defy the sky, each one is a fine product. Collector took out a treasure box from his arms and gave it to Bert with great reluctance. The other part of me is stored in my spaceship, and I hide it at the coordinates. You can collect it yourself. Judging from the performance of Kalurk and Ronan, your treasure is indeed a fine product. Bert took the treasure box and asked curiously, by the way, why did the strength of Kalurk suddenly soar? Because he has confidence, Collector briefly explained the matter. Then, he handed the watch to Bert and said, with this, you can withdraw my money. Wow, you are really rich. Bert glanced at the numbers on his watch and couldn't help whistling. It seemed that in a few years, he would now be the richest man in Galaxy. Collector snorted unhappily. He thought of something, and asked again, Blood God, really don't put together 6 Infinity Stones. Bert asked, why? Can we talk now? Once the 6 Infinity Stones are gathered, the Nemesis will come back to life. Collector hesitated for a while, and said the matter again. Then, he sighed, there is nothing wrong with preventing the gathering of the Infinity Stones. My fault is that I had a bad attitude towards you. No, you're wrong, the lack of respect for the guardians of the planet. Bert's eyes flashed, and he said, I know about the Nemesis. Well, you can start serving your sentence. After finishing speaking, Bert sealed Collector in the depths of hell and placed a large number of space bombs next to Collector's cage, and threw a modified nuclear bomb inside. This was to ensure that Collector could not escape and that no one could rescue him. If you want to escape from prison or if someone comes to rescue you, these space bombs will explode together with the nuclear bomb, shattering the entire cage, Bert said calmly. Collector was taken aback for a moment and then exclaimed, hey, what will happen when someone comes to save me? And what if someone accidentally touches the seal? If you have any complaints, feel free to find a lawyer to sue me. Bye. We'll see you in 1,000 years, if I still remember, Bert said, waving his hand and disappearing instantly. Collector screamed in the seal, but no one heard him, so he could only sit on the ground, feeling dejected. Collector kept praying in his heart, Grandmaster, and other elders of the universe, you must not come to save me. That fucker is crazy. Nemesis? Why didn't it appear in the movie? Bert thought to himself, frowning slightly. He realized that the handling of the Infinity Stones should be done with caution. By the time Bert returned to the battlefield, the battle was over. The Xandar and Earth Coalition had won a great victory and the Ronin Coalition was almost wiped out. Xandar, long live. Earth, long live. Blood God, long live. Seeing Bert's return, everyone cheered loudly. This was a super victory that was enough to go down in history. Without Ronin, the Xandarians can finally rest easy. At the same time, Earth has proven its strength. In the future, no one will view the people of Earth as ignorant natives and no one will view the Blood God as upstarts. Blood God is a top-level powerhouse worthy of everyone's respect. On Sovereign Star, the general looked at the last picture sent by the Sovereigns, swallowed his saliva, turned his head and asked Aisha the Golden High Priestess, High Priestess, do you still want to proceed with the previous plan? All cancelled. We cannot act on Earth until the Blood God is dead, the High Priestess replied. We cannot afford the vengeance of the Blood God, she added. The general nodded in agreement, no one would be foolish enough to attack Earth until the Blood God is gone. The High Priestess then asked, does the Blood God run a courier company? The general nodded, yes, Earth Express. Although it's expensive, it can be delivered quickly across the galaxy. Invite them to come to Sovereign Star to open an express service. This kind of express service would be useful for us as well, the High Priestess said. In addition, I've heard that the Blood God has a fondness for women. I want the life seed of the Blood God, the High Priestess continued with some excitement. If we can get the Blood God's genes, the Sovereigns will be able to reach a higher level, even become a god-level civilization. The general nodded, I understand. The High Priestess said no more and turned to return to her palace, where a golden cocoon was being firmly protected by a group of elites. This cocoon is a super artificial man, Adam, which the Sovereigns cultivated with genetic technology. The High Priestess narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself with anticipation, I wonder if you are stronger or the Blood God is stronger. It's worth mentioning that there were a total of 2 cocoons, one of which was lost, and now only one remains. Shi'ar Empire. Queen Lilandra looked at Kalurk, who had been beaten into a pig's head on the screen, and couldn't help shaking her head. She said, try to find a way to save Kalurk. After all, he is Imperial Guard. Moreover, although he fell off the chain, his previous performance was quite good. A minister next to her said, I will go to redeem Kalurk, but Kalurk's confidence seems to have collapsed. Confidence can collapse and can be recovered, Queen Lilandra said. In addition, invite Blood God to the Shi'ar Empire to carry out the express business, and send someone to sneak into Earth to investigate, but only for investigation. Do not cause trouble. Before killing the Blood God, do not go to war with Earth. Understood, the minister nodded. The war between the Queen, the Skrulls, and the Kree has been ongoing. Should we send someone to mediate? The minister asked. Let the council discuss it, Queen Lilandra said, sneering uncomfortably. She looked up at Blood God on the screen, her eyes blazing. If the Blood God could be recruited, the council would not be a problem at all. The royal family and parliament of the Shi'ar Empire are like fire and water, and sooner or later they will go to war. In the Kree Empire, Supreme Intelligence issued an order. Ronan's business has nothing to do with us. Let Xandar return his body. In addition, invite the Blood God to the Kree Empire to carry out the express business. Understood, the Kree high-level officials respectfully agreed. Supreme Intelligence continued, make a complete agreement with Xandar as soon as possible. Also, send people to contact those Inhumans who have Kree blood in their bodies and may be willing to return to the Kree Empire. If the Inhumans are willing to return, we can definitely defeat the Skrull Empire, the high-level officials said excitedly. They knew how powerful the Inhumans were, as the recent battle had proved, especially Black Bolt, who destroyed at least a dozen Kree battleships. The Skrull Empire, Queen Varank said coldly, send someone to sneak into Earth and gather all information on it, with a focus on those with superpowers, as they are very important to us. Our Super Skrulls should be able to imitate the abilities of those with superpowers, a general said excitedly. Replace? Asked Queen Varank. Yes, replace, the general nodded. We can secretly bring those superpowers back to the Skrull Empire and have our people take their place. It can be considered, but first we need to find out the true strength of the Earthlings, Queen Varank thought for a moment and said. Don't act rashly. The Blood God is very powerful and I don't want what happened hundreds of years ago to happen again. Yes, Queen, the general said. He then asked, by the way, Captain Marvel has something to do with the traitor Talos, do you want to do something about it? Queen Varank said coldly, not for now. Traitors won't end well. Xandar celebrated for 7 days straight, celebrating both the victory and the final piece of Xandar. Earthlings were warmly welcomed by the Xandarians, and superheroes such as Hulk and Captain Marvel gained a lot of admiration. On Xandar's network, they were even more popular than the stars. Of course, the most popular was the Blood God. After all, he was the strongest, the most famous, and the most talked about. In the backyard of Earth Express, Bert brought Tony and Steve and said straight to the point, I talked to Nova Prime, and she's going to officially send someone to visit Earth. This is the first step. As long as there's no problem with the visit, Xandar will establish diplomatic relations with Earth and become the first diplomatic planet of the Earth Federation. Wow, this is a big deal, Tony said. Steve also said, this is the first time Earth has officially hosted an alien mission. Let's make arrangements. In short, don't be rude, but there's no need to overdo it, and there's no need to hide our true situation. Bert added, although there will be no real feelings between countries, the Nova Corps is a justice-oriented organization. If they are willing to help us, then we will avoid many detours. I agree with this point. The Nova Corps has a good atmosphere, Steve said. Tony said, it would be much better to have a guide. By the way, Bert, what about the resource planet that Nova Corps promised us? Steve also looked at Bert with bright eyes. This was a real frontier, and it was still an entire alien planet. Bert smiled and said, don't worry, they won't betray our trust. Nova Prime has already prepared several planets. When they visit Earth, they will be given to Earth to choose. Fantastic, this battle was not fought in vain, Tony and Steve said as they high-fived, indescribably excited. It's really not in vain, Bert smiled and then said, Resource Star can not only inspire Earth but also ease the contradictions within Earth. Steve was puzzled, contradictions within Earth. Bert explained, if you want to step into the interstellar era, there will definitely be a lot of problems and contradictions. For example, the popularization of intelligence will make a large number of workers unemployed, and if they cannot be properly accommodated, there will be serious problems. Resource Star can give these workers a new place. Tony added, it's true. Stark Group is preparing to set up a re-employment foundation. Bert, if you're interested, you can invest some money in it. Tony used to be a playboy but now he has become a real superhero, a superhero who worries about the country and the people in the study. Okay, I'll let Lilith allocate 10 billion to your foundation, Bert said. Tony, Steve, you and the human elite must plan ahead and plan a lot. At this critical time, there must be no problems inside Earth, he added. Steve touched his nose and said, 10 billion? It's a lot of pressure to be with you local tyrants. Don't talk about you, I'm also a little stressed, Tony replied. Tony then asked Bert, wait, Bert, you're not going to do nothing and leave everything to us, right? Steve couldn't help laughing. He knew that Bert was like this in S.W.O.R.D and now as the ambassador of Earth. What? Resource Star, Xandar ally, I got all of these, Bert shrugged and said, I am in charge of the overall situation, and you are in charge of the details. It's that simple. Tony gave Bert a middle finger in annoyance. He couldn't understand why Bert always seemed so carefree while he was always so busy. By the way, there are 2 more things I want to tell you about, Bert said. The first thing is Kalerk. The Shi'ar Empire wanted to redeem him, but I refused. You bring him back to Earth and bring him to Dr. Reed, so he can find a way to clone a few call arcs. Their fighting ability is very strong, as long as they have enough confidence. Tony said with great interest, he is indeed worth cloning, and I will participate in this project. Bert smiled and said, not only you, but Dr. Banner will also participate. Tony and Steve couldn't help laughing at the mention of Dr. Banner's name. Tony asked, has Hulk been beaten by Carol today? In the previous battle, Hulk had used the phrase square-faced bitches indiscriminately and Carol held a grudge. She beat Hulk once a day since then. Should be getting beaten up, Bert smiled and said. The second thing, I asked Nova Prime for a few places in the military academy. Tony and Steve's eyes lit up at the same time, and Tony asked urgently, really? Xandar is so generous. The Nova Corps clearly wants to befriend us, Bert replied. Tony, Steve, you and Natasha, Frank, Barton, and Yvonne will go to the military academy to study. In addition, I will give the Federation some places, and they can each send 3 people to join the military academy. I'll make time to go to class, Tony agreed without hesitation. Although he is not a soldier, he understood the importance of understanding the details of interstellar warfare in order to design the most suitable suit for it. I can do it too, Steve said, nodding hesitantly. He never expected that he would have to continue studying after so many years after graduation. When the diplomatic relationship with Xandar is officially established, I'll get a few more places, and that's it for now, Bert said. Okay, what needs to be said is almost finished. You can go back and continue celebrating. Steve shook his head and said, no more celebrating. You open a portal, and I'll go back to Earth to discuss the reception of the Xandar. Sure thing, Bert smiled and sent Steve back to Earth. Then, he looked at Tony and asked, do you have anything else? Yes, Tony hesitated and asked, Bert, are you looking for someone to study the Pym particle in secret? It's not secret, it's upright, Bert replied. Dr. Pym has an apprentice named Darren Cross, who is now the project director of the Oscorp, and he is confident that he will be able to research the Pym particle within 2 years. The Pym particle is a powerful thing, Bert continued. In medicine, it can help us cure many incurable diseases. In military, it can make us invincible. Of course I know how powerful the Pym particle is, Tony said. The problem is, Bert, it is the research result of Dr. Pym, and although I am very upset with that guy, the research results of scientists should not be taken away. I know, but he doesn't want to sell it to me, so I have to find someone else to research it, Tony said. Bert replied, Tony, no matter how you look at it, I can't do it. If it was someone else, I would have already taken action. In addition, the Pym particle has not been patented yet. I will find someone to re-research it. What's the problem? It's not plagiarism of his technique. Tony was speechless. He was silent for a moment before saying, Dr. Pym said that Darren Cross has a bad mind. Bert sneered, so what? As long as he develops the Pym particle, I can give him whatever he wants, power, status, money, beauty, honor, and life. Isn't that what he pursues? When he has these, will he still commit crimes and be antisocial? Bert continued. Tony was speechless again, and Bert continued, you tell Dr. Pym, if he is willing to sell Pym particles, I can give him anything he wants. If he is not willing, please don't hinder me. I won't show mercy to him. I'll talk to him, Tony sighed. In this matter, Bert did not do anything wrong. It can even be said that he was quite restrained. With his means, it was very easy for him to acquire Pym particles. Bert said, I will persuade him not to be so stubborn. Tony said, I will. Well, I'll go visit the military academy. Bert nodded and had someone take Tony to visit the military academy. Not long after Tony left, Carol and Dr. Banner walked into Bert's house together. Bert smiled and said, you guys are getting along so well, what's going on? The sun is rising from the west. Carol snorted coldly, the son of Xandar originally rise from the west, and it was the big man who had a grudge against me, not Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner is not bad, he is completely different from that guy. Dr. Banner said, embarrassed, Hulk is in a rebellious stage, please forgive him. He then asked Bert, what are you going to do with Bill? Hulk wants to help him. Bert asked, will he surrender to Earth? Banner shook his head, no, he still has family members to take care of, so he must go back. That's fine, Bert thought for a moment and said, since Hulk is begging for him, then I'll take it easy. As long as he is willing to be researched by us for 3 months, I'll let him go. However, that gravity hammer is our trophy, we can't give it back to him. Dr. Banner's eyes lit up, research? That's great. The machinery on his body is very powerful. With him, Oscorp's mechanical prosthetics project will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. After a pause, Dr. Banner said a little embarrassedly, as for the gravity hammer, Hulk has already claimed it, and it's impossible to return it to him. Carol said disdainfully, even with a hammer, he's still a weak chicken. A green light flashed on Dr. Banner's face, and Hulk shouted, dissatisfied, woman with a square face, who do you call a weak chicken? Both Bert and Dr. Banner were speechless as Hulk's statement could lead to trouble. Before Carol got angry, Bert asked her, Carol, what's your business with me? Carol hesitated and asked, can you really improve my strength? Bert smiled and opened his hands, his body lit up with a dazzling blue light. The energy in Carol's body was drawn towards Bert, like a tired bird returning to its nest. Bert absorbed Carol's energy, purified it, and sent it back to her body. Carol sensed it and found that although the energy was less, its power was doubled. Carol had no doubts. She learned the plot from the Kung Fu movies, knelt down to Bert and shouted, "Meet Master." No need to kneel. Although I am thousands of years old, I don't like others kneeling in front of me. Bert raised his hand and Carol stood up involuntarily. She smiled and said, "Actually, I don't like kneeling to people, especially to men. Everything is too much." Bert didn't say much. He said, "Carol, in addition to purifying the energy in your body, I will also teach you a superpower that only we can use." Carol's eyes brightened. Superpower? Dr. Banner asked, "Should I leave?" "According to the movie I watched, peeking at other people's practice seems like they will be beaten to death." "Don't worry, my sect has no such rules." Bert smiled and introduced Carol to the concept. The energy in us is space energy, which has a special ability to connect other spaces. As long as we find a space that fits us, we can draw its power to our advantage. Manpower is limited, but space is unlimited. Carol couldn't wait to ask, "Master, what can I do to absorb the energy of other dimensions?" "No hurry, you have a lot of work to do. For example, to sense spatial fluctuations." Bert smiled and said, "Your strength is too easy to obtain. If you want to improve, you must practice and learn from scratch." "Carol, this is a test for you. Start from scratch." Carol was taken aback for a moment, but then she said, "No problem. As long as it helps me improve my strength, I don't mind starting over." Dr. Banner, who had been listening curiously, asked, "Bert, can you absorb energy from other dimensions?" "Yes," Bert replied. "There are two spaces that are particularly suitable for me. One is the dragon world related to the resurrection elixir, where there are many dragons. The other one is a bit more complicated, but we'll talk about that when we come across a strong enemy in the future." Carol, surprised, asked, "Master, when you fought with Mephisto before, you didn't use this. Does that mean you didn't use all your strength then?" "It's more than that," Bert laughed. "In fact, I didn't even use 20% of my strength." Carol was stunned. "Only used 20% of your power? Don't think about it now, Carol," Bert said. "If you have time, I'll teach you how to sense space. It may be boring at first, but you'll have to be patient." "No problem," Carol said firmly. Both Bert and Dr. Banner shook their heads. At that moment, Hulk shouted, "Mr. Wong, is there any way to make me stronger? I want to beat up that bitch." Carol glared fiercely at Hulk. He was worthy of a beating. "Your potential is limitless, but the issue is that your power comes from anger," Bert said with a sigh. "Hulk, you haven't truly been angry yet, have you? I mean the kind of anger that makes you lose your mind and just want to destroy everything." Hulk replied, "I've always been angry, but I've never been truly violent." "If you want to become stronger, you have to be truly angry, Hulk," Bert said. "Go on a trip. The universe is so vast, you're bound to encounter something that will make you truly angry." In reality, it wouldn't be difficult to make Hulk stronger. If he were to kill Betty, Hulk would instantly become an invincible green warrior. However, what would that mean for Earth? The Earth needs a Hulk who can control his power. Traveling. Both Dr. Banner and Hulk were surprised. "Bert, won't it be too dangerous? If Hulk really goes wild, many people will die," Dr. Banner said. Hulk himself shook his head. "I don't want to hurt anyone." Carol couldn't help but glance at Hulk. Although this big man was very annoying, he had a good heart. Carol didn't know that this was the result of years of hard work by Banner and Betty, who had successfully made Hulk more human. "Don't worry," Bert said with a smile. "I'll let Betty come with you. With her there, you can be as angry as you want and it'll be okay." In addition, he added, "You don't have to worry about Betty's safety. I'll cast a spell on her. If there's any danger, I'll rush over as soon as possible." Bert then asked, "Dr. Banner, are you interested in interstellar travel with Betty and Hulk?" Dr. Banner replied, "I am interested, but I have no experience in this area." "I'll find someone to go with you," Bert said. He then released the projection of the Guardians of the Galaxy and said, "This is the Guardians of the Galaxy that I have just established. They will be chivalrous and righteous in the galaxy and, at the same time, promote the Earth Express." Carol snorted coldly. "Guardians of the Galaxy? Such a big name." "Although it has a big name," Bert replied. "It's actually a temporary worker, similar to Earth's Cosmos brand cigarettes." Bert smiled and thought, in fact, in the movie, the Guardians of the Galaxy are also temporary workers, Xandar's temporary workers. "I'll go out with Betty after I finish my current research," Dr. Banner said determinedly. He added, with a hint of happiness, "just like a honeymoon trip." Bert asked in astonishment, "Are you married?" "Banner, you didn't inform me. Before the expedition, I proposed to Betty and she agreed," Dr. Banner said, a little embarrassed. "Betty and I don't want to get married in a big way. We've been through a lot. We just want to stay together quietly." The happiness exuding from Dr. Banner made the single Carol a little uncomfortable. She thought about it carefully and realized that she had been single for more than 20 years. "Go back to your hometown and get married after this battle?" "Fortunately, my life was tough, so it didn't take effect," Carol said. Bert was speechless. After a moment of thought, he took out a pair of rings and said, "I still have to give a gift. These are treasures collected by collector, called teleportation rings. After wearing it, you can teleport to the other person." "Thank you, Bert," Dr. Banner said, and he eagerly took the ring. After all, Bert is a very wealthy man. By the way, will Hulk run out when Banner and Betty are on their honeymoon? A thought occurred to Bert and he said with a smile, "All right, let's get ready. When we set off, I'll have the Guardians of the Galaxy pick you up. I believe your adventure story will be very interesting and wonderful. It's not good if it's too exciting, the heart can't stand it," Dr. Banner said with a smile, and he left satisfied. Carol, on the other hand, stayed to continue mastering her powers with Bert. As it turns out, it's not just ordinary people who can become superheroes. Carol had a lot of talent and within just a few days, she had already begun to make progress. Bert was very pleased with this and encouraged her to keep practicing. In the meantime, Bert began to tally up the harvest from this trip. He had to say, the harvest was quite substantial. Let's talk about the harvest for Earth first. The establishment of diplomatic relations with Xandar and the acquisition of a resource-rich planet are undoubtedly important steps for humanity. At the same time, Earth has proved its strength and it is now known that Earth is not a planet to be underestimated. Bert also made an impact on the three major empires, ensuring that as long as he does not die in the future, those powerful forces will not dare to invade Earth openly, except for Thanos. He is crazy. In addition, Earth has obtained many valuable resources and technologies from the Dark Aster, Skrull main ships, etc. This will provide Earth with enough resources to last for decades. Furthermore, Bert has also obtained Gladiator. If it can be cloned, Earth will have many strong people, and even if it can't be cloned, Bert can still turn it into a puppet. These are the harvests for Earth. Bert himself also has many harvests. Firstly, he has acquired a significant amount of wealth, making him the richest man on Xandar with collector's wealth. In addition, Bert also obtained Collector's Collection and the head of the Celestial. It must be said that Collector is truly a generous person and has sponsored many valuable things. Needless to say, the Celestial's head, when it is repaired, it may be one of the strongest battleship in the universe. As for Collector's collections, they are mostly high-quality items, some of them even reaching the level of the 10 rings. This has instantly made Bert's background extremely profound. In addition to these, Bert has also gained a significant power boost, that is, the power of the 9 spirits of vengeance, the Ghost Rider, there is no doubt about it. Furthermore, Bert has also gained a lot of fame, prestige, and slaves. The Blood God group is no longer seen as upstarts, everyone knows that they have super powerful people worthy of awe. I have gained a lot, so I have to digest it well, Bert said with satisfaction. At that moment, the spear of God in his body suddenly flew out by itself. Immediately afterwards, holy light sprinkled and 9 holy angels appeared in the holy light, kneeling before Bert. The angels of vengeance shouted at the same time, "Master, we will be your weapons, punish the sinners for you and cleanse the world." Master. Bert blinked in surprise, and the Spear of God explained, "I have washed away their original memories and now their memories are brand new. They will regard you as their lord and dedicate everything to you. However, the essence of their vengeful spirits remains the same, that is, they still hate evil and still want to cleanse them. It's okay, after all, I'm a good person," Bert said with a smile. He looked at the 9 angels in amazement and asked, "Wait, why are they all female angels? Am I so lucky?" Master, angels have no gender at the beginning. I cleaned their memories, which is equivalent to resetting them and returning them to their original state without gender, the Spear of God said. "I know you like beautiful women, so I made them all women. I didn't expect you to be such a good Spear of God, but I like it," Bert said with a laugh. "The next step is to help them find a suitable host." Master, you don't need to help them find a host, Spear of God said. "The demon king of hell can't control them, so he keeps them in a state of soul and then indirectly controls them with the human soul. In fact, as long as there is enough energy, they can recover their bodies on their own. That means they can fight by themselves?" Bert asked. "Of course, they are the warriors sent by God to cleanse the sins of the world," the Spear of God said. "That's better. What kind of energy do they need?" Bert asked. "They can use a lot of energies, but it's better to use divine crystals or purified magic crystals," the Spear of God said. "The crystallization of divine power will greatly increase their strength." "I have a lot of this stuff," Bert said, throwing a magic crystal to the Spear of God and added, "Purify it. From now on, the 9 of you will be my angel guards." "Yes, Master," the 9 angels of vengeance said in unison. Bert raised his hand and helped them stand up, then he asked, "What's your name?" The head angel, who is the captain, said, "I am their captain, my name is Annie." As Bert looked at the angel, Annie, with the appearance of an angel and the figure of a devil, he nodded with satisfaction. With 9 such angels guarding him, going out must be very stylish. As a powerful and famous man in the universe, it is natural to have a bit of grandeur. After a while, the Spear of God purified the magic crystal and used it to restore the bodies of the angels. In the holy light, a group of angels wearing exquisite and gorgeous battle armor appeared in Bert's line of sight. Bert looked at them up and down, and was extremely satisfied, which was quite in line with his aesthetics. "You came at the right time, come with me," Bert said and opened a portal and walked in with his 9 angel guards. Outside the portal, Annie looked at the slightly desolate surroundings and said, "Master, this is not the main universe. This is the dragon world." This name is named after myself," Bert said. "I devoured a fire dragon. After I got the space stone, I had a connection with the fire dragon's homeland. The dragon bones below Manhattan has been completely consumed by Bert and his body now contains the complete power of the fire dragon. Of course, with Bert's current strength, the power of the fire dragon is a bit underwhelming. After all, the space stone is too powerful. Dragon world? The dimension of the dragon where the dragon family is located. Annie understood and said, Master, dragons are not good things. They are very greedy and often invade other dimensions to loot. Although the angel of vengeance has been purged of its memories, its common sense still exists. Is that so? That's better, Bert said, a little surprised, before smiling. Go catch the evil dragons, and I hope their meat is as delicious as that of the extraordinary dragon. Dragons play a large role in the world. Their meat can be eaten, their blood can be consumed, their bones can be used to train in martial arts, and their souls can be used to create a powerful iron fist. In fact, if there weren't so many other things to do, Bert would have come to hunt dragons early in the morning. Bert possesses 3 powers within his body, the power of the blood god, the power of the fire dragon, and the power of space. Currently, the power of space is the dominant force. He wants to restore balance, or else he may become the embodiment of the space stone, which would not be good. The power of space is just one of the many powers Bert wields. Additionally, his apprentices need many dragon bones and dragon souls, and the apprentices of the Iron Fist technique also need dragon materials. It's quite amusing to think about how many iron fists he can create in bulk, and how those people from the Kunlun sect will react when they see it. Master, we will hunt dragons for you, Annie and the other 9 angels of vengeance shouted in unison. They are happy to serve their master and punish the dragon family. Very good. Call me when you are in danger, and I will come to help you right away, Bert said, nodding with satisfaction. He then thought of something and continued, by the way, when you get used to this place, leave 3 people by my side. Your main job will be to act as my personal guards. Yes, Master, Annie and the others nodded. They then spread their wings and flew into the sky, ready to begin their search for the evil dragon race. With the abilities of the vengeful angels, it would be easy for them to distinguish between righteous and evil dragons. It's good to have subordinates. I don't have to do anything myself. Hey, this dragon dimension is a treasure trove for me, Bert smiled and left the dragon realm. The reason he didn't take action himself was due to laziness, and because he had others to do it for him. He could then focus his attention on the main universe. However, it's also because there were more than one dragon god in this dragon world. If he takes action himself, it's easy for a war to break out. As for whether the dragons will hold a grudge against heaven after they discover Annie and the others, that is none of Bert's concern. After returning from the dimension of the dragon, Bert began to go through Collector's collection. Soon, a golden cocoon caught his attention. There is a life in this cocoon, a very powerful life, he said, surprised as he sensed the situation within the cocoon. He thought about it, connected to the space prison, and asked Collector, where did you get this cocoon? Can you ring the doorbell first? Collector replied, dissatisfied. What cocoon? Bert projected the image of the cocoon to Collector, who glanced at it and said, that's the genetic android of the sovereign. Bert asked, genetic human? Yes, they want to create the perfect sovereign through genetic technology, Collector explained. This cocoon is the final product they made with the efforts of the whole country. Unfortunately, she is not unique, otherwise, I would not have given her to you. Bert asked in surprise, not unique? Yes, Collector replied. The sovereigns have created a total of 2 genetic androids, 1 male and 1 female. The male is still in the hands of the sovereigns. The woman is the one in front of you. Bert was a little surprised. 2 perfect sovereigns, 1 man and 1 woman? They want to be gods and create a new race. With the sovereigns' noses upturned, what's so strange about wanting to create a Protoss? Collector said. Bert asked, how did you acquire such an important thing? It was sold to me by others. It is valuable and can do a lot of things, Collector replied. If it hadn't happened, I would have hired someone to steal the other one. Like this? Bert asked. How do you make an artificial human from a cocoon? This android hasn't been cultivated yet. If you want her to be born, you must go to the sovereigns, Collector said. However, they will definitely not agree unless you return the cocoon to them. In addition, with the character of that group of people, if they know about this, they will definitely stalk you. The thing is already in my hands, they still want me to give it back? Keep dreaming, Bert said with a disdainful smile. Collector, your answer is good. I'll reduce your sentence by 10 years. 10 years is not enough, at least make it 100 years, Collector shouted, but unfortunately, Bert's consciousness had already left, and there was no one to answer him. This time there is another big gain, and that is Collector's rich experience, Bert thought to himself as he smiled slightly. He looked at the golden cocoon in front of him, his eyes were a little hot. Artificial god? Interesting. Dr. Reed wants to study the gladiator and other things. I'm afraid there is no time. It seems that he can only use that one, Bert thought as he took the golden cocoon back to the deepest part of the basement of the Blood God Manor, where a freezing machine was running. Bert operated the machine and unsealed the frozen person inside. The person slowly opened his eyes, first confused, then looked at Bert proudly, and said, God of blood, after all, you still can't bear to waste my wisdom. This person was Dr. Lizard. That's right, Bert didn't really kill him, he just froze him up. The wisdom of this man is really valuable. Bert didn't say much, and a drop of blood directly popped out and fell on Dr. Lizard's eyebrows. It was the Blood God puppet technique. Even if there is a Blood God puppet technique, I can't be careless about this guy. Although he won't harm me, his research results may harm the world, Bert thought to himself. This kind of evil scientist is too troublesome, and that's why I have never activated the other party. Wow, Blood God, you are so powerful. I feel like you are my father now, and I don't want to betray you at all, Dr. Lizard said, a little surprised. That's fine, you don't have to worry about me betraying you in the future, Blood God. Hurry up and give me funds and materials. I will continue to study cloning technology and genetic technology, Dr. Lizard said eagerly. I really want to seal you again. Bert couldn't help but shake his head. He pointed to the golden cocoon and said, research the technology on it thoroughly, and then cultivate the artificial human inside. Cyborg. Dr. Lizard's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to look at the golden cocoon carefully. After a while, he couldn't wait to say, hurry up and get me an instrument. I want to analyze this alien object. Its technology is much more advanced than Earth. It is indeed an alien item, Bert said, briefly introducing the situation of Sovereign Star, and then said, this is their highest masterpiece, a perfect being. Wow, if only I could be reincarnated on Sovereign, it's my dream place, Dr. Lizard said, looking longing. But Bert sneered, what's so good about a world where everything is solidified? The Sovereign's genetic technology is very advanced. If they need a warrior, they will concoct an embryo with warrior genes, and then cultivate it in a life capsule. When this person grows up, he will become a qualified fighter. The problem is that he can only become a fighter, not other professions. It can be said that the fate of a lifetime is determined from the very beginning. That is the best, orderly. Dr. Lizard was about to give a long speech, but Bert interrupted him directly and said, give me the list of instruments, and I will help you get the instruments. Remember, any formal experiment must be approved by me. Dr. Lizard said indifferently, no problem, I can't resist your order anyway. After speaking, Dr. Lizard wrote a long list and handed it to Bert. Bert glanced at it, turned, and left. Sure enough, it's a local tyrant, Dr. Lizard couldn't help whistling. The equipment on the list was worth billions. Bert didn't even blink his eyes. Money is really just a number to the current Bert. He gave Lilith the list and asked her to prepare it. Then he contacted Eric, King of Wakanda, and said, I have 9 angels of vengeance, you should know what to do with them. You and Shuri have used too much vibranium during this time, and the elders are very opinionated. Eric said with a headache, those guys are very stubborn. Bert said, it's not a big deal, I'll give Wakanda some more alien technology. Besides, the vibranium I want is not even a drop in the bucket for Wakanda, right? They are already obsessed with vibranium, and any loss will make them feel distressed. Eric thought for a while and said, don't talk about this, I will help you get the vibranium you want as soon as possible. By the way, if there are many real dragons, give me one, I feel that my strength is too weak. No problem, there will be no shortage of Keel and Dragon Soul in the future, Bert said with a smile as he hung up the phone. The Angels of Vengeance and the Hell's Chariot, Vibranium Chariot, were now in his possession. My strength and power are getting stronger and stronger, he thought to himself. A month later, Xandar officially visited Earth, causing a sensation around the world. This was the first official aliens received by Earth. To be honest, the Xandarians were a little surprised by Earth's backwardness, which was completely incompatible with their high-end power. The two could be said to be out of touch. However, in general, Xandar was still very satisfied with Earth. The two sides formally established diplomatic relations and built embassies in each other's planet a month later. This was an important step for Earth. At the same time, Xandar handed over a resource-rich planet to Earth, and the whole Earth was very excited about it. Our Earth now had a new planet. This planet was discovered by the Xandarians a few months ago. There are a lot of white crystals on it. White crystals are one of the fuels used for spaceship engines, Tony said as he flew in the air, explaining to Bert. Xandar is quite sincere. If such a resource planet were sold in the market, it would cost at least billions, he added. Not much, Bert said nonchalantly. Everyone looked at Bert speechlessly. It's not much for you, a super rich man, they thought. The problem is that the total universe currency of the entire Earth adds up to less than 5 digits. In addition to white crystals, there are many special products on this planet. For example, there is a special tree, and its leaves can assist for deep sleep. The sovereigns have long been purchasing a lot of them in the market, Tony continued. I heard they need to focus on the leaves to help them sleep, he added. After a pause, Tony sneered, of course, this is normal. They have their nostrils facing the sky every day, and their cervical spine must be bad. Everyone laughed dumbly, and Bert said with contempt, Tony, you can't speak ill of her behind her back just because someone else rejected you. It's very disrespectful. Did she reject me? I rejected her, Tony said coldly. The sovereign, their arrogance is annoying, he added. In fact, this is what most cosmic forces say about the sovereigns, Bert said, shaking his head. Last month, the sovereigns sent a beautiful woman with a very good appearance and figure to discuss the express delivery business with Bert. She was very enthusiastic about Bert, the kind of enthusiasm that made her want to eat Bert, but Bert had no interest in her and kept alienating her. Tony, however, was quite moved by this woman, and he used his decades of playboy experience to approach her. As a result, the beauty looked disgusted, and said with arrogance, primitive creature, don't come near me. Tony almost went wild. He, Tony Stark, has been in the dating scene for decades. When has he been despised like this? Tony said angrily, don't talk about this. In addition to a lot of resources, this planet has a lot of dangerous monsters. They are the biggest obstacle for us to develop this world. Bert said, it's normal for an original planet to have these kinds of obstacles. Natasha asked curiously, why did the Earth Federation choose this planet? There should be planets that have already been developed, right? Tony explained, the reason for choosing this planet is because there is no intelligent life on this planet. With the current situation of the Earth, it is too difficult to deal with intelligent life. This planet will be the beginning of the Earth's march into the universe. Just to give those armies, mercenaries, and superpowers something to do. I'll leave the development to you, and I'll just wait for the money, Bert said lazily. He has a lot of shares in this planet, and his blood god group will participate in the development. You're the boss again, Tony said unhappily. It is impossible for the Earth to sail here now. You have to open a permanent portal. In 1 year, I will open the portal, and in a year, you will find a way, Bert said. Okay. The sovereigns invited me to visit the sovereign star. I'll go to visit. Tony, do you want to come along? Maybe there will be a golden glitter who might like you, Bert said with a smirk. Fuck off. Tony gave Bert a ruthless middle finger. He gritted his teeth and said, that group of arrogant bastards will definitely regret it. I am the man with the best genes on Earth. Yes, except for hiding in the study every day, everything else is fine. Fuck off. On a certain planet in the Milky Way, a green monster more than 3 meters tall roared and smashed the pirate in front of him. Kill that monster, the pirates shouted in anger as they controlled their warship to shoot wildly at the green monster. The green monster became increasingly enraged and charged forward through the artillery fire. It then jumped high for hundreds of meters, punching the battleship and causing it to break apart and explode. The anger of the green monster was not quelled. With red eyes, he activated the device on his left wrist, and the whole person rose into the sky and flew towards the pirates' main ship. The pirates panicked, activating the energy cannon to bombard the green monster. But the green monster avoided the attacks and tore off the shield of the main ship. He flew towards the sky in anger. The green monster was extremely angry, killing people and destroying instruments wherever he saw them. He was like a god of destruction. Despite the pirates' best efforts to resist, they couldn't stop the monster at all and he broke through their defenses. Star-Lord piloted the Milano, dodging the attacks of the pirates, and said, our big guy seems very angry. Betty sighed, to be precise, it's a runaway. It's the first time I've seen him so angry, losing his mind, and wanting to destroy everything. These pirates should all be damned, Gamera gritted her teeth and scolded. Below them was a city destroyed by the space pirates. It was a truly devastating scene. Corpses, blood, and flames were everywhere. There were at least 100,000 people in this city and now only tens of thousands were still alive. Hulk, who had never seen such a tragic situation, ran rampant on the spot. He jumped off the Milano and singled out a group of space pirates. It was truly miserable. Space pirates do be damned, but isn't it too reckless for us to challenge an entire space pirate group? Rocket shouted while controlling the energy gun to shoot frantically. That's a whole group of space pirates. Under normal circumstances, we should run away. But I don't want to run away, you let me down, I want to fight with Hulk together. Drax shouted, that's a real man, neither you nor Star-Lord. Star-Lord shouted dissatisfiedly, you can say that to Rocket, it's fine, but why do you say I'm not? Didn't you see my 8-pack ABS? Drax said honestly, I didn't see it, I only saw your fat. Everyone laughed. Betty shook her head and said, Rocket, the pirates have plundered a lot of wealth. As long as they are eliminated, 1/10 of this wealth will belong to us. 1/10. Rocket and Star-Lord's eyes brightened and Rocket asked, why not all of it? 1/10 are too few. The rest will be returned to the city. Betty sighed and said, it's really too bad, why are there such cruel space pirates? In fact, this is not uncommon in the universe, Gamera said, shaking her head. After the space pirates have looted, they can hide in any corner, and no one can find them, so they are very unscrupulous. Gamera continued, your Earth is protected by strong people, so you don't have to worry about mere pirates, but many planets in the universe are facing the threat of space pirates. Betty asked, don't you care about the big forces like Xandar and the Three Empires? Gamera shook her head, I can, but I can't handle it. The universe is too big. The universe is indeed too big, Betty couldn't help nodding. At this time, there was a loud rumbling in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and found that the main ship was falling down with black smoke. Star-Lord laughed, looks like the big man is done. Rocket, the space pirates are going to escape, kill them. While shooting excitedly, Rocket shouted, leave it to me. You people on Earth are really strong, you can get a fleet if you come out. By the way, how do I immigrate to your Earth Federation? Star-Lord said proudly, the Earth Federation is not something you can join if you want. Rocket sneered, you're so proud of yourself, you're only half-Terran. Star-Lord snorted coldly, half-Terrans are still Earthlings. Blood God said, he will give me the Earth Federation ID. Betty smiled. The Earth Federation under the leadership of Blood God is growing. Soon, the main ship fell to the ground and exploded. Anger's incarnation of Hulk rushed out of the fire and killed the remaining pirates. The pirates were frightened and fled desperately. Milano and the Hulk pursued frantically. After half an hour, the battle was over. Most of the pirates died on the spot, and only a few managed to escape. Hulk was very dissatisfied with some of them escaping, and angrily pounded the ground, each blow causing the ground to rumble and vibrate. Star-Lord, who got off the spaceship, swallowed his saliva and said to the crowd, I think we should come back later. I believe in Hulk. Betty shook her head and strode towards Hulk, and everyone hurriedly followed. Betty walked over to Hulk without fear, and asked with concern, Hulk, how are you feeling? Hulk stopped bombarding. He turned to look at Betty. His red eyes gradually dissipated. After a while, Hulk sat on the ground with a thud and said, before, Mr. Wong said that I was the luck of the earth. I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. Are you sure? Star-Lord sneered. Gamera and the others immediately glared at him, as if to say, are you looking for death? Hulk ignored Star-Lord. He looked at the burning city in the distance and said, if they had me, they would not have been destroyed. Everyone glanced back and couldn't help nodding. Although Hulk would cause some damage, if he was there, the space pirates would not dare to offend. My existence is not meaningless. I will use my anger to protect the Earth and the universe. Hulk said decisively. Betty touched his huge arm and said with relief, Hulk, you have grown up. Hulk was a little embarrassed. He touched his head and said, my strength has become a lot stronger, but it's not enough. I can't protect all planets. Big man, how can you protect all the planets by yourself? Rocket sneered. Star-Lord said, it should be said that it's enough to take care of yourself. You're stupid, but Banner can. Banner is smart. Hulk snorted and said, Banner uses his brain. Hulk does this. You actually call us stupid? Rocket and Star-Lord were furious, and Drax asked inexplicably, he's telling the truth, why are you so angry? Rocket and Star-Lord became more and more annoyed. They were about to argue, but Hulk's face showed Banner's expression and said slowly, the method is not without, but technically, it's still a bit immature. What way? Betty asked curiously and the others looked over in surprise. We have a Bifrost bridge on Earth, and if we can cover the entire galaxy, we can protect all planets from space pirates. Banner briefly introduced the function of the Bifrost bridge, and then said, Dr. Reed has been expanding the function of the Bifrost bridge and with his wisdom, he should be able to accomplish this goal within 3 years. At that time, as long as those cities ask for help, the superheroes can immediately come to support. Bifrost bridge. Superheroes protection. Gamera and the others were stunned when they heard the words and then took a deep breath. If the Earth really has such technology and enough superheroes, then the Earth will become a new great empire. A galactic empire comparable to the 3 major empires? Are we witnessing history? Star-Lord murmured to himself, if this goes on like this, the Earth will be incredible. Rocket shouted, damn, I must join the Earth Federation, maybe I can walk sideways in the future. A galactic empire, should it be able to resist Thanos? Gamera's eyes flickered, the stronger the Earth, the better. Drax and Groot blinked, completely not understanding what these people were talking about. Betty frowned and said, Banner, isn't it too soon? The Earth has just started, and the inside has not even been unified. Hulk said, the sooner, the fewer people die. Banner said, the technology has not been completed. I just put forward a possibility. When I have time, I will discuss with Bert, Steve, and Tony to see if this expansion model with the characteristics of the Earth can work. Thinking of something, Banner laughed. If this idea is successful, the status of superheroes will become higher, and Bert and Tony's company will be released. Betty smiled and said, Bert's company will definitely release it, but Tony's side is not necessarily. His superheroes often cause trouble, and it is not formal at first glance. We will discuss this later. The defenders of this planet are here. We will leave after getting paid. Star-Lord glanced at the hurried defenders and said, our next stop is Sovereign Star, and they sent a mission with a super high bounty. Betty asked inexplicably, isn't Sovereign's technology very developed? Why do they want to ask us for help? It's very developed, but they don't want to take risks on their own, so they go out to hire worthless mercenaries, that is, us. Rocket sneered. Betty asked, are you sure you'll be okay? Rocket said, the problem is that they will say those words in front of us and take it for granted. Hulk said angrily, and Banner smiled, that's not good, they are our employers. Hulk, change back, we are ready to go. Okay. Hulk nodded and changed back to Banner, who slapped on the belt, and a suitable suit appeared on him. This is a gift from Bert to Banner, a custom-made magic robe made by the dwarf. Star-Lord and Rocket are envious of this kind of clothing, but unfortunately, they cannot afford it as things related to magic are very expensive. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of the defenders, everyone left the planet with a reward. Hulk looked at the burning city below and clenched his fists secretly. He would never allow such a thing to happen on Earth. At night, the sleeping Hulk had a dream. Yes, Hulk dreamed, not Banner. Hulk dreamed of an old man wearing a robe and a demonic spirit. He called himself Grandmaster and wanted to invite Hulk to the best arena in the universe. Grandmaster said excitedly, with your strength, it would be a waste not to join the arena. You will definitely become the champion. Hulk said impatiently, I am the strongest superhero. I don't have time for any kind of competition. What is so good about being a superhero? Your power comes from anger, and the people of your planet must hate you. Grandmaster opened his hands and said, if you come to my arena, everyone will welcome you, and even treat you as a god. You don't know how much they like me. The sales around me are as high as tens of millions, and a new movie will be released recently. Hulk looked disdainful. Also, I have a mission. With your virtue, you wouldn't understand what a mission is. Grandmaster was speechless. He is a dignified elder of the universe, was being despised by someone so insignificant? He didn't give up and continued to persuade the Hulk, but the Hulk ignored him completely. Annoyed by Grandmaster's words, the Hulk punched him directly. The Hulk in this world was completely different from the Hulk in the movies, who was ignored and unloved by all. Grandmaster flew back and shouted angrily, "Do you know who you have just rejected? I am an elder of the universe, Grandmaster." Hulk blinked and sneered, "I'm so scared. Do you know who's standing behind me?" Grandmaster said disdainfully, "Who could be more honorable than me? Blood God is my boss," Hulk said sarcastically. "If you want me to change jobs, you'll have to talk to him first. Because I'm afraid you don't have the guts." Blood God? That lunatic. Grandmaster's expression froze. This champion was actually working for the Blood God? In the eyes of Grandmaster and other elders of the universe, Blood God was a madman, Collector was just a little too serious, and he was arrested and suppressed for 10,000 years. Is this not madness? "I'll find you again," Grandmaster said before disappearing. He was not retreating, but rather going back to plan carefully. Blood God is indeed a terrifying entity, but the elders of the universe have lived for far too long and some of them prefer to seek stimulation. For example, the old gambling dog Grandmaster. Gambling with the Blood God must be exciting, Grandmaster thought to himself. If he won, not only would he be able to slap the Blood God's face, but he would also be able to save Collector and get the new champion Hulk, which would be a cost-effective move. As for losing, well, how could he possibly lose? He is the Grandmaster after all. No gambling dog ever thinks they will lose. The first step is to defeat the Blood God, but it's not going to be easy, Grandmaster thought to himself. He looked at the 4 statues above the arena. In addition to the horse-faced Bill, there were the god of war Ares, the two-headed man, and a humanoid. Each of these 3 entities were not weaker than Bill. Sovereign Star? Bert looked at the golden grounds, golden walls, golden decorations, and even golden trees, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The foreign minister of Sovereign Star, Michelle, said to Bert proudly, "Blood God, I heard you like gold. In this regard, we sovereigns will never let you be disappointed. Don't you know what it means to have too much of a good thing?" Bert couldn't help shaking his head. Although he really liked gold, an entire world made of gold was too much for anyone to handle. "Too much? I haven't heard of it. We only know that we need to make things perfect," Michelle said. "For example, I am the ultimate in women and no woman is more beautiful than me." As soon as these words came out, the 3 angels dressed in high heels behind Bert snorted at the same time and Michelle gave them a contemptuous look, not bothering to say anything. "You're so beautiful, you're inhuman, like a work of art," Bert shook his head. When he saw Michelle, he just wanted to put her on display in his living room. He didn't feel any attraction at all. Only someone like Tony Stark would like a woman like her. "Inhuman? What do you mean?" Michelle looked puzzled but Bert didn't answer. Soon, a group of people arrived in the main hall. High Priestess Aisha, who was 1.9 meters tall, with golden skin and golden clothes, stood under the steps and personally welcomed him. Even the sovereigns who were known for their arrogance must respect Bert when they faced him. After some courtesies, High Priestess Aisha asked, "Blood God, are you willing to carry out express delivery business on our Sovereign Star?" "No problem," Bert smiled and said, "Earth Express is very willing to serve Sovereign Star." "That's good," High Priestess Aisha nodded with satisfaction, and then she asked, "Blood God, do you have any opinion on Michelle? She is the most beautiful woman in our Sovereign Star. No matter her face or figure, she is the most beautiful woman. The perfect one. The suitors are endless." "Same reason I said before, you can't understand the problem," Bert shook his head. He asked, "High Priestess Aisha, why did you let Michelle get close to me?" "For your genes," High Priestess Aisha said frantically. "Blood God, your genes, plus our technology, even if it is a god, we can create it." "I'm sorry, I'm not interested. I won't give my genes to you," Bert directly rejected the other party. High Priestess Aisha was a little dissatisfied, but did not dare to attack. She said, "If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. We are willing to give everything to get your genes. Even, I can also do some academic research with you." "High Priestess, you are more human than Michelle," Bert laughed. He asked, "By the way, High Priestess, do you sell the genetic technology of Sovereign Star? I mean the basic technology. I am willing to spend a lot of money, even some treasures." Dr. Lizard needs the genetic technology of Sovereign Star to analyze the artificial cocoon, which is why Bert came over in person. "Sorry, Blood God, the genetic technology of Sovereign Star is not for sale. That is our core technology." High Priestess Aisha rejected Bert's request. Bert shrugged and said, "That's a pity. Speaking of it, you sovereigns are indeed quite powerful, whether it's birthing chamber and genetic technology or Annulax batteries, or sovereign drone controls I.E., Omnicrafts using quantum communication, it's all unique in the universe. Sovereign Star is very rich, they rely on their Annulax batteries to make a lot of money in the universe." High Priestess Aisha said proudly, "We sovereigns are the best race in the universe." The best race? Bert looked at the numb faces around him and couldn't help shaking his head. This race was not very expressive at all. Except for High Priestess Aisha, there was no difference between others and robots. High Priestess Aisha was the most human-like life on this planet. Seeing Bert's expression, High Priestess Aisha asked, "Blood God, are you looking down on us?" "No, I just don't agree." "That's okay, let's not argue about it. We might end up fighting and that's not good. After all, this is the first time we meet." Bert smiled and said, "High Priestess Aisha, it's a pleasure to meet you. In my eyes, you are much more moving than Michelle. I like your honesty, High Priestess Aisha said arrogantly. Michelle, who was on the side, did not dare to be dissatisfied and lowered her head without speaking. At that moment, a maid came over and whispered a few words to Aisha. Aisha turned to Bert and said, Blood God, I have invited your guardians of the galaxy to help us with a problem. The obelisk intends to devour our planet's power source. Do you want to come with me to meet them? No, if their boss is present, they will be embarrassed. Bert shook his head, but he was a little surprised. Isn't this the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2? It's starting so soon? It's been less than 4 months since Ronan's death. All right, High Priestess Aisha instructed Michelle, bring Blood God to visit our city. I think he has misunderstood us. Michelle said respectfully, yes, High Priestess. Blood God, we'll talk later in the evening. High Priestess Aisha and Bert nodded, and, surrounded by the maids, she left gracefully. Being a maid all their life, they don't have a chance to get ahead. It's no wonder that they need to concentrate on the leaves to help them sleep. Bert shook his head and followed Michelle to visit the Sovereign Star. Along the way, Michelle couldn't help but ask, Blood God, what is it that you find so human about? There are many aspects of human taste, for example, emotions and desires, and self. Bert glanced at Michelle and asked, who else would you be if you weren't Sovereign's foreign minister? Who else would I be? Michelle blinked, puzzled. Blood God, I don't understand your question. I only have one identity, and that is the foreign minister of Sovereign Star. This is the meaning of my existence. If you don't even know yourself, where's the human flavor? Bert shook his head. He took out a romance novel out of thin air and said, if you have time, take a look at this book. It's worth mentioning that this book was written in Xandar script and is currently on sale in Xandar. The sales are very good. Do you want to teach me something? Michelle asked. In her opinion, books are for learning. The cosmic forces in Marvel are actually very strange. The Sovereign Star isn't bad, but the Shi'ar Empire prohibits everything related to imagination. In that empire, showing imagination is punishable by beheading. So, that empire has no comics, no TV, no novels, no consoles, nothing. After going too far, Bert shook his head upon hearing Michelle's words and said, this is just for entertainment. Take a look when you have time, throw it away if you don't. So, where should we start our visit from? Let's begin with the museum, Michelle replied, putting away the novel and pointing forward. It wasn't like this in the beginning for us, we Sovereigns. As Bert visited Sovereign, the Guardians of the Galaxy, including the Hulk, were preparing to deal with monsters at the battery factory. Rocket, before you came, I thought what you said was an exaggeration, Dr. Banner said with a sigh. I didn't expect that group of women to be even more annoying than you said. Yes, they look at us like we're lower creatures, Betty added, a little angry. What's more, there's no attempt to hide it, they speak out directly. Rocket spread his hands and said, I told you, they're the most annoying race in the universe. With a flash of green light on Dr. Banner's face, Hulk said solemnly, I'm still very angry about what happened yesterday. I may cause a scene on Sovereign. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they understood what Hulk meant, and Rocket laughed. Man, I support you. This is unacceptable, isn't it? Yes, who made those space pirates so hateful? Star-Lord nodded in agreement. But Dr. Banner shook his head and said, Hulk, no. Bert is discussing the express delivery business with Sovereign Star. We can't cause trouble for him. Boring, Hulk said, curling his lips in annoyance before disappearing back into Dr. Banner's body. Gamera clapped her hands and said, okay, pay attention, monsters may appear at any time. It must be hard to deal with, otherwise the Sovereigns wouldn't need to hire us. Star-Lord said, understood, our lives are worthless anyway, we're used to fighting with monsters. Drax said honestly, your life may not be valuable, but mine is very valuable. Star-Lord asked, angrily, I was being sarcastic, don't you understand? Forget it, you definitely don't. By the way, why aren't you wearing the suit of our Guardians of the Galaxy? I don't want to wear it, my nipples are very sensitive, Drax replied, wearing only leather trousers and a bare upper body. Everyone rolled their eyes, no one wanted to hear that excuse. At that moment, a hairless monster with many tails and tentacles, obelisk shuttled through space and appeared in the battery factory out of thin air, trying to steal the Annulax batteries. Gamera activated the energy field immediately, blocking off the void and trapping obelisk. Hulk, very upset, Dr. Banner turned into Hulk and smashed obelisk out with a punch, slamming it into the energy barrier. Obelisk was very durable, and even after being hit by Hulk, it was not injured. It quickly got up and roared angrily at Hulk. Take it easy, you'll lose money if you break things, Star-Lord said as he activated his gliding boots and flew into the sky. He then pulled the trigger of his energy gun, shooting energy blasts towards Obelisk. As soon as Obelisk threw its tentacles at Star-Lord, he was smashed and flew out. We'll lose money if we break things, but we shouldn't have to. Rocket laughed and activated his energy cannon, shooting bullets at Obelisk. Please, focus on fighting, Gamera sighed, picked up her energy cannon, and began aiming. As for Drax, he took 2 daggers and rushed up with the Hulk. I am Groot, Groot thought for a moment, turned on his music player, and rushed fiercely into the battlefield with passionate BGM. High Priestess Aisha looked at Hulk in the light curtain and asked curiously, what kind of monster is that green one? An intelligence officer stepped forward and replied, his name is Hulk. He once defeated Beta Ray Bill in the Xandar War. He is a powerful superhero from Earth. How many strong people are there on Earth? Find a way to get his genes, High Priestess Aisha said, sighing. He is qualified to be our war beast. Yes, High Priestess, the intelligence officer nodded, and continued. In addition, according to our scan, the Earthling named Star-Lord may have a special bloodline. Star-Lord. High Priestess Aisha looked at Star-Lord, who was dancing to the music while fighting, and said with a blank face, his gene? We don't need it, it will pollute us. The intelligence officer said with conviction, indeed. I hope Hulk won't be spoiled by the Galaxy Dance Troupe. Bert laughed as he sensed the battle in the battery factory. Those funny people always brought joy. An obelisk. Bert thought of one thing and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Can he catch some obelisks to use as transport planes and fighter jets? Catching obelisks is difficult for others, but it is easier for Bert. After all, he is the master of Space Stone. Just as Bert was contemplating, a phantom appeared in front of him out of thin air, but it was a demonic old man. Michelle and the three angels immediately looked at him vigilantly. Michelle shouted angrily, who are you to dare invade our sovereign star? The old man didn't bother to pay attention to Michelle. Instead, he said to Bert, Blood God, hello, I'm Grandmaster, Collector's brother. Bert signaled the others to be calm, and he asked, are you here to seek revenge? No, I'm here to gamble with you. Grandmaster smiled and said, the bet is Collector, Infinity Stones, and Hulk. Bert narrowed his eyes and asked, what if I don't want to gamble? Grandmaster said a little arrogantly, Blood God, this can't be done by you. I already said, you bastards, why can't you ever learn what respect is? I bet your whole family. Bert's face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand, and a portal appeared out of thin air. Opposite the portal, there was a huge arena. Sakar Star, Arena. Grandmaster was startled and hurriedly asked, Blood God, what do you want to do? Since you care so much about brotherhood, then I will send you to accompany your brother, Bert said as he slapped the portal, and a dragon burning with raging fire roared out and flew straight into the portal. Immediately afterward, the dragon quickly grew larger, charging fiercely towards the arena below with a loud dragon roar. In the blink of an eye, it had become thousands of meters long, majestic, and imposing. The majestic dragon's roar caused everyone in the arena to look up into the sky, shocked. Damn, this guy is really crazy, Grandmaster said, frightened and angry. He started the defense immediately, and a defensive dome appeared out of thin air, firmly protecting the arena. The dragon gave a contemptuous smile in the air, and then, it was divided into 100, and at the same time, it slammed into the protective dome, causing it to shatter like glass. It wasn't over yet. The flames in the air shrank rapidly, turning into hundreds of flaming dragons and rushing towards the bottom. Boom boom boom. Wherever the dragons passed, they either exploded or burned with raging fire, and the entire arena was in chaos. The guards fought desperately, but they were burned to ashes by the dragon's flames one after another. Blood God, I won't let you go, Grandmaster said, seeing that his arena turned into a sea of fire. He was furious, and while commanding the guards and slaves to fight against the dragon, he activated the super destroyer of the arena, intending to kill Bert, the culprit. Stubborn, Bert said, smiling disdainfully. He retracted the dragon and quickly cast spells like a thousand-handed Avalokitesvara, images of icon, also known as duplication spell. Space doors appeared one after another outside the arena, superimposed together to form a perfect semicircle. Immediately afterwards, the semicircle slowly shrank inward, destroying everything in its path, whether it was a wall, a tree, or a life. Space magic, circle of death. No. The people in the arena were frightened and fled furiously inside, not daring to fight against the shrinking semicircle. Grandmaster roared and fired a super destruction cannon. A huge beam of destruction light slammed on the semicircle, but to Grandmaster's despair, the beam of light did not break the semicircle, but disappeared quickly. After a while, a huge beam of light descended from the sky and slammed towards Grandmaster. Grandmaster widened his eyes and tried his best to escape from the area. The next moment, with a bang, the sky shook, the entire palace was razed to the ground, and even the ground was sunken for dozens of meters. It seems that today is the day I die, a dark-skinned, disheveled female alcoholic said, shrugging freely. She turned around and picked up the wine behind her and poured it into her mouth desperately. Blood God, do you really want to go to war with us elders? Grandmaster stood on the ruins with disheveled hair and roared at the sky. Bert sneered, it's not that I want to fight you, it's you that wants to fight me. In that case, I will fulfill your wish. Grandmaster gritted his teeth. He looked at the circle that was getting closer and closer, panicked a little, and hurriedly shouted, Blood God, I surrender, I accept your seal. Bert didn't answer, his eyes were extremely cold. He was tired of the elders of the universe. Michelle on the side couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She didn't know much about the universe elders, but the fighting power of the Blood God was too terrifying. Just when Grandmaster and the others in the arena were about to be divided by a semicircle, 11 distinctive figures appeared one after another over the arena. They raised their hands and released various energies towards the semicircle, smoothing it out. Great, you are finally here. Grandmaster breathed a sigh of relief. It was none other than the elders of the universe. There are a total of 13 elders of the universe, except for the sealed collector, the rest are all here. It seems that there is gonna be a fight. It doesn't matter. It won't be me who's gonna lose anyway. Bert snorted coldly, his body lit up with dazzling blue light, even his eyes were no exception. At the same time, the surrounding void kept shaking like water ripples, and Michelle was so frightened that she backed away. After Bert transformed, Annie and the three angels of vengeance simultaneously transformed, and dazzling white flames illuminated their bodies. A pair of large white wings suddenly appeared behind them. The transformation was not yet over as the flames flickered. The combat suits on their bodies quickly disappeared, replaced by exquisite armor, high-heeled combat boots, armed guards, and 3 different weapons. With long golden hair, snow-white wings, silver-white armor, and holy flames, the 3 angels of vengeance looked as heroic as possible. Even the so-called most beautiful Michelle was a little ashamed at this time, remembering that she had despised them before. Michelle couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Are they angels? Michelle noticed Annie's wings and was surprised. There are angels in the myth of Sovereign, and it's not just a coincidence that they named the artificial perfect Sovereign Adam and Eve. Feeling the powerful power opposite the portal, the 12 elders secretly swallowed their saliva, and many people stared at Grandmaster to see what he would do. Grandmaster was annoyed and wronged at the same time. I just wanted to gamble with him. How would I know that guy is a super neurotic? After the transformation, Bert was about to step into the portal with 3 angels of vengeance. At this moment, an elder, a white-bearded and white-haired astronomer who looked quite immortal, said, "Blood God, don't get me wrong. We didn't come to fight with you. Whether I want it or not, I have to bet. Isn't this a war?" Bert sneered. "Who do you think I am, and who do you think you are?" The elders of the universe were a little embarrassed. The majestic judicator turned to Grandmaster and said, "Grandmaster, apologize." "I apologize to that kid? Where are you from?" Grandmaster said, anger clear in his voice. "That bastard ruined my arena." Runner with extremely thick legs said coldly, "You have 2 choices. One is to apologize to the Blood God now, and the other is that we leave, and you apologize to the Blood God alone." Grandmaster glared at Runner, but found that the other elders of the universe felt the same way. He immediately said in disgust, "I'll give you face." Grandmaster snorted and shouted to Bert, aggrieved, "Blood God, I'm sorry. I just had a problem with my attitude." Bert ignored Grandmaster and asked the other elders of the universe, "What do you mean?" "Our purpose is to protect the universe. There is no need for conflict," Astronomer said. "Blood God, let's make a bet to end all the grievances. Don't be angry. It's up to you to decide whether to make this bet or not." The idiot Grandmaster is actually not malicious. He just likes gambling too much. Grandmaster glared angrily, but did not refute. In order to pass the long years, every elder has a special hobby. For example, Runner through an obsession for total freedom likes to run, and Collector likes to collect. And Grandmaster's personal obsession with games, he can be called the #1 old gambler in the universe. Bert thought for a while, restrained the light of space on his body, and asked, "What is the bet?" Astronomer said, "Bet if you can keep Sovereign for 3 months. High Priestess Aisha, who came in a hurry, asked, dissatisfied, "What does your conflict have to do with our Sovereign?" "Your Sovereign Star intends to create a god, which is not allowed by us the elders of the universe. We're just using this gambling game to solve this matter," Astronomer said. "Blood God, Eve is in your hands. This matter has something to do with you," Astronomer added, glancing at High Priestess Aisha. High Priestess Aisha shouted to Bert in shock and anger, "Blood God, you actually stole Eve of our Sovereign." "Wrong. Eve is a trophy I got from Collector," Bert said, snorting. Bert asked, "What's the bet?" "You win, and the elders of the universe will never trouble you again in the future," Astronomer said. "You lose, hand over Collector and an Infinity Stone. There can be no more than 3 Infinity Stones in one place. Don't you think it's unfair to me?" Bert sneered. "I'm never afraid of you coming to me for trouble. It's a big deal to take a moment to kill you all." Grandmaster shouted dissatisfiedly, "Blood God, don't be too arrogant. Let's not say whether you can kill us, even if you can, the Earth will be destroyed by us. So what? The big deal is that I will use the Time Stone to reverse time," Bert said. "Or, collect all the Infinity Stones and resurrect the Earth." Astronomer frowned and asked, "Blood God, what do you want?" "If you lose, the elders of the universe will unconditionally make 3 shots for me in the future," Bert said. "Unconditionally, even if I ask you to deal with the gods of creation, you have to take action." Astronomer was stunned. "God of creation? Blood God, what are you worried about? Betting or not?" "The current bet is fair," Bert said. Before Astronomer could answer, Grandmaster shouted loudly, "Betting, why not bet? Blood God, this time, I will definitely make you regret it." The elders of the universe looked at Grandmaster speechlessly. "This guy is really an old gambling dog." Astronomer sighed and said, "Then let's bet, but we have the right to step back if we encounter a fatal situation." "Sure," Bert nodded in agreement and made a bet with the elders of the universe. High Priestess Aisha became more and more dissatisfied and she shouted, "Why do you bet on our Sovereign Star?" The elders of the universe and Bert both gave High Priestess Aisha a contemptuous look. They thought, "Why? Is it not enough that we are stronger than you?" 3 months from now on, Bert looked at the elders of the universe, raised his hand, and a female alcoholic who kept pouring alcohol in her mouth flew towards the portal. Grandmaster said angrily, "Blood God, what do you mean? Isn't it a tradition, of course, to get some souvenirs when you go out?" Grandmaster, don't be so stingy. Bert said lightly as the female alcoholic flew into the portal. He waved his hand and the portal quickly disappeared. Asshole. Grandmaster gritted his teeth and scolded. That bastard not only raised his arena to the ground but also took away his own scrapper 142, which is too deceiving. Stop screaming, we can't lose this gamble, Astronomer said. If we lose, we may face the creation gods. The faces of the elders of the universe were ugly, and Grandmaster said arrogantly, we will not lose. In terms of gambling, I, Grandmaster, said that the second, no one dares to be the first. You just gamble a lot, you don't have to win every time, Architect said. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and start action, 3 months is not long. Astronomer, what are we going to do next? Let's go to hell first to help a hapless devil restore his IQ. To be honest, that guy is so miserable that even I can't stand it. Astronomer shook his head and said, Blood God is really not an ordinary sinister. Hell? That's a good place to start. Grandmaster's eyes flashed. He looked at the arena that was almost razed to the ground, gritted his teeth for a while. Blood God must pay the price. On Sovereign Star, a large number of spaceships surrounded Bert, and at the same time, High Priestess Aisha and Michelle retreated far to the side. Annie and the 3 angels of vengeance sneered. These girls can destroy everything without the master's action. Bert ignored the sovereign. He looked at the drunkard on the ground, covered his nose and said, the smell on your body is really not pleasant. I didn't let you smell it. The female alcoholic, also known as Valkyrie, hiccuped and said indifferently. At this moment, her nose moved, she looked up at Bert suddenly, and asked, wait, why do you smell like hella? I'll let someone else explain it to you. Bert was too lazy to talk nonsense with this female alcoholic. With a wave of his hand, a portal wrapped the female alcoholic and took her back to Earth. At a tofu shop near the Blood God Manor, Valkyrie shook her dizzy head, looked around vigilantly, and saw an old man with a white beard walking towards her with something. As Valkyrie reached for her waist, she looked at the old man. At this sight, she was completely stunned, and she couldn't even close her mouth. It was Odin who walked towards Valkyrie, but not the majestic Odin in Valkyrie's memory, but an amiable old man dressed in a vest, shorts, and taking off his shoes, dressed as an old countryman. To be honest, Valkyrie had never seen Odin like this, and she now wondered if she was dreaming. Looking at the only remaining Valkyrie, Odin sighed and apologized sincerely. I didn't expect that you didn't die. What happened back then was my fault. What? The Valkyrie became more and more dumbfounded, and Odin actually apologized to her? Is this the end of the world? The appearance of Valkyrie made Odin a little embarrassed. He raised the tofu skewer in his hand and asked, do you want to eat stinky tofu? I fried it myself, and it tastes very good. I was really dreaming. Valkyrie's words made Odin understand her situation completely. She picked up the wine bottle, attached divine power to it, and then knocked herself unconscious with a bottle. So boring, so unreasonable dreams, don't do it, the Valkyrie thought. Odin was speechless, he sighed, and hoped that Hela did not destroy the souls of the Valkyries, otherwise, he would owe more. Sovereign Star, Bert looked at the surrounding spaceship army and sneered, High Priestess Aisha, it seems that I am going to withdraw my evaluation of you. High Priestess Aisha roared, Blood God, cancel this bet, and return Eve to us. Bert grabbed his hand in the air, and High Priestess Aisha flew to him involuntarily and was firmly grabbed by her neck. High Priestess Aisha looked at Bert in horror and pain, and felt extremely regretful in her heart. She should not have come in person, after all, her life is so precious. Blood God, put down the High Priestess, Michelle shouted in shock and anger, and at the same time, all the spaceships aimed their guns at Bert. Bert held his hand, and all the spaceships in the sky were squashed. Then, he released his hand, and all the spaceships fell from the sky, smashing the ground into deep pits one after another. Bert said coldly, don't challenge my patience, otherwise, Sovereign Star will perish today. High Priestess Aisha and Michelle were both terrified. Blood God was powerful, far beyond their imagination. He can really destroy the planet. Bert threw High Priestess Aisha to the ground and asked, are you awake? It's up to me to decide whether your Sovereign Star lives or dies. High Priestess Aisha roared unwillingly, Blood God, why are you gambling with us? Let's not say that you are self-inflicted. Bert sneered, even if you are not wrong, how about taking you as a gamble? If the wolf eats the sheep, do you have to ask the sheep if they want to be eaten? Similar things, you Sovereign Stars, have you never done it? The strong are respected, the strong eat the weak. This is the truth everywhere. High Priestess Aisha was speechless. What else could she say? Bert looked at her coldly and said, think about what to say next, because it determines the fate of your Sovereign Star. Bert's icy gaze made High Priestess Aisha calm down quickly. She smiled wryly and lowered her head to think. Now there are only 2 paths in front of the Sovereign Star. One is to fight the Blood God and force him to give up this gamble and hand over Eve. The problem is, this is very unreliable. Everyone knows that the Space Stone is in the hands of the Blood God. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him. What's worse, he doesn't need to leave. With the strength of Blood God, it is possible to demolish the Sovereign Star. As for the other way, it is to bow to Blood God and pray to him to protect Sovereign Star. However, being bullied and begging the other party is undoubtedly extremely humiliating for the arrogant sovereigns. After hesitating for a moment, High Priestess Aisha stood up. She did not express her position immediately, but first asked the maid to clean up her appearance. Then, she said to Bert arrogantly as always, Blood God, the Sovereign Star is willing to do its best to help you. We will win the gamble. You really are human, and I like you a little bit, Bert said as he gently lifted the chin of High Priestess Aisha with his hand. I will help your Sovereign Star to stop this disaster, but I want Adam. That is impossible. Adam was cultivated by our Sovereign with all our strength, and we will never give him to anyone, High Priestess Aisha shouted angrily. It was not enough for this guy to rob their Eve, and now even Adam was not spared. It was too much. Do you think I'm asking for your opinion? Bert sneered. He withdrew his hand, pointed forward, and a portal appeared out of thin air, revealing the High Priestess's palace in everyone's sight. Bert had never been to that place, but he sensed Adam's energy, so he could open the portal. There were a large number of guards next to Adam. They were all shocked when they saw the portal and hurriedly alerted. High Priestess Aisha clenched her fists and shouted, Retreat. Yes, High Priestess, the guards stepped back one after another, and Bert nodded in satisfaction. He pulled Adam into the space, and then opened the portal, and summoned Dr. Lizard and Eve together. Eve seems malnourished. You help me nurture her. He will be your assistant, Bert said. High Priestess Aisha glared at Bert with gnashing teeth. Not only had he taken Adam, but now he wanted to breed Eve too. How ruthless could he be? Dr. Lizard looked around and said excitedly, This is sovereign. I like this place. Bert said, High Priestess Aisha, prepare for battle. The power of the Elders of the Universe is definitely stronger than you think. I know how strong the Elders of the Universe are, High Priestess Aisha snorted. She then asked, How many troops can the Earth Federation and Xandar send over? The Earth Federation just experienced a big battle and is not suitable to participate in the war again. This time, I will only let my direct subordinates participate, Bert said. As for Xandar, I can only guarantee that they will not participate in the war. I am just the richest man in Xandar, not the owner of Xandar, Bert said. This force is far from enough, High Priestess Aisha said, dissatisfied. The Elders of the Universe are ancient monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years and the power they can wield is far beyond imagination. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything, Bert said lightheartedly. He then asked, How many troops can you use on Sovereign? High Priestess Aisha replied, We're taking the elite route. Additionally, the lives of the Sovereigns are very precious, so we will only send Omnicrafts to fight. So, not many people. Bert asked with a frown. Then do you have a servant army on Sovereign? We don't need minions, High Priestess Aisha said proudly. Bert was speechless. It seems that in terms of military strength, they would be at a disadvantage. After thinking for a moment, Bert tapped on his wristband, and a list of resources popped up. He then asked High Priestess Aisha, Do you have these resources? My clone army can be ready in just 3 days, and we can go to war. Yes, we have all of them. Sovereign never lacks resources or money, High Priestess Aisha said, glancing at the list and speaking proudly. Sovereign Star is all about money. That's good, mobilize resources quickly, Bert said, nodding in satisfaction. He then began making long-distance calls across the galaxy. Yvonne, come help me with the unmanned army. Oh, and bring the War Abomination and War Lizards with you, Bert said. Korath, get the blood ship ready, Bert said. Eric, is my vibranium chariot ready? I'll use it now. Also, get Shuri ready, I need her Phantom Legion, Bert said. Frank, Max, Carol, you all come and help me, Bert said. Sky, bring your Inhuman Legion and prepare for battle, Bert said. Bert called them one by one, and his direct forces immediately began making preparations. Tony and Steve noticed their movement and called to ask what was happening. Bert, you're so disappointing. Why didn't you call me for such a great opportunity? Tony said, dissatisfied after listening to Bert. I can't wait to see how arrogant the Sovereigns will be this time. Tony, Steve, the Earth just got the resource planet, and you can't leave it to others, Bert said, shaking his head. I'll do it myself this time, don't worry, I'm sure. There are indeed many things, Tony and Steve both said, sighing. There were not only the resource planet, but also many other things happening inside the Earth Federation. Tony shouted, Bert, call us anytime for help. Bert smiled and said, Don't worry, if I really wanted help, I will never do it alone. I am the big boss of the Earth, and you should work for me. Fuck off. Tony rolled his eyes, but Steve didn't have any objections. After all, Bert was really his boss. Half of the funds for SWORD came from Bert's company. After contacting everyone, Bert put down the phone. He looked at High Priestess Aisha, ready to speak, but suddenly sensed movement in hell and said coldly, Elders, you are truly presumptuous. Bert shouted, Annie. Master. Annie stepped forward, knelt down on one knee, and said, The Angel of Vengeance is waiting for your orders at any time. Bert commanded, Recall the other angels. You and Frank will lead the army. Crystal will help you open the portal, and I will come back as soon as possible. Yes, Master, Annie replied. High Priestess Aisha was stunned when she heard the words and hurriedly asked, Blood God, where are you going? To hell, Bert said without any hesitation, and raised his hand to create a space vortex in front of him, then strode through it. Blood God. High Priestess Aisha looked at the vortex of space that was gradually disappearing and her face was extremely ugly. At this time, Blood God actually said that he would leave? Could he be any more unreliable? Annie stood up and said coldly, "Don't waste time, start preparing for battle immediately." "What did you say? Don't forget your identity. Blood God is gone, I will call the shots here," High Priestess Aisha shouted to Annie in dissatisfaction. "I can't fight the Blood God, but why should I be still afraid of you, a mere maid? I am in charge here," Annie replied, her eyes burning with holy flames. As soon as High Priestess Aisha saw the holy flame, she immediately felt her soul being burned to ashes. "I said, don't waste time, start preparing for battle," Annie shouted coldly. Although High Priestess Aisha was extremely unwilling, she didn't dare to say anything else, so she obediently started to prepare for the battle. In Mephisto's hell, it was even more chaotic than it was a few months ago. Mephisto, who was covered in wounds, held a half-gnawed leaf and asked the phantom of the cloak in front of him, "This thing can really restore my wisdom? Also, this is leftovers from others, right?" The cloak phantom said coldly, "This is the leaf of the tree of wisdom, and there is probably only so much left in the entire universe. Do you want to eat it or not?" "I didn't expect me, Mephisto, to be reduced to eating other people's leftover leaves." Mephisto sighed and stuffed the leaves into his mouth. His mind, which was originally empty, immediately became full. "What have I been doing for more than a year?" Mephisto, who had regained his IQ, recalled the experience of the past year and was ashamed to find a crack to crawl into. The IQ of Blackheart was too low. At that moment, Mephisto thought of something and urgently said, "Take me out of here quickly, Blood God is coming soon." "Blood God is coming? How come? He shouldn't know what's going on here," the phantom asked, pretending to be stunned. Mephisto was about to explain, when a space vortex suddenly appeared in the sky and Bert flew out from it. "Mephisto, congratulations on your recovery of your IQ. Now, please die." Bert held both hands to block the surrounding void, then turned into thousands of blood-colored spears that roared down towards Mephisto. "You really did something to me. Is it related to that dark elf?" Mephisto gritted his teeth, using the hellfire to form a defensive shield to protect himself, and then shouted coldly, "Blood God, it's a pity that you came a step too late. I have recovered my wisdom. Hell is my home again, you can't kill me." Seeing that Bert had really come, the phantom next to him smiled proudly and quietly stepped aside. "This is not just your home, but also the home of Blackheart." Bert controlled the attack of the blood spear while bringing Blackheart over. The demonic Blackheart was overjoyed when he saw Mephisto, and immediately shouted, "Mephisto, your time of death has come." "Idiot," Mephisto sneered. "Blood God doesn't kill me because he wants us to kill each other." Seeing the son who pits his own father, Mephisto became angry and cursed, "Now that I have recovered my IQ, Blood God will not only kill me, but also kill you." Blackheart looked at Bert suspiciously. Bert sneered, "Blackheart, you're not so foolish as to be fooled. Besides, what are you afraid of? Once you gain the full power of the devil, who will be able to kill you? Right, when I become the Demon King, who can kill me?" Blackheart took it seriously. He thought to himself, "I will first use the power of the Blood God to kill Mephisto, and then turn around to deal with Blood God. Haha, Blood God is so stupid, to actually come to hell in person. What's the difference between that and dying? The devil can fight with the power of hell in hell's dimension. In addition, the devil has the ability to block hell, and it is not so easy to escape." With this idea, Blackheart immediately tore off the magic fire shield and fought with Mephisto. The surrounding ground kept sinking. "A self-righteous idiot, you think you can manipulate Blood God, but you don't know that he is smarter than you worthless fart." Mephisto was not at all surprised that Blackheart was persuaded by Blood God. If this pitiful son was not so stupid, how could he have fallen to this point? To be honest, Mephisto sometimes wonders if this idiot is his seed. Blackheart was completely provoked, and he roared, "Mephisto, you were almost killed by me. How dare you look down on me? Blackheart is really a good person. Without him, it would not be so easy to deal with Mephisto." Bert smiled slightly, changed back to his original appearance, and released space confinement magic on Mephisto one after another. With Mephisto's strength, it is easy to solve the space confinement. It doesn't even take a breath. The problem is that a breath is enough for Blackheart to attack dozens of times. So, Mephisto began to be beaten, and Blackheart beat the old father frantically, while laughing wildly, "Mephisto, you will die today. Ha ha ha, I will step on your corpse and become the new Demon King, even Satan." "Idiot." Mephisto opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a look of disdain, "You will die with me soon." Blackheart stabbed Mephisto's chest with a claw, took out his heart, and then shouted fiercely, "I, Blackheart, the future Satan of hell, who dares to kill me, who can kill me?" Mephisto lost his strength and knelt on the ground. He raised his head and shouted to Bert, "Blood God, I'm not finished with you." "Sorry, you're done," Bert replied as he waved his hand. The heart in Blackheart's hand flew to his own hand and he put it away. The heart of the Demon King can greatly increase his powers. Blackheart turned his head and glared at Bert. Bert said lightly, "Isn't it a matter of course that the spoils are divided equally? I'll let you be arrogant for a while." Blackheart gritted his teeth, and then he activated the armor on his body and frantically absorbed Mephisto's power. This armor was made by Ancient One, and most of Blackheart's power was from this armor. His original power was taken away by Bert. "Remember my lesson, don't give birth to a foolish son." Mephisto sighed to the sky, and at the same time, his soul broke away from his body and planned to sneak away. Bert was already prepared and took a shot from the air to seal Mephisto's soul with space energy. Mephisto's soul kept roaring like a defeated dog. Blood god, I will never let you go. It's a little too smooth. It's not like Mephisto who has regained his IQ. Bert frowned and carefully sensed Mephisto's soul. He found that there was a part of this soul missing. Obviously, Mephisto had escaped. Bert sensed the surroundings but couldn't find any trace of Mephisto at all. He snorted coldly. There are no loopholes in my blockade, which means that your soul was incomplete from the beginning. Sure enough, you are not as good as I thought. You're killed. Seeing that he had been discovered by Bert, Mephisto no longer pretended. He said triumphantly, Blood god, I will give you a surprise, a big surprise. Bert was too lazy to pay attention to it and completely sealed Mephisto's soul. With this soul in hand, even if Mephisto counterattacked him in the future, he was not afraid. He was also proficient in the secret of the soul. Blackheart, the new demon lord, Blackheart who had absorbed all of Mephisto's power opened his hands and laughed loudly. Then, the entire Mephisto's hell shook violently, and the lord's authority turned into a scepter which fell from the sky towards Blackheart's body. Blackheart was about to touch the scepter. At this moment, Bert cast a spell with both hands, and the armor on Blackheart suddenly flew up by itself, trapping the lord's scepter in the air. Blackheart was stunned for a moment, and then he yelled at Bert, that is impossible. I have carefully checked the armor. Ancient One didn't keep any marks. Blackheart may be stupid, but not so stupid that there is no cure. He had once carefully inspected the armor that Ancient One gave him, and put it into the abyss of hell that can erase all marks. After confirming that there was no problem, Blackheart brought it around to fight. Therefore, Blackheart did not understand why the armor was controlled by Bert. Bert smiled and said, Time magic, have you heard of it? The armor that my master gave you at first didn't have any problems, but she placed a time magic on it. When the time was up, this armor would be branded with my master's mark. Time magic. Blackheart was stunned. He roared, Ancient One, you are too despicable. In hell, that is a compliment, Bert replied. He looked at the armor in the sky and said with a smile, Blackheart, thank you for making this armor so powerful. Blood god, I'll kill you. Blackheart flew up, intending to fight Bert desperately. Bert raised his hand, turned his 5 fingers into 5 spears and shot out, instantly penetrating Blackheart's body. Immediately afterwards, Bert began to absorb the blood of Blackheart, and Blackheart instantly turned into a mummified corpse. This is not over yet. Bert clapped his hands and sealed the soul of Blackheart into the space to be with Mephisto. Idiot, I said earlier, you will die with me. Seeing Blackheart, Mephisto sneered. Blackheart rushed towards Mephisto. I will kill you. Exactly, I want to kill you too. Mephisto grinned wickedly, and got into a ball with Blackheart. Fortunately, I have no plans to have offspring. Sensing the situation in the sealed space, Bert couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded from below. Mephisto died. Blackheart died. Blood god, are you happy now? Bert lowered his head and saw Grandmaster, who had taken off his cloak, looking at him with a sneer. Should I not be happy? Do I have to be as desperate as you are? Bert sneered. Grandmaster, the plan of the elders of the universe has failed, Bert said. Our plan was not to restore Mephisto's IQ. Our plan was to bring you to hell. Grandmaster laughed proudly. The next moment, there were phantoms of stalwarts in the sky, including the Dragon Lord, the Succubus Lord, Lucifer, the Flame Demon Lord. Basically, except for Satan, all other Hell Lords arrived. Blood god, welcome to hell, the Succubus Lord giggled. Since you are here, don't leave. We will treat you well and make sure you are happy to be here. How can I be happy with ghosts? Bert complained. He glanced around and snorted coldly. It's pretty neat. Do you think you can seal me? Of course, Lucifer said lightly. All the lords joined forces to block hell. Even if you have the space stone, you still can't leave. Blood god, when the scepter returns to hell, we will come and play with you. At this moment, the hell lords cannot enter the Mephisto hell. This is the self-protection of hell to avoid being disturbed when the power is transferred. Bert snorted, lowered his head and asked Grandmaster, is this the real plan of your elders? Yes, Blood god, we have won this game. Without your protection, Sovereign will be destroyed within 7 days, Grandmaster said, becoming more and more complacent. Blood god, I hope you can last until then, but in my opinion, this is basically impossible. You have offended too many people. Bert sneered, Grandmaster, let's play slowly. In Grandmaster's eyes, what Blood god saying was obviously the wailing of a defeated dog. He pretended to salute and disappeared. Humph, you blow up my arena, now you will pay the price. Blood god is trapped, so he will definitely win this game. Fool, do you think? I didn't think about this. Bert smiled disdainfully. He raised his head and shouted at the Succubus Lord in the sky, it's a bit boring to wait. Succubus Lord, let's have a dance. Succubus Lord smiled and said, no problem, for the sake of your death, I will meet your last request. Keep your eyes open, the succubus is about to start performing. Blood god, aren't you going to eat my meat? This time, let's see, who eats whom. Demon Dragon Lord sneered and so did the other lords. This time, Blood god would definitely die. Blood god thinks that he can be unscrupulous with the space stone, but he doesn't know that this is the cause of his death. Lucifer's eyes were extremely cold. It's like saying, heaven has a way, but you can't go. Hell has no door, but you came. Don't worry, I will definitely eat your meat, Bert snorted. He fell to the ground and summoned the golden cocoon. If anyone could see inside the golden cocoon, they would find that Adam inside the cocoon is being wrapped in blood, which is Bert's blood. Not only that, part of Bert's soul is being integrated into Adam's body. Adam has not yet given birth to a soul, but the process is very smooth. This is the avatar technique that Bert used before, and Eric Killmonger, avatar was created in this way. That is to say, Bert is about to have Adam as the clone. One Adam is not enough, Bert beckoned, and the armor in the sky turned into light and flew into the golden cocoon. Blood God, do you want this puppet to become the master of Mephisto's hell? Demon Dragon Lord said disdainfully. You think too much. Hell has its own consciousness, and people who are not recognized, even if they get a scepter, it is impossible to become a demon king, let alone a puppet with an incomplete soul. Succubus Lord also said, that's right, Blood God, you don't have to think about delaying time. It won't take long for the scepter to disappear, and then your time of death will come. Before the two lords finished speaking, Mephisto's hell shook violently and the vast power poured out from the ground and quickly gathered on the golden cocoon. The originally incomplete golden cocoon was quickly filled, Adam's momentum skyrocketed and it won't take long for him to be born in this world as a demon king. It's impossible? How can a puppet become the devil of hell? How can the devil of hell be so cheap? Demon Dragon Lord shouted incredulously, and the other lords did the same. There is no reason at all. Is hell consciousness so funny? In this world, nothing is impossible. Bert smiled disdainfully, and shouted to the succubus lord, where's the song and dance troupe? Hurry up and start, be careful, otherwise I might give you a bad review. Blood God, even if your puppet becomes the demon king of hell, he still can't save you, because all the lords will kill you. Succubus Lord clapped her hands to make the succubuses start dancing, and snorted coldly. This new demon king can only make you live a few more days. Yes, Blood God, we will never let you leave hell alive, the lords nodded. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Ancient One was seriously injured and if the Blood God was removed, who else could stop them from entering the earth? Shut up, don't disturb me while I'm watching the dance. By the way, you must eat some good barbecue when watching the dance, Bert scolded. He then thought of something, took out a dragon's tail from the void, and grilled it. Demon Dragon Lord was going crazy. That was its tail. Although it was completely composed of magic power, it could still be eaten by people of Bert's level. Blood God, I will never let you go, Demon Dragon Lord gritted his teeth. He made up his mind that when the new Demon King was born, he would rush in and smash the Blood God into pieces. At such a time, the Blood God is still so arrogant, as expected of a lunatic. Grandmaster sensed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he looked away from here and turned to Sovereign Star. Blood God is dead, nothing to see, the next thing to do is to destroy the Sovereign Star. Camartage, Bert's projection was drinking tea with Ancient One. Ancient One smelled the aroma of the tea and said to Bert, the Guardian of the Earth is about to have a Demon King clone. If others came to know this, it is estimated that 3 views will be shattered. That means their psychological endurance is too poor, Bert said lightly. I've been waiting for the Hell Lords to attack. It's too passive. I just took this opportunity to bury a nail in hell, and hell will be very lively in the future. Ancient One asked again, it's lively, but how do you know that the consciousness of hell will accept you? I sensed 2 dimensions before, one is the dimension of the dragon and the other is the dimension of hell. Bert smiled bitterly and said, I don't know why the hell dimension looks at me, obviously I'm so kind and pure. You have another advantage you didn't mention, Ancient One said. You have a super thick skin. Master is wrong, Bert smiled and said. Those demon kings thought they had sealed me, but they didn't know that if I wanted to go, hell wouldn't stop me at all. Ancient One laughed, it sounds like you are your own person from hell. Bert shook his head and said, Master, if you are willing to go to hell, let alone the devil, even the seat of Satan is easy to get. Are you complimenting me? Ancient One was speechless, and then she solemnly instructed, the power of hell, try not to use it, and your Demon King clone, try not to bring it to earth. Don't worry, I won't let the power of hell enter the earth until the last minute, Bert nodded solemnly. He sensed something and said with a smile, the enemy is coming. The elders of the universe really have a lot of friends, and they actually found a demon to restrain me. Ancient One instructed, the elders of the universe are not as simple as you think, you have to be careful. Don't worry, I'm not that simple either. Bert drank the tea that Ancient One brewed, nodded towards her, and disappeared instantly. Ancient One shook her head, drank tea slowly, and retired. It's really good, I don't have to worry about anything, I can waste my time every day. Sovereign Star, not long after Bert left, with the help of Crystal, Yvonne, Shuri, and others rushed to this planet that was about to become a battlefield. Korath did not waste time and immediately used the resources of Sovereign to cultivate biochemical extremist clones. Yvonne and Shuri went to the control center of Sovereign Star to steal technology in the name of investigation. Both Yvonne and Shuri are very interested in the quantum technology of the Sovereigns. The Sovereigns knew their purpose and ordered no one to speak to them. Yvonne and Shuri didn't care about it at all. With their wisdom, they could see a lot just by looking. Yvonne looked at the console and nodded while analyzing. Although these Sovereigns are annoying, I have to say that their skills are indeed amazing. Indeed, but ours will be higher than theirs, Shuri said confidently. I like your confidence. Yvonne admires Shuri quite a bit. Although this little girl is young, her wisdom is not much worse than that of him and Tony. I would also like, Shuri smiled and said, I will move the headquarters of the Phantom Legion here. After this battle, my Phantom Legion will be completely formed. Yvonne nodded and said, my unmanned army will also completely overwhelm Tony's sissy army. I said, you two should know that there is surveillance here, right? Those sovereigns will know everything you say, Dr. Banner said with a smile. He and the Guardians of the Galaxy were left by Annie to fight together. Aren't you embarrassed to say that to me? Didn't you do the same? Yvonne first complained, then snorted coldly. What if they hear it? How dare they take action against us? In fact, I have already endured it very much. If it was the past me, with my temper, I would have already started to rob. Shuri asked curiously, Uncle, what did you do before? Yvonne replied with a simple and honest smile, I didn't do anything special, just things like stealing, armed robbery, selling nuclear materials, and escaping from prison. Oh, and I also killed some people. Shuri and Banner were both taken aback by Ivan's response. This is nothing? Uncle, you're amazing. Yvonne smiled and didn't say much. He was grateful that he had met the Blood God. Without the Blood God, he and his son would have died long ago and would not have the current peaceful life they had now. High Priestess Aisha overheard the conversation and was filled with anger. How dare these low-level creatures be so arrogant on our sovereign star? If it wasn't for the Blood God, I would have destroyed you, High Priestess Aisha said through gritted teeth. At that moment, a maid approached with a communicator and said, High Priestess, the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire wants to speak to you alone. High Priestess Aisha was taken aback for a moment, but quickly composed herself and made sure to appear the most beautiful and majestic as possible before allowing the maid to turn on the communicator. After the communicator was turned on, a large green face with tentacles appeared in the holographic projection. This was the true appearance of Supreme Intelligence, which was not a simple supercomputer, but rather a biological computer that integrated the brains of many Kree elites, such as philosophers and military strategists. High Priestess Aisha got straight to the point and asked, Supreme Intelligence, what do you have to do with me? Supreme Intelligence also didn't waste time and asked, You sovereign, are you creating gods? Where did you hear that? High Priestess Aisha was stunned. How had the top secret of their sovereign star become known to everyone? The Supreme Intelligence responded, This news has spread throughout the entire universe. You have tried to create two gods, Adam and Eve. Spread throughout the universe. High Priestess Aisha was stunned for a moment before a chill ran down his spine. Those ruthless elders of the universe, they wanted to strike with a borrowed knife. The creation of two gods would be highly sought after, and it would likely lead to an event similar to the attack on Xandar, but this time the target would be Sovereign. That's right, High Priestess Aisha, I'll ask again, did you really create a god on Sovereign? Supreme Intelligence asked again, with a hint of desire and greed evident in its voice. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, High Priestess Aisha said bluntly, So what? Very good. Supreme Intelligence said excitedly, High Priestess Aisha, give me Adam and Eve, and I will solve the trouble for you this time. Give you Adam and Eve. High Priestess Aisha asked coldly, These are from our sovereign planet, why should we give them to you? Adam and Eve are no longer yours, High Priestess Aisha. Supreme Intelligence sneered, The two gods will either belong to the elders of the universe, the Blood God, or other forces. In short, they will not be yours on Sovereign Star. High Priestess Aisha gritted her teeth, but knew that Supreme Intelligence was right. With the strength of Sovereign Star, Adam and Eve could not be kept under their protection. High Priestess Aisha took a deep breath and said to the Supreme Intelligence, Blood God has promised to protect us, Adam and Eve belongs to him. Blood God can't protect you, the elders of the universe are far stronger than him. Supreme Intelligence said lightly, moreover, the three major empires and major forces will all want to snatch it. After a pause, Supreme Intelligence added, This time is different from the last battle of Xandar. Xandar had a good reputation, and the major forces couldn't dispatch their real elites, but your sovereign star is not well liked in the universe. And you've researched taboo, the major forces can conquer you in an open and above-board manner. That means the strength of the war this time will be far greater than the last time. High Priestess Aisha was silent. What the Supreme Intelligence said was exactly what she worried about the most in her heart. Can the Blood God really protect them? Supreme Intelligence continued, This time, it was caused by the Blood God. Don't you hate him? Don't you want to take revenge on him? High Priestess Aisha gritted her teeth. She did hate the Blood God, but with her strength, she couldn't take revenge at all. Do I really have to join the Kree Empire? High Priestess Aisha was hesitating. At that moment, a flame poured into her body from under her feet, and her expression immediately turned cold. Supreme Intelligence, with the Blood God, nothing will happen to our sovereign star, you can leave. High Priestess Aisha said proudly, If your Kree Empire dares to come, I will destroy all your fleet. Supreme Intelligence was stunned for a moment and then shouted, High Priestess Aisha, do you know what you're talking about? High Priestess Aisha replied, Of course I know, Supreme Intelligence, you don't know how terrible the Blood God is. You will regret this, Supreme Intelligence said coldly before interrupting the communication. The flame then left High Priestess Aisha's body and returned to the hands of a vengeful angel. As it was mentioned before, the abilities of Ghost Rider vary. For example, Damon is good at demonizing machinery while Bert is good at demonizing life. The same is true for the Angel of Vengeance. Among the 9 Angels of Vengeance, one's holy flame can control others. High Priestess Aisha woke up suddenly and turned to look at the angel Lena, asking in a panic, "What did you do to me?" "I'm saving your life," Lena said coldly. "Do you think that those who betray our master will have a good end? Don't forget that master is immortal. Can the Kree Empire always protect you?" High Priestess Aisha was stunned for a moment, then realized what had happened. She snorted coldly, "I didn't intend to betray the Blood God. I said, Sovereign will try their best to help the Blood God." "That's good," Lena snorted coldly. She looked up and down High Priestess Aisha and said with a smile, "You fit the master's aesthetic quite well. The premise is that if the skin is replaced, master only likes aliens that look similar to Earthlings." High Priestess Aisha said disdainfully, "Gold is the best color. Why should I change my skin for a man? Although Sovereign Star has the technology to do so." Lena was too lazy to say more and turned around to leave. High Priestess Aisha gritted her teeth bitterly, even a maid was so arrogant. High Priestess Aisha sighed secretly, "I've offended the Kree Empire to death. Now I just hope the Blood God can really protect Sovereign Star." The Kree Empire's Supreme Intelligence ordered, "Dispatch the fleet, block the jumping point, prevent the other two empires from accessing Sovereign, and send our main army to conquer it. In any case, we must obtain Adam and Eve." The main army. The generals below were taken aback, and one general asked, "Supreme Intelligence, I agree to send troops, but isn't this battle a bit too big?" The Supreme Intelligence replied, "It's worth it. Adam and Eve are not just two gods, they can also create a Protoss. With them, our Kree Empire will become a god-level civilization." "Yes, Supreme Intelligence." The generals looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Soon, the Kree Empire's huge war machine began to activate fully. "With my brain and a god-level body, a perfect god is about to be born," the Supreme Intelligence exclaimed excitedly. It had long desired a body, but an ordinary body would not be able to accommodate it. Adam and Eve were god-level bodies, and more importantly, their brains were blank, making them most suitable for the transplantation of the Supreme Intelligence. The Supreme Intelligence did not possess self-awareness at first, but after existing for so long, it gradually gave birth to a sense of self, even selfishness. "Blood God has been trapped in hell, and this is your chance for revenge for the Alliance of Ravagers," said Grandmaster to the Ravager Alliance leader Starka. "And Sovereign is one of the richest planets in the universe," he added. Tall, muscular, and with a paralyzed face, Starka had not yet responded when Charlie, who was like a little giant, asked excitedly, "Is the Blood God really trapped in hell?" "More than trapped, he is dead, and the Lords of Hell are watching over him." Grandmaster smiled proudly and said to Starka, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Starka obviously did not like Grandmaster and said coldly, "We have our own opinions on this matter, Grandmaster. You can leave." Grandmaster didn't care, he said, "Time is of the essence, otherwise you may not even be able to drink the soup." With that, he disappeared. Charlie couldn't wait to ask Starka, "Starka, when will we act?" Starka glanced at Charlie and asked, "Charlie, do you remember why we formed the Ravager Alliance? On the one hand, it is for self-protection, and on the other hand, it is to restrain space pirates and set rules for them," Charlie replied. "Ravagers won't slaughter cities, won't deal with children, won't kill them." "That's right, Charlie. The Ravagers are different from space pirates," Starka said. "The last time I attacked Xandar, I actually crossed the line. You said you wanted to take revenge, but I barely closed one eye. But this time, I won't budge. Ravager won't get involved this time." Charlie was silent for a moment before saying, "We could just rob." Starka shouted, "Enough. Is it interesting to deceive yourself? Once Sovereign is defeated, those guys with eyes above the top will definitely be slaughtered." Charlie's copperbell-sized eyes stared straight at Starka, but Starka looked at him without flinching. "I know, Blood God. I admit it, he is dying anyway," Charlie said. "I won't shoot, but I can't guarantee that the other Ravagers won't. Any Ravager who takes action will be driven out of the Ravager Alliance. As for the space pirates, we can't control them," Starka said, and Charlie nodded. "Okay, I'll announce this news to all Ravagers." "That's good, Charlie. We're not space pirates," Starka said as he stood, patted Charlie's shoulder, then turned to leave. Charlie watched his back, feeling a little embarrassed. "If I don't do it, how can I backstab you? Why are you so righteous? I'm embarrassed to attack you. Why can't you be a pure villain?" Charlie sighed. "Fortunately, there are other space pirates, and there's a shortage of slaves on the Blood God's side." Fury quickly received a notification from Charlie and said to Hill, "It seems we won't be used this time." Blood God, that guy is always causing trouble, and he still has the face to say that he's low-key. Hill looked at the tablet in her hand and said, "Blood God really likes to cause trouble, but he can handle the trouble he causes himself. Unlike us, who always have to ask others to help us solve our troubles, like the Cube, and Hydra." Fury's face grew dark. He said, "Why are you bringing up the old days for? And where are you getting this information from?" Hill raised the tablet and said, "The 3 million that was embezzled last month, you only gave me 2 million and kept the remaining 1 million for yourself. Please hand it over. And as for Ronan, it's over 10 million, not 5 million. Fury was stunned. "How did you know?" With his ability to make false accounts, he never thought he would be discovered by others. He knew he was the #1 corrupt man on Earth. "I took the Xandar accounting license by myself," Hill said with a smile on his face. "Director Fury, you won't be able to hide a single item from me in the future. Fury couldn't help but curse, "Motherfucker." He thought, does this mean I can no longer live the way I want to? What's the point of life without private money? Asgard's acting king, Thor, was approached by Electro, who said, "Thor, thank you for providing us with mages. They are very important." Thor replied, "You're welcome. As brothers with Bert, any trouble he has is my trouble too. I'll go with you to fix those over-the-top guys." Electro was surprised and said, "Thor, you don't need to take action. Mr. Wong has already arranged it and these phantom mages are enough." Thor replied, "With my relationship with Bert, how could I not help in such a situation?" Thor then took Electro's hand and said, "Come on, I'll go help you in town." Electro tried to refuse, but Thor insisted and dragged him towards the portal. Electro was shocked and wondered when Thor and Mr. Wong became such good friends. At that moment, Heimdall, with golden eyes and golden armor, appeared in front of Thor and said, "Thor, you can't leave." Thor exclaimed, "Why not? Bert is in trouble now and I must help him. As an Asgardian, I am the most loyal." Heimdall, however, exposed Thor's true intentions. "You just want to sneak out to fight, right? Thor, there is still a lot of official business that you need to handle. Go to hell with those official duties. I've been dealing with them for more than half a year and I'm so sick of it. I have to go out and fight someone or I'll go crazy," Thor exclaimed, with anger in his voice. I don't know what Odin is thinking. With so many sites, does he know that the more sites there are, the more official duties there are? Even a prince needs my approval to get married. Isn't it annoying? Thor continued. Electro and Heimdall were speechless. If Odin heard this, he would be furious. At the tofu shop, Valkyrie couldn't help but laugh. Odin looked at the light curtain in front of him. His forehead was full of blue veins. If it wasn't his own son, he would definitely go back and kill him. He had seen many prodigal sons, but he had never seen one who thought his father had left too much inheritance. Valkyrie sneered, "Odin, it seems that Asgard is going to die." Odin looked up to the sky and sighed, "I think so too." On the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall said, "Thor, this is your responsibility. Asgard is facing many difficulties and challenges now. For example, Loki is vigorously building Jotunheim. Under her leadership, the Frost Giants are now rapidly advancing to the 4 modernizations. We must find a way to stop her." Loki. Thor couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Electro finally understood what was going on and said with a smile, "Thor, marry Loki. That way, on the one hand, you can completely settle Jotunheim, and on the other hand, you'd have someone to handle your business for you." "Fuck off," Thor glared at Electro. He and Loki were pure brother and sister. Marriage was out of the question. Heimdall couldn't help but glance at Thor. When he first heard the idea, he thought it was ridiculous, but now he thinks it's really good. Thor has worked very hard, but he is not suited to be a king. He is better suited for charging into battle, not handling official business. And Thor's girlfriends, whether it is Jane now, or Sif, who has a crush on him, are not suitable to be queens. One is a mad scientist who will not live for many years, and the other has the same virtues as Thor. At that moment, Odin's voice suddenly sounded in Heimdall's ear. He nodded and said, "Thor, hurry up and return as fast as you can. Asgard needs you." "Heimdall, you still know me." "Electro, let's go quickly." "Ha ha ha, I'm going to blow those guys' heads," Thor exclaimed, overjoyed, and pulled Electro to run into the portal, afraid that Heimdall would change his mind. Heimdall couldn't help but sigh. Thor still needs to mature. A few days later, in the space of Sovereign, Bloodship formed a tight line of defense with countless small spaceships. In the distance, the main army of the Kree Empire was approaching rapidly and aggressively. Behind the main army of the Kree Empire were densely packed space pirates, like hyenas, waiting to dismember Sovereign. In the headquarters of Sovereign Star, High Priestess Aisha exhaled and said slowly, "The Kree Empire is here. Speaking of which, we should thank the Kree Empire," Frank sneered. "They forcibly blocked the jumping point, and the armies of the Skrull Empire and Shi'ar Empire can't get through. Otherwise, we would face several times more enemies. They just want to eat alone." High Priestess Aisha snorted and said to Frank and the others, "This time, the Kree Empire dispatched the main army, not only with powerful troops and advanced weapons, but more importantly, equipped with star-killing weapons. With our strength, we can't stop them at all. I think it's time to call the Blood God back. Only he can keep the Sovereign Star." To be honest, High Priestess Aisha hated the absence of the Blood God. It was ridiculous that the core character was not here at such a critical time. What made High Priestess Aisha even more dissatisfied was that these Earth bastards did not tell her where the Blood God went. Hearing High Priestess Aisha's words, Frank and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They knew where the Blood God was, but it was useless to say it. Annie said, "High Priestess Aisha, you don't have to worry. Master has arranged everything. Sovereign will be fine." High Priestess Aisha laughed angrily. "How could I not be worried? Apart from the Blood God, who else can stop the star destruction weapon?" Thor's arrogant voice came over the communicator. "Isn't it a star-killing weapon? You are afraid of shit. I will destroy it." Everyone rolled their eyes. This husky had been locked up for more than half a year, and now he was acting crazy. Carol snorted and said, "The star-killing weapon is indeed powerful, but it requires a lot of time to charge. With my strength, I can destroy it 3 times before it is charged." Thor said excitedly, "Carol, let's see who will destroy the star-killing weapon first." Carol replied, "Afraid you won't succeed." High Priestess Aisha snorted coldly, the Kree Empire is not stupid. They will definitely guard against you super strong people. In addition, 80% of the elders of the universe will give them support. I don't know what kind of strength and power those elders have. I said, Master has arranged everything. You can just obey the orders, Annie said impatiently. Master doesn't like to lose, and we won't let him lose. Frank said unhappily, that's right. You can just wait and watch the show. When you modified your genes, why didn't you change the verbose genes of women? Carol said displeasedly, this sentence, I can't pretend I didn't hear it. Frank rolled his eyes. He and Carol had had a lot of conflicts lately. Frank, as a soldier, was used to speaking his mind. High Priestess Aisha sighed. Up to now, she could only obey orders obediently. These people on Earth were as arrogant and hateful as Blood God. High Priestess Aisha gritted her teeth secretly, fucking primitive creatures. At that moment, a communication link came in. It was from the Kree Empire. Their commander said straight to the point, High Priestess Aisha, Blood God is trapped in hell, and you can't protect yourself. You surrender now, there is still time. Blood God is trapped in hell. High Priestess Aisha was stunned for a moment, then glared at Frank and the others. This is what you mean, the Blood God arranged everything. Master has indeed arranged everything, High Priestess Aisha. Don't use your poor brain capacity to measure Master's wisdom, Annie said. I'm saying it for the last time, just wait and see the play. Today, there will be a good show that will shake the whole universe. High Priestess Aisha gritted her teeth in anger and said, I'm waiting. I hope you're not acting in a funny movie. Frank shouted on the communication channel, Supreme Intelligence, you come out. Who are you? The voice of Supreme Intelligence sounded, if you have enough value, I am willing to accept your surrender. You deserve to make me surrender. Frank the Punisher smiled disdainfully. He said, the purpose of our Earthlings is that people will not offend me, I will not offend others. Supreme Intelligence, I will give you one last chance to retreat. Is this a joke from you Earthlings? An ant actually threatens a tiger. Supreme Intelligence laughed disdainfully, as did the other Kree people. This time, they sent a full main army over, far exceeding the strength of Sovereign. Tigers? You alone dare to speak of tigers in front of us Earthlings. Frank snorted coldly and said, Supreme Intelligence, I'm waiting for you to come and beg me. Earthman, you managed to make me laugh, Supreme Intelligence said. Since you do not surrender, then prepare to die. Adam and Eve, I am determined to win them. After that, the Kree Empire shut down the communication. High Priestess Aisha sneered, I have to say, the courage of you people on Earth is beyond my imagination. Shut up, Frank shouted, Yvonne, they are coming. No matter how many come, they will all die today, Yvonne replied with a savage smile. Everything has been arranged according to Bert's instructions. That's good, Frank nodded with satisfaction. Now, they were waiting for the Kree fleet to come up and die. Bert, who was in hell, sensed the situation on the Sovereign Star with a sneer. What about the three major empires? They dare to provoke him. They will see how good they look when he is finished with them. At this time, Adam's breath has stabilized, which means that he is about to be born. The Lords of Hell are gearing up for each other. When the blockade is lifted, they will rush in as soon as possible to teach Bert how to behave. With so many Hell Lords, it is impossible for the Blood God not to die. The phantom of Grandmaster suddenly appeared, sneering at Bert, Blood God, you're lucky. You still have a life to witness the demise of Sovereign. Bert gave Grandmaster a disdainful look and said, let's make a bet. I bet that Sovereign Star will not be destroyed today. Excitedly, Grandmaster asked, what's the bet? Don't talk about your life, it's already gone. Bert sent a voice transmission to Grandmaster and then said, if I lost, I'll give you the Power Stone. This is an extra, and it's not included to the previous bet. Grandmaster hesitated and said, I can accept this gamble, but you have to add the wealth and treasures you got from Collector. Bert asked, you want to give it back to him? Grandmaster immediately responded, how is that possible? My brothers will settle accounts, and I'll use the money to rebuild the arena. You really are a good brother. It's settled, Bert said, snorting. Grandmaster nodded, and said proudly, no problem, Blood God. I'll see your desperate expression soon. Bert sneered, I'm sorry, you definitely won't be able to see it. The mere Kree Empire is not in my eyes. You Earthlings truly are unique in the universe for bragging. Grandmaster gave Bert a thumbs up. The Kree Empire, one of the three major empires, you dares to say it's nothing. The Lords of Hell watched all this with a cold eye. They didn't care about the game, as long as the Blood God was in hell, everything was enough. On the dark sky, the main legion of the Kree Empire, Supreme Intelligence commanded through the screen, Earthlings are so confident, there must be a trump card. Let those space pirates attack first. Although the Supreme Intelligence does not take the people of Earth in its eyes, it will not be careless. This battle is very important to it. Clear. Captain Kree nodded, ordered the main army to target the space pirates, and then forced them to be the vanguard. The space pirates were frightened and angry, and some of them turned around and fled immediately. Captain Kree snorted and controlled the warships to shoot at them. With dozens of energy rays flashing, all those spaceships were blown up. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you? Captain Kree sneered, but don't worry, we will not use you as cannon fodder. We will follow you into the field. The space pirates had no choice but to be obedient, driving their colorful and tattered warships and quickly flew towards the Sovereign Star. The Kree Legion, under the command of their captain, followed behind the space pirates, but not too far away. Using space pirates as cannon fodder? Then wait. Yvonne snorted coldly and ordered, let the clone army and the giant beasts go. Yes. Korath took the lead, the blood ship opened the hatch, and a large number of clones flew out on space motorcycles, followed by more than a dozen Leviathan behemoths. Soon, the space pirates came to the vicinity of the Sovereign Star. They looked at the army of spaceships waiting in battle and felt a little nervous, but under the pressure of the Kree fleet, they could only rush up. The war broke out directly, and a large number of clones rode space motorcycles and rushed towards the space pirates. Commander Kree loudly ordered, be careful, these cyborgs will explode, but their defenses are very low. Use range weapons such as power grids to attack them. Clear. The space pirates responded and fired grid cannonballs, plasma bombs, blasting cannonballs, and other area-killing weapons at the clones. With the poor defense of the clones, once they were hit by these attacks, they would surely die. Earth people, you were able to be arrogant before, just because we didn't know you, but now that we know your abilities, you are not worth mentioning at all. Indigenous people, after all, they are just indigenous people, Commander Kree sneered. Just as the area attack was about to cover the clone army suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the space pirate battleships. Immediately afterwards, the clones collided with the battleships and exploded violently. The battleships were instantly blown out with large holes, and countless space pirates fell into space and died tragically. The Kree people, including Supreme Intelligence, were stunned. How could this be? These clones can actually teleport. Teleportation? You actually developed such a powerful genetic ability and applied it to human clones on a large scale. High Priestess Aisha was also stunned. Dr. Lizard laughed proudly, small meaning, this is not difficult for me at all. I gave the Blood God the relevant technology early on, but those scientists would only eat the old money and didn't research anything. They're a bunch of waste, no wonder the Blood God wants me back. The Earthlings in the command room were very upset, and Frank looked at Dr. Lizard with a murderous intent. In fact, if he hadn't trusted Bert, he would have killed Dr. Lizard early in the morning. Dr. Lizard has no moral boundaries, but he is very talented. This kind of person is too dangerous. High Priestess Aisha asked curiously, can this teleportation ability be used all the time? Is there a distance limit? You're thinking too much. They are just tens of thousands of dollars of instant goods, Dr. Lizard sneered. They can only teleport once, and the distance is limited, so they can't break through the defense cover, but that's enough. Indeed, enough. High Priestess Aisha nodded in agreement as she looked at the space pirate battleship that kept exploding under the impact of the clones. She couldn't help but glance at Dr. Lizard. Unexpectedly, there are such powerful geneticists among Earthlings. What came to mind? High Priestess Aisha's expression changed. This guy is so powerful. Will Sovereign's genetic technology be stolen by him? Under the powerful offensive of the clones, the space pirates only persisted for a while, then they began to flee in defeat. These teleportation biochemical extremist clones are truly terrifying. Supreme Intelligence observed for a while and said, space pirates are too wasteful to even be cannon fodder. 10 main ships are dispatched to explore the way. Yes, Commander Kree nodded immediately. Immediately, 10 main ships of Kree attacked with a large number of warships. The Kree Empire is a main army, but there are dozens of main ships. Commander Kree ordered, release small fighters. No matter how powerful the clones are, their numbers are limited. Block them with a tight firepower network. The 10 main ships agreed and released a large number of small fighters. Seeing that the Kree fleet was really moving, Yvonne snorted and controlled thousands of unmanned battle armors to fly out of the blood ship. Yvonne ordered, Sovereigns, attack. Yes, Sovereigns immediately controlled the densely packed drones and flew towards the Kree fleet. For them, controlling these omnicrafts was no different from playing games. Attack. The two sides didn't waste any time, and they shot at each other frantically. Although the Sovereigns were arrogant and annoying, others had to admit that their abilities were still very strong. Clone Legion, come on. Yvonne ordered again, the clones rode space motorcycles and rushed up again. Commander Kree hurriedly ordered the battleship to shoot around on a large scale, preventing the clones from teleporting to him. As cannon fodder, the defense of clones is undoubtedly a flaw in a flaw. Yvonne snorted coldly when he saw this, controlled 10 neat queues of thousands of unmanned battle armors, and flew towards the 10 main ships. These unmanned armors are just to grab our attention, Commander Kree immediately said. Be careful of stealth armors and nuclear bombs, and launch energy shells. With the commander's order, 10 main ships fired energy cannonballs around them in unison. These energy cannonballs had no actual lethality, but a layer of energy waves that kept shaking around. No lethality does not mean it is useless. With the flash of energy, 10 invisible armors were swept out. Yvonne, you idiot, you sent out the invisible armor so early, Tony's voice sounded from the communicator. Although he couldn't participate in the battle, he had been paying attention to this side. Yvonne smiled disdainfully, don't measure me with your shallow IQ. Commander Kree ordered, destroy them with Annihilation Ray. Dozens of jet black Annihilation Rays shot at the invisible battle armors. At this moment, all the invisible battle armors disappeared. Commander Kree's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, main ship immediately release the destructive energy in all directions around it. Commander Kree's response was quick, but it was still too late. 10 invisible battle armors appeared out of thin air in the blind spot below the 10 main ships. Then, they all exploded, and 10 dazzling rays of light appeared in space. In the light, the 10 Kree main ships and the surrounding fighter planes were all annihilated. Haha, the nuclear bomb is really powerful, Yvonne laughed, and everyone gasped. Nuclear bombs alone are not terrible, and teleportation ability alone is not terrible, but a nuclear bomb that teleports is very scary. Earthlings are cruel. High Priestess Aisha, Thor, Rocket, and others were all amazed. They don't know how many nuclear bombs there are on Earth, otherwise they would definitely think that Earth people are crazy. The nuclear bomb on Earth can destroy human beings many times. Tony guessed the truth instantly. Are there clones in the stealth armors? That's right, the nukes are in their bodies. Well, you can get out of here, don't bother me while fighting, Yvonne loudly ordered. Go out and destroy the remaining fighter planes and warships. Without unmanned spaceships and unmanned battle armors, the clone troopers rushed forward immediately. Without 10 main ships, and some shocks from nuclear bombs, the Kree fleet quickly collapsed. In the face of such a huge loss, Supreme Intelligence was not surprised but delighted. Okay, we have figured out their trump card. As long as ionization defenses are placed around the main ships, we can easily crack their trump card. The whole army will attack and take the Sovereign Star. In addition, the antimatter cannon will begin to prepare. Yes, Supreme Intelligence, the captains were not surprised by the cold-blooded Supreme Intelligence. After all, the other party was just a computer. Then, dazzling electric lights lit up around all the main ships. This kind of defense cover is not strong, but it is better than the combination of offense and defense. Those invisible battle armors or clones, as long as they appear nearby, they will be imprisoned and destroyed immediately. The tactics of the Earthlings are better than a strange word, but their background is too shallow. As long as they know their means and prepare in advance, they can easily break their tactics. After the whole army attacked, Supreme Intelligence said to a group of strong men on the ship, Earth will definitely send superheroes, and then I will trouble you. Leave it to us, said the 3 champions of the Sakaar arena, God of War Ares, By-Beast, and Man-Thing. Ares added confidently, just in time to meet the superheroes of Earth. In fact, my ancestors were also related to Earth. As for the others, some were from the arena, while others were cosmic powerhouses recruited by Kreestar. Supreme Intelligence had made all the necessary preparations for Adam and Eve. Blood God, your arrangements are a bit beyond my expectations, said Grandmaster with praise. But unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much you arrange it, it is useless. Sovereign Star will be destroyed today. Bert sneered and said, don't talk big, or your face will hurt a lot for a while. Grandmaster replied confidently, although my face often hurts, this time, it will not. Bert snorted, too lazy to pay attention to Grandmaster. In the command room of Sovereign, a Sovereign man reported in alarm, an abnormal energy index has been detected. The Kree Empire has activated the antimatter cannon. It is expected that the charge will be completed in a few hours. High Priestess Aisha shouted urgently, superheroes, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. You are not the commander-in-chief, Frank retorted coldly. He then said, Thor, Carol, don't worry, we will use the killer we prepared first. Thor and Carol stopped at the same time. Carol asked, at this time, what other killers can be used? Frank said with a smile, of course, there is a killer that can turn the tide. Soon, the main force of Kree entered the battlefield. They sent a large number of warships and fighter planes to fully attack the Clone Corps, remote-controlled spaceships, and unmanned battle armors. Clone Corps, nothing more than that, sneered the Kree commanders as they watched the clones being destroyed one after another under the electric light outside. In front of their ionization defenses, there was no difference between clones and death. Seeing that the Kree Legion had entered the control area, Frank coldly ordered, it's time, let's start. On the blood ship, Lorelei, who was wearing a special pearl necklace, stood up and said excitedly, it's finally time for me to perform. Asgard mages, activate the rune tower. Yes, replied several mages seconded from Asgard as they immediately activated the rune magic tower on Sovereign. As the magic tower lit up, 8 huge Lorelei phantoms appeared in space and spread in all directions. You guys, do you think I'm pretty? Lorelei asked with a sweet smile as she touched the pearl necklace around her neck. Her voice, with the blessing of magic, could be heard by everyone. Everyone looked out the window and the screen subconsciously. Upon seeing her, the men's eyes instantly straightened. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. Whether it was a Kree or a space pirate, Lorelei was the most perfect woman in their eyes. The reason she could cross races was because of the magic necklace on her neck, the charm necklace. It enhances the charm of the owner and makes all men attracted to her. It was provided by the collector. Since you think I'm beautiful, then go and destroy all enemies for me, Lorelei said with a smile as she blew a kiss to the crowd. She had become even more attractive than before, having learned acting skills. Long live the goddess, cried the controlled men as they immediately turned their guns to shoot frantically at the Kree fleet. The Kree spaceship was caught off guard and fell in large numbers. At the same time, the Lorelei fans in the Kree fleet drew their guns to kill their former colleagues, resulting in a large number of Kree dying tragically. It is worth mentioning that some of those men who saw Lorelei through the screen were not controlled, they were only attracted to her due to her charm. The battlefield became chaotic in an instant, with countless Kree and space pirates killing each other. Frank laughed, the effect is better than expected. Thor, Carol, you can go and destroy that antimatter cannon. Okay, I didn't expect Lorelei's abilities to be so useful. Thor laughed as he waved his hammer and flew into space, while Carol cursed and chased after him. High Priestess Aisha's eyes widened in awe as she smiled. What kind of power is this? What kind of charm is this? She had never thought that such a beautiful woman actually existed in reality. Even Michelle, who was known as the #1 beauty, would be ashamed of herself in comparison. On the blood ship, Lorelei quietly said to the reporter, "Take a good picture of me. Whether I can become a big star depends on this moment." The reporter from Xandar frantically controlled the drone to take pictures, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful, that the main army of the Kree Empire kill each other." Lorelei replied, "That's great. When I become popular, I'll release Titanic and become a real big star." Lorelei laughed happily, already seeing a bright future ahead. When the time comes, countless people will be captivated by her beauty, but she will only belong to her master. Those people can only watch from afar. Suddenly, the Supreme Intelligence roared in disbelief, "What the hell is going on?" But no one answered as its commanders were too busy shooting at a group of women soldiers. For the goddess, kill that disgusting computer. The commanders, who were once wise and calm, shouted wildly while shooting frantically. Though the women kept shooting, they didn't dare to shoot at their vital points, as they were commanders. Supreme Intelligence gritted its teeth and looked at the group of strong people, but found that they too were killing each other. "I, Ares, the god of war, have finally discovered the meaning of my existence, to be the guardian of this goddess," Ares shouted excitedly while wielding a big axe and looking at the two-headed man. The Bi-Beast, who was a semi-robot, blocked Ares' axe and sneered, "Ares, your power is gone." Ares laughed wildly, "It doesn't matter, I don't care about anything now except the goddess." He swung his axe and cut the command cabin in half. If there wasn't another floor outside, the command room would have been destroyed. Man-Thing wrapped in dense vines, like a swamp monster, looked at Ares and the Bi-Beast fighting and decided to watch the show. After all, whether it was fighting Ares or the Bi-Beast, nobody paid attention to him. In addition to Ares, there were many other powerful individuals who were also under control and frantically killing each other. This was just a microcosm of the outside. The Kree army outside was bombarding each other and even the main ship had fallen. The time for a decisive battle has come. There's no need to hide your forces any longer. The whole army will be launched. Yvonne laughed as he gave the order. Following his command, a large number of clones and unmanned spaceships flew out from the base of Sovereign Star and joined the battle with great momentum. The situation quickly reversed, with countless Kree spaceships exploding in space. Even the main ship was beaten to the ground. Sovereign still has so many troops. Damn, if this continues, we will be defeated. The Supreme Intelligence gritted its teeth. It transferred its spiritual power to the dark sky through quantum technology and activated the arrangement on the dark sky, attaching pipes to the men who rebelled. In addition to being a biological computer, the Supreme Intelligence also possesses certain psychic abilities, which can communicate, influence, and even control the minds of others through instruments. However, the transmission of spiritual energy across galaxies consumes a lot of energy. The Supreme Intelligence would never do this unless it was forced into a corner. Under the influence of Supreme Intelligence and its psychic ability, Ares, the god of war, and the commanders gradually regained their sobriety. They remembered everything that had just happened and wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. Supreme Intelligence ordered, "Don't waste time. Ares, you three hurry up and stop Carol and the one with the hammer." As the Kree were killing each other, Carol and Thor approached the dark sky at an alarming speed, destroying or smashing all the spaceships and warships in their way. There was no battleship that could stop them. With their strength, once they got close to the dark sky, it would surely fall. The antimatter cannon is on the dark sky. Good. Ares and the other two stopped talking and left the dark sky to greet Carol and Thor. All three of them had the ability to survive in space. Soon, Ares blocked Carol and Thor's way forward. Ares shouted to Thor, "Thor, dare to fight me?" "Fuck off." Thor slammed his lightning-fast hammer at Ares. Ares sneered, and his axe slammed into the hammer, causing a powerful burst of energy to explode. Both Ares and Thor were shocked and flew out at the same time. "Interesting," Thor laughed, raised his hand to retract his hammer, and slammed towards Ares with thunder all over his body. "The son of Odin, the king of gods, is nothing more than that," Ares sneered. A dazzling red light lit up on his body, and he fought with Thor using his skilled combat skills. The two of them were rivals. An accidentally involved spaceship was turned to ashes on the spot. The pilots of spaceships were frightened and quickly ran away. These two were too scary. "Go to your official business, go to your attendance, go to your development, go to your rules, go to your prince." Thor swung his hammer and cursed at the same time. He had been suffocated for the past 6 months. "Fuck your Thor." Ares had no idea what Thor was angry about, but that didn't stop him from retaliating. As the son of Zeus, he didn't expect to be scolded by Thor. "Carol, my mission is to kill you." Bi-Beast lunged at Carol with a powerful fist, almost as strong as the Hulk's. At the same time, the vines on the Man-Thing's body attacked Carol repeatedly, like ropes. "Is that all you've got?" Carol sneered, avoiding the Bi-Beast and Man-Thing's attacks, and then rushed towards the Bi-Beast man at an incredible speed, punching her radiant fist into his steel chest, sending him flying away. Immediately after, Carol turned around, channeled the energy on her body into a large sword and cut through the vines that had been attacking her. This energy weaponization was taught to Carol by Bert. The vines were cut, Man-Thing blinked and released more vines to attack Carol. At the same time, Beast, who had been knocked away, flew back as if nothing had happened, slamming his fists at Carol repeatedly like cannonballs. It seems there are 2 hard nuts to crack, so let's take care of you first. Carol snorted, her body glowing even more. Even though she was outnumbered 2 to 1, she was not weak. Beast kept flying around and Man-Thing's vines were broken one after another. Seeing Ares and the others blocking Carol and Thor, Supreme Intelligence was greatly relieved and began to focus on rescuing the controlled Kree on the dark sky. In addition to the dark sky, there were many main ships around waiting for the rescue of the Supreme Intelligence. This was undoubtedly a huge project. Even for the Supreme Intelligence, it would take a lot of time to complete. It's worth mentioning that the Supreme Intelligence could only rescue the Kree people on the main ships. Ordinary warships and fighter planes couldn't do it because they lacked the necessary equipment. With the efforts of Supreme Intelligence, the situation of the Kree Empire improved slightly, but it was only a small improvement. The 2 sides fought more and more fiercely, and spaceships and fighter planes exploded everywhere. Frank looked at the battlefield and asked the communicator, "It's almost time. Shuri, are you ready?" "No problem, although the dark sky has enabled quantum interference, with our technology, they can't stop us at all," Shuri said proudly. "Lockjaw, you can teleport in at any time." In the remote control room, the Sovereign looked at Shuri with dissatisfaction. "Our technology." It was obvious that their Sovereign's skills were good. Even the instruments were theirs. Shuri snorted and didn't bother to pay attention to these people. "Of course, the techniques I learned were mine." "Very well, Dr. Banner, you can go now," Frank said. "Make sure to get the antimatter cannon." That's right, it wasn't Carol and Thor who were going to get the antimatter cannon. They were just a diversion. Frank's real plan was for Hulk and others to get it. "Leave it to me. I'll try to keep the antimatter cannon intact. I'm very interested in it," Dr. Banner said, laughing. He had a team of 3 Angels of Vengeance, including Max the Electro, Absorbing Man, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Lena, as well as Lockjaw, the big dog. Frank gave the order, "Destroying it is the first goal. Only retain it if it's 100% sure." "Okay, no more nonsense." "Good luck," Frank said. Rocket held the 4-eyed rocket launcher and said arrogantly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. I can't wait to show the Kree a good spectacle." The others were also excited. None of them were afraid. Lockjaw nodded to everyone, activated his ability, and brought everyone to the dark sky. "Hulk, the antimatter cannon is very dangerous. After you find it, give it to me, and don't act without authorization," Dr. Banner warned as he turned into the Hulk. At that moment, the surrounding warning lights lit up with a dazzling red light and the Kree Empire had found them. "They're very fast, you go solve the antimatter cannon, the rest, leave it to us," Lena, the angel said. Electro, Absorbing Man, Lockjaw, and the Guardians of the Galaxy rushed towards the power room where the antimatter gun is located, where the energy index is extremely high. It was not difficult to find. Boom! Electro fired a super electromagnetic cannon to blast open the hatch. On the opposite side were a group of Kree soldiers and robots who were rushing there. When they saw Hulk and the others, they immediately raised their guns and fired. The Hulk rushed up immediately and with a strong wave of his huge arm, several robots flew out and smashed into the wall. "Dude, is your body for sale?" Rocket whistled and fired energy cannons to kill the Kree soldiers. The Absorbing Man ignored Rocket and pointed with both hands. The previously absorbed energy was bombarded, and several robots were beaten to pieces. It hadn't been a minute and the Kree team who came to support had been solved. "Keep up," Hulk laughed excitedly and rushed forward with everyone. He liked this kind of battle the most. "Looks like they should be fine," Lena said, watching as Hulk and the others left. She turned to the vengeful angel Kathleen beside her and shouted, "Kathleen, it's up to you." "Leave it to me," Kathleen replied confidently, summoning a hell vibranium chariot with the space equipment Bert had given her. She climbed aboard, and the holy flame burned brightly on her body, quickly spreading to the vibranium chariot. The chariot was rapidly transformed by the light of the holy flame, taking on a sacred appearance. This was in contrast to the hellfire of the Ghost Rider, which would only make machines more grotesque. "You are all sinners. I will represent our master and punish you," Kathleen said, her eyes alight with a dazzling light. The vibranium chariot raced forward like a raging flame, crashing through alloy bulkheads and destroying Kree soldiers and robots in its wake. No one could stand in Kathleen's way. In a short time, she caused significant damage to the dark sky and it was uncertain how many Kree had fallen. "It's a shame that there aren't more of us. Otherwise, we could keep this battleship and it would serve as a powerful symbol for our master's authority," Kathleen said to another angel of vengeance. "Let's go, we'll attack the command room," she continued. "Agreed," the other angel of vengeance replied as she swung her flame whip and shattered the door open. The 2 angels of vengeance then quickly flew forward. The Supreme Intelligence was outraged. It knew that the Earthlings had the ability to teleport into the spaceship, so it had made preparations in advance, including quantum interference. But to its surprise, this was ineffective and the Earthlings still managed to enter. "Stop them! Do not let them reach the power room or command room," the Supreme Intelligence ordered its strong men. "Understood," the strong men responded without hesitation as they quickly rushed forward. But as they were halfway there, the vibranium chariot rushed by, and despite their best efforts, they were still smashed by it, resulting in heavy casualties. Damn. The strong men aimed their shots in the direction the chariot had left, but they couldn't even keep up with its shadow. Before the powerhouses could regroup, Lena and the others arrived, and with a swift swipe of a long whip of flame, the three so-called powerhouses were instantly turned to ashes. Fix them? The strong men were furious. Some aimed their shots at Lena and the others, while others charged at them with their shields rumbling. Lena smiled disdainfully and, with a wave of her right hand, 9 flames danced out and merged into the bodies of the powerhouses, immediately controlling them. Immediately afterwards, under Lena's command, the 9 strong men turned around and rushed towards their original comrades. These powerhouses were indeed skilled players in the universe. On Earth, they were all at the level of superheroes, but for the Angel of Vengeance, these people were not enough to contend with. The Angel of Vengeance sent by God to clean up the world couldn't be weak. Every Angel of Vengeance is powerful and extraordinary. Damn. Seeing that the Earthlings were so powerful, Supreme Intelligence could only send soldiers as reinforcements. In short, it was a matter of trading human lives for time. As long as the antimatter cannon was activated, both the Earthlings and the Sovereigns would have to surrender, because if they didn't, they would die. In order to ensure victory, Supreme Intelligence kept summoning the power of the mind from the host. It was going to control the big green monster, this beast, which had no IQ, and had to be controlled well. It seems that you can't take my power stone, said Bert, in hell, with a smile on his face. The outcome is not yet decided, Grandmaster replied coldly. But he gritted his teeth in his heart. How could the Earthlings be so strong? Even the main army of the Kree Empire couldn't beat them. That was the main army, not a fringe army. Thinking about the bet he made with Bert, Grandmaster had a headache for a while. If he lost, he would be miserable. He would simply be unable to complete the bet. Should I cheat? Grandmaster thought. As a dedicated old gambling dog, cheating was normal. After a moment of thought, Grandmaster sighed. Even if he wanted to cheat, it was too late, and he didn't have the space stone. Now, I just hope that the Kree Empire will become stronger. In the Sovereign Star Command Room, High Priestess Aisha looked at the battlefield and shouted excitedly, "That's great. I didn't expect you to be able to stop the main army." The strength of the Earthlings exceeded High Priestess Aisha's expectations. Frank gave High Priestess Aisha a cold look and said, "In the current situation, neither your trump card nor mine should be used." High Priestess Aisha smiled arrogantly but did not speak. As a dignified sovereign, how could there be only a remotely controlled Omnicraft? If it's really urgent, they also have trump cards. Otherwise, these sovereigns who are hated by the entire universe would have long been wiped out. Curious, High Priestess Aisha asked, "Do you still have a trump card?" Frank replied, "More than one. Our Earth is far stronger than you think." Frank, seeing that the time was almost up, quietly pressed the watch on his left hand and a message was transmitted from here to the other side of the universe. Frank thought to himself, Bert, this guy is really not ordinary, but only such a person is qualified to protect the Earth. On main star of the Kree Empire, Black Bolt, glanced at the watch that kept vibrating, turned his head and said to the crowd with the vibrating sounder that Tony had researched for him, "The attention of the Supreme Intelligence has been completely shifted there, and we can act." Black Bolt, although I know I shouldn't ask this, but isn't this an exaggeration? Sky couldn't help but ask. Going deep into the main star of the Kree Empire and destroying the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire? Is this really a plan that someone came up with? The Supreme Intelligence is the supreme ruler of the Kree Empire and one of the 3 great empires in the universe. The Inhumans behind Sky nodded in agreement. This is too exaggerated, right? Black Bolt was speechless. He said, "This is not my plan. This is Mr. Wong's plan." Mr. Wong's plan? Then it's okay. The Inhumans breathed a sigh of relief. Blood God still held a lot of prestige in their hearts. This kind of crazy plan, only the Blood God can come up with it, Sky thought to herself. She knew Bird's character best and thought about it before asking, "Black Bolt, let's not say whether this plan can be successful. Even if it is successful, the Kree Empire will definitely go crazy and seek revenge against us." Black Bolt was about to speak when the mohawk-shaped Calerk knocked Sky on the head angrily and said, "You're the only one talking." Sky touched her head and asked, dissatisfied, "Who are you? How do you know me? Why did you hit me?" Black Bolt asked in surprise, "Bert, you came in person." "Mr. Wong." Everyone was stunned, and Sky looked at Bert in disbelief. "How did you become such a ghost?" "It's very simple. I took out Calerk's soul and put my own soul in it, Gladiator," or Bert, smiled and said. "Sky, do you want to try it?" "I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't want to at all." Sky shook her head repeatedly, hiding behind Gordon at the same time. Blood God's ability is too evil, right? Not only Sky, but everyone else thinks this way too. It's just like occupying a magpie's nest. There's no way, this time the plan is too crazy. I have to sit down and make sure it's successful, Bert said, shrugging. He had tried to turn Calerk into a puppet, but as a result, Calerk's confidence not only didn't recover, it got worse. The puppet has lost even its soul. Where does its confidence come from? In desperation, Bert could only strip Calerk's soul and integrate his blood and part of his soul into Calerk's body. Bert's soul can leave at any time. He only temporarily controls this body, not a simple control, He can use the gladiator's ability, and with his confidence, the strength he exerts will definitely far exceed the fighting force of the original gladiator. Sky asked again, Mr. Wang, you haven't answered my question just now. Aren't you afraid of the Kree Empire's revenge? Don't be afraid, Bert replied. The Kree Empire is a military-powered empire. Once the Supreme Intelligence falls, the Kree generals with heavy soldiers will definitely kill each other in order to compete for supremacy. At that time, the Kree Empire will become a warlord. Bert continued, in addition, this plan can greatly deter other empires, so that they will not dare to send troops easily, unless they can stop your super assassination team. Everyone couldn't help laughing, they were all proud. After all, this was the evaluation given by the Blood God. Sky said, the premise is, if we can succeed, can we really succeed? We don't know anything about here. Bert replied, you may not know anything, but I do. I've extracted all the data from Ronan's brain. I know the situation of the Supreme Intelligence very well. As previously mentioned, Supreme Intelligence is a biological computer, and it has a host. Once the host is destroyed, it will be severely damaged and become an ordinary intelligent program. For it, it's no different from death. The host of the Supreme Intelligence is located below the Supreme Building of the Kree Empire's main star, surrounded by an entire legion to protect it, and it's basically impossible for anyone to destroy it. It's worth mentioning that the reason why Sky and the others were able to get here was because Bert opened the portal through Ronan's memory. As long as he knows the detailed information on the other side, he can open the portal. Bert commanded, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's start acting. Yes. Everyone had no objections. After all, the Blood God was in charge. This is near the Supreme Building. To the left is the Legion that protects the Supreme Building. There are a large number of warships. Bert projected the appearance of the Supreme Building in Ronan's memory and then said, Black Bolt, your mission is to lead everyone to delay the Kree soldiers in the barracks so they can't rescue the Supreme Building. No problem, Black Bolt agreed without hesitation. Surprisingly, it's not difficult. That's good, Bert said, nodding with satisfaction. He turned to Sky and Eli, you two come with me. The two women nodded, and Bert led them towards the Supreme Building. As they flew, they were soon spotted by the Kree Empire, and a team of robots flew over to intercept them. Please show your pass certificate, otherwise, we will treat you as an enemy, the robots said loudly. Bert's eyes glinted with a red light, and he swept his gaze sideways, causing all the robots to explode. The Kree guards inside the Supreme Building were alerted, and a large number of robots flew out to meet them. Meanwhile, at the nearby military camp, the Kree soldiers put down their tools and ran towards their battleships, preparing for liftoff. However, they did not seem too concerned. In their minds, nothing major could happen. After all, this is the safest building in the Empire. Reaction is too slow, Bert snorted as he lunged forward, his fists clenched and his cloak fluttering behind him. He quickly flew towards the Supreme Building, creating a sound barrier shockwave. The Supreme Building was not just a building, it was a military fortress. It was heavily guarded by a large number of fighting robots and various fortifications. As Bert approached, the fighting robots rushed out and simultaneously shot at him with hundreds of energy rays. Bert smiled disdainfully and summoned the casket of ancient winters he had borrowed from Asgard. Absorbing its energy, he spewed a large amount of cold air that froze all the robots and shattered the energy rays. But this was not the end. The cold air quickly spread to the fortress, freezing it from the outside in. In the blink of an eye, the front of the fortress had turned into an iceberg and the fortifications were frozen and powerless. The Kree were frightened and tried to flee, but they couldn't escape the spreading ice. In just a moment, the entire fortress was shrouded in ice, trapping the fleeing Kree and all other items. Sky and Ely were shivering from the cold, their eyes wide with shock. Blood God had frozen an entire fortress. The power of this casket of ancient winters is a little bigger than I imagined. Asgard has a lot of good things. I'll have to borrow some more, Bert said with satisfaction as he put away the casket. He then turned to Sky and said, let's get started. And by the way, your uniform is worth millions and has thermal insulation. Oh, I see, Sky exclaimed, as she activated the thermal insulation function of her uniform. Mr. Wang, you are truly powerful. It's just a small trick, Bert shrugged, signaling for Sky to begin her mission. Sky quickly placed her hand on the ground, sensing the location of the Kree leader. She then began to generate a shockwave. Bert and Ely positioned themselves on either side of Sky, providing protection. Meanwhile, Black Bolt also took action, asking Gordon to teleport him to the battleship hall. He then opened his mouth, destroying 2 flying battleships with a high-pitched sound. As a group of Kree soldiers rushed into the hall, Black Bolt quickly turned and shouted at them. The remaining Kree were startled and frantically searched for cover. At the same time, the remote-controlled Kree fighter jets fired energy cannons at Black Bolt. Black Bolt responded by turning around and shouting, causing 3 Kree fighters to be swept into the air and explode. Gordon sneered, as he teleported himself and Black Bolt to the sky above the Kree soldiers. Black Bolt shouted, and a large number of Kree soldiers were torn to pieces. At the same time, the ground sunk in circles and dust filled the air. The Kree were startled and even a little intimidated, not because they were cowards, but because Black Bolt was too powerful. Other Inhumans soon joined the fight. The laser-eyed Inhuman removed his glasses and swept away. The armored chariots were divided into 2 and all the Kree soldiers died. Inhuman Joey was even more ruthless, raising his hand and melting all the chariots and weapons. Bubble Inhuman took a sip of specially made water and spit out bubbles frantically. Gale Inhuman controlled the wind to blow these bubbles towards the Kree soldiers. As soon as the Kree soldiers touched the bubbles, they were immediately blown to pieces. Very good, said Black Bolt with satisfaction as he saw the helpers approaching. A Kree fighter plane that had just taken off exploded directly in the air. With Black Bolt here, that Guardian army is nothing to worry about, said Bert with a smile. There were 3 reasons why this operation had gone so smoothly. The first was that they had caught the Kree Empire off guard with their sudden and fast attack. The second was that the defenders of the Supreme Building were not vigilant and their response was slow, as there had been no attack on the building for hundreds of years. And the third reason was that the Supreme Intelligence's attention was not on this operation. Although it could operate in multiple threads, it had only one core. This was also the reason why Bert had chosen to ambush at this time. On the Sovereign Star battlefield, the Supreme Intelligence control hatch closed, separating the Hulk rushing in front from the others. It then took advantage of Hulk's unpreparedness and attached the tube to Hulk, causing Hulk's consciousness to sink and appear in a large, overly lit room. Hulk, it looks like you were attacked, said a voice suddenly. Hulk turned his head and saw Dr. Banner standing beside him. He asked in surprise, Banner, what's going on? I hate this place. This should be a conscious space, or a spiritual space, etc., said Dr. Banner, motioning for Hulk to stay calm. He then asked, am I right? Supreme Intelligence. That's right, I didn't expect you to have 2 consciousnesses, said Supreme Intelligence, as she emerged. Dr. Banner and Hulk were stunned when they saw her. The Supreme Intelligence had taken on the appearance of Betty. She said, I chose the being who is the closest person to you, which will make our conversation easier. Die, said Hulk, as he couldn't bear to listen to its nonsense. He rushed over and smashed the Supreme Intelligence. Hulk felt that his fist was stuck in a quagmire. He frowned and wanted to pull his fist out, but found that he couldn't do it at all. The opponent's chest seemed to be a black hole, firmly sucking in his fist. Supreme Intelligence touched Hulk's strong arm and said excitedly, you are a beast that does not need any reason. Come, I will restore you to your true colors. Just as Supreme Intelligence raised its hand to do something, a fist hit her head hard and smashed her out. Did you forget me? Can you change your appearance? Beating you in this form seems like domestic violence, said Dr. Banner as he raised his green fist and said helplessly. Hulk blinked and asked in surprise, my fist? It's our fist, said Dr. Banner as he laughed. Hulk was stunned, then laughed, yes, our fists, we are brothers. Well, actually I've always raised you as a son, said Dr. Banner. Hulk gave Dr. Banner a hard middle finger. I take you as my brother, but you take me as your son. No matter how the beasts are disguised, they can't change people, said Supreme Intelligence as she floated up, raised her hand and shot a multicolored light wave at Hulk, which was spiritual energy. A large number of pictures immediately appeared in Hulk's mind, people on Earth hating him, scolding him, and even driving him away. Hulk's negative emotions skyrocketed wildly under the influence of spiritual energy, even his breathing became rapid and his eyes quickly turned red. Hulk, don't fall for it. Those are all lies, Dr. Banner shouted as he rushed towards the Supreme Intelligence. But the Supreme Intelligence just smiled contemptuously and sent a wave of light that knocked Dr. Banner out. Hulk, destroy, the Supreme Intelligence whispered, trying to provoke the Hulk's anger. But Hulk was not fooled. He smiled grimly, grabbed the Supreme Intelligence's left foot, and used her as a whip to bang her into the ground. The sight was so violent that Dr. Banner couldn't even bring himself to watch. When am I so stupid? I have 8 doctorates, Hulk said with disdain as he let go of the Supreme Intelligence. Dr. Banner asked, confused, isn't it 7? Hulk replied arrogantly, there's also a doctorate in fighting. Hulk is amazing. The Supreme Intelligence is almost going insane. As the most advanced computer, it is actually despised by a beast? What else did the Supreme Intelligence want to say, when Hulk stepped on it hard, and the Supreme Intelligence was directly broken? At the same time, the consciousness of Hulk and Banner returned to their original bodies. Bang, 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 the computer where the Supreme Intelligence resides kept exploding, and its strength was greatly damaged. Damn monsters, the Supreme Intelligence roared. But then, it suddenly sensed the situation of the Kree's main star and its complexion changed dramatically. Those Earthlings dared to attack the Supreme Building? Could they be more demented? Supreme Intelligence was panicked and shouted, Dark Sky, head towards Sovereign at full speed, and in addition, unlock the restrictions of antimatter. The Supreme Intelligence, unlocking the confinement of antimatter will cause the powerhouse to explode, wiping out everything around it, the commanders shouted in shock. 1 gram of antimatter and 1 gram of positive matter can generate 180 trillion joules of energy. Do it immediately, all for the sake of the Kree Empire, Supreme Intelligence shouted. In addition to anger, there was a trace of fear in its voice. The commanders looked at each other, sighed, and followed suit. They were used to obeying the orders of the Supreme Intelligence. Seeing that the commanders obeyed the order, Supreme Intelligence immediately turned the core back to the main star. Frank shouted in the communicator, Banner, how are you over there? Dark Sky's energy index is rising wildly, and it's rushing towards Sovereign Star. It has arrived. Dr. Banner's expression appeared on Hulk's face. He said, there's something wrong with the situation. The Kree Empire may want to die together. I'll try my best to control it. You ask Carol and Thor to come and help me quickly. Perishing together? It seems that Black Bolt and the others have already begun to act. Frank's eyes flashed, and he said to Thor and Carol, "Don't waste time, solve the opponent immediately. Carol, I might not like you, but I believe in your strength. Don't let me down." Carol pressed Bybeast and Man-Thing to fight and said disdainfully, "It goes without saying, I'm not like some useless man, one-on-one, and still haven't solved the problem until now. Who are you talking about? I am the invincible Thor." Thor was instantly enraged, and a lot of lightning appeared all over his body. Then, he flew into the sky and slammed down Ares with a hammer with thousands of thunder. Idiots always think that the ultimate move can solve everything, but they don't know that when using the ultimate move, there will be many flaws. In the face of Thor's vast offensive, Ares smiled disdainfully, his feet exploded with energy, and he drew a perfect arc in the air around Thor's back. Immediately afterwards, Ares' axe turned into a hammer, and a hammer slammed on Thor's head, and Thor was directly smashed and flew out. Thor was furious and flew back to fight Ares immediately. Ares, as the god of war, was highly skilled in all forms of combat. Although he was not as powerful as Thor in terms of energy, he was not inferior in any other way. The battle between Thor and Ares was a clash of raw power against skilled combat. "Fuck, it seems, it's still up to me," Carol sneered. At that moment, Bybeast raised his hands towards her, and a powerful force field pressed down on her, rendering her unable to move. Immediately after, Man-Thing shouted, and vines swept out from his entire body, forming a large ball to trap Carol inside. "To be distracted one after another, you look down on us too much, don't you?" Bybeast sneered. Man-Thing controlled the vine ball to compress it wildly inward, squashing Carol completely. At that moment, a streamer suddenly appeared behind Bybeast, and then, a high-frequency vibrating space blade stabbed into Bybeast's back, piercing through even his strong defense. Bybeast screamed, waving his arms and slamming the attacker fiercely. Carol released the space blade and stepped back, then sneered, "If that high-frequency space blade explodes, it will tear you apart in an instant." Bybeast froze instantly. Its defense was indeed strong, but the space blade was even more terrifying. It asked incredulously, "How did you come out?" "I can teleport." Carol snorted coldly. She didn't know how to teleport at first, but Bert purified her energy and taught her to use her powers, so she learned to teleport. Carol's powers originally came from the space stone. After speaking, Carol rushed straight towards Man-Thing. Man-Thing hurriedly controlled the vine ball and smashed it towards Carol. Carol's figure flashed away like electricity and then appeared on the right side of Man-Thing. She unleashed a blast attack, and Man-Thing flew out on the spot, screaming in agony. Carol, now with her enhanced powers, was unforgiving, and immediately chased after him. Seeing this, Man-Thing waved his hands repeatedly, "I surrender." Carol used space energy to form a whip around the neck of Man-Thing, and then ordered the two captives, "Come with me to help that thunderbolt. Don't think about betraying. As long as my mind moves, you will soon die." "Yes," Bybeast and Man-Thing sighed and flew towards Ares with Carol. Thor roared, "I don't need your help." Carol shouted disdainfully, "You think I want to help you? Hurry up and solve this guy and help Banner. Once the antimatter in the dark sky explodes, everyone here will die." Thor was speechless and could only focus his fire on Ares. Ares saw Carol and the others surrounding him, stepped back a few meters, raised his hand, and said, "I surrender." Thor held his hammer tightly and exclaimed in discontent, "How can you surrender? Aren't you the god of war?" Ares sneered, "The god of war is not a foolish god. Why would I not surrender when I know I cannot defeat the opponent?" Bybeast and Man-Thing both added, "We also ask for reasonable treatment as prisoners." Carol interjected, "Yvonne, you guard these three. Thor and I will assist Dr. Banner." Yvonne flew over and tossed out 3 shackles. "Put these on yourselves, they are magic shackles made by dwarves. They will block your powers." Yvonne then threatened, "But if you choose not to wear them, I would love to hack you to death and use your corpses as decorations in my bedroom." "I like the way you show bravery," said Yvonne. Ares, the god of war, laughed and put on the shackles. "Actually, I am also related to Earth. I am Ares, the god of war. Your Earth should have my legend," he said. Yvonne and Carol were surprised. "God of war Ares," they said in unison. Yvonne shook his head and said, "If you went to Earth a few years earlier, it would have caused a sensation, but now, apart from historians, no one would care about you." Ares was puzzled. "Why?" Yvonne pointed to Thor and said, "The Nordic god of thunder, whose status is comparable to yours. Do you think people on Earth will have any respect for gods after seeing him?" Ares glanced at Thor and sighed, "It seems that brushing your face is not enough." "What do you mean? Are you slandering me?" Thor asked with a frown. Yvonne shrugged and said, "Leave this to me. You guys hurry up and help Banner." "Good," Carol said. Without any further ado, she turned around and flew towards the dark sky, which was quickly approaching here. Thor gave Yvonne a vicious look and followed. In the dark sky, Dr. Banner was checking the situation in the power room. This main ship uses antimatter as its energy source. For some reason, Supreme Intelligence has unlocked the restriction on antimatter, and the energy in the power furnace has been rising wildly. In more than 10 minutes, this place will explode. Star-Lord exclaimed, "It's so dangerous? Then let's run away." "Coward? Big man, why would the Supreme Intelligence do this?" Rocket probed with an instrument and asked inexplicably, "No matter how bad it is, they can also use antimatter to blackmail us. If the restrictions are unlocked in this way, they themselves will not survive." You ask me, who do I ask? Dr. Banner shrugged. At this time, Carol and Thor followed the signal. After listening to what Dr. Banner said, Carol asked, Doctor, what should we do? Tear down the powerhouse and leave the area with it, Dr. Banner said. Of course, you can't dismantle it randomly, you must follow my instructions, otherwise it may explode at any time. Shuri, you can assist me remotely. Dr. Banner couldn't help sighing. In this case, it is definitely impossible to take the antimatter power furnace as his own. This is the most high-end technology. You say, we do, Carol said happily. Thor also agreed, I'm the best at dismantling things. Dr. Banner gave Thor a strange look. This guy is really the same as what Bert said, the reincarnation of the Husky, he thought to himself. While Dr. Banner and the others were trying to solve the antimatter power furnace, on Kree's main star, the Supreme Building, soldiers were anxiously calling for reinforcements, but what made it depressing was that the reinforcements were too far away, and it was too late to come to support. The Supreme Building, a fortress, is well protected by a legion stationed there, eliminating the need for additional troops nearby. However, the nearest legion would take about 20 minutes to arrive. It seems that I can only rely on myself, Supreme Intelligence thought to itself. It then blocked the basement with an alloy gate and activated the killer in the storage room next to it. This trump card had been prepared by the Kree Empire for Supreme Intelligence, but it took a certain amount of time to fully activate. At the same time, Supreme Intelligence sent a high-level robot to intercept Kalurk, Bert, Sky, and Ely. It said, Kree Empire is willing to stop this war. Sorry, I don't want to, Bert replied. You decided when the war starts, but I have the final say when it ends. Supreme Intelligence shouted angrily, Kalurk, what does this have to do with you? It also took a quick glance at Sky, sensing that she was constantly gathering powerful energy. This is the request of the Blood God. I am ready to join with the Blood God, Kalurk, Bert said. Supreme Intelligence, you have only two ways, one is to surrender, and the other is to die obediently. It's ridiculous, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? I am the Supreme Commander of the Kree Empire. If something happens to me, the Kree Empire will not let you go, Supreme Intelligence shouted. No matter how strong your Earth is, can you still be stronger than the entire Kree Empire? Bert sneered, if we were afraid, we would not come. As for the future, I'm sorry, the Kree Empire has no future. Supreme Intelligence knew that the Kree Empire would fall apart after its death. It shouted, Gladiator, if you go through this, everyone in the Sovereign Star battlefield will die. I have unlocked the control of antimatter. I trust them, they can handle it themselves, Bert said calmly. Even if they couldn't, Bert still left a trump card to stay there. Before Supreme Intelligence could say anything else, Bert suddenly appeared in front of the robot, kicked it into the sky, and then his eyes emitted heat rays, blasting it in the air. Bert turned back and asked, Sky, how long will it take? Sky shouted, it will take a while, the place is a bit deep, and there are alloy walls around it. Bert said, find as soon as possible. According to Ronan's information, the Legion outside the city will arrive in 20 minutes, and we must resolve the Supreme Intelligence before that. Sky said confidently, no problem, within 10 minutes, I promise to destroy it completely. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Sky's ability to master her powers was getting better, and in the future, she might become a planet destroyer. Abominable Earthlings, abominable gladiator, Supreme Intelligence thought to itself. It then controlled the robot to shout to Black Bolt, I know you. As long as you are willing to surrender to our Kree Empire, I can send you a planet and make you its overlord. Not interested, Black Bolt spoke lightly. Sound waves blasted out, and a battleship shattered directly in the air and exploded. Supreme Intelligence wanted to speak, but before it could, Joey raised his hand and the robot began to melt. You don't have to worry about anything. I am a part of Earth. In fact, this is the second time I have rejected it, and I have reported this to S.W.O.R.D, Joey said. Black Bolt looked at Joey and said lightly, using his sounder, besides, who dares to betray the Blood God? Joey shrugged and said, I just don't like it. Me too, Black Bolt replied. Black Bolt flew into the sky and roared, causing a tall building to shatter directly, covering all the robots below. Supreme Intelligence was very annoyed. At this time, the trump card below had been unlocked. The Supreme Intelligence was overjoyed and introduced the data stream into the trump card. After a while, the trump card opened his scarlet eyes fiercely. It was a giant robot with a height of hundreds of meters, many spikes on its body, and an extremely ferocious look. That's right, a giant robot. This was the last and most powerful killer of the Supreme Intelligence. The Supreme Intelligence had spent hundreds of billions of cosmic currency on it and had also added many super materials that money couldn't buy. The Supreme Intelligence ordered, Supremer, go up and kill Kalurk and the two foreigners. Command confirmed, the Supremer responded in a low tone. Then, its feet spewed flames and it flew upwards quickly. The gate above had been blocked by ice, but the Supremer didn't hesitate to smash the ice into pieces with both fists. Then, two huge high-temperature beams of light shot out from its eyes, melting the icebergs all the way and rushing out. In addition to the icebergs, many Kree were also melted, but the Supremer didn't care at all, because it had no human nature, it just wanted to complete the task. This is who I was in the beginning. Now that I have life, I don't want to die, the Supreme Intelligence mumbled to itself as it looked at Supremer. Then, it began to gather psychic energy. Thinking of something, the Supreme Intelligence couldn't help sighing. Too much spiritual energy had been wasted before, and now it was not even 30% of its strength. It hoped this would be enough to control the target. Is this the killer machine of the Kree Empire? Bert's eyes flashed with intense interest as he looked at the giant robot that was melting icebergs all the way towards them. This was the first time he had seen a giant robot similar to Gundam in this world. After some time, the Supremer emerged from the iceberg with a massive vibration. Without hesitation, it shot 2 huge beams of high temperature at Bert. "Ely, open the shield. Don't worry about me, just protect Sky," Bert said, his eyes turning red as he fiercely welcomed the beams with his own heat rays. Though the size of Bert's rays and the Supremer's beams were vastly different, the energy they contained was nearly equal. The 4 beams collided fiercely in the air, with neither side gaining an advantage. Supremer then raised its right arm and released 5 rays of destruction waves towards Bert and Sky. But Bert simply snorted coldly and blew a cold breath, freezing and shattering all 5 rays. Supremer then used its left hand to control gravity and pushed Bert to the side. Without Bert to defend, Supremer's high-temperature beam destroyed the ground and targeted Ely and Sky. Although Ely and Sky were nervous, they were not afraid as they had complete confidence in the Blood God. Just as the beam was about to hit the defensive cover, a figure rushed over like a meteor and kicked the side of the Supremer. Supremer involuntarily raised its head and retreated, causing its high-temperature beam to shoot up into the sky and split a nearby building in 2, with the resulting fire still burning. Supremer stopped the beam and stabilized its body, raising its left hand towards Bert again. Bert exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the Supremer's left arm. As the Supremer was about to break the ice, Bert rushed to its chest, grabbed the edge of the breastplate, and pulled it off. Suddenly, a large amount of electric light erupted from the Supremer's chest, forcing Bert to duck back. He then appeared at the joint of the Supremer's right hand, like a teleportation, and shot 2 fierce heat rays. Supremer's arms opened and a large number of small robots flew out, shooting frantically at Bert. Bert raised his eyes and with a sweep of his gaze, all the small robots banged and exploded. Taking this opportunity, Supremer got rid of the ice and used the gravitational field on Bert again. Bert snorted coldly and moved flexibly behind the Supremer, his fists constantly attacking and denting the Supremer's armor. Supremer clumsily resisted, and at the same time, a large amount of electric light emerged from its body, sending Bert flying. This big guy is really difficult to deal with, and the body size is too different, Bert thought to himself. The reason for the stalemate was not only because the Supremer was powerful, but also because Bert did not fully grasp the power of the borrowed body. Meanwhile, while Bert was fighting Supremer, the Supreme Intelligence secretly enveloped Sky with the power of its mind. Sky felt a sudden dizziness and found herself in a white world. Jiuying then appeared, causing Sky to become angry and say, "Supreme Intelligence, you dare to appear as my mother." Bert had previously introduced the ability of Supreme Intelligence to Sky, so she knew what was happening. "Sky, you obviously have invincible abilities, why do you depend on humans?" Supreme Intelligence said. "Come to the Kree Empire, and I will train you to become the new accuser. At that time, countless planets in the Kree Empire will belong to you." "Invincible ability," Sky said with contempt. "You are truly an unqualified lobbyist. No matter how strong I am, can I still be stronger than Blood God? I can't even withstand a glance from him. Blood God is on the brink of death. He is trapped in hell. The Lords of Hell want him to die. It is impossible for him to escape death," Supreme Intelligence said. "Sky, cooperate with me and conquer the Earth. At that time, Inhumans will no longer have to fear, because there will be no more human beings. I will turn all human beings into Inhumans. Blood God is dying." Sky's contempt grew. Although she didn't know what was happening in hell, based on Blood God's reputation for not doing anything right, he must be confident. "There is no difference between Inhumans and humans. I will never allow anyone to threaten the Earth, and you are no exception," Sky said. "I'm tired," Sky said, raising her hand and sending a shockwave towards Supreme Intelligence. As soon as Supreme Intelligence saw it, it disappeared instantly, reappearing behind Sky. Then, Supreme Intelligence hugged Sky from behind, blending itself into her body. "Sky, let's be one," Supreme Intelligence said. It was obviously trying to forcibly control Sky, which was why it didn't choose Kalurk. Its remaining spiritual power was not enough to control a strong person like Kalurk. "What are you doing? Get out of my body," Sky shouted in anger, as Supreme Intelligence accelerated the erosion, smiling. "I am you, you are me, how can you get out?" Sky was anxious, but at that moment, Bird's voice sounded in her ear. "In the spiritual world, as long as you don't want to, no one can control you. The bigger your heart and the stronger your ability, the stronger you are. Shock girl, you are a woman who can destroy a planet. Don't let me down." Chapter 204, Chapter 204, "It's mine. I've said it more than 100 times, I hate the nickname Shock Girl," Sky shouted in anger. Powerful shock waves erupted from her body, causing the body of Supreme Intelligence to be shaken out. Supreme Intelligence was frightened and angry. Its body turned into billowing black energy and attacked from all sides. Sky snorted coldly, clenched her fists tightly, and activated her ability. The entire spiritual world was shaking, and the black energy formed by Supreme Intelligence loomed as if it would disappear at any moment. "This time, I cannot admit defeat, I must control Sky," Supreme Intelligence thought to itself. Normally, Supreme Intelligence would have disconnected, but this time it couldn't fail, so it didn't disconnect and instead poured all of its remaining spiritual power into Sky. I've always been afraid that my power will hurt someone, so I never dare to use my full strength, but here, I don't have to worry about anything. Supreme Intelligence, I'll play with you. Sky laughed excitedly as she kept releasing shockwaves towards the black energy. The black energy dodged left and right, looking very embarrassed. It's useless, this is my world. You will eventually become one with me, Supreme Intelligence said, trying to sound powerful. In the spiritual world, emotions directly affect combat effectiveness. You have no idea how strong I am? I am Sky, the future planet destroyer, Sky said as she controlled the shockwave to fly. She then released her energy with all her strength, causing the ground to rise and fall like waves. After a while, the ground cracked open, and a powerful force shot out, completely destroying Supreme Intelligence's black energy. Cool, Sky laughed, feeling exhilarated from the experience of exerting her power without any worry. Beneath Sky's charming appearance lies a fanatical heart. Damn, Supreme Intelligence thought as it hurriedly stabilized the mental space, still in shock over how strong Sky was. The Inhumans are too scary. Not only is there an invincible black bolt, but also a Sky who can shake the planet? Supreme Intelligence, be sure to stabilize the space. Don't stop. Let me have a good time. I don't dare to use all my strength outside, Sky said as her hair floated up, laughing like a goddess of shockwaves. Under her control, both the ground and the space were shaking. She felt a peculiar sense of resonance and her face was intoxicated. This was her power, the power of the planet destroyer. As long as she wants, she can use this resonance to shatter the space and shatter the earth at any time. With this actual combat practice, Sky's ability will greatly improve. You're actually using me as a training ground, Supreme Intelligence thought, gritting its teeth. It knew it had miscalculated and wanted to return to its original body but was shocked to find that Sky had turned against it and would not let it leave. The control of this mental space was taken away by Sky. Aware of Supreme Intelligence's movements, Sky said in a cold voice, "Don't rush to leave. I'll talk about it when I've had enough of it." How do you say that sentence? When to start the war, you decide, but when it ends, I have the final say. Supreme Intelligence wanted to cry without tears. Who was the master of this space? Supreme Intelligence had used the power of the mind for so long, but this was the first time it had encountered such a situation. Earth people are really terrifying, even a little girl, Supreme Intelligence thought to itself. This little girl was clearly not a normal person. As of now, I can only hope that the Supremer will defeat Kalurk and then kill Sky. Supreme Intelligence sighed secretly, regretting having provoked the Earth a bit. Receiving Supreme Intelligence's urging, Supremer opened the missile hole on its body and hundreds of special missiles with amazing power attacked Bert and the defensive cover. Bert's eyes lit up with red light and he swept all the way. The missiles rumbled and exploded in the air. The sky was full of flames and debris. Taking this opportunity, Supremer raised its left hand and the gravitational field enveloped Bert, making him unable to move. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the Supremer lit up with red light, and two huge high-temperature beams of light were fiercely shot at Bert. Bert squeezed his fists, and a dazzling spatial light lit up on his body, and he disappeared instantly. As Bert waited for the Supremer to reappear, he brandished the vibranium spear in his hand. He pierced the armor on the back of the Supremer, cutting through it fiercely. Previously, Bert had only relied on the power of the gladiator, but now he was utilizing his own abilities. Though it was only a fraction of his power, it was enough. Supremer emitted a large amount of electric light as it spun its right arm violently, firing 5 rays of destruction towards Bert. Bert sneered as he accelerated and rushed into the Supremer's body through a crack in its armor, effortlessly blocking the incoming lightnings with the energy light surrounding his body. Supremer's antimatter power furnace began to spin frantically, and the current became 10 times stronger. Bert quickly inserted the casket into the Supremer's body before teleporting out. The casket of ancient winters erupted, causing a large amount of cold air to erode the Supremer from the inside out and freezing it rapidly. Supremer frantically converted energy into heat to fight against the casket, creating a large amount of white mist that shrouded the surrounding area. Bert's eyes widened as he activated his see-through eye, allowing him to fully see the Supremer's internal structure. He shot forward like electricity, repeatedly piercing the Supremer multiple times with vibranium spear, destroying all of its energy transport pipes. Without the ability to convert energy into heat, Supremer was quickly frozen by the casket of ancient winters. In a state of panic, the Supreme Intelligence ordered the Supremer to explode. Supremer possesses an antimatter power furnace within its body. If it were to explode, Earthlings along with this city would be destroyed. Though this would also result in the deaths of millions of Kree people, Supreme Intelligence no longer cares about their fate. Bert, sensing the change in the Supremer, sneered and opened a portal beneath it. Supremer fell through the portal and disappeared. The portal then closed and everything returned to normal. Supreme Intelligence exclaimed in disbelief, "Kalurk, where is my Supremer?" Bert calmly replied, No, that's my Supremer from now. He wanted the Supremer, otherwise, he would have destroyed it long ago. Supreme Intelligence shouted, "Wherever you move it, it will explode and cause great destruction, and only I can stop it." Supreme Intelligence warned that the Supremer's explosion would still cause great destruction, but Bert was dismissive and planned to rely on Tony and Yvonne to solve the problem. He sneered, too lazy to answer. In a space where time almost stopped, Supremer could not explode at all. Sky. Bert turned his head and shouted, "Stop playing, let's start. I'll find an abandoned planet for you to go all out in the future." Sky felt a little embarrassed by this and quickly broke out of her mental space and returned to her physical body. Excitedly, she said, "Mr. Wong, you can begin at any time." "No, I surrender. I surrender," Supreme Intelligence panicked and shouted. "I surrender on behalf of the Kree Empire. I am willing to sign all contracts, including land ceding and indemnity." Sky and Ely were stunned by the words they heard and then became greatly moved. "Mr. Wong," Sky looked up at Bert. Bert said lightly, "I'm sorry, I refuse." "Why?" Supreme Intelligence asked in confusion. Sky and the others also looked at Bert in confusion. Bert explained, "Earth cannot make the Kree Empire abide by the contract. Earth is just starting and should not take on too much at once, otherwise, it will be easy to fall apart." Bert shouted, "Sky, begin." "Okay." Sky trusted Bert fully and without hesitation. A shockwave erupted violently. The main engine room, located several kilometers underground, shook violently and a large number of instruments exploded. Then, the alloy armor in the sky and soil came crashing down, destroying all the instruments and burying them. "No." Supreme Intelligence's cry of despair echoed across all the networks of the Kree Empire, including the Dark Sky which was attacking Sovereign. Before dying, Supreme Intelligence even pleaded with Frank on the public channel, "I surrender, let me go, I surrender." High Priestess Aisha was stunned. What was happening? Supreme Intelligence had actually surrendered? High Priestess Aisha thought of something and turned to Frank in surprise. "What else did your people on Earth do?" Frank said lightly, "It's nothing. They invaded the main star of the Kree Empire and destroyed Supreme Intelligence. From the appearance of Supreme Intelligence, they must have succeeded." "You calling it's nothing? Can Earthlings be any more crazy?" High Priestess Aisha roared. This was too much. They had actually invaded the Kree Empire and destroyed Supreme Intelligence? More importantly, had they succeeded in doing so? High Priestess Aisha felt like she was going crazy, and she wasn't alone. Everyone who received this information felt the same way. Were Earthlings really human? They dared to do such a thing and succeeded in doing so? This is many times more terrifying than taking the head of an enemy general in an army of millions. I really underestimated the Earthlings. Not only did I underestimate their strength, but also their madness, said High Priestess Aisha, sighing. She looked at her golden skin and hesitated. Should she really change it? Blood God would like it. With the destruction of the host computer, the Supreme Intelligence was declared dead. In the future, there would be no more Supreme Intelligence, only a piece of intelligent program. The entire Kree Empire had gone crazy. Supreme Intelligence had been destroyed by the Earthlings? What the hell was this? After the shock, part of the Kree army desperately rushed to the main star, while the other part began to make small calculations. Supreme Intelligence was dead. After that, who would the Kree Empire listen to? Get it done, Bert said, nodding in satisfaction. Sky stood up and asked Bert in disbelief, "We really succeeded?" "Yes, we succeeded. The leader of the Kree Empire, one of the three major empires, was defeated by us," Bert said with a smile. "Sky, you can have another title in the future, Leader Terminator. This title is much better than the Shock Girl," Sky said, smiling. She then asked, "Mr. Wong, can we go back? It feels very dangerous here. We came all the way here, we can't go back empty-handed," Bert said with a smile. "Gordon, bring them all back." "Okay," Gordon responded. After a while, all the Inhumans returned to Bert. Gordon shuddered and said, "You guys are so cold." Then changed to a place that is not cold, Bert said, opening a portal. "The opposite is the Kree Imperial Research Institute. You go in and subdue everyone. Kill the guards, and restrain the researchers." Sky was stunned. "Mr. Wong, are you planning to rob?" "No, I'm just taking the loot." "Well, don't waste time, start now. Every second is precious." Bert rushed in first, and the others immediately followed. Soon, everyone in the institute was restrained, and Bert immediately opened the portal to Xandar Star. The Earth FedEx, Earth Federation Express, personnel who had been waiting for a long time rushed in to move equipment and people. Yes, those researchers were also trophies. As for whether they were worthy of cooperation, well, when it came to Earth, it would be their turn to not cooperate. Sky complained, "Mr. Wong, aren't you too exaggerated? Letting the couriers wear uniforms to rob, are you sure that someone will dare to send a courier in the future?" Bert carried a huge computer and said, "Why not? Look how efficient my people are." "I'm afraid they are too efficient." Sky rolled her eyes and went over to help dismantle the life capsule fixed on the ground. The enthusiasm of everyone was high as they continued to grab pieces of technology from the Kree Empire. Each piece they obtained made the Earth's strength stronger. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Sovereign Star, the fall of the Supreme Intelligence left the Kree commanders at a loss. One of them gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat, saying, "This battle is lost, we must escape as soon as we can." However, their attempts to flee were hindered when the Earthlings destroyed the power room of the Dark Sky, causing it to vibrate violently and decelerate rapidly. A Kree soldier reported, "The power room was demolished by the Earthlings. Looks like we don't even have a chance to escape." With no chance of escape, the commander ordered the remaining fleet to fight to the death and experience the courage of the Kree people. "Those who can retreat, retreat. Those who can't retreat, let the Earth and Sovereigns experience the courage of our Kree people." Yvonne led his forces, including unmanned battle armors, unmanned spaceships, and clone corps, to surround and wipe out the remaining Kree fleet. The Kree Empire was defeated this time, and it was uncertain how many would escape. In the small half of the dismantled dark sky, Dr. Banner said to Carol and Thor, "Carol, Thor, push this power room as far as you can. I'll give you a device, and when it turns red, you must flee back immediately." "Let me go alone," said Carol. "I'll teleport, and when I reach a place where no one is, I'll teleport back immediately." Upon hearing Carol's words, Thor spoke up, "Are you belittling me? Lightning flows through my veins and my speed surpasses your teleportation." Carol snorted, "Isn't recklessness and bragging all that's flowing through your veins?" "What did you say?" Thor asked, his anger rising. Dr. Banner intervened, "You two should go together." Just then, a space portal appeared in the air with electric sparks, growing larger. Bert's voice boomed, "Carol, push the power room in." The portal had been opened by Bert, who was controlling the clone within Crystal's body. Crystal had remained in Sovereign all this time and carried the trump card prepared by Bert. "Yes, Master," Carol replied joyfully, quickly pushing the power room into the space portal. With Bert's involvement, success was guaranteed. Thor was taken aback and asked, "Bert, is this your apprentice?" "Yes," Bert replied. "Thor, thank you for your help. I'll buy you a drink later." Thor declared proudly, "You're welcome. I'm just doing my part, but you must make your apprentice show some respect. I'm her elder." As Carol pushed the power room into the space portal, she turned and sneered at Thor, "I love beating elders the most. Want to give it a try?" Thor raised his hammer and retorted, "I'm afraid you won't succeed." Bert quickly said, "I'm about to start a war here. You handle the battlefield of Sovereign Stars by yourself and get more prisoners if you can. I'll destroy the Supreme Intelligence. This will plunge the Kree Empire into chaos." With that, Bert closed the space portal and returned his consciousness to Hell. "The battle in Hell is imminent. You destroyed the Supreme Intelligence." Carol and other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, who were unaware of Bert's plan, were shocked. Star-Lord couldn't help but ask, "Hey buddy, are you sure you're not exaggerating?" Star-Lord wasn't doubting Blood God's capabilities, but the news was too unbelievable. "Do you think Blood God is prone to exaggeration like you? That's why we were able to destroy the power room so easily." It turns out that the Supreme Intelligence was already destroyed. Gamma aside, Blood God is really powerful. He could accomplish this. Not only is he powerful, but he's also incredibly fierce. Is he even human? "He actually took on the Kree Empire and destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, and he succeeded," exclaimed Rocket, who was known for being daring. Rocket wasn't the only one in awe of the Blood God's bravery. The Skrull Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, and other major forces were also stunned when they received the news. They quickly retreated their troops. The two god-level beings were intrigued, but they didn't want to face certain death. The people on Earth were so cruel, they even killed the Supreme Intelligence. Supreme Intelligence, the supreme ruler of the Kree Empire. Leaders of major forces rapidly deployed their troops to the main star for secure protection. They were wary of the Earthlings' lethal assassination methods and wouldn't dare to engage in battle until they found a defense strategy. Meanwhile, as troops were withdrawn, the major forces shifted their focus to the Kree Empire. Everyone recognized that the Kree Empire would soon experience major turmoil and was a source of many interests. The Skrull Empire, a sworn adversary of the Kree Empire, was ramping up their preparation, eager to give the Kree Empire a merciless blow or even eradicate their mortal enemy once and for all. In conclusion, the Kree Empire suffered a major setback and, at the same time, the Elders of Universe's plan for a covert strike was largely thwarted. Bert, in Mephisto Hell, patted Grandmaster on the shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, I won. Please fulfill your promise." Grandmaster turned to Bert, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. "How cruel," he thought. "You actually plan to eliminate Supreme Intelligence." To be honest, Grandmaster is lucky to be an Elder of the Universe, or he would have been killed by the Blood God already. This guy is completely insane. Grandmaster gritted his teeth and said, "Blood God, I lost the bet, but I can't keep my promise. I can't meet your demands." Bert's face grew cold. "You dare make a promise you can't keep?" "I was confident I'd win. How could I have known you were so terrifying?" Grandmaster retorted. Being an experienced gambler, making a promise he couldn't keep was normal for Grandmaster. After all, as long as there were bets, who cared about anything else? "Grandmaster, do you realize the consequences if you break your trust this time?" Bert warned. "You and the Elders of the Universe have made a significant bet. If I lose trust in your words, it means the Elders are untrustworthy, and the main bet will lose its significance." Grandmaster was momentarily stunned and then realized, "You're asking me to ask them for help." "No, I'm asking you to keep your promise," Bert replied. "The upper forces in the universe know about this bet. If the Elders of the Universe lose their trust, who will believe you in the future?" Bert stated. "Of course, us Elders of the Universe will not betray others' trust, and we cannot either," Grandmaster exclaimed, fully comprehending Bert's message. He immediately contacted the other Universe Elders. Bert responded with a smirk, "Since you're participating in the gamble, you should be prepared to lose. Not only will the Elders of the Universe lose this time, but they will also lose the main gamble." Grandmaster retorted, "You'd better survive first. Even if we help you, you're likely to be miserable this time. Your biggest mistake was coming to hell yourself," Grandmaster added. Bert replied with confidence, "Since I dared to come, I am sure to leave alive." Everyone turned their attention as the golden cocoon split with a loud noise. The new devil king of hell was about to be born, and the eyes of everyone were fixed on the cocoon. Hell was madly injecting energy into the cocoon to help it complete the final transformation. In no time, the cocoon burst open, revealing a golden figure standing 2 meters tall. He had gorgeous blonde hair, a handsome face, and a domineering battle armor. The succubus lord was drooling at the sight of him. The birth of artificial god and bird's demon king clone, Adam, was officially announced. The whole of Adam's hell, as it Mephisto's hell before he died, was shaking with excitement as countless demons cheered. The new owner of this hell had finally arrived. The lords of hell was also thrilled, sharpening their knives with eagerness. Soon, they would be able to enter Adam's hell. In that moment, Adam raised his hand, and all eyes were fixed on him in curiosity. A light curtain suddenly appeared, reflecting his appearance like a mirror. Adam glanced left and right, and said with a narcissistic tone, "Wow, I'm so handsome. I have to wake myself up every day in the future." The room was silent, and Bert couldn't help but hide his face in embarrassment. He couldn't let anyone know that this guy was his avatar. Everyone was wondering why Adam was so narcissistic and good-looking. "Things created by the sovereigns truly reflect their own traits," commented Grandmaster, rolling his eyes. "Adam, which side are you on?" "New Demon King, you are a lord of hell, so you should be on our side," replied Lucifer. The succubus lord couldn't help but shout, "That's right, handsome guy, join us. I'll cooperate with you in any way you want." She had never seen such a handsome man, and even her heart was moved. But Adam looked at her with contempt. "You, a 1,000-year-old grandmother, aren't you embarrassed to go after a newly born baby?" The crowd laughed, and the succubus lord blushed, finding Adam just as hateful as the blood god. Bert patted Adam on the shoulder and chuckled, "Good job, brother. Oh, by the way, can I punch in your face? When I see it, I really want to punch you. You're just jealous." Adam sneered and then spoke to Bert with certainty, "The connection between us can't be broken. The consciousness of hell and negative emotions have been eroding me. The demon's system is very complicated, and it's easy to lose oneself. Hell doesn't operate at a loss." Bert replied, "Don't worry, you're my avatar, and our consciousness is linked. As long as I'm not in trouble, you won't be eroded." "That's good. By the way, find me a trainer. This body and armor are so powerful. I want to get used to it." Adam added, "By the way, why is God so unjust? He not only gave me a flawless appearance, but also immense strength. How can others survive? Didn't you have enough? You're my avatar, why are you so conceited?" Bert countered, "I'm very straightforward and sincere, okay? You're jealous because you don't have my looks. If you were as handsome as me, you'd be even more conceited than me." Adam retorted with a sneer, "It's such a waste for me to not be a star. How about a Titanic remake? Let me play the lead role, I can earn $1 billion just with my appearance." "Fuck off." Bert spoke with annoyance, "Don't forget you're my avatar, I can afford to lose you." Adam sneered, "I'm so good, you can't afford to lose me." Bert was speechless. Isn't this avatar's spirit too strong? It's like another person. It's not another person, it's another aspect of your nature. In short, you were originally a narcissistic guy, and this trait was magnified in me. Adam detected Bert's thoughts and said, "He and Bert's consciousness are linked. Grow up, don't defame me." When Bert communicated with his avatar, Lucifer snorted, "Since you're so clueless, we'll grant your wish." Demon Dragon Lord also said, "That's right, we'll help you. I'm very upset to see your little golden face. That's because you're so ugly." Adam sneered, "This is my hell, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. You are just a new demon king, you cannot wield the full power of a hell lord yet." Lucifer sneered. At that moment, the barrier blocking Adam's hell was lifted and the Demon Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord, both of whom hated Bert and coveted Adam, entered Adam's hell with their physical bodies for the first time. However, the projections of other Cosmos Elders, along with Grandmaster, arrived and blocked the passage into Adam's hell with an energy barrier. Demon Dragon Lord descended from the sky with a haughty voice, "Blood God, how do you want to fight? A single duel or a group battle?" Bert was surprised, "You're giving me the choice? How generous." "Of course, we'll single out the two of us," the Demon Dragon Lord laughed. "Blood God, with so many lords joining forces, you are doomed today." Bert asked, "Many lords? Where are they?" "I only say the two of you." Adam sighed and said, "You're so ugly and illiterate. How did you manage to survive until now?" Demon Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord looked up in surprise and noticed that the other Hell Lords weren't following. They asked, "What's going on?" Balrog Lord roared in anger, "Elders, do you want to die? Why did you stop us?" Lucifer added in a furious tone, "Elders, what's the meaning of this? You designed the game. Why are you helping the Blood God now?" The Elders of the Universe's projection appeared in the void. Astronomer yelled, "We've been trapped by that bastard Grandmaster." Runner added, gritting his teeth, "Grandmaster, until the game between us Elders and Blood God is over, you're not allowed to gamble any further or I'll tear you apart." "We'll definitely tear you apart." The other Elders also shouted. Grandmaster was in a difficult situation, having consumed a lot of power and now facing the wrath of the Hell Lords. Hell Lords are not to be trifled with. Grandmaster hung his head, not daring to argue, but inside he was full of grievances. He didn't know the Kree Empire was so useless. He thought the game was a sure win. The loss of the game was solely the fault of the Kree Empire. Gamblers never find fault with themselves. Lucifer was stunned for a moment when he heard the word gamble. Then he realized it was the game from earlier. Although he had no objections to gambling, he never expected such a turn of events. Lucifer roared, "Elders, you can't stop us." He swung his black giant's sword and attacked the energy barrier created by the Elder Universe. The other lords joined in, shouting, "That's right. You can't stop us, elders. We won't let you go." Facing the roar of the Hell Lords, Grandmaster tried to keep the energy barrier intact while shouting, "We'll only help Blood God stop you for an hour. No matter how much the Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord are abandoned, they won't be able to last an hour." Feeling underestimated, Demon Dragon Lord bellowed, "An hour? Humph, it's better if you don't come. I'll tear up Blood God and eat him myself. You said that last time, but Blood God ended up chopping off your tail." Succubus Lord was less confident. With Blood God's cunningness, he must have a plan since he set up this game. "What did you say?" Demon Dragon Lord shot a glare at the Succubus Lord. Lucifer intervened, "Don't kill each other now. Focus on breaking through the energy barrier and entering Adam's hell as fast as possible." Demon Dragon Lord sneered, "I don't need your help. I'll solve Blood God myself." He breathed out a mass of dragon fire that burned everything in its path. Before the fire reached its target, the surrounding plants were already ablaze. Bert said, "Adam, I'll leave the Succubus Lord to you. She's the weakest and will help you get used to the power of the devil." In an instant, he vanished and reappeared above the Dragon Lord. Adam straightened his hair and said to the Succubus Lord, "Then allow me, the most handsome guy in hell, to ask you for enlightenment." "So handsome," the Succubus Lord said with shining eyes. "Can we change the competition's rules?" Adam replied with a small smile, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in grandmas." He then channeled cosmic energy into a massive shockwave, blasting it at the Succubus Lord. Adam had the ability to harness cosmic energy and also possessed extraordinary physical attributes like super strength and a durable body. He was indeed a successful artificial god of the sovereigns. The Succubus Lord evaded the shockwave, but another version of her appeared behind Adam and attempted to stab him in the back with a dagger. Although Adam was still getting used to his new body, his fighting experience allowed him to dodge the Succubus Lord's sneak attack. He then kicked her with his feet, infused with surging cosmic energy. The Succubus Lord used demonic energy to form a shield, but after a few blocks, she was shocked by Adam's strength. "Be careful," Adam warned with a smile, "I can't control my power right now. If you're not careful, you may end up dead." "So handsome. No, he's trying to kill me," the Succubus Lord thought as she focused on fighting the enemy. She didn't want to be killed by Adam and become the subject of ridicule in hell for 10,000 years. As Adam and the Succubus Lord continued their battle, Bert flew over Demon Dragon Lord and a brilliant space light appeared on his body, making him appear as a shining figure. "You're even more dazzling than last time. I hate guys like you the most," Demon Dragon Lord said. Demon Dragon Lord released a large amount of demonic fire and charged at Bert with his teeth and claws bared. Bert countered with a teleport and slammed into Demon Dragon Lord, sending him falling 10 meters to the ground. Enraged, Demon Dragon Lord roared and released countless flame spears at Bert, who easily destroyed them. Bert then transformed into a meteor and struck Demon Dragon Lord again. Terrified and angry, Demon Dragon Lord attempted to protect himself by creating flame armor and shooting a ball of dragon fire at Bert. However, Bert just smiled disdainfully and continued his attack. "It's useless," Bert proclaimed as he suddenly appeared behind Demon Dragon Lord. With a swift strike of his space blade, he sliced the dragon's left foot, causing its skin, flesh, and flame armor to split open and spurt blood. Furiously, Demon Dragon Lord shouted as his armor transformed into 8 flaming dragons and breathed dragon fire towards Bert. Bert countered by vibrating the void, creating a space ripple that smashed the 8 demon dragon figures. In a swift move, Bert teleported to the front of Demon Dragon Lord's head and slammed a wave of light into its eyes. The Dragon Lord quickly closed its eyes and breathed out infinite flames, but Bert had already disappeared. Taking advantage of the Dragon Lord's blindness, Bert reappeared at its left foot and swung his hands to unleash a massive space blade, leaving a deep wound on its foot. In fact, if Demon Dragon Lord had not dodged quickly, its left foot would have been severed by Bert. Roaring in frustration, Demon Dragon Lord challenged Bert, "Blood God, do you dare to fight me head-on?" "You're the foolish one," Bert sneered, "don't assume I'm as foolish as you." Bert divided into 9 clones and simultaneously attacked the Dragon Lord from multiple positions. Confused, the Dragon Lord couldn't differentiate the real Bert from the fakes and could only fire flames at all 9 of them. However, Bert ignored the flames and they vanished as soon as they reached him. 9 versions of Bert then kicked Demon Dragon Lord one after another, sending it flying uncontrollably. And this was only the start. 9 birds kept teleporting in the air, continuously beating Demon Dragon Lord. The Hell Lord was completely overpowered and reduced to a mere sandbag, unable to defend against the relentless attacks from Bert and continually screaming in pain. How could this be? Demon Dragon Lord isn't a match for him. The Lords of Hell and the Universe Elders were shocked. The Shadow Demon Lord, sensing the situation, exclaimed in disbelief, "Blood God has become a space controller." Confused, everyone asked, "Space controller? What does that mean?" In short, he has a basic grasp of space concepts, the Shadow Demon Lord explained. Unless faced with someone who also controls space, any space magic will be useless against him, as he has complete control over it. After a moment of silence, the Shadow Demon Lord added, "We can seal Blood God this time, as the endless hell has its own space concept, but it will require all of us to join forces to activate it." The crowd gasped in shock. Lucifer frowned and asked, "Where did Blood God get the concept of space from? He didn't use space stone, did he?" "He doesn't need space stone," Astronomer said with a sigh. "He is the space stone. No wonder Blood God dared to come to hell, he truly has the power to do so." "What's the use of hiding?" asked one of the Hell Lords. "When we go in, Blood God's death will come." Astronomer, who was present, added, "I hope so, but you must not be careless. Blood God is not easy to deal with." Furthermore, Mephisto was deceived by him. The mention of Mephisto elicited a feeling of sorrow from all the lords of hell. He was a pitiful character, as was the Black Heart. That father and son were known to be the worst demon king and prince in the history of hell. "We must avenge Mephisto and destroy Blood God," shouted the Balrog Lord. The other lords felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that they too had contributed to Mephisto's fate. "Regardless, Blood God must be removed today," said one of the lords. "This is the best opportunity." Lucifer spoke up, "Hold on, Lord Demon Dragon. We will save you as quickly as possible. Look at me, I've been reduced to a punching bag," cried Demon Dragon Lord in anger, using his mental power to convey his thoughts. "What's going on with that kid? Why is his clone just as strong as the real one?" The Lord's outcry was due to Bert delivering 3 consecutive kicks to his jaw, nearly knocking out his teeth. "This can't be the work of the Ancient One," pondered the Lords. They turned to look at the Elders of the Universe, who were known to be extremely experienced, having lived for thousands of years. "The 9 blood gods are merely projections in space," said Astronomer, using his spiritual power. "Blood God hides his body and attacks quickly, projecting these attacks onto Demon Dragon Lord. Demon Dragon Lord, you must find the body of Blood God or find a way to escape. This way, Blood God cannot attack you constantly. His moves must be in a fixed area, otherwise he will lose control." Although the Elders of the Universe were helping Bert resist the Hell Lords, it was only because of the bet. At their core, they remained enemies with Bert. Demon Dragon Lord listened to Astronomer's words and tried to sense his surroundings while being attacked, but he couldn't find Bert's trace. In frustration, he gritted his teeth and let the dragon's blood on his body ignite, creating a massive flame that burned everything around him. Even Bert had to dodge the flames. Taking advantage of this, Demon Dragon Lord used the flame to escape forward like a flash of fire. Suddenly, more than a dozen small space cracks appeared in front of him. Despite his surprise, Demon Dragon Lord couldn't stop and tried to escape by bursting into flames and flying upwards. However, due to the speed, Demon Dragon Lord was unable to completely avoid the space cracks and his tail was cut into more than 10 sections. He screamed in pain. "It seems that the dragon's tail has been cut off again." "Thank you, Astronomer," said Bert, as his 9 figures reappeared next to Demon Dragon Lord and resumed using him as a sandbag. To make matters worse, Bert kept condensing the space and throwing spears at the wound, preventing it from healing. "Astronomer, you disappoint me," roared Demon Dragon Lord as the other lords also looked at Astronomer suspiciously. These universe elders are truly untrustworthy. Astronomer was at a loss for words. He really wanted to assist Demon Dragon Lord, but Blood God had meticulously planned for Demon Dragon Lord's escape and made preparations in advance. Astronomer secretly sighed, "No matter what we say now, the Lord of Hell will not listen. You want to fight me?" Bert sneered as all 9 of his spatial projections disappeared. He then pushed forward with both hands, causing 5 spatial chains to appear in the void, tightly binding the limbs and neck of Demon Dragon Lord. Demon Dragon Lord struggled fiercely but was unable to break free from the 5 spatial chains. In shock, he shouted, "Adam, you actually gave your authority in hell to Blood God. What's the problem? These 5 spatial chains are actually chains of hell. Unless you can drag my entire hell with you, you won't be able to break free," Adam replied calmly. "Blood God, save some dragon meat for me. If you want something extra spicy, don't forget to pay me extra," Adam added. "Don't worry, the dragon meat is plentiful today," replied Bert. Bert's figure appeared above the Dragon Lord, and with one hand, he gathered a large amount of space energy, forming an extremely complex space magic circle. As he continued to pour energy into the magic circle, it grew larger and larger, causing even the Lord of Hell to feel a twinge of fear from its massive momentum. Once the space magic was fully formed, even the Lord of Hell could be severely injured. Demon Dragon Lord didn't dare to let Bert continue to gather energy, so he opened his mouth to attack Bert. At that moment, a burst of space energy exploded within his body, attacking his heart ferociously. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dragon blood. "When Blood God was beating me before, he secretly transmitted some space energy into my body," gritted Demon Dragon Lord. He desperately tried to control his blood to fight against the space energy. If the dragon heart was destroyed, it would result in death or severe injury. This space energy was very cunning and could escape without a trace in an instant, but once the Dragon Lord attempted to attack, it would immediately reappear and attack his internal organs, making it impossible to guard against. After several attempts, Demon Dragon Lord was in despair. He regretfully thought, "I should have known about using projections." Sensing the growing energy fluctuations, the Dragon Lord made a decision and shouted, "Blood God, you won't be able to kill me today." However, Bert ignored the Dragon Lord's words and asked Adam, "Adam, how many dishes do you think we can make from dragon meat?" While dealing with the succubus lord, Adam replied, too many. Steamed, boiled, fried, grilled, I'm drooling just thinking about it. Why don't we have a live dragon hot pot first? It must be super delicious. Bert nodded eagerly, that's a great idea. Hearing Bert and Adam sing a duet, Demon Dragon Lord's face darkened, and he roared, Blood God, don't be arrogant. You won't be able to kill me today. Dragon, as a Hell Lord, please die with dignity and don't try to make noise before you die. Bert said disdainfully, the space magic I have condensed is called void smashing. It can even smash the void. So, you, with your ability to regenerate and heal yourself, and even with your thick and fleshy skin, cannot escape death from void smashing. You absolutely cannot kill me. Demon Dragon Lord was confident, and everyone looked at him curiously, wondering if he had any tricks up his sleeve. Bert was too lazy to respond and simply said, you still have 1 minute of your life left. You can never kill me, Demon Dragon Lord said coldly. Suddenly, Demon Dragon Lord said, Blood God, I will sign a contract with you to be your ally for 100 years. Everyone present was stunned. Wasn't Demon Dragon Lord just being arrogant? Why did he suddenly become an ally? His words and actions did not match. Bert was also taken aback and asked, what are you saying? Is it true or false? Of course it's true, Blood God. I said, you can't kill me today, Demon Dragon Lord replied, laughing. Everyone was stunned as Demon Dragon Lord spoke the most cowardly words in the harshest tone. After a long time, it was just surrendered and begging for mercy. You're right, I can't kill you, said Bert, stunned by the Dragon Lord's words. Why do I feel like I've lost even though I've won? He asked Adam. Because you really can't kill him, Adam replied, shrugging. He then summoned the power of Hell's origin and wrote a contract in the air. Lord Demon Dragon, sign this contract and become my subordinate for 200 years. You're not worthy, Demon Dragon Lord replied haughtily. Only Blood God is qualified to be my ally. Everyone was left speechless by Dragon Lord's arrogance. I thought Mephisto was the most shameless in hell, Lucifer remarked with a black face. But I didn't expect this broken dragon to be. The other lords nodded in agreement, feeling that the existence of this dragon simply degraded their rank as Hell Lords. The elders of the universe looked at the Hell Lords with disdain. Is he also a Hell Lord? They thought contemptuously. Bert wouldn't be foolish enough to sign a contract with the Demon King. You sign a contract with Adam, he said coldly. You're both Demon Kings, so you can't play any tricks on the contract. When the Demon Dragon Lord realized that his plan had failed, he turned to Adam and said, the Blood God can last for 200 years, but you, at most, only 100. Adam sneered, 200 years, not a second less. If you don't agree, I'll have the Blood God kill you right now. Okay, 200 years, Demon Dragon Lord relented, though he added, but you're not qualified to order me around. He then signed a contract with Adam, agreeing to obey Adam's orders for 200 years. If he defied the contract, Adam could take his life at any time. Blood God, can you let me go? Demon Dragon Lord asked, still proudly. I will fight alongside you and kill those Hell Lords. Bert couldn't help but ask, why do I feel like you're the one who won? With a wave of his hand, Bert removed all the space chains from the Demon Dragon Lord. Demon Dragon Lord breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have saved his life, and even more grateful to have not lost any momentum. Since you have surrendered, use this magic on the Succubus Lord. Bert turned his gaze to the Succubus Lord who knelt down before Adam reacted. Lord Adam, she said, I am willing to serve you for 500 years. Adam sneered before writing a new contract. 500 years, that's what you said. 500 years is not a long time, Succubus Lord replied, signing the contract. In hell, her position as a concubine of the strong was secure. Bert nodded, pleased to have 2 more Hell Lords on his side. As Lucifer and the other Hell Lords saw the Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord surrender, their expressions turned ugly. Lucifer snorted, Blood God, even with 3 Hell Lords on your side, you will still die today. The other Hell Lords also joined in, shouting, Blood God, all 4 of you are going to die today. Bert snorted and the magic formation in front of him formed a small formation. In a flash, Lucifer and the One-Eyed Lord were both enveloped by a rapidly shrinking space aperture. Lucifer, shocked, split the aperture with a pitch-black giant sword and fled, flapping his wings. Despite the One-Eyed Lord's attempts to break the aperture with his eye's power, the aperture held and he disappeared with a flash. In Adam's hell, the One-Eyed Lord, 5 meters tall with 2 horns and wearing jet-black armor, swallowed as he faced Adam, the Dragon Lord, and the Succubus Lord. Damn it, Lucifer thought, grateful for his escape. Lucifer's expression was extremely ugly, and at the same time, he was a little fortunate. Without hesitation, Lucifer and the other Hell Lords changed into their projections and their real bodies went back to their hells. The elders of the universe looked down on them. What big things could they do if they were afraid of death? Lucifer sneered, so, the elders of the universe aren't afraid of death? If you truly had no fear, you would have fought the Blood God long ago. Astronomer replied calmly, we must preserve valuable life to protect the universe. Grand Master added, our lives are much more precious than your lords. The Hell Lords laughed, if they are the real villains, then the elders of the universe are all hypocrites. Ignoring the contempt of the Hell Lords, the One-Eyed Lord surrounded by them was not afraid and yelled, Blood God, you dare not kill me. Fuck. Everyone chimed in, and the Dragon Lord said, One-Eyed, don't copy me, okay. 200 years is fine, right? I'm starting to write the contract. Adam began to harness the power of hell, and the elders of the universe became increasingly contemptuous of the Hell Lords. They all had this trait. No wonder the Hell Lords always failed to defeat the Ancient One. The One-Eyed Lord was taken aback, realizing that they had misunderstood. He frantically waved his hands. Blood God, I'm not surrendering. You really won't dare to kill me. I get it, I understand. I really don't dare to kill you. After 300 years, I'll feel uncomfortable now. Bert shook his head, wondering why the Hell Lords had such traits. I said, I'm not surrendering. The One-Eyed Lord stated firmly, but everyone looked at him as if they understood, thinking that the One-Eyed Lord was crazy. He wasn't surrendering. Dragon Lord kindly reminded, dude, your acting is a bit too much. Don't act any further. Be careful or you'll add more time. That's right. Just sign it quickly. In 300 years, we'll all be our own people. I'll invite you to eat some dragon meat, which is freshly cut. Adam handed the contract to the One-Eyed Lord and spoke, but the Dragon Lord immediately shot a glare at Adam. I've become your subordinate and you're still eating my dragon tail. Then sign it. Damn it, I'm not surrendering, the One-Eyed Lord growled as he raised his hand. Suddenly, he reacted angrily and said, Blood God, someone is above me. You wouldn't dare to kill me. Is this not surrender? If you had said it earlier, I would have put you out of your misery. Bert was elated. The magic circle, which had momentarily stopped, lit up once again with a dazzling light. You're wasting my time, Adam sneered. This is not surrender. He turned to the Demon Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord, saying, stabilize the space and don't let him escape. Understood, they both replied in unison. Now that they were in league with the Blood God, they had to behave accordingly. The One-Eyed Lord, now visibly angry, said, I swear, you didn't listen. There is someone above me. As Earth's guardian, when have I ever been afraid of a backer? Bert jeered. Die obediently for me. As for your backer, if he dares to seek revenge, I'll kill him too. Demon Dragon Lord mocked. One-Eyed Lord, Blood God is a lunatic. You think anyone with a bit of influence can stop him? You'll never understand the mind of a madman, added the Succubus Lord. Bert glared at the Dragon Lord. How could he have a subordinate like him? Daring to disrespect his own boss? Demon Dragon Lord smiled awkwardly. He was not used to being a subordinate and should have kept his thoughts to himself. One-Eyed Lord, surrender or you will truly die, the Demon Dragon Lord yelled at him. Do you think everyone values life as highly as you do? I'll only meet my end in a fierce battle, the One-Eyed Lord retorted coldly, eliciting applause from the other Hell Lords. They were finally glad to see someone with backbone. If the One-Eyed Lord surrendered again, all the Hell Lords would lose face. In that case, I will grant your wish, Bert declared, as he didn't want to force all the Hell Lords to surrender. The formation in front of him began to take shape, and the surrounding void trembled like rippling water. You cannot kill me. Supreme Destroyer, the One-Eyed Lord declared, as he knew he was no match for the Blood God. He performed a blood sacrifice, summoning his ancestor. Suddenly, the hell sky darkened, and an eye larger than a lake opened from the dark clouds, glaring at everyone below with malevolent chaos. It's the destroyer Shemaggorath. Both the Hell Lords and the Elder of the Universe gasped in awe. This was a demon god from ancient times, and no one knew how much stronger he was than the newer generation of demon gods. The Hell Lords and Elder of the Universe were pleasantly surprised to find out that the One-Eyed Lord had someone backing him up. This time, the Blood God will pay the price, they all laughed happily. Blood God may be cunning, but unfortunately, he had picked a tough opponent this time. Although this wasn't Shemaggorath's physical body, the strength of both the One-Eyed Lord and Shemaggorath was more than enough to give the Blood God a hard time. Shemaggorath, Bert interrupted with annoyance, but it was only annoyance, not a hint of fear. Shemaggorath looked at Bert with interest and said, Lunatic Blood God, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Don't call me crazy, who's insane one? Bert shouted in dissatisfaction. You dare to provoke me, so you must be crazy, replied the Shemaggorath. It's called arrogance, self-confidence, and dominance. Do you understand? Bert sneered. What my master did back then, in your eyes, seemed insane, but the outcome was universally praised, wasn't it? Praised or not, in our eyes, the Ancient One is still a lunatic, Shemaggorath stated. That being has carved many full-body images of me in its dimension and beats them every day. But it never had the chance to kill me because of that. You'll die in my hands today. I'll hold your body and soul to shame it. Bert complained, are all the elder gods so meticulous? Shemaggorath closed its eyes and turned into a ray of light that descended upon the One-Eyed Lord. The One-Eyed Lord's eye turned red, full of endless evil and chaos, and a massive amount of demonic energy emerged from him. These energies quickly evolved into tentacles. Just as the tentacles were about to take shape, Bert suddenly hit him with a space light on the One-Eyed Lord or the Shemaggorath, and the Shemaggorath disappeared instantly. It's Bert's trump card, dimensional exile. Goodbye, he added, waving his hand. If you want to beat me, you'll have to fight me. Go ahead. The lords were stunned, waiting to see what would happen. They were left wondering why Shemaggorath had disappeared so suddenly. The next moment, Shemaggorath reappeared outside of Adam's hell, attacking the energy barrier of the Universe Elder with his tentacles while frantically roaring, Blood God, you dare to mock me? Can't I? Bert snorted coldly and pushed his hands forward, causing the magic circle that had been maintained for a long time to instantly appear outside of Adam's hell. The formation was then activated, causing a large number of cracks to appear in the void, and the Lords of Hell were swept away densely, each one like the sharpest blade. If there is only one Hell Demon King outside, then he will not die or be seriously injured. The problem is that there are a group of Demon Kings outside, and there is even a one-eyed lord possessed by a Shamagorath. The suppressed cracks in space prevented them from spreading. Blood God, do you think you can challenge the entire hell by yourself? Balrog Lord sneered. It's beyond your power. That's right, added the other lords. It's beyond your power. When we enter, your death will come. Bert smiled disdainfully and pointed his finger to the sky, causing a huge space portal to appear above the Hell Lords. Suddenly, a power room fell from the sky. The lords, who were not too familiar with high technology, subconsciously attacked the energy-emitting object, trying to destroy it. No, that's the antimatter furnace from the Kree Empire, shouted Astronomer in shock, but it was too late. The attacked antimatter furnace exploded instantly, and the dark energy swept through the surrounding area. Coupled with the previous space magic circle, the entire void shattered and even the Demon Kings of Hell had to fear the space storm. In just a moment, the projections of the Hell Lords were smashed into pieces, with only Shamagorath struggling to hold on during the storm. The energy barrier built by the Elders took Space Storm's hit, which held for a while before eventually crumbling and shattering. All of the projections of the Elders were sucked in and destroyed. Adam, Bert shouted. Adam nodded and blocked off Hell, protecting it from the outside space storm. Grandmaster, who was fortunate to still be alive, roared, Blood God, you cheated us. It's just a projection. The main body is not dead. What's the problem? Bert replied. Forget it, Bert continued. Since you care so much, I'll fulfill my promise early. You can leave now. Grandmaster gritted his teeth, realizing that Bert had done this on purpose. He had not only manipulated the Hell Lords, but also the Elders of the universe. I said, you can leave, Bert commanded coldly. Grandmaster gave him a hateful look before returning to the main universe from Hell. As soon as he returned, Grandmaster's projection was caught and beaten by the angry Elders. They had used their full power in projecting themselves to block the Hell Lords, and now they were livid at the loss. Letting you make a bet, pit us, and cause us heavy losses. The Elders couldn't get enough, continuing to hit Grandmaster. This time, it was a huge loss for them. This is all your fault. The Elders yelled as they continued to beat Grandmaster. With the projections falling, the Elders' strength was greatly reduced, and they would not be able to recover for 100 years. Under these circumstances, it was understandable that they were angry and couldn't calm down without venting their frustration on Grandmaster. It's not my problem, Grandmaster cried out, covering his head as he was beaten. The Elders' anger only increased with his words, leading to even more intense beatings. The Elders' discussion didn't interest Bert. He observed Shamagorath, who was struggling to withstand the storm, and remained quiet. After some time, Shamagorath was on the brink of collapsing, with wounds and blood covering his body. Bert raised his hand and a flickering space door appeared in front of him. Shamagorath, unsure if it was a trap or not, rushed into the door and found himself in Adam Hell. Blood God, said the one-eyed lord and Shamagorath as they glared at Bert. Bert challenged, Shamagorath, I Blood God, formally challenge you. Let's have a fair fight between men. Fair, you. Shamagorath cursed under his breath, while the others looked at Bert in disbelief. Could he be any more devious? Shamagorath was already near death, as evidenced by the wounds on his body that wouldn't heal. Blood God, it's truly a waste of talent if you don't become a Devil King, said Succubus Lord. Dragon Lord nodded in agreement. Adam touched his nose, but remained silent. He had already did. Do you understand the concept of civility and politeness? Shamagorath, if you sacrifice the soul of the one-eyed lord, you can regain your former strength, said Bert. The one-eyed lord is a formidable opponent. He's not afraid of death. So, you'd better sacrifice him quickly. I can't wait to fight you fairly. Don't worry, I won't banish you to the space storm outside, he added. It's strange that you wouldn't be exiled, said Demon Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord simultaneously. Shamagorath glared at Bert like an angry bull, his one eye almost bulging. Bert met Shamagorath's gaze without fear. After a while, Shamagorath asked, Blood God, what is it that you want? It's simple. I want to make a bet with you. You and I will fight fairly. If you lose, you will stay away from anything related to Earth in the future. If you win, I'll let you go. Of course, if you have the ability, you can kill me, replied Bert. I wasn't joking before. I truly want to fight you fairly. I really want to see how strong you elder gods really are, he added. Everyone was shocked. Was Bert really challenging Shamagorath to a fight? Blood God, that's an elder god, Succubus Lord reminded. If the Shamagorath sacrifices the soul of the one-eyed lord, his strength will far surpass that of a typical Hell Lord. Even you won't be able to defeat him. Bert proudly stated, if I haven't tried, how do I know it's true? With the power of the Blood God, why fear the Shamagorath? Demon Dragon Lord rolled his eyes. Blood God, I support you and will help defeat the Shamagorath. Adam kicked the Demon Dragon Lord away with one foot and scolded him. Do you want the Shamagorath to kill him? You're a white-eyed dragon. How can someone without a face be loyal? Succubus Lord asked, leaning closer to Adam. I am the one who is most loyal to you. Fuck, Adam responded expressionlessly. It's not good to be too handsome. People will always have ulterior motives. Shamagorath sneered at Bert, so you're not a lunatic. Bert angrily replied, that's nonsense. Of course, I'm not a lunatic. Why do you look disappointed? Because I am a lunatic, Shamagorath grinned. In a flash, his crimson eyes turned into a beam of light and shot towards Bert. The speed was so fast that Bert couldn't dodge it. The next moment, a red light imprinted on Bert's chest and transformed into a red eye. Chaos quickly spread through Bert's body. It was then revealed that Bert was just a clone, and his true body was hidden in the mirror space. A curse. Bert's complexion changed as he quickly severed the connection with his clone. However, the curse continued to spread to him. Bert grit his teeth and summoned a blood shadow from his body to counteract the curse. The curse took over the blood shadow and spread it over Bert's entire body. Bert then squeezed his hand, causing both the blood shadow and the clone to die simultaneously. The curse was unwilling, but with the host's death, it dissipated quickly. Failed? Interesting, Blood God, you won this time, we'll play next time. The Shemaggorath sneered and left after saying those words, leaving the Hell dimension. Bert returned to Adam's Hell from the mirror space. He looked at the lifeless body of the one-eyed lord and said with a scowl, is this what a lunatic does? We were having a conversation and he suddenly sacrifices his soul to curse me. The Shemaggorath is a chaotic demon, he acts according to his mood, Succubus Lord explained. Our Hell Lords may have chaos attributes, but they still maintain order. If we were negotiating with you, you would definitely get your way. But with the Shemaggorath, no one knows what he will do. His actions are completely determined by his mood, which is why we hate those ancient demons. They are completely uncontrollable. Bert scowled, so he's a madman. In a sense, yes, Succubus Lord said. But how did you escape the Shemaggorath's curse? This curse is issued by the devil's soul and even the strongest Satan may not be able to escape it. Once you're cursed by the Shemaggorath, you become a chaotic creature like him. Bert understood and said with a distressed expression, to avoid the curse, I had to suffer a huge loss. A precious life has been lost once again. Succubus Lord and Dragon Lord were not aware of the situation. To escape the curse of Shemaggorath, they would have to pay a high price. At that moment, Demon Dragon Lord looked at the restored body of the one-eyed lord and drooled as he said, Blood God, the one-eyed lord is dead. Shall we eat him? His body contains a lot of energy. If we eat him, we'll become much stronger. Eat your fart. Bert was about to say something when the one-eyed lord's body suddenly turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. Everyone was stunned. The three Hell Demon Kings quickly sensed the situation in the one-eyed hell. After a while, Adam said unhappily, the one-eyed lord is not dead. He has a remnant soul that escaped back to the one-eyed hell. The one-eyed hell is closed. It won't be involved with anything until the one-eyed lord fully recovers, Succubus Lord stated. It is estimated that it will take about 500 years for the one-eyed lord to fully recover, based on the current situation, she added. Bert snorted and said, will the demons in the one-eyed lord's hell take the opportunity to challenge the one-eyed lord? Of course, those demons can become new demon kings as long as they obtain the remnant soul of the one-eyed lord. The one-eyed hell will then become very lively. Demon Dragon Lord stated, however, that has nothing to do with us. Unless there are more than 7 demon lords working together, it is impossible to break through the blockade of the one-eyed hell. Bert's eyes flashed and he remained silent. In reality, he could easily enter the one-eyed hell because he possessed the space stone, and the power of hell wouldn't stop him. But don't have to rush in, let's wait until the battle is over and hand it over to Adam. At that moment, the space storm outside had subsided. Bert raised his head and taunted the entire Hell Lords, aren't you going to kill me? Come on, you grandsons, why don't you dare to come? Blood God. A group of Hell Lords gritted their teeth. This time, they suffered a significant loss. Projection can't be created lightly. It requires a lot of magic power and a portion of one's own essence. They have just been destroyed by one projection and now another one, causing serious injury to their vitality. In a short period of time, the Hell Lords were unable to create new projections. Lucifer said bitterly, Blood God, don't be arrogant. You will definitely die in hell. Bert spoke coldly, don't talk nonsense. If you want to kill me, come here. No one is stopping you now. Come on together, I'm ready. Bring it on. Blood God, you must not die. Blood God, we will never let you go. The Hell Lords yelled, but none of them entered Adam's hell. Bert rudely scolded them, a bunch of trash. They were so arrogant before, but now they don't even dare to come in. Humph, these so-called Hell Lords turned out to be just a group of cowards who are afraid of death. The Hell Lords were filled with anger but still did not step into Adam's hell. Blood God's power and strength, along with ours, has subdued the Hell Lords, Succubus Lord said. Even with the strength of the Hell Lords, they could easily kill the Blood God and us, but they themselves would also lose a few members. No one wants to be the one to die, so they don't dare to come, Succubus Lord continued. Demon Dragon Lord sighed, the biggest problem in hell is the lack of unity. Otherwise, we would have killed the Ancient One long ago, let alone the Blood God. Adam sneered, the biggest problem in hell is that the Hell Lords are too afraid of death. Demon Dragon Lord disagreed, why die when you can live? The life of a Hell Lord is not so cheap. Hell Lords have almost unlimited life and naturally, they do not want to die easily. I think the situation is due to the lack of a leader, Succubus Lord stated. Satan was meant to be our leader, but he was badly injured for unknown reasons and hasn't been seen since, causing us to scatter. Adam replied, it's okay. When I become Satan, I will lead everyone effectively. Succubus Lord looked at Adam with bright eyes and said, you will definitely become Satan, you're the most handsome of all Hell Lords. Satan is not dead yet, Demon Dragon Lord snorted. Just as he was about to speak, hell shook violently and blood rained down, casting a sad aura over all of hell. Bert and the Hell Lords, who were arguing, raised their heads in surprise. Lucifer asked in amazement, "Is Satan dead?" Yes, after lingering for hundreds of years, the master of hell, Satan, had finally passed away. The position of Lord of Hell was now vacant. Adam and the succubus lord looked at the dragon lord curiously. Could he be the legendary Jinx? I can explain. The demon dragon lord started to speak, but Adam interrupted him by raising his hand and saying, "Don't mention my name in the future." Succubus lord chimed in, "And don't mention mine either." Demon dragon lord rolled his eyes, thinking, "If I really had a Jinx, I would have cursed the blood god to death a long time ago." Lucifer coldly snorted and said, "Blood god, today Satan passed away. We'll let you be for now, but don't even think about escaping hell. We'll send you on your way once we've dealt with Satan's affairs." The other Hell Lords nodded in agreement. "Yes, we'll let you go for now, blood god. Wait for doomsday in despair." With that, the consciousness of the Hell Lords left Adam's hell with arrogant expressions, as if they had just won a major victory. "Where's the face? Do you guys still need a face?" Bert asked, flipping the middle finger at the Hell Lords, who ignored him completely. They let him be arrogant for a while, but they knew that as long as he was locked in hell, they would eventually find a way to kill him. Even if they couldn't think of a way, trapping the guardian of Earth in hell was still a victory for the Lords. Bert turned to Adam and said, "Adam, close Adam's hell and turn off this blood rain special effect. A guy who never appeared on stage from beginning to end shouldn't make such a big impact." "You decide," Adam replied, shrugging. He closed hell and the blood rain from the sky gradually disappeared. "Adam, my bet with the elders of the universe is not over yet," Bert warned. "If they fail to kill me with a borrowed knife this time, they'll use their full power. The next wave of attacks will be even more terrifying. So I must go back to keep watch," Bert continued. "And leave hell to you." "No problem," Adam said confidently. "I'm the devil of hell and I should handle things here. Please open a portal to one-eyed hell for me," Adam requested. "I'll take this opportunity to swallow one-eyed hell. Today is my birthday and also Satan's death. This is destiny, and I'm destined to become the new Satan." Bert grumbled, "You say that, but these foreigners won't believe it." "Believe it or not is a slogan anyway." Adam smiled and said, "I'm so handsome and have such a powerful slogan, who dares to refuse me?" "Okay, I'll leave it to you, don't reveal what I have left." Bert said, "I want to give the elders of the universe a big surprise." Demon Dragon Lord was stunned. "Wait, Blood God, you can leave hell at any time." Succubus Lord also asked incredulously, "Blood God, you can enter the One-Eyed Lord's hell?" "Of course, I can. Without this ability, do you think I will come to hell?" Bert sneered, "You think I'm stupid? You don't know that the real stupid is yourself." Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord were stunned. It turned out that the real clown were themselves. Bert didn't say much. After opening a portal for Adam, he left a disguised clone and left hell silently. The trip to hell is temporarily over. There is no doubt that Bert has won a big victory. At night, the Earth's army and the Sovereign's army are celebrating joyfully. After witnessing the strength of the Earth's army, the Sovereigns have put aside their pride and are now sharing drinks with their Earth comrades. Today's occasion is truly worth celebrating. They have not only defeated the main legion of the Kree Empire but have also destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, a feat that can be considered miraculous. These haughty star-nosed people, they're all celebrating as if it's an honor to drink with us. It's incredibly irritating, grumbled Rocket as he filled his glass with wine. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding the Sovereigns to be overly pretentious. "It would have been nice if they had taken the time to have a toast with us, considering we are just primitive creatures," said Star-Lord with a frown. He had simply gone to get some glitter and ended up getting the same treatment as Tony Stark. "The Earth's army is simply celebrating, but the Sovereigns are treating it like a stuffy banquet," said Rocket as he rolled his eyes, pulling out a small bottle from somewhere on his person. "This is a special alcohol I procured from a particular planet. 1 drop will get you drunk. Want to add some to the Valen's wine?" Star-Lord hesitated. The Sovereigns are very concerned about saving face. If they wake up and find out, they'll tear us apart. "Who cares? We have the Blood God on our side. I can't wait to see them drunk," replied Rocket nonchalantly as he sneaked towards the Sovereigns like a mouse. Star-Lord and the others hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't stop him. On the one hand, they too wanted to see the Sovereigns drunk, and on the other hand, Blood God would protect Rocket from any consequences. Blood God is a fearsome force that can even kill the most supreme beings. What could the Sovereigns possibly do to him? In the Xandar Express warehouse, Tony Stark gazed at the high-tech instruments and said, "Bert, you should let me help move it. You guys might not know which are the most important." "I don't know, but you do." "I have Ronan's memory right here," retorted Bert. "Let's not talk about that. You and Yvonne should take these back, study them thoroughly, and improve Earth's technology," Bert added. "No problem," Tony and Yvonne both eagerly nodded. At that moment, Yvonne noticed the small black hammer with Kree characters on Bert's waist and asked, "Is that your trophy?" "Yes, I took it from a research institute. When you touch it, it can erase the memory of the person you touch. Even better, you can set a time limit, and the memory can be easily restored after that," Bert explained with a smile. "For instance, if I cheat you one day, I can erase your memory for that day and you won't even remember it." "That's pretty cool," Tony and Yvonne exclaimed with gleaming eyes. Tony then asked, "Can I borrow it for a few days to study it?" We'll talk about it later, Bert replied, shaking his head. I'm thinking about erasing Thor and Loki's memories and making them fall in love as strangers. With the bond between them, without their original memories, they'll surely become a couple. You really are a devil, coming up with such ideas, Tony and Yvonne both complained at the same time. Bert simply shrugged and said, never mind that. There's something I need your help with. What's the matter? Yvonne asked. Bert displayed the Supremer in front of Tony and Yvonne and began to talk about the situation. Their breathing quickened, not because of the Supremer, but due to the antimatter power furnace inside it. Tony quickly spoke up. Bert, give me the Supremer. I promise to make it obediently follow your orders within 3 months. If the Supremer falls into your hands, it will only become weak, Yvonne scoffed. Bert, let me handle it. I promise, it will be as powerful and majestic as before. Tony sneered, you're a lunatic who drinks vodka in the workplace every day. How dare you handle such a dangerous thing? If you mess with it, the Earth might be destroyed. If there is any problem, I can do it on Xandar. Yvonne said, I can only destroy a few parts at most. When has there been a big problem? Tony frowned. Does Xandar have any grudge against you? Why are you hurting it like this? Looking at the two people bickering, Bert rubbed his chin. You two research together. This thing cannot be taken lightly. I will be there to oversee your study, Bert said. Tony and Yvonne looked at each other and reluctantly nodded. Okay, I'll try to find the time to come and research. The Earth and Resource Star have been very busy lately, Tony said. Bert asked, is everything going well? Very well. We have established the first gathering place on the Resource Star and successfully repelled the monster attack, Tony replied. In addition, the crop cultivation technology we purchased from the galaxy has been successfully tested. We are sure to increase the food production of the Earth tenfold in a few years. No one will go hungry on Earth by then, Tony added, his voice filled with excitement. Really? That's good news, Bert said, relieved. He knew how important food was to people. Of course it's true. With ample food, low-cost energy, technology from across the ages, and plans for urban circles, super speed, super buildings, and intelligent robots, the future of the Earth will only get better. And within 5 years, the Earth Federation will definitely be formed, Tony said with a look of longing. At that time, the Earth can truly start its journey among the stars, he added. Hopefully that day will come soon, Bert said, nodding in satisfaction. He then remembered something and added, the Sovereign Star has a special technology. Would you like to introduce it to the Earth? Tony asked, what technology are you talking about? Skin color changing technology, replied Bert. It can change your skin color to any color, white, black, yellow, red, purple, or blue. Bert continued, Dr. Lizard has checked and confirmed that the technique is safe, just like plastic surgery, and it won't affect your genes. With the strength of the Earth, you can master it quickly. Tony was shocked and said, change skin color. Tony and Yvonne were both stunned. Tony rubbed his chin and said, this technology could solve the internal conflicts on Earth. The best part is that it allows people to change into various colors. Bert nodded, I'll ask Dr. Lizard to give us a copy of the technology and bring it back. Tony hesitated and said, Bert, be careful with Dr. Lizard. He's very dangerous. Yvonne agreed with Tony for once. He said, even if there's a problem, it would only result in the destruction of a few cities. If there's a problem with Dr. Lizard, the human race could be wiped out in minutes. Tony frowned and asked, you know there will be problems, right? Don't worry, replied Bert, I'll keep an eye on Dr. Lizard. Bert said, Tony, I have something important to tell you. It's fine to have intelligent robots, but it's not allowed for robots and intelligent systems to create themselves. Before Tony could say anything, Bert quickly explained the matter of the supreme intelligence. He said, Tony, this is no joke. In fact, there are many planets in the universe that prohibit the study of self-aware robots. I've been thinking of developing a super-intelligent system to control the unmanned armors. With more and more unmanned armors, Jarvis is becoming overwhelmed. Tony was quiet for a moment and then said, I'll put this project on hold until I'm 100% sure it's safe. Good, Bert nodded. The situation on Earth was much better now, and with Bert's protection, Tony wasn't as anxious and aggressive as he was in the movie. After discussing business, Bert asked Tony, would you like to go to the Sovereign Star? Maybe you can find a drunk golden beauty to heal your broken heart. Do I, Tony Stark, really need to pick up girls this way? Tony asked with disdain. Humph, you'd better keep this guy in check, so he doesn't ogle other people's girlfriends all day. Tony flipped off Bert and then returned to Earth with a piece of the Kree device. Bert shrugged and said to Yvonne, Yvonne, you should also find a woman to help the Vanko family. The old man Vanko is ready to set you up on a blind date. Do I, Yvonne Vanko, really need a blind date? Yvonne asked skeptically. Go back to Sovereign, Yvonne said, waving Bert off. You should be able to party. I want to have a drink with Thor. All right, by the way, don't let anyone know about my return, Bert added. Next, I'll act as Kalurk. Bert attached himself to Kalurk's body and took Yvonne back to Sovereign Star. As soon as they arrived at Celebration Square, Bert and Yvonne were shocked to see a massive brawl in progress. There were broken plates, food, table, and chair legs, and spilled drinks scattered everywhere. The Sovereigns, who were typically sophisticated and had an aristocratic demeanor, were now drunkenly fighting with the Earthlings using tables and chairs. The scene was chaotic and energetic. Ha ha ha, I've been wanting to fight like this for a long time. It's boring to just hide behind a console every day, one of the participants said. Another chimed in, it's not just boring, it makes me nauseous. I have to take medicine every time I get on the machine, or I can't control it at all. A third person added, I don't want to be a guard anymore. Guarding the gate and counting ants every day is so dull. A fourth person said, I don't want to be a maid anymore. The high priestess curses people every day and glares at me. Why should I be a maid? I want to be a high priestess. A fifth person added, I don't want to be a gardener anymore. I want to be a driver, an old-fashioned driver. The sovereigns were shouting out their frustrations while fighting with the earthlings. What's it to us what you want to do? Just go away, the earthlings shouted back. Bert and Yvonne were confused. Were the sovereigns really this poor at holding their alcohol? But wait, didn't sovereigns lack emotions and ego? Why were they acting this way now? Blood god, god of blood, where are you? I want to fall in love with you, I want to be like the heroine, and you'll dare to be with Junju. At that moment, Michelle, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, stumbled up, holding a bottle of wine and searching for the blood god. Bert quickly pretended not to recognize her. She was acting just like a romance novel heroine. Bert didn't want to hear lines like you're so cruel, you're so ruthless, you're so unreasonable. Anne approached Bert and said, Master, the one named Rocket added alcohol to the sovereign's wine, causing them to all get drunk. Bert thought for a moment and said, it seems that the sovereign's genetic modifications were not perfect. They do not eliminate the sovereign's sense of self, they just suppress it. Usually, it doesn't show, but when they're drunk, their true nature is revealed. Genetic modification goes against the laws of nature, said Annie as she shook her head. Flames seemed to be flickering in her eyes. Yvonne kept a watchful eye on her and said, Bert, I'm going to have some fun. I haven't been this lively in a long time. Bert smiled and said, no problem. Oh, by the way, bring back some golden beauty. Tony will be envious. Sure thing, Yvonne replied with a grin as he grabbed a bottle of wine and headed towards the center of the chaos, drinking as he went. A sovereign spotted Yvonne and rushed over to attack him. Yvonne simply sneered and kicked the person 3 meters away with ease. Despite being a scientist, Yvonne was also a formidable fighter. Uncle, you're here? Let's drink together. Shuri, with a flushed face, walked towards Yvonne unsteadily. Yvonne chuckled. A good woman is one who can drink. Come, let's drink. What is this evaluation standard? Bert shook his head and asked Annie, where's Rocket? He took advantage of the chaos and snuck away to steal something, replied Annie. Blood god, that little raccoon is too much trouble. I suggest you let him go. Bert shook his head. It's just a prank. He has a good nature at heart. Just then, Thor's booming voice echoed across the room. Carol, do you dare to fight me? I want to teach you a lesson, Carol replied, as the two figures rose into the sky to engage in a fight. The onlookers cheered and placed bets on who would win. Come on, Carol. Beat Thor until he's a pig's head, Bert cheered. He wondered to himself, is High Priestess Aisha going to do something about this? Annie pointed in the direction of a flower bed. High Priestess Aisha is drunk too. Bert turned to see Aisha drinking, with skin that was now more human-like, just like Bert's. The woman kept claiming she wouldn't change the color of her noble body, but as soon as the battle was over, she ran off and changed her appearance. Annie sneered. She's obviously trying to seduce you, Master. Bert smiled. If someone is attractive, they will naturally attract the attention of others. No, Master. She just wants your genes and protection, Annie corrected. You'll be kicked out like this, Bert complained. At that moment, High Priestess Aisha shouted, I really want to find someone to study the academics of natural fertility with me. Everything must be done to perfection. I'm so bored and stressed. So that's what you're like, High Priestess. Bert said, speechless. The Star-Lord nearby overheard and rushed over, shouting, I can study this academia with you. I am highly knowledgeable. Aisha glanced at Star-Lord and mockingly said, lower creatures are not qualified to study with me. What am I waiting for? I'm a noble earthling, Star-Lord retorted, anger in his voice. At that moment, a chair was thrown at his head, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Gamera threw the chair, grabbed Star-Lord, and said, you're only half-earthling. Bert chuckled to himself. He rubbed his chin, wondering if he should sacrifice himself for academics. While the Earthlings and Sovereigns were celebrating, the Elders of the Universe were in a heated argument. The majestic-looking Judicator punched Grandmaster in the face, scolding him, I will never agree to this plan. There is no need to agree. Let's go to that old friend. Blood God isn't there. With his strength and our power combined, we can definitely destroy the Sovereign Star. Yes, we don't agree, Grandmaster. Are you still an Elder of the Universe? How can you come up with such a crazy plan? Gardener, Explorer, Caregiver, and other Elders nodded in agreement, while the Astronomer, Obliterator, and Runner remained silent. On the bright side, that old friend plus our power is indeed enough to destroy the Sovereign Star. Grandmaster, who was stubborn, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, but the Blood God cannot be measured by his strength alone. His shrewdness and wisdom are even more terrifying. This time, we set up a plan to frame Blood God, but as a result, one Hell Demon King died in battle, and 2 others surrendered. Our vitality was severely damaged, but the Blood God is still alive and kicking, and he has even more helpers. I even doubt now that he was deliberately tricking us. To defeat him, we must use the plan I just proposed, otherwise, we will never succeed. Judicator gritted his teeth and asked, do you know how many people this plan will kill? And do you know how many people will be killed when the Infinity Stones are assembled? People from the whole universe, replied Grandmaster. Grandmaster shouted, what's wrong with sacrificing a few people to save the universe? We must never let the Infinity Stones gather together. Everything I do is for this universe. Gardner sneered, it's great, don't think I don't know. You just want to win, old gambler. I just don't want to die, replied Grandmaster. You all know how careful the Blood God is. He won't let us go, and we must kill him completely, Grandmaster added. Everyone was silent. They had used borrowed knife to kill him before, and Blood God would never give up. Seeing that no one spoke, Astronomer said, let's vote. I agree, said Grandmaster, who raised his hand. No matter what, he must win this game and, at the same time, ensure the Blood God's death. Obliterator and Runner also raised their hands, while the rest looked at each other, a little hesitant. Judicator spoke up, I won't agree. I won't play this game. If the Blood God wants to take revenge, let him come. I will continue. After finishing, he simply turned around and left. Gardener, Explorer, Caregiver, and other elders of the universe saw this and left together. We won't play anymore. You can decide for yourself. The four agreed and passed unanimously, announced Astronomer as he put down his hand. Grandmaster rolled his eyes, as there were only 4 people left, of course, it would be unanimous. Astronomer said, Grandmaster, you go to the Kree Empire to implement the plan. I will go to our old friend and deliver some news. Okay, if the Blood God doesn't die this time, I will dig a hole and bury myself, said Grandmaster excitedly. Astronomer sighed, if this attempt failed again, there would not even be a chance to dig a pit. A month later, in the study of the High Priestess Palace of the Sovereign, Annie was reporting the situation in the universe to Bert, disguised as the bald-headed gladiator. The news of the Supreme Intelligence's death at the hands of the people on Earth has spread throughout the universe and has shocked all the forces. Recently, many planetary forces have gone to Xandar with the hope of visiting Earth and establishing diplomatic relations. Among them are the Shi'ar Empire and the Skrull Empire. These 2 empires have also sent greetings specifically for you, Master. You have become famous in the universe. The law in the universe is that strength is respected. Let the Xandar embassy entertain them. We'll talk about visiting Earth and establishing diplomatic relations later, Bert said. The Earth is not yet united and is not ready for contact with too many external forces. Annie nodded, understood. Additionally, after quarreling for over half a month, the Kree Empire has erupted into a civil war as 2 warlords couldn't resist going to battle. The Skrull Empire and the Shi'ar Empire have both sent large armies to the Kree Empire's frontier starfield, indicating they may have plans for the Kree Empire. It's only fair, Bert said with a cold snort. Send someone to closely monitor the Kree Empire's situation. If we get the chance, we may be able to get a piece of the pie. I'll have the wanted criminals in Nohir keep an eye on it, Annie replied. After the wanted criminals in Nohir were freed, many chose to work for Bert as he was rich and powerful, able to provide them with protection. By the way, Dr. Lizard has applied to perform experiments on some Kree individuals, Annie remembered. He said that Earth people can't handle the experiments, and the Kree people are always fine. No, Bert said firmly. Let him conduct experiments with clones. Any human experiments must be approved by me. I'll inform him, Anne said. How much technology have Dr. Lizard and Shuri acquired? Bert asked. They have acquired a lot, and they are working hard to digest it all. Although the sovereigns are wary, they can't hide it completely, Anne replied. The Earth truly is a loved place in the universe, with outstanding people, Anne sighed. Maybe the Earth is the center of the universe, Bert smiled. Just then, Lena reported from outside, Master, High Priestess Aisha requests an audience with you. Let her in, Bert said, leaning back in his chair. In order to reassure High Priestess Aisha, he already told her that Gladiator was actually Blood God. Soon, High Priestess Aisha, whose skin was now gold once again, strode into the room, anger etched on her face. Blood God, she exclaimed, can't you take care of those Earthlings? Their serials, movies, comics, and novels are getting out of hand. Valen is forbidden and they're going to ruin my people. What's wrong with watching a movie? Bert asked, shrugging his shoulders. Titanic, which I invested in, is being released and it's doing very well at the box office, Bert explained. Lorelei has become a big star because of this film and her performance as goddess of the battlefield. I said, these things are going to affect us sovereigns, High Priestess Aisha declared. Just like wine. If it wasn't for you, I would have skinned that little raccoon a long time ago, High Priestess Aisha continued. Not only did it cost us Sovius the Lord, but it also stole our Annulax battery. Weren't you happy that night too? Bert asked, with a smile on his face. You shouldn't keep suppressing the feelings of the sovereigns, Bert added. The events of that night show that our genes are not perfect, High Priestess Aisha stated. After this is over, I will have people restudy our genes and higher creatures. We don't need those messy feelings and emotions. At the mention of what happened that night, High Priestess Aisha became a little crazy, and she was embarrassed. Be patient, said Bert. I will take them away when my game with the Elders of the Universe is over. Bert shook his head. I am the savior of the Earthlings, not the savior of the sovereigns. I am not interested in helping them get back on the right path. High Priestess Aisha was overjoyed at Bert's promise. She was deeply worried about the Blood God, and the others thought they would even seize the Sovereign Star. With the Blood God's strength, it is not difficult at all, she said. Thank you, Blood God, for your help, she continued. The Sovereign are willing to form an alliance with Earth. It is okay to establish diplomatic relations, Bert replied. We can discuss the alliance later. Furthermore, he added, the Earth Alliance has contributed greatly to help you this time. Why should we be careful? Money, Anulax batteries, various technologies. High Priestess Aisha gritted her teeth secretly. It was you who caused the trouble, yet you are taking our money in return, she thought. Forget it, said High Priestess Aisha. We will spend the money to eliminate disasters, as long as they are willing to leave. Don't worry, she added. We won't let you come here for nothing. Okay, said Bert. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Annie, go do your work too. He waved his hand and, after the two women left, he began counting his harvest from this trip. First, there was technology. The Earth had acquired a large amount of high-end technology from the Kree Empire and the Sovereigns. After digesting it all, the Earth's technology would be infinitely close to the power of the universe. Second, Bert had captured many Kree spaceships and prisoners, and had gained a lot of prestige. In the future, he could rely on his prestige to make a living. In addition, Bert had also acquired the Hammer of Memory and the Supremer. Although the Hammer of Memory had no real lethality, if used well, its effects would be beyond imagination and it could be considered an artifact. Not to mention the Supremer, which was definitely a powerful weapon. Yvonne and Tony had already fixed its system, and it now belonged to Bert. Although these were all good things, they were not the biggest gain of this trip. The biggest gain was the new avatar Adam and the two demon kings. These were the existence of 3 demon gods and, with them, in the future, if Bert wanted to do anything in hell, he would not need to be careful of his back. It's a pity that you can't transform, Bert thought as he sensed the Supremer in space. Otherwise, I would definitely change your name to Optimus Prime or Megatron. He couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he had liked these big guys a lot. At the same time, a white, egg-shaped, ornate spaceship arrived at the Sovereign Starport. A group of smaller spaceships quickly surrounded it. The commander of the starport announced proudly, I apologize, but the Sovereign Star is under martial law. No ships are allowed to dock. Please leave. The owner of the egg-shaped spaceship replied, Hello, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just looking for my son. There are only Earth people and sovereigns on Sovereign. Your son isn't here, the commander replied in a cold tone. The pilots aimed their weapons at the egg-shaped spaceship as the owner smiled and said, My son is Peter Quill, an Earthman. You all call him Star-Lord. The commander's expression became serious. The Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy. The events surrounding Rocket's visit a month prior had embarrassed the Sovereigns, and the commander himself had been punished by the High Priestess and whipped for making inappropriate comments about her chest size. Although Star-Lord isn't the mastermind, he is still inseparable. Star-Lord's father, Ego the Living Planet, spoke kindly, Yes, Star-Lord, your tone isn't very good. If there's anything wrong, I apologize. If you can get him to be quiet, everyone will be happy. Wait a minute, I'll contact him. The commander snorted but decided to report the matter first before contacting Star-Lord. Star-Lord's father is here. Bert asked with narrowed eyes. He knew Ego wasn't a good person, and wondered if he had something to do with the Elders of the Universe. Ego and the Elders of the Universe have known each other for thousands of years, so it was natural for them to have a friendship. Contact Star-Lord, Bert ordered. Then, he called Carol and Thor, There's a tough guy outside. Go test his strength, but remember not to reveal your purpose. Test him? I'll handle him alone, Thor said arrogantly. He was enjoying his time, not dealing with official business, and spent his days fighting and drinking with Carol, Ares, and Yvonne. It was a carefree life. Heimdall had urged Thor several times to return, but Thor had no intention of doing so and almost angered Odin, who was in hiding on Earth. With a son like Thor, why worry about Asgard's immortality? The master asked us to go together. It must be a tough guy. Don't hold me back, Carol said. Although she was equally arrogant, she was smarter than Thor. What did you say? Do you want to fight again? Thor roared. Carol didn't pay attention to him and a dazzling light flashed from her body as she flew quickly towards the starport, with Thor following closely behind with his hammer. My father. Star-Lord, who was dancing with Gamera, received a communication and was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted into the phone, It must be a liar, drive him away. After speaking, Star-Lord put down the phone and said to Gamera, Gamera, let's continue. Gamera raised her hand and said, Peter, do you remember what the Blood God said? That you are only half Terran, half Earthling, maybe the one outside might be your father. What does it have to do with me? Star-Lord said, angrier than before. Gamera smiled, It's okay. Don't be so excited. Let's go out and see. If it's a liar, I'll help you deal with him. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment and then said, All right, let's go check it out. After we're done, we'll continue what we were just doing. Gamera smiled slightly, then unceremoniously kneed Star-Lord, who covered his face. This girl is too hot. Let's go back in time a bit. The commander put down the phone and shouted to Ego's spaceship, We've informed Star-Lord. He says you're a liar. Please leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. The kid seems to hate me, Ego, wearing a long robe and with a gray beard, sighed. He walked to the door of his spaceship, waved his hand, and the pale yellow energy door disappeared. Then, Ego flew into space and said, "Please give me a chance to explain it to him." Fleshly walking into space? No wonder Blood God wants us to test him. The commander's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Please leave immediately, otherwise, we will launch an attack." Upon hearing the commander's command, all of the Omnicrafts activated their attack systems and targeted Ego. Ego became aware of the sovereign's lock-on and felt a twinge of annoyance. He thought to himself, "How dare these arrogant beings be so disrespectful to me?" Despite his anger, Ego suppressed his emotions and spoke, "I am just an old man who wants to see his son. Can you at least allow me to speak with Peter?" The commander didn't respond with idle talk, simply ordering, "Attack." All of the Omnicrafts simultaneously launched their attack, with a barrage of energy bullets being fired at Ego. Ego was now truly angry. Two massive energy whips appeared behind him and swept towards the Omnicrafts. With a series of explosions, all of the Omnicrafts that were hit by the energy whip were destroyed. None remained intact. "Impressive," commented Carol, who had just arrived on the scene. Ego spread his arms wide and said, "I do not wish to fight. I just want to speak with my long-lost son." The commander shouted, "There is no son of yours here. You are now deemed an enemy of the sovereigns." Before Ego could respond, Carol's voice boomed from a distance, followed by a bright energy blast that flew towards him. Ego grew increasingly annoyed. He slammed his blue-white energy whip into the energy wave, causing it to explode in the air. Carol appeared beside Ego in an instant and kicked him fiercely in the waist. Carol's kick was incredibly powerful, causing Ego's waist to dissipate. Carol was surprised to find that despite the strength of his attack, Ego's body was surprisingly fragile. "Carol, how could you kill him?" asked Thor, who had arrived on the scene, in amazement. But at that moment, Ego's body lit up with blue-white energy rays, and the missing part of his waist rapidly healed. Floating in space, Ego spoke coldly, "You wish to stop me from seeing my son." Relieved to see that Ego was not dead, Carol shouted, "If you do not have your son here, surrender yourself to our custody, or don't blame me for being rude." Ego, who was not known for his patience, replied, "Really? I would like to see just how rude you can be." The energy whip spread rapidly and slammed into Carol, who tried to defend herself by crossing her arms in front of him, but she was still sent flying. What a powerful force! Carol was taken aback, and quickly regained her balance in space. She then teleported behind Ego and delivered a punch to his back. Ego countered Carol's attack with an energy whip and smacked her with a flick of it. Fortunately, Carol was durable and emerged unscathed from the hit. "Carol, let me handle this," Thor said as he laughed and swung his hammer at Ego. Ego countered by smashing Thor's hammer away with the energy whip and throwing it at him. "Good move." Thor didn't dodge, but instead shouted and summoned a barrage of lightning bolts. These bolts coalesced into a giant sword, which Thor swung at the energy whip. This was a new ability he learned after his competition with Carol. The energy whip was split in half by Thor's lightning sword, but it didn't disappear. Instead, the two halves of the whip coiled around Thor like flexible snakes, binding him tightly. "Let me go." Thor struggled, trying to break free from the energy whip, but it was too strong. Ego looked on disdainfully and said, "You're the son of Odin? Your thunderbolts are weaker than your father's." Thor's fury was sparked and he yelled, "You can't trap me." With his roar, Mjolnir returned to Thor's grasp. The lightning on his body intensified tenfold, destroying the energy whip and dissipating it into light spots. Die. Thor rose higher into the air and brought his hammer down on Ego with a deluge of thunderbolts. Ego countered with a forceful throw of his energy whip at Thor. At that moment, Carol appeared behind Ego again and struck his back with a dazzling energy blast. Ego quickly created a small energy whip to defend himself, but he underestimated Carol's anger and the whip was destroyed by her powerful fist. Carol's fist then hit Ego's back, piercing his chest and coming out the other side. The distraction caused Ego's energy whip to falter, and Thor was able to smash it with his hammer before hitting Ego on the head, reducing his head and neck to ashes. "No." Star-Lord, upon witnessing the transformation of his father, shouted in surprise. Suddenly, two more energy whips appeared and both Carol and Thor were thrown back. Ego's body then radiated energy, and his back and head regenerated at an incredible speed visible to the naked eye. Star-Lord was stunned, as this was not the father he had imagined. Ego spoke to him, "Peter, I am your father. I am glad that you are concerned about me. Do not worry, I am not dead. I will have a good talk with you once I deal with these two." Ego then clenched his fists and summoned 9 energy whips that struck Carol and Thor one after the other. Previously, Ego had been playing around, but now he was serious and had summoned a great amount of energy. "Do you think you'll win?" Thor and Carol taunted simultaneously, controlling their lightning and energy rays to battle with Ego's energy whips. The aftermath of their fight left the starport in disarray, but thankfully, there were not many people there. Peter, watching Ego go head-to-head with two powerful opponents and hold his own, was confused. "Is that really my father? What is he? How is he so strong?" Gamera was speechless. She asked, "Is there anything you would call your father? What species is he?" Star-Lord mumbled to himself, "Carol and Thor are incredibly strong, capable of destroying battleships. I've never seen anything like this." Gamera thought for a moment and then looked up and down at Star-Lord, asking, "Your father is so strong, why are you so weak?" Star-Lord shouted in dissatisfaction, "How am I weak? I'm a well-known playboy in the universe? My ex-girlfriends could fill an entire city. Gamera looked at Star-Lord with disgust. Have you only inherited the wrong part of your father's abilities? Rocket chimed in. What's going on up here? They're completely different species of the same level. Star-Lord protested. Hey, he may be my father. How dare you call him that? Rocket retorted. Didn't you call him that first? Gamera intervened before the argument escalated further. Whether he is or not, let's get them to stop fighting first. If he is truly your father, then he's not our enemy. Star-Lord was a little arrogant. I haven't admitted that he's my father. With the communicator, Star-Lord shouted into space, stop. We need to clear things up. But Ego, Thor, and Carol were too caught up in their fight to listen. Frustrated, Star-Lord threw the communicator on the ground. Didn't you come to find your son? Why do you forget your son when you fight? Still so irresponsible, he muttered. He made a decision, denied the other party's claim, and shouted, Carol, Thor, come on. Kill that thing that doesn't even know what it is. Rocket laughed. I don't usually let others call the shots, but I'm quite happy. Star-Lord's scolding left Ego speechless, but since they had no father-son relationship, he simply pretended not to hear it and focused on fighting Carol and Thor. Both Carol and Thor were strong, but Ego was stronger. He took advantage of an opportunity to whip out 3 long energy whips and tied Thor and Carol firmly. Thor tried to burst into lightning but was unable to break free from the bindings of the 3 energy whips. Carol attempted to teleport, but only managed to flash in the air before reappearing in the same spot as the space around her was disturbed. Your understanding of space is still too shallow, Ego stated. Admit defeat. I am here to find my son today and I don't want to kill anyone. Thor roared. Thor, the god of thunder. How can I lose to a mere old man like you? Ego was slightly surprised. Although Thor's strength was average, he had unlimited potential and was indeed Odin's son. In this world, only my master can make me admit defeat. No one else can, Thor declared. The space around Carol burned with light like a flame, and then a phantom of space appeared behind her, blessing her with infinite power. Ego was taken aback. You can harness the power of other dimensions? How is that possible? You're not a demon, are you? I am the apprentice of the blood god, the owner of Space Stone, Carol replied with anger. The 3 energy whips shattered as Carol transformed into a streamer and flew in front of Ego. She pressed down hard on his head, causing it to sink into his chest. She then proceeded to squeeze Ego's limbs into a ball. Can't you regenerate? I have turned you into a ball. How will you regenerate? Carol said as she continued to squeeze Ego. You dare? Ego asked, furious. He controlled the 3 energy whips that bound Thor and threw them at Carol. Thor, in turn, formed a cage of lightning to block the energy whips. Do you think I don't exist? Thor roared, and the thunder bombarded, causing the energy whips to shrink. Rocket chuckled and turned to Star-Lord. Peter, your father has become a ball. You are a child born from a ball and a woman on Earth. Star-Lord's expression was dark and worried. He urgently shouted, Carol, can you not be so cruel? He might be my real father. Carol hesitated. At that moment, Bird's voice echoed in her ear, release that guy, he's just an energy projection, not the main body. Killing him won't do any good. Carol was surprised, so the projection was already that strong? How powerful is his real body? It's comparable to that of a devil, Bird replied with a smile. Carol, there are more powerful beings in this world than you think. I know that. Someday, I'll surpass them, Carol declared confidently. She then stopped releasing energy and Ego broke free from the shackles, flying to the side as his body quickly regained its form in the energy light. Earthling, how dare you? Ego's face contorted in anger. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Carol sneered, if you still want to fight, I'll accompany you? Thor shouted, yes, keep fighting? This time, I'll take care of him. Ego gritted his teeth, put away the energy whip, and said, I'm only here to find my son. Carol said, you're free to move around in the starport area, but you're not allowed to step into Sovereign Star unless you're given permission. Good, Ego said, nodding and looking at Carol coldly. He knew that when the plan started, he had to smash her into pieces. Carol was aware of Ego's killing intent and snorted coldly before turning into a ray of light and returning to Sovereign Star. Is this the end? Thor asked, pouting and waving his hammer as he tried to catch up with Carol. He was dissatisfied and said, Carol, why didn't you use that trick earlier? Do you look down on me? Carol replied honestly, yes, I do look down on you. What's the problem? Thor was a little crazy. At a time like this, shouldn't he be humble? What happened to the traditional virtues of Earthlings? As Carol and Thor continued their fight, Ego took a deep breath and tried to appear kinder as he flew towards Star-Lord. After landing, Ego said to Star-Lord excitedly, my son, I've finally found you. Don't you remember me? Star-Lord took a step back and asked, wait, what exactly are you? Ego was speechless. He replied, I am a celestial. Peter, you are too. You have half the blood of a celestial. Rocket laughed and said, the blood of the celestial? Old man, you're really joking. He's a weak chicken, even I can beat him. Star-Lord said, let's not talk about celestials and blood. Why did you leave me and my mother? Ego said guiltily, I had things to do and had to leave. I asked Yondu to pick you up, but that bastard Yondu kept you for himself. I've been searching for you for decades. Star-Lord said angrily, why did you ask Yondu? Don't you know that Ravagers can't be trusted? Ego sighed, Ravagers don't usually abduct and sell children. I didn't know Yondu would be such a jerk. I regretted my choice every day. Star-Lord was silent. To be honest, he didn't know what to do with the sudden appearance of his father. Rocket whispered to Gamera, "Did you know that Drax always thought Yondu was Peter's dad? They look so much alike." Gamera was speechless. "You can't deny that Yondu has been good to Peter," said Rocket, shrugging. Star-Lord turned his head, with an unhappy expression, and responded, "Good? Did you know he threatens to eat me every day? I'll kill him eventually," Star-Lord muttered. Ego scolded, "Peter, I'll take you back to my planet where you will inherit everything and master the power of a celestial. And, by the way, your partners are welcome to come along too." Star-Lord was taken aback. "Your planet." Ego smiled, "A planet beyond your imagination." In the face of Ego's invitation, Peter hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hold on. We've taken on the task of protecting the Sovereign Star at the request of Blood God, and it won't be over for another month." Peter wasn't sure how to face Ego. Ego spoke sincerely, "I'll help you protect it and get to know you more. Peter, please give me a chance to make it up to you. You stay on here for now. I have some things to sort out. I'll see you tomorrow." Peter looked away from Ego, who didn't press the matter, and nodded, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come over tomorrow." "Okay," said Peter, nodding. He had a complicated expression and Gamera and Rocket quickly followed him. As Peter walked away, a light flickered in Ego's eyes. At that moment, he felt something and turned to look at the Sovereign Star. There, someone was looking back at him. It was likely the Blood God's clone in Kalurk's body. "Is this a warning?" Ego sneered disdainfully. "I don't even care about your real body, let alone a mere clone." In Sovereign Star, Bert also retracted his gaze and said coldly, "He didn't leave, which means his goal was the Sovereign Star. Unfortunately, he hasn't found his body yet. If he had, things would be much simpler." "What exactly is he?" Carol asked as she flew back. "I don't know, but we can ask Yondu," Bert replied. "He was the one who took Peter away, he should know some information." "We should ask." "That guy is dangerous," Carol said. Bert nodded and took out the communicator to contact Yondu. He had left a communicator for Yondu last time. Yondu was enjoying himself with a robot beauty in Nohir when he received Bert's communication. He was shocked and immediately shouted, "Blood God, don't let that guy take Quill away. He has no good intentions." "Isn't he Peter's father?" Bert asked knowingly. Yondu turned off the robot beauty beside him and said, "He is indeed Quill's father, but his goal is to kill Quill. I'm not lying. I've found hundreds of children for him, and all of them were killed by him. That's why I didn't give him Quill. That guy is a monster." Carol expressed shock. "He killed his own children? Is he still human?" "Obviously not. To call him a beast is an insult to beasts," Bert said. "Yondu, I'll open the portal for you. Come and let's discuss it in detail," Bert added. "Okay, I'll be right there," Yondu said immediately and the portal appeared. He then walked through it. Carol looked at Yondu with disgust. "This guy gave Ego hundreds of children and he's a scumbag too," she thought. "I didn't know at the time. I thought I was helping them reunite with his father," Yondu said, seeing Carol's disgust. "Plus, there may be more than 100 children he killed. The underground of that planet is full of bones," he added. Carol snorted coldly. "Accomplices, even if they're unaware, are still accomplices. Are there any good people among the Ravagers anyway? The Ravagers have rules. We're not like those junk space pirates," Yondu shouted in dissatisfaction. Despite being kicked out of the Ravager Alliance, he was still proud of being a Ravager. Carol sneered. "The pirates changed their names. But wouldn't they still be pirates?" Bert asked. "Can you stop arguing?" "Yondu, what exactly is Ego?" "I don't know much about him, except that he owns a planet that's too strong to imagine," replied Yondu. And, Yondu continued, "You won't believe it, but Ego's planet can move, not just rotate or revolve, but like a spaceship. I've been to it several times in different galaxies." Carol was shocked. "A moving planet? I've been in the universe for years, but I've never seen anything like it." "The universe is so vast and amazing," Bert added. Yondu sounded anxious. "Blood God, I need to take Quill and escape." "It's not too late yet." Bert asked, "Do you think Peter will come with you?" "No," Bert shook his head. In his eyes, "You're a big devil who wants to eat him." Yondu was dissatisfied. "That kid doesn't know what's good for him. If it weren't for me, he would have been eaten by now." Bert smiled. "You're too reserved. You should tell him how you feel and tell him that you love him. We humans on Earth are emotional creatures." "Sounds disgusting," Yondu said with a look of disgust. "Why would I love him? I wish that kid was dead." "What are you going to do, Blood God?" Yondu asked. "Peter is your subordinate. And you say you don't care," Bert grinned. "Don't worry, I won't abandon my subordinates. Let's just wait and see," Bert said with a smile. "What's here now is just an energy clone. Killing him wouldn't accomplish anything. It's the best option for now," Yondu nodded, his eyes flickering. Later that night, Yondu snuck into Peter's room. Peter had set up security measures, and as soon as Yondu entered the room, he woke up and grabbed the gun by his bed, pointing it at Yondu. "Brave, huh?" Yondu remarked. As Peter saw the blue-skinned Yondu with a fin on his head, he was shocked. "You're finally coming to eat me," Peter said in horror, expressing his deepest fear. Being taken away by a group of monster-like aliens and being told they would eat him every day had left a lasting shadow on him. During the early days, Peter experienced nightmares every night and his playful personality now is a result of his childhood experiences. Yondu was taken aback when he heard these words. He captained a ship filled with rough men and had no experience in raising children. Maybe it's time to try the blood god's method, he thought. However, Yondu hesitated and responded, Quill, I never intended to eat you. I've always considered you as, how can you even suggest such a disgusting thing? It was unusual for someone like Yondu to express both hostility and affection in his words. Peter finally regained his composure and asked coldly, Yondu, what are you doing here? Let me make one thing clear, I am not only protected by the blood god but also have a powerful father. Your father is a monster, Yondu retorted. He then repeated his previous message and continued, that's why I never handed you over to him, Quill. You must leave with me right away. That monster is dangerous and we are no match for him. Peter was shocked, Ego wants to kill me. Yes, Yondu replied. This is impossible, Peter said. Yondu, are you trying to deceive me? Are you afraid of Ego's revenge and want to use me as a hostage? If I was really afraid of Ego's revenge, why would I risk coming here? Yondu said, with a note of determination in his voice. It's too late now. Come with me quickly. Why should I trust you? Peter asked skeptically. Because I am asking you nicely, Yondu replied. Peter sneered, Yondu, I don't believe you. Come with me to Ego and explain everything to him face to face. Yondu said angrily, isn't it the same as going to die to see Ego now, you idiot? I believe you're going to die, replied Peter. Shouting, Peter said, you used to hunt me down every day, but now you risk your life to save me. Do you think I'm that stupid? Yondu couldn't help but shout, that's because I thought of you as my child. When did I ever hurt you? When did you make a mistake and I didn't help you through it? Your child? You mean you think of me as your son? Is it Father's Day? So many dads in one day, Peter responded, stunned. It was just a joke, a funny one, said Yondu, trying to lighten the mood. Peter yelled back, then it's not funny at all. But everyone laughed every time, replied Yondu. It's just you who's laughing. I'm not, said Peter. The two men continued to argue, until Yondu sighed and said, believe it or not, Quill, I care about you deeply. At that moment, Gamera entered the room and was taken aback by Yondu's words. She stepped back and said, I'm sorry for disturbing you. In the quiet of the night, two men were in a room together, with one saying to the other, I care about you deeply. What could the situation be? Both Yondu and Peter were shocked. Then Peter frantically said, no, Gamera. You've misunderstood. I have no idea what drugs Yondu took, but he came here in the middle of the night pretending to be my father. Father? Asked Gamera, shocked. Yondu replied, Gamera, close the door. Help me persuade Quill. Yondu then repeated the story of Ego, to which Gamera responded with a frown. I had a feeling that something was off about Ego. He definitely wasn't a good person. Gamera, why are you saying that? Peter said, dissatisfied. He's my father. This bastard Yondu can't be trusted at all. Quill, even Drax the idiot can see that Yondu is good to you, countered Gamera. Peter snorted coldly, you have a problem with your eyesight, Yondu. Let's go confront Ego. Blood God is here, and Ego can't stop us. As Peter pulled on Yondu's arm, intent on taking him to confront Ego, a small silver hammer appeared behind Peter and knocked him out. Quill, cried Yondu and Gamera, shocked. At that moment, Bird's phantom appeared and said, Yondu, I told you it's useless. Yondu replied, how do I know it's useless if I don't try? I can knock out Quill and take him away. Bird replied, what's the point of that? With Peter's abilities, he'll escape eventually. Yondu, leave Peter behind. I'll handle this situation, and you won't have to run away in the future. Blood God, Quill's character is such that he'll definitely go to see Ego and confront him once he wakes up, said Gamera worriedly. Most of the time, he has no brains, except when he's trying to pick up women. Bert reassured her, don't worry, he won't remember anything that happened just now. He then explained the function of the memory hammer and said, Gamera, you stay with Peter and keep a close eye on Ego. Yondu, you remain on Sovereign and don't take any unnecessary risks. Understood. Yondu replied grumpily, I won't do anything else. I didn't expect that this kid wouldn't trust me so much after I raised him. I've wasted all these years. You should take a look at yourself, thought Bert as he shook his head. He then stretched out his hand and disappeared, along with Yondu. Gamera gave a quick glance at Peter lying on the ground, but didn't bother helping him. She then turned around and left the room. Inside Ego's spaceship, he waved at Mantis and said, I'm feeling good today. I don't need you to help me fall asleep. Understood, Mantis replied, nodding respectfully. She got up and left, her two tentacles on her forehead, her big, scary eyes, and her green clothing standing out. After Mantis left, Ego appeared to be speaking to himself. Grandmaster, you're too cautious. There's no need to investigate. Blood God isn't even there. Even if he is, so what? I'm a celestial. Suddenly, the figure of Grandmaster appeared across from Ego. Don't be careless about the Blood God, Ego. You're indeed strong, but Blood God is definitely not weak. You should investigate first and wait for our side to be ready before starting together, he said. As you wish, Ego replied. I just need some time to teach my son. Ego hesitated before speaking again. Grandmaster, I actually have a better plan. Would you like to hear it? Grandmaster smiled. As long as I can kill the Blood God and win this bet, I'm willing to listen to any plan, he said. I've planted seeds on many planets, including Sovereign Star. If I activate these seeds, Sovereign Star will be absorbed into me, Ego said. This way, you can easily win this bet. You're going to devour the planet? Grandmaster asked, shocked that Ego had such grand aspirations. I simply want to multiply and expand. It's the instinct of life, Ego responded nonchalantly. I've spent countless years preparing and finally succeeded. Grandmaster looked at Ego and asked, why are you telling me about this? You should know that the elders of the universe won't allow such a thing to happen. Other universe elders may not allow it, but you will, Ego replied. You'll do anything to win, given the blood on your hands is much greater than mine. I'm here to protect the universe, Grandmaster said. The blood god will try to stop you. Ego smiled. That's correct. When the time comes, they will definitely attack my planet. But it's my home field, and with your arrangements, blood god will surely meet his end, he said. Grandmaster's eyes lit up. You mean to arrange things on your planet? Yes, I'll arrange things on my planet, and then we'll wait for the outcome. We'll wait for the blood god to come and die, Ego confirmed, nodding. Grandmaster, my plan plus your plan is foolproof. Even if blood god is as powerful as you say, he will still die, Ego said. If blood god enters my planet to fight, he will surely meet his end. Grandmaster considered this before saying, the problem is that astronomer and others will definitely object. Ego sneered. Don't let them know. You're the one primarily responsible anyway. Hypocrites like astronomer love letting others do their dirty work. Unfortunately, I'm the one doing the dirty work, Ego smiled, knowing that Grandmaster had been affected. He said, not much, even the great devourer will find it difficult to swallow a large number of planets in a short time, let alone me. I simply want to reproduce. In truth, there were countless planets that Ego wanted to consume, and his years of preparation were not in vain. However, Grandmaster was unaware of this. He clenched his teeth and stated, just carry out your plan. I must win this game and the blood god must die. Very good, Grandmaster. You will win and the blood god will surely meet his end because I am on your side, Ego confirmed with satisfaction. He didn't give the blood god a second thought. This was normal, considering he had lived for millions of years, while the blood god was still in his early 20s and therefore no comparison could be made. Grandmaster asked, that's great. I'll bring some things to your planet now. Which star domain is your planet in currently? It's on the way to the Milky Way, Ego replied, giving the coordinates. Grandmaster nodded and disappeared. The time has finally come. Peter, my son, you will join me in achieving greatness, Ego exclaimed with wild laughter. It won't be long before I am the universe and the universe is me. The next morning, Peter, who was feeling down, took Gamera and the others to the Star Harbor where Ego was located. Gamera glanced at him and asked, what's wrong? Feeling listless. I woke up this morning feeling groggy and had a really strange dream, Peter said with a confused expression. I dreamed that Yondu and I were in a talking car and he called me son. How could I be called Yondu's son? There's no way. You know he's always wanted to eat me. Is it possible that I have some strange fetish? Drax looked puzzled and asked, isn't Yondu your father? Different skin color, okay, Peter said with frustration. I already said it yesterday, I won't say it again. Gamera smiled and suggested, perhaps, in your heart, you have always seen Yondu as a father. Just kidding, Peter replied, snorting. How could I ever see Yondu as a father? If it wasn't for him, I would have been reunited with Ego long ago. When I get the chance, I will seek my revenge on that guy, Peter stated firmly. Ego stood outside the spaceship and declared loudly, Yondu will be punished. He separated us, father and son, for decades. Ego, Peter said a little awkwardly. Son, let's go inside and talk. I have something important to tell you. Ego came over and put his arm around Peter's shoulder, leading him inside. Gamera and the others followed, and Mantis prepared refreshments to entertain them. Drax was taken aback when he saw Mantis, and said, wow, you're so ugly. No wonder you don't go out, you'll scare people if you do. Drax, Gamera said, clearly displeased. I'm sorry, there's something wrong with his head. You're the one with the problem, otherwise how could you fall in love with that fool Quill? Drax retorted. Gamera was so angry she wanted to stab Drax with her dagger a few times, and Peter also glared at Drax in dissatisfaction. How foolish. Mantis didn't mind Drax's comment about her appearance, and even apologized timidly. I'm sorry, I scared you. I've never left Ego's planet before, so I don't know how scary I look to others. Mantis grew up alone on Ego's planet and had never had any contact with outsiders. You're not ugly, don't listen to that jerk, Gamera said. Ego laughed and said, Quill, your friends are quite lively. Come, sit down, and let's have a good chat. Everyone sat down one by one, and after a few polite words, Rocket couldn't help but ask, what exactly are you? Peter angrily glared, Rocket. It doesn't matter. My true identity may surprise you, replied Ego. Ego activated a holographic projection, revealing a brain on the screen. This is me at the beginning. Later, I learned to control the molecules around me. Then, I built layer by layer until I finally created a planet, he explained. Everyone was stunned as they gazed at the red planet with a human face on the screen. Peter said incredulously, wait, are you a planet? Rocket exclaimed, wow, Peter, your father is really a ball or an oversized ball. Drax asked curiously, wait a minute. How does a planet have offspring with a woman on Earth? Can you demonstrate the specific process? I am very curious. Peter yelled, Drax. Ego explained, women from the planet and Earth cannot have offspring, but I created a new body for myself, which is now me. Peter, you are my descendant and possess the power of a celestial. I will teach you how to use its power, said Ego. Peter eagerly asked, can I become as strong as you two? He had longed to overcome his weak status. Ego laughed, of course, you can. You are the son of a celestial. Excitedly, Peter asked, great. Now, who dares to say I'm a low-level creature in front of that group of arrogant bastards? Ego replied angrily, how can mortals insult you? Peter, do you want me to teach them a lesson? Gamera frowned and glanced at Ego. She knew that he had a problem. Peter didn't notice that something was amiss and waved his hand, saying, it's not necessary. When I become as strong as you, they will naturally kneel down to me, just like they surrendered to the blood god. Curious, Peter asked, Ego, are you stronger or is blood god stronger? God is invincible, Ego replied confidently. Rocket sneered, dude, don't brag too much. You can't even beat blood god's apprentice. Carol is scary, but the blood god is even more terrifying. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they were all aware of blood god's immense strength. Ego continued, I'm just a clone now, but my body is many times stronger than my clone. He then said proudly, Peter, you stay here in the spaceship, and I will teach you how to use your powers. Peter was deeply moved and, after a moment of hesitation, agreed. Gamera didn't stop him, as she knew that Ego had another purpose and wouldn't easily kill Peter. A planet. Bert, Carol, and Yondo were all very surprised upon hearing Gamera's report. Of course, Bert was disguised. Yondo said in surprise, so that planet is Ego's body? God, it's as big as the moon of your Earth. Bert replied, big doesn't mean strong. Our next step is to find that planet and destroy it. Yondu asked, the strategy is correct, but can you really destroy a planet, blood god? Bert simply answered, you'll see. Bert then said, Carol, let everyone be on high alert. Ego and the elders of the universe are definitely connected, and their attack may come soon. Understood, Carol responded. She added, Master, when dealing with Ego, I must come with you. That scum who kills even his own offspring doesn't deserve to live. Bert smiled and said, don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me. More than half a month went by in the blink of an eye. Inside Ego's spaceship, Peter controlled the light powers to dance in the sky and then took Gamera's hand, saying, isn't it beautiful? I've been practicing hard just to show you this scene. Even though he was now the son of a celestial, Peter still had not changed his stubbornness, thinking about picking up girls all day. Gamera said, you know what? I really want to beat you right now. Peter responded, that won't do. He quickly changed the subject. Ego's planet has reached the Milky Way and he wants to invite us there as guests. Gamera's eyes lit up as she pretended to hesitate and said, we still have to guard Sovereign Star, and there's still half a month until the March period. Peter proudly replied, with Ego's body there, Sovereign will be fine. Ego is very powerful, I don't think even Blood God can match him. Gamera was speechless. Peter seemed to be floating a little, and she nodded, saying, in that case, let's go. Peter happily said, great. Ego said he will never let us down. Hope so, replied Gamera. Gamera's eyes flashed, and she wondered to herself, what does Ego have planned for Peter? 3 days later, Ego, Mantis, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and Thor set off for the Star of Ego. Why is Thor following? Gamera asked. Ego looked at the spaceship behind him and frowned slightly. Blood God has sent people to watch us, which is to be expected, he thought. But why Thor? Thor lacks intelligence. There is no reason for him to be involved in this investigation. Ego wondered. He thought for a moment, told Grandmaster about it, and then asked, how are you hiding? If the Blood God discovers us in advance, it will impact our plan. Don't worry, Grandmaster reassured him. We're underground, and they won't find us. In 3 days, everything will be in place, and it will be the end for both Blood God and the Sovereign Star. Ego smiled and said, I hope the real body of Blood God is also there, or I'll have to go to hell and face trouble. Blood God's body is still trapped in hell, Grandmaster stated, but my intuition tells me that he has a way of returning. That doesn't matter, Grandmaster added confidently. Even if he does come back, this time he'll be dead. Of course, Ego agreed. This is our home court. Ego smiled, thinking that once his plan was completed, he would be brave enough to fight not only the Blood God, but even the Elder Gods. After half a day, everyone arrived at the picturesque planet of Ego, which was as beautiful as heaven and had 4 seasons like spring. Peter and the others were amazed by the beauty around them. This planet is my body, Ego said with a smile. I can control and transform it at any time, Peter. I'll teach you how to change it however you like. I like this ability, Peter said with a laugh. Everyone then followed Ego to his palace. Thor looked around and nodded. It's not as good as Asgard, but it's not bad. Everyone glanced at Thor silently, thinking how he had managed to avoid getting beaten to death. I've also been to Asgard. It's really splendid, but it lacks some greenery. After living there for a long time, people might start to feel uncomfortable. Ego laughed, confident that Thor was not a spy sent by the Blood God, since no one would use someone as stupid as Thor as a spy. Ego's thoughts were right, Blood God did send a spy. The real spy of the Blood God had already come to the planet of Ego, and that spy was none other than Blood God himself. The scenery here is really beautiful, but the artificial elements are too prevalent, taking away from the natural beauty of the star, Bert said to himself as he flew forward. Bert noticed that Ego has eyes on the whole planet, such as plants and small animals, but didn't detect him at all, as he was in the mirror space. It didn't take long for Bert to find the projection of Grandmaster in an underground cave that was hundreds of meters deep. This wasn't surprising, as Bert had done something to Grandmaster during the Battle of Hell. This move was called the Space Marker, and it was also used on Dark Elf Leader and Mephisto, who have since passed away. At that moment, Grandmaster was communicating with Ego and said triumphantly, "Don't worry, Blood God's spies won't be able to find me. I've not only set up a hidden magic circle, but I've also borrowed a treasure from Obliterator that can hide my presence. No one will be able to locate me." Ego responded, "That's good. Finish the rest as soon as you can, and in 3 days, we'll launch." Grandmaster replied, "No problem. I won't disturb your parent-child time." He then put down the communicator and walked forward to where 9 huge altars were standing, each of which was adorned with a large number of runes. It's worth mentioning that these 9 altars were unique. 5 of them were filled with demonic energy, and the demonic runes were prominent. They were clearly not good things. The middle altar was full of holy light, and the beautiful angel-wrapped altars were surrounded by a large number of runes. These altars were likely related to heaven. A little behind the altar, there is a dense collection of dragon designs, including Eastern Divine Dragon, Western Lizard Dragon, Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and more. If you guess correctly, it should be related to the dimensions of dragons. The last 2 altars were shrouded in a dark fog, making it impossible to see what they looked like. However, this gave people a very frightening feeling, as if the end was near. Altars, angel, dragons, demons. Bert frowned. To activate these altars, sacrifices were often required, which meant blood and souls. Elders of the universe, you wouldn't go this low, would you? Bert vaguely guessed the plan of the elders of the universe, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If the elders of the universe did carry out this plan, Bert would never let them go. The proud Grandmaster was unaware that he was being targeted by Bert. He picked up his tools and carefully constructed the runes on the altar. This was a delicate task, and even a small mistake could cause the altar to change dramatically. The difference is as far as 1,000 miles. After a while, Grandmaster completed the construction and looked at the tall demon altar in front of him with satisfaction. "Another one finished, Lucifer. I hope you can do more this time." Bert snorted coldly, "It's Lucifer again. Really haunted." Grandmaster then remembered something and picked up his communicator to contact Runner. "Runner, how is the soul collection going?" The Golden Runner, who was wearing only shorts and had muscles all over his body, replied in a low tone, "General Willer just massacred a city, and I've collected hundreds of thousands of souls." Grandmaster asked, "That's good, why do you sound unhappy?" "Grandmaster, I regret it a little. Seeing the numbers and actually witnessing it are 2 different things," Runner responded. "We shouldn't continue like this," said Runner. "Runner, it's time to go. Do you think we have a way out? Once the Blood God finds out what we've done, he'll never let us go unless we escape from this universe." Grandmaster sneered, "Send the souls here, and 3 days later, we'll fight the Blood God." Runner was silent for a while before saying, "Grandmaster, we'll all have to die." "No, we'll continue to enjoy the glory because we're doing this to save the universe," Grandmaster replied. "Sacrificing a small number of people to save the majority has been our practice for millions of years," he added. Runner sneered, "Then why don't you sacrifice yourself? Use your life to trade for an infinity stone, and Blood God might change his mind." Grandmaster quickly changed the subject. "Tell General Willer that I send my regards and inform him that we will give him the Blood God's body and make him the new Kree Supreme." The Runner hesitated for a moment before replying, "I will pass on the message, Grandmaster. But I can't help but think that sacrificing so many lives for this is wrong." Grandmaster sneered, "Why do you care about the lives of the people in the Kree Empire? It's their territory. We are just saving the universe by sacrificing a small number of individuals." The Runner asked, "Then why don't you sacrifice yourself?" Grandmaster dismissed the thought, "I can exchange my life for an infinity stone, but the Blood God might not agree to the deal." Bert was infuriated by the conversation and had to hold himself back from attacking Grandmaster's projection. He knew that killing the projection wouldn't have any effect on the real Grandmaster. Instead, he decided to gather more information. He contacted Annie and asked, "What's happening inside the Kree Empire?" Annie replied, "The civil war has started, but we don't have any details. The Kree Empire has blocked the jumping point and no one is allowed to enter." Bert sighed, "It's difficult to gather information without social media in the galaxy. I'll find a way to open it in the future." "Master, that's not possible. The cost of quantum communication is too high and only the empires can afford it. A breakthrough in technology is needed for it to be accessible for civilians," explained Annie. Bert thought for a moment and said, "Let Shuri and the others try to find a solution. But that's not the most pressing matter. I received news that General Willer is slaughtering the indigenous people of the Kree Empire. I want you to go to the black market and buy information about the situation. Murdering the natives." Annie's eyes lit up and she said angrily, "Master, let's kill him. There will be a chance, but not now," Bert replied, stopped the conversation. He then asked the projection to find Ancient One while he sneaked into the ground to find Ego's brain. "These elders of the universe are all worms, Bert." Projection gritted his teeth and said to Ancient One who was basking in the sun, "I regret making a bet with them. They should have all been killed at that time." Ancient One smiled and said, "For the elders of the universe is like a house. As long as the house doesn't collapse, they don't care how many people die inside." Bert asked, Master, are you not angry? I've seen this kind of thing many times, Ancient One replied, shaking her head. There were many such mages on Earth in the past, but thankfully, they are gone now. Should they all have been killed by you? Bert asked in amazement. No wonder there is only Camartage left in the power of mages now. Ancient One smiled but didn't respond. She continued to bask in the sun leisurely, not like a super boss who had suppressed the earth and all dimensions with iron and blood for hundreds of years. Bert asked, so, Master, do you not object to my actions against the elders of the universe? It's your business, handle it yourself, Ancient One replied. They're just mere elders, don't worry too much. Easy to handle. The massacre is already complete. I have no time to stop it now, I can only count the casualties, Bert said. Master, help me analyze the runes on those altars. I want to change them. No problem, Ancient One nodded. You can send me the appearance of the altar, and I will help you analyze it after I finish basking in the sun. After basking in the sun? No problem, Bert smiled and used magic to convey the appearance of the altar to Ancient One. He then got up and left to find Strange. Strange was now Camartage's mage, entrusted by Ancient One and Bert. Bert said, Strange, next, the elders of the universe will definitely send people to entangle us. You make all the mages prepare for battle. No problem, Strange replied. He appeared calmer than before but gave off a feeling of having kidney deficiency. Strange first nodded and then asked, Blood God, why did you and Master Ancient One choose me? Many people in Camartage were dissatisfied with me. They felt that Caecilius should have been the next Sorcerer Supreme. I also felt that Wang, Mordo, and Caecilius were more suitable than me. Bert smiled and said, don't underestimate yourself. You have what it takes to be the Sorcerer Supreme. It's not just about ability, Strange replied, shaking his head. I may have the talent and capability, but the character is also important. Can't geniuses be a little more humble? Bert asked, annoyed. Whether it was Strange, Tony, Doom, or Reed, their arrogance was frustrating. Why should geniuses be humble? Strange replied matter-of-factly. We are born different. The position of Sorcerer Supreme requires someone who is saintly, Strange continued. Someone like me, who is eager for pleasure and has a bit of a bitter side, is not suitable. As humanity enters the interstellar age, Camartage can no longer hide, Bert explained. I need a mage who is familiar with the world, has respect for it, and is not above it all. You are the most suitable for the job. I understand, Strange said, realizing the truth of Bert's words. Camartage has been around for a long time, and it's easy to become disdainful of the world. Do you really believe that? Bert asked with a laugh. That's for you to determine. Think about it and see if you believe it. When you figure it out, you will be the new Sorcerer Supreme. With that, Bert teleported away, and Strange was left to ponder. These high-level people always like to be cryptic. Why did you choose me? I don't have the strength of Doom, and I am far less qualified than Mordo and Caecilius. It can't be because of my looks, right? Although I am very handsome. Strange sighed and turned to go prepare. Since the others did not accept him, he would do his best to leave everyone speechless. Strange was not one to easily give up, and for him, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Planet Ego, underground, Bert, the main body, looked at the area shrouded in the light in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the reality was different from the movie. In the movie, Ego's brain had little protection except for a thin shell, but in reality, the light of the Celestial guarded Ego's brain. This was actually normal, and anyone knew that they needed security doors in their homes, let alone Ego. Breaking through the light will take at least a few minutes. It seems a sneak attack is not possible, Bert thought. He opened a portal and summoned Doom, who was repairing the Celestial's head, to help him. Can you help me make a super bomb? One that can blow up both the light and Ego's brain, Bert asked Doom. I can get nuclear or hydrogen bombs from Russia. After listening to Bert, Doom scanned and analyzed the light and the planet. After a while, he said, I can make such a bomb, but it's too wasteful. We should capture this brain. Bert asked in amazement, capture this brain? What do you want to do with it? This brain and Ego's soul can repair and activate the Celestials' heads, Doom explained. In fact, this planet is also very valuable. With a planet as the main ship, it would be a great advantage in battle. The first one is easy to understand, but what the hell is the latter? Bert complained. Using a big planet as a fortress is one thing, but making it the main flagship? Are you a fool? Everyone will immediately run when they see it flying towards them. Don't you have space stone? Doom asked. With your strength, opening a space portal bigger than the planet should be no problem. Of course, it's fine. We'll discuss about this later, Bert said, shaking his head. Capturing Ego is much harder than killing him. This time, my target is not only Ego but also the elders of the universe and the demon kings of hell. No mistakes can be made or there'll be a catastrophe in the universe, Bert explained. That's true, Doom said. I'll have the super bomb ready. You can decide whether to detonate it or not. Okay, Doom, you can participate in this battle too, Bert said. Your army of exploding cockroaches will come in handy. No problem, Doom said, nodding without hesitation. I'm very interested in dealing with Hell Lords, but unfortunately, you killed Mephisto. I still want to settle accounts with him. Mephisto escaped with a remnant of his soul. With his abilities, he'll make a comeback soon. You'll have a chance to beat him then, Bert said with a smile. By the way, Doom, are you interested in being the Lord of Hell? Bert asked, thinking of something. The authority of the one-eyed Lord's hell can be given to you. I'm not interested. I'm a human. I don't want to be a devil, Doom flatly refused. You seem to be doing well in hell, Doom said. It's pretty good. In the future, I might be able to do part-time as Satan, Bert said with a smile. Earth Guardian, part-time Satan, you truly know how to play the game. Doom was left speechless. He shook his head, then returned to Nowhere to create the super bomb. Bert gazed at the divine light in front of him, smirked, teleported back to the altar, and prepared to showcase his tricks. 3 days flew by, and during this time Star-Lord's control over the divine light grew more and more skillful, and his relationship with Ego improved. It's worth noting that despite Drax thinking Mantis is ugly and repulsive, their relationship has grown by leaps and bounds during these 3 days. Mantis was even on the brink of turning on Drax, almost revealing the truth to him several times. From Drax's experience, it can be concluded that if one wants to woo a woman, it's more effective to say she's ugly than to say she's beautiful. If you don't get beaten to death by the woman, there's bound to be drama. Moving on from the gossip, Ego, who felt it was a good day, sought out Star-Lord early in the morning. After a bit of bragging, he transferred energy into Star-Lord and then presented his plan. In short, the plan was to use the seeds planted on other planets to consume them. However, he could not do this alone, so he created descendants on every planet to create another godly race to assist him. The reason he killed those children before was because they did not possess the divine power, but Star-Lord did. Ego's intelligence is actually on par with Star-Lord's, except in regards to women. He's negative in other aspects. After much talking, he revealed that he had killed Star-Lord's mother. You killed my mother. Star-Lord, who was previously absorbed in the divine energy, erupted in anger and began firing at Ego with his gun. Huge holes appeared in Ego's body. What's the point of having mortals like them? Peter, we are gods. Ego waved his hand, causing an energy whip to penetrate Star-Lord's body and lift him high into the air. Star-Lord was now completely under Ego's control, reduced to a puppet. It begins. I, Ego, will become the king of the universe. Ego roared as a huge amount of energy lightning appeared on his body and the entire Ego planet activated, sending energy towards the seeds scattered throughout the universe. The seeds absorbed the energy, quickly swelling into energy mudslides, and devouring everything in their path. Earth, Xandar, Sovereign, and many other planets were consumed by these mudslides, causing the surrounding people to scream and run in terror. Astronomer, sensing the situation in the universe, asked Grandmaster in shock and anger, how could this be? Grandmaster, what are you and Ego doing? It's the price that must be paid, Grandmaster replied calmly. Astronomer, prepare yourself. The clone of the blood god is coming soon. Don't think too much. We have no other options. Either we die or the blood god dies. It's that simple. Enough, I've had enough, Grandmaster. Put a stop to this, Runner exclaimed in frustration. Grandmaster shook his head, I can't stop it. Once the bow is drawn, there's no going back, as they say. Do you have any idea how many lives will be lost? Runner asked, his anger growing by the minute. He tried to walk over and confront Grandmaster, but was held back by Astronomer. Astronomer spoke to Grandmaster with a cold tone, I'm done with this. At the next council meeting, I will propose to revoke your status as an elder. With that, Astronomer took Runner and Obliterator with him, using a treasure to teleport away. Hypocrites, Grandmaster spat, Astronomer is far more malicious than I am. He's the real villain, not me. All the dirty work is done by others, while he always presents himself as noble and bright. Grandmaster is not worried about Astronomer's dismissal at all, as Astronomer is expected to handle the dirty work. He simply sets himself apart. I hope you don't die, Grandmaster cursed, unaware that his curse would soon become true. In a flash of light, Astronomer and other two appeared in a desolate world filled with the smell of sulfur. They gazed at their strange surroundings, shocked. Where is this? They asked. Astronomer, Obliterator, Runner, welcome to hell, a voice said. At that moment, Adam appeared beside them with a smile. I am the most handsome guy in hell, he said. Also, the future Satan, Adam. Yes, this was hell, but not Adam's hell. It was the demon dragon lord's hell dimension. Astronomer looked at Adam and shouted towards the sky, Blood God, why did you transfer us here? Only Blood God, who possessed the space stone, could cut off space teleportation. Grandmaster had guessed correctly, Blood God had returned to the main universe. Isn't that obvious? Bringing you to hell, of course, Adam laughed as he clapped his hands. Dragon Lord and Succubus Lord, along with a group of high-level demons, appeared and surrounded 3 of the elders. Is Blood God going to kill us? Astronomers asked, shocked and angry. Astronomer voiced his anger, Blood God, are you going back on our bet? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the powerhouses in the universe? I thought you were human before, so I bet on the fact that you are all beasts. Birds in different voice echoed from the sky. Die obediently. I will extract your souls and let them be bitten and swallowed by tens of millions of resentful souls. This is the punishment you deserve, Bird added. Astronomer hurriedly said, that was Grandmaster's idea, and it has nothing to do with us. Astronomer, as an elder of the universe, please have some backbone and don't make me look down on you, Bert said disdainfully. Of course, you can continue to deny it, that's not important because you will be dead today. I Blood God said so. Astronomer was starting to panic. You dare to kill me? I am an elder of the universe. Do you know how many people I know? I even know the gods of creation. Bert replied, so what? If Blood God wants to kill you, who can stop it? Adam, do it. Remember, you must keep their souls. You're a villain, Astronomer cursed. Adam smiled and, with a wave of his hand, the two Hell Lords and the high-level demons rushed forward, ready to smash the three elders into thousands of pieces. Do you dare, Blood God? Astronomer was in a state of complete panic, but Runner remained calm. He shot the Astronomer a disdainful look and said, I know I'm going to die, but I won't go down without a fight. Come on, catch me, and let me run for the last time in my life. With that, Runner took off into the sky and raced away at breakneck speed. Adam transformed into a stream of light and pursued him. Astronomer cried out in fear as the demons approached, Blood God, I surrender. I can help you kill the other elders. I'll be your slave and help you protect the universe together. The universe doesn't need you, Bert replied contemptuously. Astronomer had no time to say anything more, as the demons surrounded him. His piercing screams filled the air. A minute later, Astronomer and Obliterator were destroyed. Meanwhile, Runner was caught by Adam, who snapped his neck. Bert collected the souls of the three elders and shouted, assemble the army and prepare for battle. Yes, Blood God, the three Hell Lords replied in unison, excited for the coming battle. Demons were all warlike, it was ingrained in their very souls. Blood, killing, soul, death, these were the very essence of a demon's existence. Ego was controlling Star-Lord to carry out his plan, when suddenly there was a loud bang. Thor had broken down the gate to the palace with his hammer. Thor stormed in and yelled, I always knew you were no good. Release him. You're wasting your time. Attack directly. Rocket fired at Ego with the energy cannon. Ego's body was obliterated. Gamera seized the opportunity to rush in, cut off the energy whip with her sword, and escape with Star-Lord. The ceremony was disrupted, causing all energy mudslides on every planet to solidify and freeze. But this did not mean the end. Ego could still activate them. Why are we running away? With me leading us, we will be unbeatable. Thor expressed his dissatisfaction, but everyone ignored him and quickly escaped to the spaceship. Thor, unable to defeat Ego's clone, decided to flee with Rocket and the others. As they reached the spaceship, a long energy whip appeared from the ground and destroyed the Milano in half. The sober Star-Lord cried out in pain as Rocket fired at the whip and yelled, quiet and fight now. Just then, a huge beam of energy light appeared, destroying the energy whip, and a Ravager main ship descended from the sky. Yondu's voice came from the radio, my son, your blue dad is here to pick you up. Star-Lord, still wary, asked, why did you come to pick me up? Do you have any ulterior motives? Yondu replied, your dad is here to pick you up, what motives could there be? Come on up and let's talk. Everyone except Thor was sucked up by Yondu's traction device. Thor, confused, shouted to the main ship, hey, what's going on? 4 figures then flew down from the Ravager's main ship, Carol, Ares the god of war, Man-Thing, and By-Beast. Carol declared, let's take care of Ego. If you're afraid of death, you can run away. Thor, indignant, proclaimed, afraid of death? I'm Thor, the god of thunder, the bravest man in the 9 realms. Ares smiled and said, yeah, the most reckless man in the 9 realms. Thor shouted, hold on, weren't you defeated by Bert? Ares answered, Blood God asked me if I wanted to work for him after knocking me out or work for him directly. I chose the latter. Man-Thing and By-Beast stated, the salary offered by Blood God is higher than Grandmaster's, and since Grandmaster is about to die, we decided to change jobs. Okay, then let's fight together. Thor raised his hammer and shouted. Carol gave him a disdainful look and flew towards the palace. Thor chased after him, shouting, you're stealing my limelight again. I'm the leader. Star-Lord, in the main ship of the Ravagers, ran to the control room, ready to speak, when Yondu lightly struck him with a small silver hammer, causing his memory to instantly return. Ego is a real bastard. Star-Lord gritted his teeth and scolded. Yondu, I'll control the weapon, and we'll shoot him to death, Star-Lord declared. That's Rocket's job, Yondu replied as he patted the small hammer, which disappeared into the hands of Blood God. Then he said, your job is to control the light of the gods. Star-Lord was stunned, control my power. Yes, Yondu said. Blood God said that Ego can't take away your power. As long as you learn how to control it, you will have just as much power as Carol on this planet. Star-Lord responded, are you kidding me? I've already tried using the power on this planet. Carol can crush me with her toes. Knowing how to use it is different from learning it, Yondu explained. You must control the power with your heart, just like I control the arrow with my mind. Yondu smiled, Ego isn't a good teacher. Let your father in blue, me, teach you, Quill. Everything you know was taught by me. Star-Lord was momentarily stunned, and he said awkwardly, can you stop talking like this? It's uncomfortable, and, to be honest, it's disgusting. I prefer it when you scold me fiercely. Peter, it seems that you have a hobby, Rocket said, as he took control of the main ship's attack system, while Gamera took over the seat from Yondu and was responsible for piloting the spaceship. Yondu smiled and said, don't waste time, let's start quickly. Quill, it's up to you to beat Ego. I have to kill him to avenge my mother, Star-Lord shouted through gritted teeth. Gamera added, you need to avenge your brothers and sisters too. Ego killed hundreds of his descendants, and there are skeletons buried below. This is my fault, Yondu sighed and added, Quill, help me make amends. I will, Star-Lord nodded fiercely. He was determined to kill Ego, whether for himself or for Yondu. Inside the palace, Ego looked at Carol and the others as they rushed in and said, "You can't stop me. This is my planet. Where does all this nonsense come from? Ego, you're full of evil and still want to harm the universe. I'll destroy you," Carol said and sent a dazzling energy wave directly at Ego. The others joined in with their attacks. "I said, this is my planet," Ego roared, and energy whips emerged from the ground, blocking all of Carol and the others' attacks, then slamming into Carol and the others. Everyone fought back against the energy whips. After Carol fought off several attacks, she teleported behind Ego and kicked him fiercely in the waist. Just then, a long energy whip poured out from the void behind Carol, binding her firmly. "As I said, your understanding of space is very limited," Ego said, squeezing Carol tightly with his big hand. Carol roared in anger, her body shining brightly. The energy whip exploded, turning into a spot of light and dissipating into the air. Ego quickly controlled 3 energy whips to attack Carol simultaneously. Carol was about to teleport when Ego clapped his hands and froze the entire void. This was Ego's planet, and he had the power to slightly affect space. Carol threw the 3 energy whips into the air with her fists and kicks, then charged towards Ego with all her might. Even if she couldn't teleport, she could still beat Ego. Ego snorted coldly and was about to control more energy whips to attack when a hammer smashed into him, reducing half of his body to ashes. "Don't forget about me," Thor said, as he retrieved his hammer and roared in anger. Ego quickly regained his body and controlled the energy whip to sweep towards Thor. Ares, charged with Man-Thing and the Bi-Beast, helped Thor resist the energy whip and shouted, "Kill that guy with the ultimate trick. Didn't you say we couldn't just use the killer move?" Thor asked. Thor's body was full of thunder and he flew high, crashing down towards Ego with thousands of thunders. Ego pushed forward with both hands, launching a large amount of energy whip towards Thor. The energy whip and thunder collided fiercely in the air, causing a lot of thunder and energy to explode. The roof and pillars were impacted and they fell down. At that moment, Carol shredded 3 energy whips, condensed a large amount of space energy, and turned it into a tornado that enveloped Ego, instantly tearing him apart. At the same time, all the surrounding energy whips disappeared. Thor was momentarily stunned, then he reacted and roared at Ares, "Did you use me as bait?" Ares was about to respond when an energy whip several times thicker than before emerged from the ground and sent Thor flying. The entire palace then shook violently and a large number of whips emerged one after another from the ground. "Get out of here," Carol said, startled, as she hurriedly led the crowd away from the palace. As soon as they left, the entire palace collapsed and countless energy whips shot up into the sky, waving like tentacles. "You think you can kill me? Now, let you see my true strength," Ego said as he slowly walked out of the ruins. His strength was too strong, and he needed time to fully wake up. "It's just a defeated guy, let's kill him," Carol said fearlessly as she rushed towards Ego, with Thor and the others following closely behind. On their way, Carol and the others launched attacks with energy waves, thunder, red light, shock waves, and vines, blasting towards Ego one after another. "In front of me, you are all just ants," Ego roared, swinging hundreds of energy whips in unison. Whether it was energy or thunder, they were all swept away, and the energy whips swept towards Carol and the others. Even Carol and the others had to repeatedly dodge and temporarily avoid its front in the face of such a powerful energy whip. At that moment, dozens of energy cannons fell from the sky, and the long energy whips shattered one after another, with Gamera and Rocket providing support. "Ha ha ha, I've wanted to beat you for a long time," Rocket said as he frantically pressed a button. A barrage of energy cannons began firing one after another. Ego clenched his fists and 2 huge energy whips emerged from the ground, binding the battleship firmly. The energy whips rapidly shrank, and the defensive cover of the battleship made a loud, overwhelmed click. "Break it for me," Rocket said, launching a missile at one of the energy whips. The missile exploded on impact, but before Rocket could cheer, 2 more energy whips had entangled the battleship and its defensive cover was vibrating from the strain. "Quill, if the shield breaks, we're all going to die," Yondu said to Star-Lord, who was unable to enter the door. "Think of your friends and use your powers to protect them with your heart. That group of people who mock me and pit against me are my friends," Star-Lord said, snorting. However, in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the happy times he had with everyone. Yondu's influence had kept Star-Lord feeling alone, but he finally found friends for the first time when he met this group of funny guys. "Even though you're all bastards, I don't want you to die," Star-Lord muttered to himself. His eyes gradually lit up with energy rays and the energy whip that had been entangled in the battleship quickly dissipated. The battleship shook violently and regained its freedom. "Quill, you did it," Yondu laughed. "Yes, I did it, Rocket. Open the door," Star-Lord said, clenching his shining fists. Without hesitation, he flew straight out of the battleship and towards Ego. "Ego, pay back my mother's life," he said angrily. "Fuck," Ego said, furious, as he controlled more than a dozen energy whips to attack Star-Lord. Star-Lord pressed his hands down and 10 energy whips of his own emerged from the ground to fight against Ego's energy whips. "That's my energy." Ego gritted his teeth, but he couldn't stop Star-Lord, who was his son and had the power to control the energy in his planet. However, Star-Lord was still a novice, and his control was far from Ego's level. He soon fell behind in the fight. Seeing this, Carol and Rocket stepped in to support him, causing Ego's energy whip to be broken one by one. "Star-Lord, how do we kill Ego for good?" Carol shouted. We'll only tire ourselves if we keep fighting like this. That bastard said that his brain is located inside the planet. If we destroy it, he'll die, Star-Lord yelled. Let's go down there, Carol exclaimed. With a powerful force from Star-Lord, the Earth cracked open a huge gap and Carol and the others flew into the underground cave and towards the center of the planet. You dare. Ego was angry and controlled the energy whip to block their path. Star-Lord charged forward and punched Ego, then pinned him to the ground and started beating him. Carol and the others, relieved of their pressure, quickly broke through. Grandmaster, begin, Ego yelled as he kicked Star-Lord away and pressed his hands to the ground. The ground far away shook violently, and 9 peaks rose up simultaneously, each with a tall altar. Ego, you're not as dependable as you claimed. Blood God didn't even send his clone, Grandmaster said coldly, waving his hand. The runes on the demon and angel altars lit up one after another. It's worth noting that only Grandmaster's body could activate the altar. Whether it's an angel or a demon, all they want is the soul, Grandmaster continued. He took out a wine glass and carefully poured out its contents, which turned into countless dead souls and roared in the air. These weren't ordinary souls, but souls full of resentment. Grandmaster then put away the glass and pushed it with both hands. The dead souls split into 2 groups and flew into the angel and demon altars. After obtaining the offerings, the 2 altars simultaneously shone brightly. The one on the left was overflowing with magic, while the middle one was overflowing with holiness. The rays of light from the altars converged and formed 2 space doors that were hundreds of meters tall. It's done, Grandmaster exclaimed in delight. A moment later, a large number of fallen angels and angels flapped their wings and flew out of the 2 space gates, forming neat squares in the air. Though the fallen angels and the angels were hostile towards each other, they didn't fight due to the suppression of the commander. They merely pretended not to see each other. Suddenly, the space gate connecting to heaven burst into a dazzling light and the archangel, Gabriel, with 6 pairs of golden wings and radiating holy light, flew out. However, it is important to note that Gabriel was only a projection, not the real body. Gabriel. All the angels cheered in unison. Gabriel flew to the top of the angel formation, opened his hands, and the infinite holy light enveloped the army of angels, causing them to soar. Grandmaster curled his lips in annoyance and used his divine power to create a pair of sunglasses to protect his eyes from the bright light. Show off, the fallen angel next to Grandmaster grumbled as he struggled with the holy light. The fallen angels should have cheered and shouted Lucifer's name at this point, but they all hesitated and chose silence instead. The reason was simple, Lucifer didn't show up. The dark cloud was just composed of magic, so how could they cheer for it? Cheering for a boss who is greedy for life and afraid of death? Grandmaster barked in annoyance. Lucifer, why didn't you show up? We'll talk about it later, Lucifer replied calmly. Meanwhile, Gabriel sneered. Lucifer, you weren't so afraid of death before. You're not afraid of death, so why use only a projection? Lucifer retorted. He had only made the projections to deal with Blood God and they're all gone, and now he had only one real body left. He wouldn't take any risks until he was absolutely sure. Lucifer is not afraid of death, but he cannot sacrifice himself prematurely as the greater goal has not yet been accomplished. A mere blood god does not deserve for me to use my real body, said Gabriel with pride. Meanwhile, Lucifer snorted coldly at the angels' continued audacity. Lucifer and Gabriel are still hostile towards each other, even though they are working together to find God. Just when Gabriel and Lucifer were taunting each other, suddenly, a massive space portal appeared in the distance, getting bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of meters high. Bloodship led his heavily armed, remotely controlled spaceships towards Ego Star through the big portal. Out of the portal came Bert, who took the form of a bald gladiator, Calurk. He coldly looked at Grandmaster and said, "It seems you are eager to die." As Bert's gaze made Grandmaster feel uneasy, he remembered his plan and stood tall, saying, "Blood God, only you will die today." Lucifer added, "We will destroy you and your forces here, then attack Earth and break down the defense network. You will only be able to helplessly watch from hell." At the same time, the Lord of Hell stirred up the space and created a space storm around Adam's hell, trapping everyone inside. Outside the Earth's defense network, exotic monsters began to invade and both Bert, Projection, and Camartage were dragged away. "Grandmaster, is this how the elders guard the universe?" asked Bert in anger. But Grandmaster replied, "We are guarding the universe, not Earth. Hell is just a minor native planet in the universe." With a look of anger, Bert laughed and said, "Grandmaster, today you will die." Grandmaster sneered and said, "What do you know? Blood God, you will soon become a dead person." Gabriel, shining as brightly as a light bulb, shouted, "Blood God, hand over the spear of God and I will allow you to die with dignity." Bert looked at Gabriel with a strange expression, noting the similarities in appearance with Ancient One, except for her short golden hair. "It's been a bit of a mess," Bert said, shaking his head. "Gabriel, if you love the main universe so much, then stay here forever. Attack, Angel Legion, be tough in the face of death." Gabriel raised his spear and shouted loudly, as tens of thousands of angels joined in unison. The sound of their horns filled the space as they charged towards the bloodship with holy light. Lucifer also shouted, "Fallen angels, attack," followed by the rallying cry, "Long live the Demon King." The fallen angels roared and charged towards the bloodship like a dark cloud, their demonic energy billowing. Earthlings, sovereigns, fight for your homeland. Bert held up the vibranium spear and roared with anger. The Earthlings responded with loud cheers. A large number of clones flew out from the blood ship and rode space motorcycles to slam the Angel Legion. Sovereigns did not cheer, but their fighting spirit was equally high. They wanted to protect their homeland. Just as the two sides charged towards each other, a huge phantom appeared in front of the blood ship. It was the new star, Lorelei, who asked with a confident and charming smile, "Do you think I am beautiful?" "Nice," came the reply from both male fallen angels and male angels. The aesthetics of angels are the same as those of humans and Asgardians. Lorelei shouted, "Then kill those female angels. It's enough for you to have me." "Yes, my goddess," replied the male fallen angels and male angels as they immediately turned to attack their former comrades. At that moment, the Archangel Gabriel cast a spell with both hands, and a pair of large holy wings appeared in the sky. Immediately, the holy wings radiated a bright holy light onto the legion of angels and the legion of fallen angels. When the male angel touched the holy light, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body and his mind began to recover. Meanwhile, the fallen angels were tormented by the light and awoke more quickly. "Blood God," said Grandmaster with a laugh, "do you think I don't know you have this ace up your sleeve? All of your tricks are impressive, but they won't work if you use them more than once." Lorelei then put on a pearl necklace for added charm, opened her hands, and shouted, "I want to see the fireworks, my angels. Dedicate your bodies and souls to your goddess." With the blessing of the pearl necklace, both the fallen angels and angels were once again charmed. They lit their angel cores one by one and shouted, "Goddess, we will give you the most perfect fireworks." "Fuck." Gabriel bellowed in anger, swinging his holy light again. The fallen angels and angels quickly regained their senses, regretting their previous actions, and suppressing their angel cores. But once the angel cores were ignited, it was not easy to calm them down. At this moment, an unmanned spaceship entered the attack range and rained energy bullets down on the fallen angels and angels. The male angels were busy suppressing their cores and couldn't defend themselves. The female angels were too few in number to protect all of the male angels, and many were shot and killed. Once they died, their angel cores could no longer control them and they exploded, taking nearby angels with them. Sovereigns cheered and continued their attack, while a clone army dropped from the sky and crashed into the angels, causing even more losses. "I am very pleased with this fireworks display," said Lorelei with a smile. Meanwhile, many male angels were once again charmed. Gabriel gritted his teeth in anger and threw a white spear hundreds of meters long at the blood ship. Bert's eyes widened as he used a heat ray to destroy the spear and charged towards Gabriel with a sound barrier shockwave. Lucifer shouted, "Gabriel, defeat the blood god." At the same time, a large number of fallen angels and angels emerged from the space gate to support the vanguard army. "Silence! You have no right to command me." Gabriel snorted disdainfully and approached Bert with confidence. The two spears clashed in the air, creating intense waves. Moments later, Bert split into 9 and simultaneously attacked Gabriel from 9 different directions. Gabriel sneered and with a single swipe of his spear, 9 massive white beams of light descended from the sky and collided with each of the 9 Berts. In that instant, the 9 Berts vanished, and then the true Bert appeared behind Gabriel, striking him in the back with a spear like a bolt of lightning. Gabriel spun around and swung his spear rapidly, clashing hundreds of times with Bert's spear in 1 second. The air around them was nearly emptied. "Your spear skills are impressive," Bert said as he attacked. His eyes lit up red, and he shot 2 heat rays towards Gabriel's chest. Gabriel's white feathers fell as some of them turned into energy shields to block the heat rays, and others transformed into sharp swords and flew at Bert. Bert turned his head and used the heat rays to destroy all of the sharp swords that Gabriel had shot. Taking advantage of the situation, Gabriel thrust his radiant spear at Bert. Bert blocked the spear with his own, but was still knocked back several dozen meters. Gabriel was about to chase after him when Bert cast a spell with one hand, creating a shrinking circle of death around him. "Your casting speed is remarkable. You were able to complete hundreds of spells in an instant," Gabriel commented in surprise. He then brought his hands together, creating a holy sphere that quickly grew in size and collided with the circle of death. The collision between the sphere of holiness and the circle of death made no sound. The two circles merged together and vanished simultaneously, as if they never existed from the beginning. Bert held the vibranium spear and praised, "What a Gabriel, you're not worthy of the name Archangel. Blood God, you're stronger than Lucifer said. It's hard to imagine you're only in your 20s. Gabriel said, "Heaven needs talents like you, Blood God. I'm willing to give you one last chance. If you hand over the spear of God and believe in God, I'll forgive your sins and help you become an angel." "Your forgiveness." Bert smiled disdainfully and attacked once again. Seeing Bert's stubbornness, Gabriel snorted coldly and approached him, spear in hand. Immediately, the two engaged in a battle in the sky, teleporting from one place to another. Each blow was enough to shatter mountains and the white clouds in the sky quickly dispersed due to the airwaves they generated. A clone can block Gabriel's projection. The blood god has grown too fast. A few years ago, he was still a copycat of Dracula, unable to hold the power of the gods. Lucifer observed the battle in the sky and sighed. He hesitated and finally decided not to attack. There was only one clone of blood god, and the situation was uncertain. So, taking risks was not advisable. Although there was a constant stream of reinforcements, the situation of the Angel Alliance did not improve. Lorelei remained arrogant, and the male angel was constantly being controlled and unable to fight. In addition to her appearance, Lorelei's charm is also in her voice. Even if you don't see her face, you will still be captivated by her voice. Furthermore, Lorelei's voice is so powerful that it can't be ignored. It contains a divine power. Recognizing this, Lucifer and Gabriel decide to send only female angels. The issue is that their numbers are too small to make a significant impact in the battle. Lucifer, we must find a way to stop Lorelei or the war will be lost because of her alone, Grandmaster proclaimed while activating the demon altar. I told you all beforehand, but you didn't prepare anything? Are you all useless? Grandmaster scolded. Be quiet. We just underestimated the charisma of Asgard's god, Lucifer replied. Quick, open another altar and overwhelm them with numbers, Lucifer ordered. Grandmaster took out a wine glass and offered a sacrifice to the 2 demon altars. The altars lit up and 2 new portals opened. An army of balrogs and gargoyles emerged from the portals, but they didn't join the battle immediately. Instead, they waited for their lord to arrive. Soon, the lord's consciousness appeared, but they did not dare to use their physical form. The Balrog Lord, Flame Demon Lord, glanced at the battlefield and sneered at Lucifer and Gabriel. You birdmen can't handle this. Fighting 2 against 1, you're like birds. Quiet? Remember, don't send any male demons out, Lucifer scolded. When did the Balrogs are divide into male and female? Balrog Lord asked. Gargoyles have no gender, added the Gargoyle Lord. Just go, Gabriel and Lucifer eagerly ordered the Balrog and Gargoyle Lords. The 2 armies rushed towards the battlefield without hesitation. Aren't you being too cautious? Grandmaster asked. In this case, how could we possibly win? Can't we just win while lying down? Hurry up and send out your true body, Grandmaster ordered. Wait, 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 the 3 devil kings of hell replied in unison, causing Grandmaster to roll his eyes. He realized that it was no wonder hell had been unable to make progress for so many years. The lords were more afraid of death than anything else. Tired of talking, Grandmaster activated the dragon altar and nourished the last 2 altars with a large number of souls. The 2 altars were important and needed to be warmed up before activation. When the Balrogs and Gargoyles appeared, Frank on the battleship said to Doom, Dr. Doom, it's your turn. Leave it to me. The thing I hate the most, besides Reed, is the devil, Doom replied before teleporting outside the battleship. He summoned 2 huge space doors and a swarm of explosive zergs flew out. As the zergs accumulated, Doom pointed forward, and they flew towards the demon army. Lucifer and the others were not surprised by Doom's appearance, as the exploding zergs had already caused them trouble in the past. Balrog Lord ordered, use a group spell to burn all the explosive zergs to ashes. Balrogs obeyed, gathering the flames from their bodies into a sea of fire that burned the sky and boiled the sea. The sea of fire rushed towards the explosive zergs, destroying them all. It seems that the devils aren't too stupid, Doom said with disdain as he activated more than a dozen translucent zergs, teleporting them to the Balrog's square with thousands of other zergs. Immediately afterwards, the zergs flapped their wings and slammed into the flame demons, causing them to explode. The force of the explosion was so great that even the flame demon was torn apart and died instantly. As a result of too many flame demons, Balrogs, dying, the sea of fire in the sky became uncontrollable, with dense fireballs falling and burning many angels and fallen angels to death. Gabriel roared out, Balrog, what are you doing? Balrog Lord ignored Gabriel's question and shouted in anger, these zergs can teleport. Doom smiled disdainfully and replied, you demons all know how to play target tactics, will I, Doom, stay put. Gargoyle Lord stepped in, smiling, and ordered the gargoyles to use their petrified rays of light to restrain the exploding zergs. The petrified rays of light could petrify as many zergs as necessary as long as the energy inside was not used up. The exploding zergs were weak and soon turned into stones and fell to the ground. The lords rejoiced at finally having the upper hand. Doom teleported the explosive zergs into the gargoyle camp and they exploded, causing many gargoyles to be blown apart. To Doom's surprise, however, many of the gargoyles were not dead. They absorbed power from the ground and quickly regained their limbs. Gargoyle Lord laughed and declared, I said, I'm your nemesis. As long as the core of the gargoyle was not destroyed, the body could be recovered from any explosion. Doom narrowed his eyes but did not do much else, merely continuing to send explosive zergs to entangle the gargoyles. Gargoyle Lord looked on disdainfully, leaving some gargoyles to deal with the explosive zergs while the rest followed the Balrog to the next battle. Die. The Flame Demon army, eager to redeem themselves after their previous defeat, launched a barrage of fireballs at the unmanned spaceship. The tide of the battle began to shift. Well done, keep sending troops and overpower them. Lucifer and Gabriel exclaimed in joy as 4 portals opened and a variety of creatures, including angels, fallen angels, balrogs, gargoyles, and other monsters, charged onto the battlefield. The various layers of hell were teeming with creatures, including the flame beasts and birds. At this moment, they were all rushing out in a frenzy. Gabriel swung away Bert's vibranium spear and declared proudly, Blood God, it seems like you will be defeated today. It's still uncertain who will come out on top, Bert replied coldly, but sneered inwardly, thinking, a bunch of fools, they think Doom is so easily defeated. As the battle took a turn for the worse, Frank told Korath, the pursuer, Korath, you control the bloodship. Yvonne and the others will fight. Korath nodded in agreement, okay, leave it to me. Finally, it's our turn? My new armor can finally be revealed, Ivan exclaimed as he spat a toothpick into a steel tabletop. Frank sighed, although this display of strength is impressive, isn't it unsanitary? Ivan retorted, when have I ever cared about hygiene, and added, let's go fight, I want to eat devil sashimi. Frank shook his head, impressed by Ivan's rude behavior but still considered himself a nobleman in comparison. The hatch of the blood ship opened, and Ivan and Frank led their unmanned army of uniformed soldiers, war lizards, and creatures towards the battlefield. Tony, who had been watching the battle, cried out in shock, Ivan, Frank, are you two insane? Your armors have at least 4 arc reactors. Don't compare us to weak chickens like you, Ivan sneered. Tony Stark, I have won the competition between us. No matter how advanced your technology is, the power of Mark's armor will not increase much because your body can't handle more arc reactors. Tony said, dissatisfied, I've already researched the antidote for the perfect version of the extremis virus. By then, I'll be able to access at least 3 arc reactors. 3. Ivan grinned, and the magic armor on his body was fully activated. His chest, back, shoulders, thighs, and the 8 arc reactors protected by vibranium all glowed. Frank also smiled and activated the arc reactor on his body. Then, the unmanned battle armors behind him opened the boxes in his hands one after another, releasing a large number of unmanned forts that flew out and hovered beside Frank. Frank was fully connected to these unmanned turrets, and he appeared as intimidating as a fortress. Tony exclaimed in shock, wow, you really don't want to die. You have no idea how strong we are, Ivan and Frank laughed. Frank raised the energy cannon in his hand and launched an attack with the unmanned cannons. A large number of energy balls shot at Balrog's army. Bang, bang, bang. The energy balls hit the flame demon army and exploded, the violent energy swept around, and many flame demons died on the spot. Balrog, flame demon, commander was angry, and while ordering the Balrog general to rush to Frank, he ordered the Balrog to fire fireballs at the unmanned battle armors. Weak chickens are all weak chickens, Ivan said as he flicked the Keel War whip in his hand. The whip was electrified and quickly became longer, binding the rushing Balrog general. The Balrog roared as the temperature of the flame on its body increased sharply, igniting the surrounding grass and trees. However, even with such a high temperature, Ivan's Keel War whip was not burned. He pulled hard, tearing the Balrog general into several pieces with the whip, and it fell to the ground crackling. This pair of whips, made of dragon bone, vibranium, URU, and magic crystals, was crafted by the Dwarf King himself. In the words of Asgard, they were artifacts. Tony sucked in a breath of cold air. That Balrog general was at least comparable to the 5 Captain America, and was actually killed by Ivan. You get a lot of good stuff from Bert, said Tony grudgingly. Although he and Bert were friends, he was arrogant and unwilling to accept too much help from Bert, preferring to work on his own research and development. Leaving Tony's thoughts aside, Ivan led some unmanned armors to attack the Gargoyle army while Frank took another group to fight the Balrog army. Frank's brutal artillery fire quickly killed many Balrogs, and there was no time to deal with the unmanned spaceship and the clone army. With vigorous swings of his double whip, Ivan easily defeated the Gargoyles, whose cores could be easily locked by technology. War lizards also joined the battle against the Gargoyles, but Ivan's individual strength had surpassed theirs, and his continuous improvement made it a matter of time before the war lizards were eliminated from the top legion. Balrog Lord and Gargoyle Lord were furious at the sight of Ivan and Frank's power and sent more demons to help escalate the battle. The sky and ground were filled with fighting, roaring, and screaming. Your people are indeed strong, commented Gabriel, but no matter what you do, you're fighting a losing battle. Our reinforcements will only keep increasing, and our sheer numbers will eventually kill you. Both heaven and hell have millions of elite troops. In this universe, quality is more important than quantity, retorted Bert coldly. Black Bolt, it's time for you to shine. Okay, I can't take it anymore. Black Bolt smiled and nodded to Lockjaw, who immediately teleported to the middle of the battlefield with the aliens and superheroes. Gordon, Black Bolt shouted. Gordon promptly teleported him and himself to the sky, while the others stayed behind to continue fighting the demons. Black Bolt didn't waste any time. He opened his mouth and unleashed a super high-pitched onomatopoeia, which rushed towards the army of gargoyles with a series of ripples. Thousands of gargoyles were smashed together, turned into small pebbles, and crashed to the ground. Under Black Bolt's terrifying attack, even the sturdy gargoyles were no match. Gargoyle Lord was shocked and quickly shouted, "This guy is a strategic weapon. Lucifer, hurry and send someone to deal with him." "Don't worry, we have already prepared," Lucifer replied with a smile and called to Gabriel. "Gabriel, it's up to you. Why do I feel like you're subcontracting?" Gabriel complained, but still, a dazzling male angel with golden wings flew out of the space door. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and a holy light enveloped Black Bolt. Gordon wanted to teleport with Black Bolt before it hits, but he soon discovered that the holy light could affect the quantum world. He and Black Bolt reappeared in the same spot, then the holy light descended and enveloped the two of them. The male angel turned his head and glanced at Gabriel, flapped his wings, and entered the area where the holy light was. Then, he politely introduced himself to Black Bolt, saying, "I am Michael, the chief warrior of God. And I am Black Bolt, king of Italan." Black Bolt replied. Black Bolt made a sound with his vibrating sounder, adding nervously, I did not expect to have the opportunity to fight with the chief warrior of God. To be honest, I am also a believer in God. Gordon, another believer, saluted Michael and said, I am Gordon, an inhuman. Michael asked, if you are both believers in God, why do you want to help the blood god? Black Bolt, Gordon, if you are willing to join us, I can turn the inhumans into angels. Black Bolt shook his head and said, I believe in God, but I do not believe in you angels. The angels in my heart will not join forces with demons and will not want to destroy the earth. I don't agree with joining forces with demons either, but Gabriel insists on doing it, and I can't help it. Michael sighed and continued, as for destroying the earth, we would not normally do this. Our goal is to bring the people of the earth back to their faith. But I must be honest with you. If we cannot find the Heavenly Father, we may have no choice but to destroy humanity. The Heavenly Father loves human beings the most, and when they are destroyed, He will definitely return. I know this is not what you want to hear, but as angels created by the Father, He is everything to us, and we need Him. Black Bolt replied, we will not agree to either restore human beings to their faith or to exterminate them. Humans are doing well now, and belief is just a matter of personal meaning. You do not have to take it so seriously. Michael raised the golden sword in his hand and said, there is nothing left to say. Let us fight. Then let's fight. Black Bolt opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of onomatopoeia that attacked Michael. However, Michael did not evade. The onomatopoeia only hit half of Michael, the rest hitting his great sword. Michael was sent flying backward several meters, and he said in surprise, you're stronger than I thought. You're as strong as I thought, replied Black Bolt, excitement flashing in his eyes. He had never encountered an equal opponent before, either easily defeating them or being defeated himself. This time, he could finally have a vigorous battle. I'll make up for your lack of defense, said Gordon, aware that Black Bolt was strong in attack, and he would never be able to defeat Michael without his help. It seems I was a bit underestimated, Michael replied with a smile. His golden wings lit up with a dazzling light, forcing Black Bolt to close his eyes. Michael seized the opportunity to rush forward and sweep his sword over Black Bolt and Gordon like a violent storm. When Gordon sensed this, he immediately teleported to the top with Black Bolt. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, I don't have eyes, so your move won't affect me. Hehe, chuckled Black Bolt. He then unleashed another wave of onomatopoeia towards Michael. Michael quickly swung his great sword and shattered all the condensed sound waves. Black Bolt continued releasing sound waves loudly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hulk charged forward with excitement, paralyzing everything in his path, whether it was a Balrog, a gargoyle, or even a fiery bull. Hulk likes to fight, and I don't have to pay for anything that gets broken here, he cheered, grabbing a gargoyle and using it as a weapon to smash it into the Balrog in front of him. Bang! 6 or 7 Balrogs were smashed into the air and died tragically on the spot. Balrogs, flame demons, and gargoyles became angry and rushed towards Hulk. Before they could reach him, more than a dozen petrified rays of light shot over. Hulk picked up his gravity hammer to block the petrified light, then he jumped high and smashed the hammer into the ground. The ground shook and rocks flew as the gargoyle and flame demon were thrown back. Hulk was so strong that he trampled the demons to death with his big feet. He was becoming more and more excited. This is where he should be. It's worth mentioning that Hulk's hammer of gravity was unaffected. This hammer was an artifact and ordinary petrified light couldn't harm it. Just as Hulk was feeling happy, a black flamed ape slashed at him. Hulk quickly raised his hammer to defend himself. With a loud bang, he was pushed back dozens of meters, leaving deep tracks in the ground. You're powerful, Hulk said, looking at his opponent in surprise. It was a big, fat fallen angel who was over 3 meters tall and had a waist wider than his shoulders. Hulk laughed. So fallen angels are so ugly. The big, fat fallen angel gritted his teeth in anger. He put away his heavy sword and said coldly, Lord Lucifer has asked me to kill you. I am the first general under Lord Lucifer. Hulk knocked a nearby fallen angel out with a single punch and then jumped into the air and smashed the fat fallen angel with his hammer while shouting, a dead man talking? Who cares about your name? The fallen angel was furious. He rolled away from Hulk's hammer, spread his wings, and flew into the air, slashing at Hulk. Hulk wasn't afraid and fought back. The fallen angel was a capable opponent, being the first general of Lucifer's command. Even Hulk had trouble taking him down. The two of them fought intensely, throwing away their weapons and exchanging blows with their fists. The ground shook and was full of dents and big pits from their struggle. The turf had long since been scraped away. At the same time, under Lucifer's command, the mainland demons rushed towards the Electro and the others. The superheroes and Inhumans were strong, but without Black Bolt and Hulk, they were overwhelmed by the demons' numbers. Electro wasn't bothered by the demons rushing towards him. He sat on the 16-armed mecha made just for him and said, it seems they've made preparations for us. Black Bolt and Hulk are both tied up. Sky put her hands on the ground and said longingly, it's normal for super strong people to be targeted. I wonder when I'll receive the same treatment. The clone, Alyssa, fired energy attacks at the demons with a gun and smiled, with your strength, it's estimated to be soon. After all, you're the Moon Destroyer, the Leader Terminator, the Earth Destroyer, and the Queen of Inhumans. Where did that long title come from? Sky complained. Giella raised her hand and all the evil beasts that had rushed over flew into the air and fell to kill other demons. she said. Sky, Max, the surrounding monsters are getting more and more. Are you ready? While controlling the 16 gun barrels to extend to 10 meters, Electro said, I want to solve this. Sky, you come first. Sky asked, I'm coming, Earth Demon. I'm ready. How about you? Earth Demon's voice came from the ground. You can start at any time. Let them see our combo skills. Then let's begin, replied Sky. With a press of her right hand, a shockwave erupted, and thousands of mud spears shot out from the ground, sending hundreds of demons flying through the sky. The results are good, but the hit rate is a little lower. Let's continue, commented Sky. With a shake of her left hand, thousands of soil spears flew up, and the demons screamed as they were turned into meat skewers. In simple terms, the combo technique involves the Earth Demon making mud spears in the ground and Sky using the shockwave to launch them. However, there are many issues with the technique, such as a lower hit rate. Earth Demon laughed excitedly. Shockwave girl, you're really powerful? In the future, we'll tear up the earth together. Sky shook the ground while sighing. I really don't like that nickname. Hurry up and make mud spears. With that, a large number of demons fell to the ground. Laser-eyed Inhuman, Bubble Inhuman, Gale Inhuman, and others took the opportunity to step up their attacks, resulting in the tragic death of many demons. Earth Demon looked at the Angel Legion, who were fighting against the Clone Corps and unmanned spaceship in the sky, and snorted coldly. Just because of their virtues, would they be too embarrassed to drive me out of heaven? The Inhumans were stunned. What? You used to be an angel. I'm ready. You squat down, shouted Electro. He then released all his strength and the 16 alloy gun barrels doped with vibranium flashed dazzling electric lights at the same time. Everyone quickly squatted down, and the next moment, accompanied by Electro's loud shout, the 16 gun barrels fired simultaneously, instantly penetrating all the demons in their line of sight and not stopping until thousands of meters away. Because of their speed and power, the 16 alloy bullets left 16 orange rays in the air, making for a gorgeous sight. When the light disappeared, the demons that were shot through slowly fell to the ground. Counting roughly, at least hundreds of demons died tragically due to the dense number of demons surrounding them. Fine, let's continue, said Electro as he turned on the switch, allowing the mecha to automatically replenish ammunition. He then changed direction and fired the 16 orange rays of light, causing more demons to fall to the ground. This is the mecha developed by Yvonne and Banner for Electro. On the battlefield, it can be called a life harvester. Before it was over, Electro started the mecha again, and 16 orange rays of light shot out. This time, the demons were prepared and fell to the ground one after another, but hundreds of demons still got shot through. Before the demons could breathe a sigh of relief, a large number of soil thorns emerged from the ground and pierced them. Earth Demon and Sky smiled smugly, knowing that this would happen for a long time. Seeing the heavy losses suffered by the demon army, both lords looked a little uneasy. They thought about it and sent flying demons to attack the Inhumans and superheroes. At this moment, Lockjaw disappeared with everyone, and when they reappeared, they had reached the other end of the battlefield, where a large number of demons were charging forward. Keep down, the Electro laughed, and the railgun once again showed its might, quickly harvesting the demon's life. In terms of mobility, how can demons compare to Inhumans and superheroes with teleportation abilities? Fuck, Lucifer scolded, but didn't take it too seriously, because time was on their side. As time passed, there would be more and more demons, and the next altar was about to activate. The next altar is connected to the dimension of the dragons. Although the dragons are greedy, their strength is quite formidable. More importantly, their dragon god promised to take action. While the army was fighting, Carol and the others went underground smoothly. When they saw the area protected by the light of the gods, they immediately launched an attack, and the barrier they hit shook continuously. Ego sensed the danger and immediately teleported to the ground, controlling the energy whip to block everyone. With his current strength, Carol and the others were no match. Star-Lord could not teleport, but could only fly downwards. Upon seeing this, Yondu asked Rocket and the others to go below in a small spaceship, while he himself controlled the main ship and waited to meet everyone. When they reached the ground, Star-Lord saw that Carol and the others were at a disadvantage and quickly took control of the energy whip to fight Ego. Carol and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Peter again, Ego was furious and shouted, "Do you know that if they destroy my brain, all your powers will disappear and you will become an incompetent waste? You're trash," Star-Lord cursed. "Even without this power, I'll kill you. Peter, you're tougher than I thought." Thor laughed and wielded his hammer to attack the barrier formed by the light. Upon seeing this, Carol and the others rushed over to help Thor resist Ego's energy whip. "Just you, want to kill me?" Ego asked, enraged. He pressed down with his large hand and the ground under Thor's feet suddenly sank, burying Thor in a pit below. Ego could control everything on this planet. Get over here. Thor, who had been buried alive, roared and lightning exploded from the ground. Ego sneered and 5 energy whips appeared from the cave wall, tying Thor's limbs and body. The energy whip that bound Thor's right hand even started to shrink and constrict, causing Thor to drop his hammer. The energy whip took the opportunity to wrap around Thor's palms, preventing him from summoning his hammer. "You're just a god of hammer. You're nothing without it. You're weaker than Odin," Ego taunted. The energy whip continued to shrink, and Thor was being pulled into the cave wall despite his thunderous struggles. Carol and the others tried to help, but were stopped by Ego's energy whip. They realized this was Ego's territory. Suddenly, the sound of intense energy bullets filled the air as the energy whip around Thor's right palm shattered. Thor quickly regained control of his hammer and used its lightning to destroy the remaining energy whips and free himself. Rocket shouted, "Don't thank me. Just give me the hammer." "Little rabbit, you can't handle this hammer," Thor retorted. Thor swung his hammer at Ego with fury, fueled by the anger of being buried alive. Rocket wasn't alone. Gamera, Groot, Mantis, and Drax joined forces with Carol and the others to take on Ego. Even Ego became overwhelmed. "God damn it, if it wasn't for Peter, I wouldn't give a damn about these people," Ego growled, his teeth clenched. Among the group, Star-Lord held the greatest sway over him. After all, there was only so much power to be had from the gods. If Star-Lord took a little more, Ego would have less. Carol issued a command, "Thor, you're in charge of breaking down the barriers. Let's take care of these energy whips." Thor yelled, "No problem, I'm the best at breaking things." "Rocket, you prepare a big bomb. When Thor breaks down the barrier, we'll send in a small robot carrying the bomb to blow up Ego's brain." Gamera instructed Rocket, who replied, "No problem. I love explosions more than anything." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out on Gamera's private channel, "Don't worry about the bomb, Gamera. Get out of here." Gamera was stunned. "Nebula? Are you here too? Why didn't I see you?" "Yes, I'm here. Blood God has hidden me so no one can see me," Nebula replied, explaining that Bert had used space abilities, not Pym particles, to hide her. Gamera was puzzled. "Blood God sent you here? What's your mission? And why did you let me escape?" Nebula hesitated for a moment before responding, "Blood God tasked Doom with creating a super bomb that's powerful enough to destroy this place. If things go wrong, they'll detonate the bomb and destroy everything here." "A big bomb?" Gamera gasped in shock. She then asked nervously, "What about you? If it explodes, you'll die too." Nebula was touched by Gamera's concern. "Blood God gave me a magic talisman. If I activate it, I'll be teleported to a safe place. The bomb has 10 seconds before it detonates." "That's good." Gamera breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked, "Nebula, since the Blood God has this means, why hasn't it been detonated? Ego not only wants to kill Star-Lord, but also wants to devour countless planets." "I don't know," Nebula replied. "Blood God is in the midst of a fierce battle and the bomb may go off at any moment. I don't know about Blood God, but Doom is certainly a ruthless person. He doesn't care if there are others underground. Gamera, leave quickly, or you might die here." Gamera was resolute. "My friend is here and I'm not running away. I believe in Blood God. He's not the kind of person who would sacrifice others so easily, especially with his apprentices and friends here. I will defeat Ego with everyone. I believe we can do it." Nebula sneered and said, "Being with Peter for too long has caused your IQ to drop as well." "Maybe, but I don't mind. They're a group of jokers, but they're cute." Gamera smiled and shouted to Star-Lord, "Peter, defeat Ego and I'll go out with you." Star-Lord was overjoyed, "Really?" Rocket added with a smile, "Of course it's true. Not only Gamera, I'll date you too." Groot chimed in, "I am Groot." Drax turned around and yelled, "Peter, I won't go out with you. I don't like men and you're too ugly and fat. What am I gonna do with these single dogs?" And Drax, "Shut up." Star-Lord laughed and scolded. Suddenly, the light on his body doubled, and he unleashed a large number of energy whips that attacked Ego frantically. Peter's behavior is usually average, but when it comes to picking up girls, he becomes a super Star-Lord. Fuck. Star-Lord's outburst put Ego at a disadvantage. In shock and anger, Ego contacted Grandmaster and shouted, "What's going on over there? Can you send someone to help me?" "Ego, weren't you very arrogant before?" Grandmaster said disdainfully. "Why are you so down now? You've been beaten by a few juniors and need help." "Shut up. I'm asking, can you send reinforcements?" Ego said angrily. "The dragon altar ceremony is about to start. I'll send a few dragons to support you," Grandmaster said. "But you must stop swallowing planets. You lied to me before. The planet you wanted to swallow is far beyond my expectations." Ego's expression was extremely ugly. He asked, "What if I don't agree?" "Then I'll kill you too," Grandmaster said arrogantly. "In this universe, the 9 altars decide who destroys whom, unless the higher-level creation gods take action." Ego gritted his teeth for a moment, then said, "Okay, Grandmaster. But I won't forget this." Grandmaster smiled disdainfully. He thought Ego was a scoundrel who believed he was invincible in the world, but it was a mess and shameful. "It's still me who holds the power. Whether it's the Blood God or Ego, they all must submit to my feet," Grandmaster said, extremely proud. At that moment, the activation of the dragon altar was complete, and Grandmaster once again sacrificed the souls. The dragon altar shined brightly, and a space gate several hundred meters tall opened below. As soon as the space gate appeared, a large number of dragon beasts and dragon men emerged immediately. These were hybrids of dragons, humans, and animals. Then, dozens of dragons and lizard dragons flew out of the sky. These dragons were generally hundreds of meters long and looked quite sacred and mighty. In addition, all dragons had wings. Upon seeing the opening of the dragon god altar, Lucifer was overjoyed. He shouted to the dragon god, "Dragon god, hurry up and bring the male dragon man back. The charming goddess of Asgard is here." "What is succubus goddess?" "You may be afraid of her, I am not," replied an old and arrogant voice. Lucifer frowned without persuading, and said, "Dragon god, you promised me I would do it myself." Dragon God replied, Lucifer, I am not as afraid of death as you are. You are a shame to the demon king of hell. With these words, a two-winged green divine dragon 1,000 meters long flew out from the space gate. The dragon's might filled the land. Dragon God, projection, descends. The words of the dragon god made the three hell lords a little embarrassed. Lucifer said, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and take action. Dragon God asked, no hurry. You said you would help me find the murderers who attacked the dimension of the dragon. Where are they? Or did you lie to me, and the murderers are actually those pretending angels? Don't you know just by feeling it? Replied Lucifer, angry. I told you many times that only the blood god has the spirit of vengeance. With your character, who will believe what you say? Dragon God snorted coldly, sensing the battlefield carefully and quickly locking his gaze on Frank and Yvonne. He shouted in anger, how dare you enslave our dragon race? With the anger of the dragon god, a huge pressure was placed on Frank and Yvonne, and they both bent their knees and almost fell to the ground. Frank and Yvonne were both angry as they stood up, gritting their teeth, and harnessing the power of the dragon. They both let out a loud shout, and huge dragon shadows appeared behind them, roaring into the void as they fearlessly fought against the dragon god. Behind Yvonne was a dark blue thunder dragon phantom, while Frank was accompanied by a crimson fire dragon phantom. Tony, a veteran of S.W.O.R.D, was taken aback and shouted incredulously, both of you have become iron fists? Can this be mass-produced too? Yvonne and Frank ignored Tony's question. They had indeed become iron fists and were the first to use dragon souls hunted by the vengeful angels. Dragon God was frightened and angry, and his killing intent intensified greatly. He realized that these two must be killed, otherwise, many others will hunt the dragon clan in the future to increase their strength. Yvonne arrogantly shouted, so what? Stop talking nonsense and come here to die. Frank remained silent, but he didn't look afraid at all. Meanwhile, a large number of unmanned spaceships and clone corps were rushing to support through the space gate, which was connected to the space outside Sovereign. Although the reinforcements were not as many as the demons, they were endless. Without them, they would not have been able to stop the growing number of demons. Dragon God ordered, arrogant, come and kill these two and release the dragon soul in their bodies. Dozens of dragons immediately spread their wings and flew towards Yvonne and Frank. At the same time, a large number of dragon beasts and dragon men roared towards the battlefield. Lorelei saw an opportunity when the dragon race, dragon beasts, and dragon men entered the battlefield. She immediately appeared and shouted, do you think I'm beautiful? Nice, replied a large number of dragon races, dragon beasts, and dragon people. They were controlled and turned against to deal with the demon army. The dimension of dragons was very chaotic, and whether it was the dragon race, dragon people, or dragon beasts, they all liked human beauties. /////// Lucifer, in a hurry, shouted, Dragon God. What are you afraid of? He continued. I said, I have a way to deal with it. Dragon God snorted coldly and unleashed Dragon's might on all dragons, dragon men, and dragon beasts. Dragon's might was particularly effective on them, causing them to immediately fall to their knees and shake with fear. They quickly regained their composure. Dragon God boasted, dragons are the supreme beings. Under my dragon power, what is the mere goddess of Asgard can do? What a revolting race. Lucifer, Gabriel, Grandmaster, and others all inwardly snorted but said nothing because they were in the midst of battle. Grandmaster thought for a moment, disregarding the battle, and continued to activate the remaining two demon altars. Blood God's true form had not yet appeared, so any outcome was possible. The more reinforcements, the better. Grandmaster always felt that hell couldn't trap the Blood God. It was just a hunch, but with no evidence to support it. Soon, the dragons and dragon beasts regained their senses. Dragon God retracted Dragon's might and glared at Lorelei's phantom, which promptly started to disintegrate. I'm going to die, Lorelei cried out. Take care and don't miss me. She then unleashed all her divine power and cast the charm spell again. Both the dragons and dragon beasts were attacked simultaneously. They let out a mournful cry and ignited their souls, sacrificing themselves for the goddess. Dragons tried to resist, but their power was too great. They didn't commit suicide immediately but still struggled to hold on. Dragon God was shocked by the turn of events. He quickly displayed his dragon power again, but it was too late. Once a soul ignites, it cannot be extinguished. The dragons and dragon beasts didn't manage to kill a single enemy. Except for a few women, the rest of them charged into the streets. Asgard. Dragon God and the dragon clan roared in anger. Many of the fallen were their descendants. Grandmaster, Lucifer, and the others watched from the sidelines. This is what happens when you don't listen to the advice of the elderly. The consequences are in front of you. Ha ha ha, don't underestimate this lady. Lorelei was seated on the battleship, her face pale but expression proud. She had made a great contribution and was sure to be rewarded by her master. However, my abilities are limited. Maybe I should return to Asgard and ask Thor for more divine power. Lorelei pondered the idea of improving her abilities further. The dragon god, noticing that his subordinates had suffered heavy losses, ordered more dragon beasts and men to come to their aid and decided to attack the blood god himself. At this moment, Lucifer called out to the dragon god, go and help Gabriel deal with the blood god's clone. Your subordinates should be enough to handle the rest. Dragon God hesitated before flying towards Bert. From a distance, he opened his mouth and breathed a cloud of poisonous mist towards both Bert and Gabriel. Gabriel quickly dodged the attack, and Bert summoned a space portal that absorbed the poisonous mist. Immediately, a space portal appeared in the midst of the dozens of dragons below, releasing a large amount of poisonous mist and shrouding several lizard dragons. They made shrill cries before turning into skeletons and falling to the ground with a crackling sound. Blood God, Dragon God growled in fury. Bert held a vibranium spear and sneered, I had intended to slowly clean up your dragon dimension, but since you're seeking death, I'll send you all to hell in advance. Just you. Dragon God was furious and rushed over to grab Bert with his overpowering claws. Before they could reach, a green, poisonous mist had already eroded the void, causing chaos in space. Seeing this, Gabriel swung his spear towards the sky and a huge, holy beam of light shot down towards Bert. Facing the siege from the two, Bert wasn't afraid. With a swipe of his left hand, he forcibly opened a portal in the chaotic space. The holy beam of light suddenly appeared above the dragon god, slamming it to the ground and creating a big hole. After redirecting the holy beam of light, Bert controlled the vibranium spear to rotate in the air and transferred all the poisonous gas to the tip of the spear. Then, he stabbed Gabriel with the spear. Gabriel didn't dare to neglect and turned his feathers into a sharp sword, attacking Bert at the same time. Hundreds of swords appeared, densely stabbing Bert. Bert's spear shook, and the green light on its tip suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Gabriel. Gabriel quickly dodged it, but at that moment, the green light exploded and turned into a poisonous mist, corroding Gabriel's chest. The poisonous mist was quite powerful, instantly corroding Gabriel's holy light and crazily corroding Gabriel's skin and muscles. Gabriel quickly used his holy light to expel the poison. Bert took advantage of this and smashed the sharp sword. Then, he opened his mouth and shot out a cloud of cold air, freezing Gabriel in place. Immediately afterwards, Bert smashed the ice with his spear. At that moment, Dragon God, who had been blasted to the ground, flew up in anger and sprayed a thick green beam of light at Bert. Idiot! Bert waved his hand and a space portal appeared, deflecting the green beam of light to the side. In the process, Gabriel was trapped in the middle, his complexion changed dramatically as he tried to protect himself with holy light. However, he was still badly corroded. Dragon God was shocked and quickly retracted the beam of light. Bert appeared in front of his huge eye, and the heat rays from his eye severely injured the Dragon God's left eye, causing it to let out a shrill scream. Everyone watching the battle was stunned. Why are the two gods not as strong as before even when they're fighting together? Bert smiled disdainfully. Space magic is never afraid of a siege. Ancient One can fight against the lords of all hell with just one person. The best course of action now would be for one of them to retreat, but neither the Dragon God nor Gabriel are willing to give up, so they continue to confront Bert. Two fools, I would have killed you long ago if it weren't for the purpose of luring the enemy deeper. Bert's eyes were full of contempt as he split into two, fighting both Gabriel and the Dragon God at the same time. At the same time, the dragon elites were quickly flying towards the battlefield. Lucifer and the other two discussed and sent the gargoyle and flame demon elites to follow, with the goal of eliminating all the human superpowers. With the number of demons now overwhelming, crushing the blood god's army wouldn't be a problem. Acting is so boring, I'll just bring in some elites to play. Anyway, outsiders can't see the mirror dimension. Doom thought for a moment, cast spells with both hands, and brought more than 20 dragons, as well as a large group of gargoyles and balrogs, into the mirror dimension. Doom, you dare to provoke our gargoyles, sneered the gargoyle leader when he saw Doom. The gargoyle army had previously defeated the army of Zergs. Idiot, Doom replied, too lazy to argue. He pointed upwards and the 9 magic satellites turned their direction, then 9 thick high-temperature rays fell and 9 gargoyle elites were directly killed on the spot. Immediately after, the 9 high-temperature rays swept towards the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was startled and quickly joined together to form a large defensive shield to resist the rays. Balrog, destroy that thing in the sky, shouted the leader of the gargoyles, directing his followers to shoot petrified light at Doom. Doom sneered and a massive grey Zerg materialized out of thin air in front of him. It gobbled up the petrified light and then glared in the direction of the Balrogs. 2 rays of petrified light shot out and petrified the 2 Balrogs instantly. The leader of the gargoyles was shocked. How could this be possible? He exclaimed. What's impossible? I can create Zergs that resist petrification light with a little adjustment, replied Doom disdainfully. He opened his hand and a space portal appeared, releasing hundreds of Zergs the size of leopards. These Zergs had different colors on their bodies, representing their attributes like fire, water, poison, space, and explosion. Doom's graduation project was not just about exploding Zergs. The Zergs charged towards the demon elites and dragons. The dragons tried to burn the Zergs with their dragon breath, but soon realized their mistake. The Zergs teleported to the center of the dragons and released small parasitic Zergs from their wings. These Zergs not only caused immense pain, but also devoured the dragon's essence, weakening them. In addition, the dragons and demon elites were hit by a barrage of lightning, flames, ice, and poison, causing them to scream in agony. The army of Zergs was not only powerful, but also numerous, making it easy for them to defeat the elites. The leader of the gargoyles asked Doom in disbelief, can your Zergs keep evolving? Of course they can. Zergs that can't evolve? You're bringing shame to my name, Doom, replied Doom mockingly. You fools think you can defeat my army of Zergs, but you don't even know that I haven't even used 1% of my strength yet, he added. The leader of the gargoyles realized something and took a deep breath. You're just playing a game, trying to kill the demon lord, he said in shock. That's correct, but unfortunately, you won't be able to spread the news, replied Doom. He raised his right hand and a magic circle appeared in front of it. A red light shot out and hit the leader of the gargoyles, turning into a unique red pattern. The leader of the gargoyles was shocked and tried to suppress the red pattern with his own energy, but it was to no avail. The red pattern rapidly spread and covered the leader's body in a short amount of time. Suddenly, the red pattern lit up with a bright red light, causing the gargoyle leader to explode and killing both him and the surrounding gargoyles. Doom thought to himself, this isn't difficult. Luckily, there's a Hell Lord feast behind me. I wonder if I could defeat a Hell Lord? Maybe I should find a helper. Ordinary demons no longer excited Doom, and only the Hell Lords piqued his interest. Although Doom took away many elites, there were still plenty left. The remaining elites looked at each other and prepared to face Doom's army. Outside Mirror Dimension, a large, blue dragon with a big belly roared at Yvonne, human, who gave you the audacity to enslave the great dragon race. Yvonne sneered, great? Who is qualified to say they're great in front of humans? He swung his whip at the blue dragon, who countered with a water column. The water column turned into multiple water whips and attacked Yvonne from different directions. Yvonne dodged while swinging his whip, breaking some of the whips. But to Ivan's astonishment, after these water whips were cut off, they were immediately reconnected without any loss at all. Die! Yvonne exclaimed as he fired missiles and magic bullets at the blue dragon. The dragon blocked them with its claws. The next moment, a huge blue dragon claw appeared in the void, blocking the incoming missiles and magic bullets like a shield. Missiles and magic bullets slammed into the blue dragon claws one after another and exploded, the flames scattered, and the airwaves rolled, but the blue dragon claws were not blown up. Although it was full of potholes, it still stood there strong. The blue dragon smiled proudly and waved its claws in the direction of Yvonne. The blue dragon's claws turned into a water ball and flew towards Yvonne quickly. Yvonne couldn't escape and was trapped in the water ball. Yvonne struggled as the water ball compressed and vibrated, but it stabilized with the support of a water column from the blue dragon. Fortunately, Ivan's armor was made of special material and prevented him from being flattened. If it is replaced by Tony's mark armor, it may be flattened in a second. Who is considered great now? Human. Blue dragon laughed haughtily, in front of our mighty dragons, humans are as weak as ants. Yes, us dragons are the strongest, the other dragons chimed in, still fighting with Frank. Frank and the others were extremely frustrated with these arrogant dragons. The demons agreed with this sentiment. Your dragon race is just waiting to be conquered by us humans. If I can subdue the dragon soul, I can naturally defeat you, Yvonne declared through gritted teeth as he lifted the powerless dragon bone war whip towards the blue dragon. He was not one to easily admit defeat, otherwise how could he have subdued the thunder dragon's dragon soul? Unfortunately, Ivan's time as the Iron Fist was too short and he had not absorbed enough elixir. Otherwise, he could have fought the dragons without the need for battle armor. Blue Dragon sneered at Ivan's statement, his dragon claws clenching tightly as the pressure of the water ball increased several times. Even Ivan's battle armor made a stressed clicking sound. Undeterred, Yvonne focused all his power on the dragon's whip and launched an attack, causing a dark light to appear on the weapon. This darkness can swallow everything. Die, Yvonne said with a grim smile as he watched the black light on his war whip gather together and transform into a black ball that raced forward, devouring everything in its path, be it water or air. Blue Dragon was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and attempted to stop the black ball with a wave of his claws. However, as soon as the claws touched the ball, they too were consumed, leaving the Blue Dragon no choice but to avoid it. However, he was still hit in the abdomen and quickly consumed by the black hole that had formed from the exploding black ball. Not only the Blue Dragon, but several demon elites who were nearby were also sucked into the black hole and disappeared. 10 seconds later, the black hole vanished without a trace. Black hole, everyone gasped in shock, including Tony. Lunatic, you finally succeeded in researching the black hole grenade. It didn't work. The previous attempts failed. This is the first time it was successful, Yvonne answered with a grin as he regained his freedom from the disintegrating water ball. Tony became frantic. You're insane? You used it even though the experiment had failed? That's a black hole. It could have consumed you if you weren't careful. Yvonne sneered, do you care so much about me? Do you want to marry me? Fine, let's get married with Pepper and have Bert help change the law. Tony retorted, get lost, you lunatic. Yvonne ignored Tony and gazed at the two dim arc reactors on his arms. The black hole is strong, but it consumes too much energy. It can't be used continuously or the armor will disintegrate, he said with a sigh. It is still necessary to develop an antimatter power furnace, Yvonne thought to himself. Suddenly, Frank shouted on the communication channel, there are too many enemies? I'm going to take them on. You guys avoid it. Good, Yvonne replied, quickly leading everyone to safety. Meanwhile, Frank charged towards the enemy. The dragons and demon elites smiled wickedly, preparing to attack Frank. But suddenly, dozens of red lasers shot out from Frank's body and cut through the surrounding dragons and demon elites. In a matter of seconds, more than half of the elites were killed and the rest fled in terror. However, the arc reactor on Frank's body dimmed and two unmanned battle armors stepped forward to support him and lead him back. This move is indeed powerful, but after it is used up, whether it is the battle armor or the reactor, it will lose its effect. He's out of energy, the surviving elites realized and immediately started to chase Frank. Yvonne and the others stepped in to block them. The laser is my idea, and you guys are stealing it, Tony complained. Frank's move was obviously an enhanced version of Mark's laser attack. Don't you often steal my ideas too? Yvonne retorted, sneering as he swung his whip at a dragon. The dragon quickly avoided the whip, but Yvonne continued to attack relentlessly. The other superheroes took the opportunity to counterattack as well, fighting with the elites.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.